On the sports field of Chuaning Number 1 High School in the Xinglong Empire, four mysterious glowing arrays stood before a line of teenagers eagerly waiting for their talent awakening. It was the annual awakening day for Imperial Beast Tamers, a pivotal moment for these 16-year-olds, as their awakened talents would determine the course of their future. Among the students of Class 8, Lin Han clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the awakening array not far away. As a transmigrator, he had been waiting for this day for 16 long years. This world, plagued by the emergence of dimensional rifts, was fraught with danger. Ferocious beasts roamed freely, and humanity relied on the power of awakening stones to gain talents, ushering in the age of beast tamers. When Lin Han stepped into the awakening array, the shimmering image of a multicolored awakening stone materialized before him. As he absorbed its energy, a crisp voice echoed in his mind, announcing the activation of the unlimited pay-to-win doubling system. With it, everything talents, beasts, skills could be doubled. As long as he kept spending, the system immediately granted him a starter gift pack, bestowing 100 points of doubling energy. Under the influence of this mysterious force, Lin Han not only awakened an 11-level talent, Stone Body, but also evolved it into the S-level Steel Body. Soon after, he awakened another S-level talent, Insightful Eye, which further advanced into the unprecedented Mythical Creation Eye. At that moment, a chill emanated from another awakening array, as Meng Ziyao awakened her 11-level Ice talent. This academic prodigy, who consistently dominated the school rankings, instantly became the target of recruitment by major powers. Ultimately, she chose Baitian Academy, which promised her a diamond-tier mentor and a gold-tier beast cub. As Lin Han's girlfriend of 3 years, Meng Ziyao walked toward him, her beauty radiant in her red school uniform. Lin Han's heart swelled with joy, eager to share the news of his own talent awakening. But to his shock, before he could speak, Meng Ziyao's crisp voice cut through the air. Lin Han, let's break up. The setting sun cast long shadows of 2 figures across the school field. Lin Han stared at Meng Ziyao in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. Why? Have you forgotten the promises we made? His mind drifted back to that starry night when they lay on this very field, vowing to become a pair of gifted beast tamers together. And now, the girl he had spent the last 3 years with was breaking up with him. Lin Han, you need to understand, Meng Ziyao said, her tone carrying a hint of pity. I'm the only 11-level talent this school has seen in over a decade. That's a level you'll never reach. If you stay with me, you'll only hold me back and become a target of ridicule. Breaking up is actually for your own good. Her face wore an expression of concern, but deep in her eyes was a glimmer of condescension towards someone weaker. That's your reason? Lin Han froze, stunned. She had been the one who pursued him in the first place. When she had no money to live on, she never mentioned any kind of gap. And all the help I gave your family over these 3 years, does that mean nothing to you? His brows furrowed deeply. Something about this didn't add up. Why are you being so unreasonable? Meng Ziyao's patience finally snapped. Being my first love was already the best compensation you could ask for. I'm an 11-level talent. Do you know how rare that is in this school's history? With my talent and looks, I'm destined to be with someone exceptional. And you? Other than your wealthy background, you're just an ordinary guy. Lin Han let out a bitter laugh. So, you're finally being honest. Turns out the person I've supported for 3 years is nothing but an ungrateful traitor. He turned to leave every second in her presence now felt nauseating. I've already found someone better, Meng Ziyao said, a mocking smile playing at her lips. Lin Han froze mid-step. What did you just say? A week ago, I started dating Zhou Tong. The words hit him like a thunderbolt. A week ago? Weren't you on a trip to the imperial capital? Lin Han's entire body shook. Who is he? Zhou Tong. Someone you could never hope to compare to. Whispers rippled through the nearby students. Zhou Tong? He's the top prodigy in Sioux City. An S-level talent who's already enrolled at Baitian Academy. Wealthy, powerful, and leagues ahead of Lin Han. The pieces fell into place for Lin Han. You didn't break up with me earlier because you were afraid you wouldn't awaken any talent. You were keeping me as your backup plan, weren't you? This woman, so opportunistic, had made sure to secure 2 paths for herself before her awakening. Lin Han's gaze toward Meng Ziyao instantly turned icy, all traces of emotion replaced by disgust. He sneered inwardly. Zhou Tong? Justin's class beast tamer? Compared to me, he's nothing but trash. I just hope you won't regret today's decision in the future, Lin Han said coldly. At this moment, he even felt a bit relieved that he hadn't revealed his dual mythical talent, awakening to Meng Ziyao right away. Being able to see a woman's true colors at a time like this was, in a way, a blessing. Meng Ziyao lifted her chin haughtily. Regret? Someone like you, a nobody, has no right to make me regret anything. I've awakened in a class talent and gained admission to Baitian Academy, and my fiancé Zhou Tong has an S-class Fire Raven descent talent. Meeting him made me realize I had never encountered a real gem before. Compared to him, you're nothing but a waste of time. From now on, I, Meng Ziao, will be the high branch you'll never reach. She thought to herself that if it hadn't been for her visit to the imperial capital a week ago, where she toured Baitian Academy and met Zhou Tong, she might have wasted her entire life stuck with someone like Lin Han. Becoming Zhou Tong's fiancée was a decision she'd never regret. Oh, sure, you're absolutely right. Lin Han sneered. You being Zhou Tong's high branch is indeed fitting. Congratulations to you both, Baitian's perfect pair of dog and bird. A match made in heaven. The moment those words left his mouth, Meng Ziao's face darkened, and even the Baitian Academy representative, who had been silently observing the exchange, looked visibly displeased. To him, Lin Han's Baitian dog and bird comment wasn't just an insult to the students but a blatant affront to the entire Baitian Academy. As the premier beast-taming institution in the Xinglong Empire, Baitian could not tolerate such disrespect. You, boy, watch your mouth, the Baitian representative snapped. Debate is fine, but no name-calling. Lin Han cast him a disdainful glance. My mouth, my words, what are you gonna do about it? I'm not joining your Baitian Academy anyway, so who I insult is none of your business. When Meng Ziao was insulting me earlier, why didn't you tell her to stop? Oh, that's right. It's because she's one of your students, so you turn a blind eye. What? Everything Baitian does is flawless, huh? Even if you scrape off your hemorrhoids, I suppose you'd call it a luxury fragrance? This barrage of insults almost made the elderly Baitian representative choke with anger. His face darkened as he warned, Young man, don't be so arrogant. Baitian is a member of the Academy Alliance. Even if you've awakened a talent, if you continue to insult Baitian, I can work with the Alliance to blacklist you. Academy Alliance? Lin Han scoffed. Since when does one school like Baitian represent the entire Alliance? Wow, your Baitian must think it's the center of the universe. Go ahead, blacklist me. If you don't, I might as well call you my son. These words thoroughly enraged the Baitian elder. He raised his hand and called out to the other Academy representatives in the area. Members of the Academy Alliance, hear me. Baitian Academy is willing to forfeit its recruitment rights for all A-class or higher talents in exchange for the authority to blacklist this student. The other Academy representatives inwardly cursed this old fox, knowing full well that Baitian hadn't seen another A-class talent in over a decade, and the one they did get had already been claimed. This so-called sacrifice was meaningless. Still, they chose to side with Baitian. Phoenix Academy agrees. Ice Dragon Academy agrees. Dark Lin Academy agrees. No one spoke up for Lin Han. After all, this arrogant student had offended Baitian, and no one wanted to stick their neck out for him. With the unanimous decision of the Academy Alliance, it was now official no matter what kind of talent Lin Han awakened. No academy would ever admit him. Looking at the group before him, Lin Han let out a mocking laugh. With short-sighted people like you in charge of admissions, it's no wonder your academies are mediocre at best. An alliance like this? Not worth joining anyway. At that moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. What a brave young man. Standing up to authority like that impressive. If it were me, I'd have slapped that woman across the face a long time ago. The head of Baitian Academy was furious upon hearing this and was about to explode in anger. However, as soon as he saw who had spoken, his anger immediately dissipated. It turned out to be none other than the head of the Military Academy. The Military Academy, being directly under the jurisdiction of the military, was outside the control of the Academy Alliance, and even Baitian had no authority over it. The Military Academy was known for its independence and strictness. Most beast tamers avoided it like the plague. For one simple reason, it was too grueling. With its militarized training, ironclad discipline, and the frequent loss of students during missions, it wasn't for the faint of heart. During recruitment seasons, other academies would eagerly try to poach talented students who showed interest in the Military Academy, offering them enticing benefits. As a result, the Military Academy relied on its rigorous training to transform ordinary students into elites. At this moment, the head of the Military Academy stepped forward, clearly admiring Lin Han's unyielding character. Though the old man from Baitian didn't dare to offend the Military Academy, he still had enough bravado to throw his weight around in front of Lin Han. With a smug expression, he declared, Lin Han, you're officially blacklisted. Lin Han, hearing this, was utterly unimpressed and even let out a mocking laugh. Blacklisted? What a joke. Let me tell you something, you are the ones being blacklisted. I, Lin Han, have blacklisted your entire Academy Alliance. His words sent the crowd into an uproar, followed by bursts of laughter and ridicule. Has this kid lost his mind? Someone jeered. Meng Ziao watched coldly, a sneer of disdain curling her lips. In her eyes, Lin Han, blacklisted by the Academy Alliance, was destined for mediocrity, even if he had awakened a talent. She stepped forward, her tone laced with scorn. Lin Han, you worthless nobody. Even if you've awakened a talent, it must be pathetic. You're doomed to be ordinary. They'll always trample you underfoot. while you'll be stuck in some corner, barely scraping by. Lin Han burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. A low talent? Who told you my talent is low? Still so arrogant. Meng Xiao scoffed. Awakening instructor, please announce Lin Han's awakening results, so this loser can face reality. The awakening instructor, suddenly reminded of her duty, checked the results. Her expression froze as she stared at the data. She rubbed her eyes and double-checked the results multiple times. Finally, her voice trembled as she made the announcement. Rank, talent iron body. Senior class 8, Lin Han. The entire venue fell into a stunned silence before erupting into a deafening uproar. Rank talent? The only top-tier talent in the entire school appeared in an ordinary class? The heads of the various academies were dumbfounded, while the face of Baiyan's head turned from red to pale green. He had just sacrificed an rank talent for the sake of an rank 1. Meng Xiao, on the other hand, was utterly incredulous. She grabbed the awakening instructor hysterically. Check again. It's Lin Han we're talking about. How could he possibly have an rank talent? Lin Han watched her meltdown, a smirk of disdain spreading across his face. You're right about one thing, I don't just have one rank talent. Isn't that right, awakening instructor? All eyes immediately turned toward the awakening instructor. Mr. Awakening cleared his throat nervously, his expression uneasy as he spoke. I wasn't finished. Lin Han, in addition to his rank talent, the Iron Body, also possesses another talent, an eye for insight, which is suspected to be rank as well. The moment his words fell, the entire arena descended into an eerie silence. Every face froze in shock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and awe. Was this real? A student from an ordinary class not only awakened dual talents, but both were rank? The director of Baitian Academy turned pale as if struck by a heavy blow. His face shifted from green to white in an instant as the realization Doneth had made a grave mistake. He had let a once-in-a-century prodigy slip through his fingers. The other academy representatives glared at the Baitian director with eyes that practically burned with fury. If not for him, how could they have missed out on such an extraordinary genius? And to make matters worse, they hadn't just missed out, they had offended him. According to the rules of the Academy Alliance, top-tier talents could have rotated across academies, but now, Lin Han turned his gaze toward Meng Xiao, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. I seem to recall you mentioning your new boyfriend is also rank? Looks like rank talent isn't as rare as I thought. Meng Xiao's face turned ashen. She bit her lip and hurried forward, stammering, Teacher, wait. Lin Han's other talent is only suspected to be rank. It's not confirmed. Slap. The sound echoed sharply as the Baitian director shot up from his seat and delivered a resounding slap across Meng Xiao's cheek. You dare speak? Even if it's only suspected, it's still dual talents. And one of them is a confirmed rank Iron Body. Do you know what beast tamers fear most? Close combat. With the Iron Body, his potential is limitless. The old man struck her several more times before grabbing her by the hair, forcing her to kneel before Lin Han. Then he dropped to his knees himself with a loud thud. Lin Han, I was blind to your brilliance. Please, forgive me. Join Baitian Academy, I beg you. The other academy representatives, seeing this, immediately surged forward in a frenzy. Come to Ice Dragon Academy. Full scholarship, private apartments, and unlimited training resources at your disposal. Darklin Academy offers better. A top-tier diamond-level mentor for unknown guidance. Our academy's president will personally teach you, and will throw in as many beauties as you like, no strings attached. Lin Han scoffed, shaking his head. No thanks. A mediocre, dual talent student like me wouldn't dare aim so high as to join your prestigious academy alliance. It was then that the principal of First High finally snapped out of his daze. A dual rank prodigy had emerged from their school, something unprecedented in the entire Xinglong Empire. He quickly pushed through the crowd with a beaming smile. Now, what's all this commotion? You're all suffocating our dear Lin Han. The academy leaders retreated with defeated expressions. The principal of Yizhong stepped forward from the crowd, pulling Lin Han aside. The latter immediately asked, Principal, after my talent awakens, can I go to the incubation center tomorrow to select a beast? Yes, the principal quickly replied. I'll make arrangements with the incubation center in advance, so you can choose freely. As he spoke, he pulled out a vial of beast bonding elixir from his pocket, his wrinkled face lighting up with a smile. Lin Han, this is a specially crafted elixir from an alchemist. It enhances compatibility with beasts, making it easier to form a bond. Lin Han nodded and accepted the elixir. Without sparing a glance at Meng Xiao, who was kneeling disheveled in the plaza, he turned and left. Back at his modest apartment in Sioux City, Lin Han lay on his bed and opened his status panel. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 0. Strength, 60. Agility, 40. Spirit, 120. Constitution, 70. Beast, none. Talents, Iron Body Strength, Eye of Heaven Mythical. Assets, 2.2 M. Premium points, 0. Energy multiplier, 0. The 2.2 million displayed on the panel didn't surprise Lin Han. Ever since his parents mysteriously disappeared 10 years ago, over 300,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account annually. To him, this money felt more like compensation, and he had always been reluctant to spend it. Now, with the activation of his pay-to-win system, the funds finally had a purpose. After some thought, Lin Han decided to use the money to develop his beast space. While his iron body talent already granted him steel-like physical strength, it was sufficient for his current level and didn't require immediate improvement. The beast space serves as a domain for beast masters to store, nurture, and provide rest for their beasts. Its quality directly affects the growth rate of the beasts. As a newly awakened beast master, establishing and enhancing his beast space was his top priority. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Lin Han closed his eyes and focused. Using his 2 talents as a foundation, he began the process of creating his beast space. Within a mere 10 minutes, he succeeded. However, upon opening the space, he noticed something unusual. It was a circular, pitch-black area roughly 100 square meters in size, far exceeding the expectations for a beginner. Typically, a beast master with frank talent could only create a beast space the size of a household refrigerator. System, I want to double my beast space. What's the process? The system responded instantly. Every 100,000 yuan can be exchanged for 10 premium points. Premium points can be converted to energy multiplier at a 1-to-1 ratio. The first doubling requires 30 points of energy multiplier. Would you like to convert your funds into premium points and proceed with the doubling? Yes. Ding. All funds have been converted into premium points. First doubling initiated, consuming 30 points of energy multiplier. Congratulations, host. Your beast space has successfully doubled, and a unique enhancement has been unlocked. Enhancement? Lin Han's heart leapt with excitement. Lin Han eagerly dove into the details of the beast space's enhancement attributes. When his eyes landed on Exclusive Boost 1, Accelerated Growth, they lit up with excitement. Beasts within the space could grow at 5 times the normal rate. This meant 1 day of training here was equivalent to 5 days for others, and a year in this space could rival 5 years of progress for an ordinary trainer. Double it. Keep doubling until we can't anymore. Lin Han commanded with bold determination. The system immediately responded. Ding. 60 energy points consumed. Beast space successfully doubled, gaining 1 exclusive boost. Ding. 120 energy points consumed. Beast space doubled again, gaining another exclusive boost. Ding. Insufficient energy for a third doubling. Host is advised to accumulate more assets to exchange for energy points. After draining most of his remaining energy points, Lin Han was thrilled to discover that the beast space had undergone a complete transformation. Its area had expanded to approximately 800 square meters, comparable to a luxurious villa. But what truly exhilarated him were the 2 newly unlocked exclusive boosts. Boost 2, Negative State Removal. Any beast returning to the space would instantly have all negative statuses erased and injuries rapidly healed. Whether it was freezing, burning, dizziness, curses, sleep, or poison, this ability could effortlessly neutralize them. For other beast trainers, this was nothing short of a divine skill practically unattainable. Boost 3, Potential Enhancement. Beasts within the space could temporarily gain 1 tier of increased potential. A bronze-level beast could wield silver-tier skills, and even supreme-tier beasts could attempt god-level abilities. As Lin Han basked in his newfound joy, the system chimed in with more news. Ding. The store is now open. Exclusive discounts available during the newbie period. The store's interface was dazzling, offering everything from mythical-grade items like the bloodthirsty worm god hatchling 50 billion energy points to more modest bronze-tier gear like the stink bomb 16 energy points. Equipment, skill books, tools, potions, every imaginable resource for beast trainers was on display. However, Lin Han's remaining 10 energy points were only enough to purchase a bronze-quality beast hatchling. Rather than rushing to buy, he decided to visit the Empire's Beast Hatching Center first. Every newly awakened beast trainer was entitled to 1 free contract opportunity. If he could secure a high-potential beast there, he could save his energy points for doubling enhancements instead. After all, every single energy point was worth a staggering 10,000 Star Dragon coins. Lin Han collapsed onto his bed, exhaustion washing over him as he quietly awaited the arrival of the next day. At dawn, after a quick and perfunctory morning routine, he followed the navigation system's directions to the Royal Beast Hatchery Center. The sight of the grand, opulent complex took his breath away. This was one of the few public welfare institutions in the Star Dragon Empire. Though he had heard of this place many times before, Lin Han had never visited it in person due to his lack of awakening. The entire center was adorned in gold hues, radiating an unmistakable sense of royal splendor. As he took his first step forward, A sudden notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering a random mission. Sign a contract with a royal beast. Successfully contract a beast to earn 100k coin points. Lin Han froze in his tracks. 100k coin points equivalent to 1 million star dragon credits. Without hesitation, he accepted the mission. As expected, the system always had a knack for revealing hidden tasks in the most unexpected places, and this time, the reward was astonishingly generous. With excitement bubbling inside him, Lin Han stepped into the hatchery's grand hall. The space was bustling with activity, packed with students from nearby high schools. This was no surprise, as the recent wave of awakening ceremonies had brought students flocking here. The Empire had promised to provide a free royal beast to every awakened student with talent. Of course, the quality of the beast one could receive depended on both innate talent and a bit of luck. Most high-talent students had already been pre-enrolled by prestigious beast academies. Those who came here were typically students with average abilities. In truth, with Lin Han's rare doubles-level talent, there was no need for him to visit in person. However, he had no desire to deal with the academy alliances. To outsiders, his decision seemed like a waste of his extraordinary gift. After all, if he ended up contracting a low-grade beast, he would have no one to blame but himself. Lindsay, a familiar, boisterous voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Turning around, he saw a plump figure bounding toward him. Fat Cat, you're here to sign a royal beast contract too? Lin Han asked with a smile. The person affectionately nicknamed Fat Cat was Xue Wushuang, Lin Han's childhood best friend. The two had grown up together, though they didn't see each other as often now since Xue Wushuang attended a different school. Despite the teasing moniker, Xue Wushuang not only accepted it but embraced it with pride. Lindsay, your big moment is the talk of the town, Fat Cat exclaimed with uncontained excitement. A doubles talent awakener, your name is all over the Sioux City forums. People are calling you a once-in-a-generation genius. The future of Sioux City rests on your shoulders. There wasn't a trace of envy in Fat Cat's eyes, only genuine happiness. Over the years, Lin Han had few friends besides Fat Cat. He once thought Meng Ziao would be the one to stand by him for life, but the events of yesterday shattered that illusion. At least he still had a friend like Fat Cat, someone who would stand with him against the world. With my talent, being a doubles is no big deal, Lin Han said, his tone lighthearted. Oh, listen to you acting all modest now, Fat Cat teased, but his expression quickly turned serious. About Meng Ziao I heard everything. Don't let it get to you. I always knew she wasn't good for you. At least now you've seen her true colors. Lin Han gave an awkward chuckle, surprised that the incident had spread even to Fat Cat's school. Students might not always show enthusiasm for studying, but their passion for gossip never wanes. At this moment, a dramatic piece of news is spreading like wildfire across Ningchuan First High School. A bombshell about the awakening ceremony. A so-called heartbreaker broke up with her boyfriend, only to discover that he turned out to be a rare genius with dual-grade talents, leaving her utterly humiliated on the spot. Lin Han listened to the chatter around him and sighed deeply in resignation. Wasn't this essentially the entire Sioux City finding out that had been cheated on? However, on second thought, at least Meng Ziao's current situation was even more embarrassing. That realization gave him a small sense of balance. Focus on the path, not the woman, and the sword will naturally be divine. Lin Han muttered with a wry smile. Well said. Fat Cat clapped Lin Han on the shoulder, a sly glint in his eyes. In a few days, I'll take you to heaven on earth for a proper introduction to the high life. It's the most prestigious entertainment venue in the Star Dragon Empire, and even the branch in Sioux City is only accessible to the wealthy and elite. Let's go pick our beasts first, Lin Han said, sidestepping the comment. Before he could say more, Fat Cat had already slung an arm around his shoulder, steering him forward. By the way, what talent did you awaken? Lin Han asked curiously. Grade talent Berserk. Fat Cat puffed out his chest with pride. It's not as impressive as your dual grade talents, but I definitely won't hold you back. Lin Han nodded in acknowledgement. While Berserk was classified as a grade talent, it was undoubtedly among the top tier within its grade, practically a half step into a grade. Despite his carefree demeanor, Fat Cat was undeniably a genius from second high school. After all, the number of people in all of Sioux City awakening grade talents could be counted on one hand. The two bantered as they made their way to the registration room, only to find a row of self-service registration machines inside. Following the simplified procedures set by the Empire, they began registering their identities, the first step to obtaining their beast eggs. Fat Cat completed his registration first, and his information was immediately displayed on the large screen outside, drawing the attention of many students. In this world, a grade talent was already considered exceptional, as talent grades were directly linked to future potential. Next, Lin Han placed his identity card on the machine to complete his registration. The system instantly displayed his information. Name, Lin Han. School, Ningchuan First High School. Talents, Iron bodies grade, insightful eyes grade. In that moment, the entire hatching center erupted into chaos. There must be a glitch in the system. Someone slapped me my dreaming? Dual grade talents? How is that even possible? I don't believe it. Why would someone awaken dual grade talents? Shocked voices filled the room as everyone's eyes locked onto the glowing screen that showcased Lin Han's information. What the heck? There must be an issue with the system. A startled exclamation shattered the usual calm of the Beast Incubation Center's main hall. The crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter. Double strength talent? That's impossible. The entire Beast Incubation Center was instantly thrown into chaos. Staff members gathered around the display screen, their eyes glued to the astonishing data. Inner rank talent was already a rarity, and strength talents were so scarce they could be counted on one hand across the entire Xinglong Empire. But now, the system was showing the existence of someone with a double strength talent. In the office of the Beast Incubation Center, the commotion was no less intense. At a desk in the far corner, a well-built manager Ting of the center frowned and asked, "What's all the noise about?" Manager Tong, "The system just registered a student with a double strength talent," a staff member reported anxiously. "Ridiculous. Our system is the most advanced in the entire empire. How could it possibly make a mistake?" Manager Tong strode to the workstation and began reviewing the information. The moment the name Lin Han appeared on the screen, his expression changed dramatically. Lin Han? Wait. The principal from Chuaning No. 1 High School mentioned this exceptionally gifted student yesterday. Manager Tong muttered, slapping his forehead. That old man didn't even bother to clarify just how extraordinary this kid's talent was. If I'd known, I would have gone to greet him personally. Meanwhile, Lin Han and his plump cat companion stood frozen in place, suddenly the center of everyone's attention. As the pair struggled to process what was happening, a team of security guards rushed out and formed a protective ring around them. Manager Teng arrived just in time, stepping up beside Lin Han. "Lin Han, I'm Teng Jibua, the manager of the Beast Incubation Center. Please follow me through the VIP passageway to ensure your beast incubation process goes smoothly." "But I'm not a VIP, Lin Han said, looking genuinely confused. Manager Teng suppressed his exasperation. "That doesn't matter. If I say you're a VIP, then you are. Leave the rest to me. Are you sure I won't cause any trouble for you?" Lin Han asked innocently. Manager Teng sighed deeply, forcing a smile. "For heaven's sake, just come with me already. If we delay any longer, there'll really be trouble." "All right then, but my friend has to come too." Lin Han gestured toward the plump cat at his side. He had already guessed that Manager Tong was eager to build a connection with him, and he wasn't about to let the opportunity slip away. It was only then that Manager Ting noticed the cat. After a brief moment of consideration, he nodded decisively. "If Lin Han's friend is involved, then they're my friend too. They'll receive the same treatment." "Thank you, Manager Tong." Lin Han and the cat chimed in unison. "Enough with the thanks, let's just get moving," Manager Ting urged, weariness creeping into his voice. An ordinary person would have left with the other party long ago, but Lin Han, this little rascal, clearly doesn't play by the rules. He cheerfully followed Manager Tong into a meticulously decorated VIP lounge. Manager Tong placed a platter of fresh fruit on the coffee table, his face brimming with a warm smile. "Lin, you really live up to your reputation, charming and sharp-looking, just as they say." Lin Han casually bit into an apple, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Oh, and what exactly do they say about me?" The question caught Ting Jibua off guard. He had intended to throw out a casual compliment, but Lin Han had unexpectedly taken the bait and run with it. If it weren't for Lin Han's dual steer abilities, who would pay attention to a high schooler? But since the words were already out, he had no choice but to press on, awkwardly improvising. "They say you're striking, full of charisma, with an air of confidence, and, those big, expressive eyes." Watching Manager Tong struggle to string together compliments, Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. Just as Manager Tong thought he could finally relax, the chubby cat lounging nearby suddenly chimed in. "I'm Lin Han's best buddy. Has Manager Tong heard any rumors about me?" Manager Tong's composure nearly crumbled. Who would bother spreading rumors about this unassuming fellow? But seeing Lin Han's expectant gaze, he had no choice but to carry on, forcing a smile. "Of course I've heard. They say you're also striking, full of charisma." He practically recycled every adjective head just used for Lin Han. At last, Lin Han took pity on the poor man and shifted the subject. "It seems Manager Tong holds us in high regard." Of course, Manager Tong responded with visible relief, eager to escape further awkwardness. He quickly switched gears. "Lin Han, this must be your first visit to the Beast Incubation Center, right? Allow me to give you a proper introduction." Receiving Lin Han's nod of approval, Manager Tong launched into his explanation. The Beast Incubation Center is directly overseen by the capital of the Xinglong Empire. It's divided into primary and advanced incubation zones. Our main responsibility is to assist awakened high school seniors like yourself as they prepare for graduation. This rewritten version retains all essential plot elements while enhancing readability with vivid descriptions and a smoother narrative flow. The dialogue and character actions are crafted to bring the personalities to life and keep the reader engaged. Manager Tung smiled and slowly revealed the unspoken rules of the advanced zone. He explained that while the Beast Hatchery Center publicly claimed to be free and open to all, the advanced zone actually had certain entry requirements. Generally, the basic zone was designed for students with average talent or less privileged backgrounds. Lin Han understood this perfectly and did not argue with Manager Tung. After all, the Empire's resources were limited and had to be focused on individuals with real potential. A person's talent largely determined their future potential, so prioritizing top-tier resources for highly talented individuals was a widely accepted consensus across the Empire. Seeing Lin Han's understanding expression, Manager Tung continued, with your double steer talent, you'll naturally have no issues selecting a beast in the advanced hatchery zone. Then, Manager Tung shifted his tone slightly. However, Lin, you might not know this: many influential families, even if their heirs have mediocre talent, will pull strings to get them into the advanced hatchery zone. Do you know why? Why? Lin Han asked, puzzled. Luck. Manager Ting explained with a smile. If they're lucky, these heirs might bond with a rare or even legendary grade beast cub, which could significantly enhance their abilities. There have been cases in history where people succeeded because of this. Lin Han suddenly understood. As a newcomer who had just awakened his profession, he wasn't familiar with these industry secrets. Manager Ting added, of course, this all depends on luck, and I can't guarantee you'll hatch a height-tier beast. If the results aren't ideal, it's not something we can be held accountable for. Lin Han grasped the implication: if he managed to hatch a powerful beast, it would create a sense of obligation. If he gained nothing, then neither party owed anything to the other. He found this unspoken rule reasonable. Afterward, Manager Tung led Lin Han through several corridors before arriving at an impressive room. Along both sides were neatly arranged beast eggs of various kinds, each with a detailed label in front of it. This is the advanced beast egg section. You can look at the labels and choose one. Let me know when you've made your decision, Manager Ting said. Lin Han nodded in agreement, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly experienced a sharp pain. To his astonishment, he realized he could see information about each beast egg that went far beyond what was written on the labels. Species: Flame Fox. Element: Fire. Grade: Bronze. Skill: Flame Roar Basic. Description: a common fox species, known for living in groups and possessing innate fire control abilities. Lin Han carefully observed the beast egg in front of him, and the ability of the creation eye immediately revealed its astonishing insight. The information about the first beast egg was clearly displayed before him. Flame Fox, Fire Element, Bronze Level Aptitude. This seemingly ordinary fire element fox had an incredible evolutionary path with double the potential. Is this the true power of the creation eye? Lin Han's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the information floating before him. Through its double evolution, the Flame Fox could ascend to Blazing Fox at Silver level, then Explosive Flame Fox at Gold level, and finally, due to species limitations, it could evolve up to Explosive Flame Fox at Platinum level, completing 3 evolutions in total. Shaken but intrigued, Lin Han quickly shifted his gaze to another beast egg. Once again, the creation eye activated, revealing that this was a Gale Wolf, Wind Element, also Bronze level aptitude. This species of pack-dwelling wolves was naturally gifted with the ability to manipulate hurricanes. Similarly, it possessed the potential for 3 double evolutions, progressing from Gale Wolf to Storm Wolf at Silver level, then Tempest Wolf at Gold level, and ultimately reaching Berserk Storm Wolf at Platinum level. With growing anticipation, Lin Han began to meticulously inspect the entire advanced incubation facility. However, reality soon dampened his excitement. While the facility did contain a small number of silver-level beast eggs, their aptitudes were generally unimpressive. Even with double evolution, their potential would only reach rare or epic levels, with a maximum growth ceiling at platinum or diamond levels. This is just too disappointing. Lin Han frowned deeply, his heart filled with frustration. With such a powerful ability as the creation eye, how could he settle for such ordinary beasts? His goal was nothing less than obtaining a beast with legendary level aptitude. Determined, Lin Han continued to scrutinize each beast egg one by one. Yet the results were disheartening. Among dozens of beast eggs, not a single one could break past the diamond level limit, all capped at platinum level. Just then, Manager Ting approached enthusiastically, saying, Lin, if you've got your eye on any particular beast egg, just let me know, and I'll bring it over for you right away. Faced with Manager Tung's urging, Lin Han maintained a calm and composed demeanor. He was well aware that the beasts in the advanced zone were far from meeting his expectations. Hastily making a choice here would only waste this rare opportunity. At that moment, Manager Tung gestured to a nearby staff member. Shortly after, the staff member approached, holding a beast egg that was entirely blood red in color. Lin Han was slightly taken aback, and soon the information about the egg appeared before his eyes. Species: bloodthirsty bear, fire element. Grade: silver level. Skill: berserk basic. Trait: solitary by nature, does not live in groups, combat power doubles when in danger. Evolution path: first stage, frenzied blood bear, gold level. Second stage, hell bear, platinum level. Third stage, earthshatter bear, diamond level. Species limit: the quality of this bloodthirsty bear egg was indeed significantly higher than the ones Lin Han had seen earlier. However, it still fell short of his standards. A beast with a maximum limit at the diamond level would be too restrictive for the path he envisioned for his future. Lin Han, this was specifically entrusted to us by the principal of Ningchuan First High School, Manager Tang said, looking reluctant. This beast egg is among the finest we have here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even considered taking it out. Manager Tang felt a sense of pride, convinced that this gesture would surely impress Lin Han. Indeed, this bloodthirsty bear egg was a treasure in the Beast Incubation Center, and many had sought to purchase it only to be turned away. His decision to present it now was due to both the principal's request and Lin Han's extraordinary talent. Helping Lin Han might even lead to a favorable connection in the future. No rush, Manager Tang. I'd like to take a look at the basic zone first. Lin Han's calm response left the crowd momentarily speechless. What did you just say, Lin Han? Are you serious, Lin? Amid the astonishment of those around him, Lin Han remained composed. I'm serious. I just want to take a look at the basic zone. Manager Tang was momentarily stunned before hastily trying to clarify. Lin Han, perhaps you didn't fully understand my introduction earlier. I can go over it again if needed. No need, really, Lin Han replied with a faint smile. I understood everything clearly. I just want to check out the basic zone. It doesn't mean I'll necessarily choose something from there. The basic zone has nothing worth seeing. The beasts there can't even hold a candle to the ones in the advanced zone. This bloodthirsty bear egg alone completely outclasses everything in the basic zone. Manager Tang said anxiously, worried that Lin Han might actually choose a beast from the basic zone, which would be a waste of his rare doubles-level talent. It's fine. Let's just take a look, Lin Han insisted. The beasts in the advanced zone had bloodlines that were far too limited, offering him no real benefit for his future growth. He wanted to try his luck in the basic zone. Who knows? He might find a beast egg with even greater potential. If not, this bloodthirsty bear egg could still serve as a backup option. Lin, think this through. Fat Cat chimed in, unable to stay silent. Signing a beast contract is no trivial matter. Even though Fat Cat had known Lin Han for a while, he hadn't expected anyone to pass up the advanced zone in favor of the basic zone. I never said I'd definitely choose something from there, Lin Han said with a helpless smile. I just want to take a look. In the end, Manager Tang had no choice but to relent. Well, if that's what you want, Lin Han, we'll accompany you to the basic zone. Manager Tang looked at the stubborn young man standing before him and shook his head helplessly. He knew Lin Han's personality all too well. Once he set his mind on something, not even a herd of oxen could pull him back. Sorry to trouble you, Manager Tang, Lin Han said with an apologetic smile. No trouble at all. It's my honor to assist you, Lin Han, Manager Tang responded cheerfully. A group of people then set off in an impressive procession toward the lower tier zone. Upon arrival, Manager Tang gestured with a polite please motion and said, Lin Han, this is the lower tier zone. Since you're interested, feel free to take a look around. Inwardly, though, he thought to himself that the stark difference between the beasts here and those in the higher tier zone would surely become apparent to Lin Han soon enough. After thanking Manager Tang, Lin Han began carefully inspecting the surrounding beast eggs. The other staff exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Why would such a talented individual waste his time in the lower tier zone? Unbothered by their gazes, Lin Han focused intently on examining the information for each beast egg. The first one, black armor ant, earth element, bronze level potential. While this common ant species was known for its strong social structure and innate building abilities, it was limited by its species traits and could only evolve through triple upgrades into platinum tier armor ant. This won't do, Lin Han muttered, shaking his head and moving on. The second one, black wind bug, fire element, also with bronze level potential. This solitary insect species had a natural ability for high-speed movement, but its evolution cap was similarly restricted to platinum tier golden beetle. This one doesn't meet the standard either, Lin Han frowned. He continued examining dozens of beast eggs, yet none of them seemed satisfactory. The beast eggs in this area were indeed all of bronze level quality, highlighting the significant gap compared to those in the higher tier zone. Lin Han carefully examined the beast eggs in the low-level section, his eyes gradually lighting up with excitement. After passing rows of seemingly ordinary eggs, he unexpectedly discovered a few with exceptional potential, some even surpassing the quality of those in the high-level section. His mood instantly lifted. Not far away, a staff member whispered to Manager Tang, Manager, look at Lin Han's expression. Do you think he's interested in one of the eggs from the low-level section? Manager Tang was taken aback. Don't be ridiculous. Lin Han isn't foolish. Who would ignore the high-level section and pick something from the low-level section? But Lin Han's way of thinking is quite unconventional. The staff member chuckled helplessly. At that moment, Lin Han suddenly stopped in front of a beast egg labeled as Xianfeng Turtle. According to the Beast Hatchery Center's assessment, it was nothing more than an ordinary egg. However, through Lin Han's eye of fortune, a completely different set of information was revealed. Species: Zhu turtle, water type, rock type. Potential: legendary. Skill: triple water arrow burst. Trait: contains a trace of Xuanwu bloodline, naturally mastering water and rock abilities. Evolution path: first stage, Xuanwu, king level. Second stage, dark Xuanwu, supreme level. Third stage, devouring Xuanwu, saint level. Fourth stage, Xuanwu ancestor emperor, mythical level. Lin Han's breathing grew rapid, and he could barely contain his excitement. A legendary beast capable of evolving to mythical level had been misclassified as an ordinary Xianfeng turtle. This was an unbelievable stroke of luck. Manager Tong, Lin Han called out. Manager Tong approached with a bright smile, assuming Lin Han was ready to return to the high-level section. However, Lin Han's next words struck him like lightning. I want to bond with this Xianfeng turtle egg. Wait, Lin Han, are you sure about this? Manager Ting asked in disbelief. You're really choosing this Xianfeng turtle? Yes, this is the one. Lin Han replied with unwavering determination. As soon as he said this, all the staff gathered around, trying to dissuade him. Lin Han, with your double-level talent, this Xianfeng turtle isn't worthy of you. Exactly. It's a waste of your potential. Why don't we go back to the high-level section? There are plenty of better options there. Even Shui Wushuang, standing nearby, looked puzzled. Lin, are you serious? This Xianfeng turtle seems so ordinary. Manager Tang felt his frustration boiling over. As a double-steer genius from Mist City, Lin Han wasn't just the city's pride, but also the future star of the entire Xinglong Empire. Yet here he was, choosing a low-level, seemingly mundane beast egg. If Lin Han weren't standing right in front of him, Manager Tang might have screamed out loud at the absurdity of this decision. Lin Han shook his head with a faint smile, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. This beast egg resonates with me deeply. Perhaps it holds unexpected surprises. The chubby cat felt a tinge of regret for Lin Han but respected his decision. After all, Lin Han had always been resolute and independent in his choices, and this one was surely no exception. Lin, why don't we check out the advanced zone again? That bloodthirsty bear is far stronger than this gale wind turtle, Manager Tang suggested, still trying to persuade him. Manager Tang, I appreciate your kindness, but my decision is final, Lin Han replied firmly. Manager Tang was momentarily at a loss for words. This young man was unbelievably stubborn. Didn't he understand that a beast tamer could only bond with one beast per stage? Breaking the bond was not only costly but also incredibly challenging. For someone with a doubles rank talent to choose a bronze-grade gale wind turtle at the first stage, it was practically gambling away his future. Faced with another round of persuasion, Lin Han merely responded with a calm smile and chose not to speak further. Seeing this, Manager Tang could only sigh in resignation and say, well, since you've made up your mind, there's nothing more we can say. Thank you for understanding, Manager Tang. Lin Han replied with a warm smile. He then carefully cradled the gale wind turtle beast egg in his arms, as if it were a priceless treasure. He couldn't afford to let it out of his sight, not even for a moment. Losing it would be a regret he could never live down. Watching this scene, Manager Ting muttered inwardly, just how obsessed is this kid with that damn turtle? Under Lin Han's firm stance, Manager Tang ultimately had no choice but to relent. After all, the decision of which beast companion to choose rested entirely in Lin Han's hands. While Manager Tang wished to provide assistance, he couldn't force the matter. The two of them swiftly completed the remaining procedures. Lin Han, from this moment on, this beast egg is officially yours, Manager Ting said, his face betraying a hint of disappointment. Internally, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. Why couldn't someone with such extraordinary talent be himself? Lin Han beamed with gratitude. Thank you so much, Manager Ting. Without your help today, who knows when I would have succeeded? Manager Tang's expression turned sullen, and he made no effort to respond. Before leaving, Lin Han pulled Fat Cat aside and spoke in a low voice. Fat Cat, I know you want to choose a feline-type beast companion, but I suggest you go to the low-level section and pick the Sacred Light Grass beast egg. Sacred Light Grass? What's that? Fat Cat asked, looking puzzled. Don't worry about what it is. Trust me, his is for your future. Choose that egg, and you won't regret it, Lin Han urged repeatedly. Although still confused, Fat Cat nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell, Lin Han carried the beast egg, actually a Xianfeng turtle, which was secretly a candle turtle, and jogged home. Today is my lucky day, Lin Han thought, grinning as he looked at the beast egg in his hands. Wasting no time, he He took out the beast-taming potion that the principal had given him the day before and drank it. Moments later, cracks began to form on the surface of the egg. As time passed, the shell started breaking apart, with a piece at the top falling off. Lin Han held his breath as he watched a tiny claw emerge, followed by a second claw. The two claws worked together to push aside the broken shell, and soon, a small, adorable head popped out. The creature appeared to smile at Lin Han. Did the heavens I make a mistake? How can a legendary beast companion look this cute? Lin Han was momentarily baffled. The candle turtle fully emerged from its shell, climbing along his arm and onto his shoulder. It stretched its neck and affectionately nuzzled his cheek. All right, that tickles. Despite his lingering doubts, Lin Han accepted reality. Following the methods he'd learned, he began the process of forming a contract with the candle turtle. The final step required physical contact with the beast companion. Nervously, Lin Han placed his hand on the candle turtle. Instantly, a warm current spread through his body, filling him with an indescribable sense of comfort, as though he had been reborn. It felt as if an invisible chain now connected him to the candle turtle. Soon after, his professional interface updated with the candle turtle's information. Legendary species, Thin Xuanwu bloodline. Level, 0. Strength, 542. Agility, 520. Spirit, 510. Constitution, 586. Skills, triple water arrow, diamond wall. Is it really this easy to form a contract? Lin Han stared at the interface, brimming with excitement. From this moment on, he was officially a beast tamer fulfilling a dream he'd pursued for years. In this world, where strength determined one's status, power was the only way to establish oneself. A system notification chimed in. Ding. Random mission, form a beast contract completed. Reward, 100 gold points. Lin Han checked his professional interface. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 0. Strength, 60. Agility, 40. Spirit, 120. Constitution, 70. Beast Companion, Candle Turtle Level 0. Talents, Iron Body S rank, Heaven's Eye Mythical rank. Assets, 100 gold points, 0 energy multiplier. While the 100 gold points worth millions of Star Dragon coins were a pleasant surprise, what truly shocked Lin Han were the Candle Turtle's attributes. Despite also being at level 0, the Candle Turtle's stats exceeded 500 across the board, more than 5 times his own. Its constitution, nearing 600, was 8 times his. This is insane. Even with Lin Han's self-proclaimed exceptional talent, he couldn't help but marvel at the gap between humans and beast companions. Perhaps it was due to the Candle Turtle's Xuanwu bloodline? Regardless, the disparity left Lin Han feeling a touch dissatisfied. Lin Han carefully pondered the situation with his Zhu Gui. As his contracted beast, although its level wasn't particularly high, it possessed 2 basic skills, one offensive and one defensive. That should be more than enough to handle any potential dangers in his current realm. More importantly, with the system at his disposal, as long as he had enough premium points, he could buy any skill book he desired. Feeling a surge of excitement, Lin Han opened the shop interface. However, when he saw the price for upgrading Zhu Gui's potential, he couldn't help but gasp 999 premium points. That translated to a staggering 99,990,000 Star Dragon coins. Just raising its talent to the king level was this costly, let alone aiming for even higher tiers. That much money? Forget the next life, I wouldn't earn that in several lifetimes. Lin Han muttered to himself. He decided to focus on completing system tasks for now to accumulate more premium points. After some consideration, he ultimately purchased a beast upgrade material for 60 premium points. With the remaining 40 points, he bought a Silverder skill book, Ice Blade. Considering Zhu Gui's ability to manipulate both earth and water elements, this skill seemed like a perfect match. Inside the beast's space, a glowing blue energy orb hovered in the air, faintly revealing the shadow of an ice blade within. Lin Han guided the orb toward Zhu Gui, watching as it merged seamlessly into the beast's body. After a brief moment of stillness, Zhu Gui's information panel updated to show the new skill learning successful. Next, Lin Han fed Zhu Gui the upgrade potion. Its level began rising rapidly, level 1, level 2, level 3, until it finally stopped at level 9. Its updated stats were as follows. Strength, 1842. Agility, 1520. Spirit, 1410. Constitution, 1986. This growth rate, Lin Han marveled. But considering Zhu Gui's Xuanwu bloodline and legendary grade potential, such rapid development wasn't entirely unexpected. As he started envisioning the mythic level power Zhu Gui might achieve in the future, his phone suddenly rang. Fat Cat? We just parted ways, and he's already calling? Though puzzled, Lin Han answered the call. Hello, what's up? Fat Cat, what's going on? Lin Han asked curiously. On the other end of the phone, Fat Cat's voice came through. almost breaking with excitement. Lindsay, you're a genius. I was hesitating between a few feline-type beasts, but I took your advice and went with the holy light grass. Guess what? It turned out to have epic-level potential. I never dreamed my first beast would have such high potential. Hearing his friend's barely contained excitement, Lin Han couldn't help but smile. If you're that grateful, just treat me to a meal sometime. Of course. Not just one meal, 10 meals if you want. Fat Cat replied enthusiastically. Lin Han had been worried that his childhood friend, who was obsessively fond of cats, might pass up the holy light grass. After all, Fat Cat's love for cats bordered on obsessive. Sometimes, Lin Han even suspected that if Fat Cat had to choose between saving him or a cat, the cat might win without hesitation. But now, it seemed his worries were unnecessary. This holy light grass was one of the rarest things he'd seen in the lower tier zones, second only to the candle turtle. Missing out on it would have been a massive loss. Hey, Lindsay, Fat Cat suddenly asked, what kind of beast did you awaken? With your sharp eye, if you let me have an epic-level holy light grass, your beast must be even more incredible, right? Lin Han had no intention of hiding it. After all, Fat Cat was the person he trusted the most. It's alright, just a legendary level candle turtle. Just a little better than yours. Oh, that's not bad. Wait, legendary level? Fat Cat's voice went from calm to shocked, then to a foolin' scream. What the heck, Lindsay? I've never even seen a legendary level beast in my life. This is insane. Give me a moment, I feel like my worldview is collapsing. Listening to Fat Cat's incoherent rambling, Lin Han chuckled wryly. It's not that big of a deal. It's just a legendary level beast. You have an epic level one, don't you? He thought about mentioning that his candle turtle had already reached level 9, but seeing how Fat Cat was reacting, he decided to keep it to himself for now. No need to scare the guy out of his wits. How is that the same? Fat Cat exclaimed, still worked up. Do you know how many people go their entire lives without signing a single legendary level beast? No wonder you turned down the bloodthirsty bear egg the principal offered you. With a beast like that, who would even look at that garbage? Well, it's not that big of a deal, Lin Han said helplessly. If he'd known this would be the reaction, he might have kept quiet. Lindsay, with your double steer talent and a legendary level beast, you're going to dominate all of Sioux City. That 3 million reward is as good as yours. 3 million? What 3 million? Lin Han asked, completely confused. Seriously, has your house been cut off from the internet? Fat Cat sighed in exasperation. Then again, I guess it makes sense. Not many people know about this yet. I just thought the school would have told you in advance because of your double steer talent. The city of Sioux has garnered unprecedented attention from the Empire due to the emergence of a genius with a double strength talent and Meng Ziao, who possesses an A-rank talent. In response, the Empire has introduced an unprecedented reward policy. The top scorer in the upcoming Unified Recruitment Exam will receive a reward of 30 million Star Dragon coins, along with other generous prizes. When Lin Han heard this news, he was completely stunned. 30 million Star Dragon coins, equivalent to 3,000 premium currency points, represented a fortune that could help him achieve numerous goals, enhancing the aptitude of his Zhu Gui, purchasing various items, and even upgrading his Beastmaster space. It was a prospect that left him struggling to stay composed. Are you sure this is true? Lin Han asked urgently, seeking confirmation from Fat Cat on the other end of the call. Of course it's true. Don't you trust me? Fat Cat replied confidently, patting his chest. Known for his cautious nature and reluctance to make unverified claims, his assurance only strengthened Lin Han's belief in the news. The so-called Unified Recruitment Exam is a competition held a week after students awaken their talents. Typically, students with high-level talents are immediately recruited by prestigious academies on the day of their awakening. However, the Unified Recruitment offers an opportunity for those with lower-level talents to prove their strength by forming contracts with high-grade beasts, thereby earning a chance to enroll in these academies. Additionally, some ordinary academies specifically rely on this exam to select students. Lindsay, with rewards this lucrative, it's not just the lower-tier talent folks who participate. Even students who've already been specially recruited are planning to return and compete, Fat Cat added. The allure of 30 million Star Dragon coins is just too strong. That Meng Ziao will definitely show up for the Unified Recruitment as well. Don't worry, I'll make sure to teach that ungrateful witch a lesson, Fat Cat exclaimed with visible excitement, his eyes burning with anger. I've been annoyed with her for a long time, and now I finally have a chance. But she's got an A-level talent. Aren't you afraid? Lin Han asked with a calm smile. Afraid? What would I be afraid of? Fat Cat scoffed dismissively. I'm a genius who has signed an epic-level beast contract. An A-level talent is nothing to me. Just wait and see how I take her down. Lin Han nodded in agreement. You're right. At lower levels, talent is important, but the strength of one's contracted beasts is the real deciding factor. Right now, everyone is still unfamiliar with their skills and lacks combat experience. so talent gaps aren't as obvious. In fact, the advantage of a stronger beast can outweigh talent at this stage. Although Fat Cat's level berserk talent fell short of Meng Xiao's level talent, his epic beast contract gave him an edge, leaving him with no fear of her. As for Lin Han, Meng Xiao wasn't even a concern in his eyes. You don't have to step in for this. I'll deal with her myself, Lin Han said, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Memories of the elder from Baitian Academy's disdain and the collective rejection of his enrollment by major academies surfaced in his mind, fueling his desire for revenge. He was already envisioning the scene at the entrance exam trials, dominating the competition, claiming the prize money, and refusing to join their institutions. The thought thrilled him even more than the prospect of contracting a legendary beast. Since you want to handle it personally, I'll leave it to you, Fat Cat said confidently. Just focus on syncing with your beast. With your abilities, you're bound to shine in the entrance trials. Of course, Lin Han replied with a slight smile. Fat Cat chuckled. I was planning to take first place myself, but considering your talent and beast, I guess I'll settle for second. After exchanging a few more words, the two ended the call. Lin Han immediately began drafting a detailed plan for the week ahead. He had to level up before the entrance trials. Knowing Meng Xiao had the resources of Baitian Academy backing her, he couldn't afford to slack off. Just as he finished his planning, a system notification chimed in. Ding. System task triggered. Task name: defeat a higher-level enemy. Task objective: defeat a silver-tier beast. Task reward: 150 gold points. Perfect timing. Lin Han's grin widened as he grabbed his gear and headed towards the training zone. He chose a nearby mage training area, which was better suited for elemental talent users like himself. Although his contracted beast, the Zhu Gui, already possessed silver-tier strength, he knew to remain cautious for its first real battle. As the Zhu Gui emerged from its beast space, it affectionately brushed against Lin Han's leg. The two began their ascent up the mountain path, but their progress was abruptly halted by a spiderweb blocking the way. From above, a grotesque spider with a human facia level 3, human-faced demon spider descended to confront them. Lin Han instinctively stepped back, but the Zhu Gui stood unfazed, exuding confidence. It quickly formed several water projectiles in its mouth, the first of which struck the spider square in its abdomen. Green ichor oozed down the web as the system notification sounded. Successfully defeated, human-faced demon spider. Gained 100 EXP. The battle ended as swiftly as it began. Without hesitation, the Zhu Gui launched 2 more water projectiles, eliminating 2 shadowy figures lurking nearby. The system notifications came in rapid succession, and Lin Han's level shot up to 1. Before he could fully process the situation, the Zhu Gui had already torn through the spiderweb, charging forward to decimate an entire nest of human-faced demon spiders. The notifications continued to flood in, and Lin Han's level soared all the way to 5. In an instant, chaos unfolded before Lin Han. In just a matter of minutes, the Zhu Gui had effortlessly annihilated the entire nest of human-faced demon spiders, clean and efficient without a hint of hesitation. This display of innate combat talent left Lin Han marveling at the natural prowess of a mythical-grade beast companion. Through this battle, Lin Han successfully advanced to level 5. Having been fully absorbed in observing Zhu Gui's fight, he only now noticed the changes in his own stats. Host: Lin Han. Age: 16. Level: 5. Strength: 410. Agility: 390. Spirit: 470. Constitution: 420. Beast Companion: Zhu Gui level 9. Talents: Iron Bodies grade, Eye of Providence mythical grade. Assets: 0k coins, 0 double points. Although level-ups usually come with restrictions, jumping 5 levels at once had increased his attributes by a total of 350 points, far exceeding his expectations. Typically, a beast tamer's stats remain under 1,000 before level 10, with even the most gifted ones capping at around 800. At this rate of growth, Lin Han was confident he could break the 1,000 point threshold by level 10. This validated the advantage of combining double-grade talents with a mythical-grade beast companion, allowing him to start pulling ahead of others in terms of stats. Lin Han couldn't help but wonder. If Zhu Gui were a mythical-grade beast companion, could his stats potentially skyrocket to 2,000? A powerful beast companion naturally benefits its tamer through a phenomenon known as feedback. This is one of the reasons the Empire organizes centralized recruitment. Even those with mediocre talents can compensate for their shortcomings by contracting with a high-quality beast companion. While the upper limit of improvement is restricted, individuals with such potential remain valuable assets for the academies, given how rare high-level beast tamers are. At this moment, Zhu Gui strutted back to Lin Han with a satisfied expression. For the beast, this battle was undoubtedly a resounding victory, and Lin Han made sure to offer some well-timed praise. The pair pressed onward, venturing deeper into the training zone. While this area wasn't a dungeon, it had developed into a mature ecosystem. The further they went, the stronger the beasts became. The so-called training zones were regions where the Empire's elites had either captured ferocious beasts or designated areas with established food chains, creating a controlled environment for low-level beast tamers to train safely. As long as they avoided barging into high-level areas, tamers were generally not in danger. Suddenly, Zhu Gui froze, its posture tense with alertness. Lin Han immediately understood that danger was near. In the next moment, Zhu Gui let out a low growl toward the front, and Lin Han's eyes followed its gaze. The Eye of Providence promptly revealed the details. LV7 marked python. Species: green-scaled serpent. Grade: bronze. Traits: capable of releasing potent venom. Even silver-deer tamers must approach with caution. The marked python was concealed in the trees, its unique skin camouflaging it perfectly. Without the Eye of Providence, even Lin Han would have struggled to notice its presence. He couldn't help but admire how seamlessly Zhu Gui's instincts and the Eye of Providence worked together to uncover hidden threats. Stay sharp, this thing's venom is strong. Don't get hit, Lin Han warned. While he didn't see the python as a significant threat and doubted its bite would be fatal, caution was always wise. Just as Zhu Gui was preparing to charge in, Lin Han abruptly called it to a halt. If they're toxic, then avoid a heathen clash. Lin Han's lips curled into a confident smile as he decided to execute the strategy he had just devised. Zhu Gui, Ice Blade. At Lin Han's command, a chilling aura began to emanate from Zhu Gui's body. The cold air quickly condensed in midair, forming a razor-sharp ice blade. The patterned python coiled around the tree seemed to sense the looming threat of death. Its massive body began to slowly uncoil from the trunk. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Slash! Lin Han roared. If it weren't for Zhu Gui's extraordinary perception and the ability of the Eye of Creation, he might have already fallen into this venomous snake's trap. Now, he wouldn't let it get away. Zhu Gui immediately obeyed its master's command, guiding the ice blade to slice through the air, targeting the python's vital point. Even though the python had been on guard, it couldn't evade in time and was severed into two halves by the ferocious strike. Its blood sprang into the air. The system chimed in promptly. Successfully killed the patterned python. Experience 880. You have leveled up to LV6. All attributes increased by 130. Level 6. Lin Han exclaimed with a hint of excitement as he opened his attribute panel to check. Host: Lin Han. Age: 16. Level: 6. Strength: 540. Agility: 520. Spirit: 600. Constitution: 550. Beast Companion: Zhu Gui LV9. Talents: Iron Body Strength. Eye of Heaven Mythical. Assets: 0. Gold points: 0. Energy multiplier: 0. This solidified Lin Han's determination even further. With each level up, his attribute boosts became more significant. By the time he reached level 10, he might even break through the 1000 point threshold. He suddenly remembered the talent called Self-Control in the system's shop. This ability allowed the user to gain freely distributable attribute points with each level up. Although it had seemed expensive at the time, he hadn't paid much attention to it. But now, it was clear that this was an invaluable investment. Once he saved up enough gold points, he was determined to purchase this talent. It would be a game changer for his strength. Just then, another system notification appeared. Zhu Gui has leveled up to LV10. Lin Han froze for a moment. He recalled what he had learned in class. Beast companions indeed shared experience points with their masters, allowing them to grow alongside. Every 10 levels marked a critical threshold, signifying a qualitative leap. The higher the level, the more pronounced the difference between each level would become. As the teacher had said, with each advancement in realm, the gap between levels would grow into an insurmountable chasm. Watching the smooth progression of Zhu Gui's upgrade, Lin Han couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He immediately checked Zhu Gui's detailed stats. The legendary class Zhu Gui, with traces of Xuanwu bloodline, showcased astonishing attribute strength, 2014, agility, 2000, spirit, 1685, constitution, 2154. Achieving such incredible stats at just level 10 left Lin Han marveling at the stark differences in growth between beasts and beastmasters. Beastmasters' attribute growth followed a fixed allocation rule per level, whereas beasts were far less predictable. Despite lacking a standardized growth pattern, they still adhered to unique underlying principles. Zhu Gui breaking the 2,000-point attribute threshold at level 10 was truly extraordinary. Lin Han knew that without his dual-grade and mythic-grade talents, it would have been nearly impossible to form a contract with such a legendary beast. After all, as far as he knew, no one had ever secured a legendary class beast as their first companion. Just as Lin Han was about to leave, a flash of blood-red light caught his attention. Approaching to investigate, he found a piece of equipment, a pair of blood gloves. Grade: bronze. Type: offensive gloves. Special effect: paralysis effect. Against bronze-level opponents, 8 seconds of paralysis. Against silver-level opponents, 5 seconds of paralysis. Effect diminishes with the target's strength. The discovery made Lin Han's breath quicken with excitement. As a piece of equipment with a built-in paralysis effect, its value was self-evident. For a bronze-level beastmaster, gaining an 8-second advantage against an unsuspecting opponent could easily turn the tide of battle. While certain specialized equipment might reduce the paralysis effect, such items were rare at lower levels. Even against a silver-level opponent, a 5-second paralysis window could prove decisive. Lin Han could already foresee the impact this equipment would have in the upcoming National Beastmaster Tournament. Though his strength might not necessitate relying on such gear, selling it could easily fetch hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Xinglong coins. Carefully storing the blood gloves, Lin Han turned his gaze toward the silver-level training zone. With a level 10 Zhu Gui by his side, he felt confident about venturing into this higher-level area. As he reached the entrance, a prominent warning sign came into view. Warning: beasts below level 10 should not enter. Beastmasters below level 15 should proceed with caution in deeper areas. Confirming he was in the right place, Lin Han strode forward with Zhu Gui. However, he remained vigilant, knowing the level disparity here was greater than before and would require extra caution. As they entered the leveling zone, the Zhu Gui candle turtle remained vigilant, constantly scanning its surroundings and staying glued to Lin Han's side without straying even an inch. They had barely advanced 100 meters when a blue figure suddenly darted past them, its speed astonishingly fast. Although Lin Han couldn't clearly see the creature's appearance, his creation eye had already locked onto the target. LV-11 Lightning Mink, a member of the blue-striped mink clan, silver-tier traits. Extremely fast, its body crackles with lightning energy. Engaging in close combat without strong defensive capabilities is highly inadvisable. Level 11 was the threshold of the silver tier. This majoriented leveling zone lived up to its reputation. Every beast encountered so far was unsuitable for close combat, making it a perfect training ground for majoriented beast tamers. In comparison, those with magical aptitude had a clear advantage here. Despite the lightning mink's impressive power, the Zhu Gui was only one level away from reaching the silver tier itself. Confidently, Lin Han gave the order, "Zhu Gui, take it down." The Zhu Gui immediately launched its attack, firing 3 consecutive water projectiles with a deafening roar. However, the nimble lightning mink dodged each one with ease. This was no ordinary leveling zone. The strength of the beasts here was on a completely different level. Lin Han frowned deeply. Whether in terms of intelligence or speed, this lightning mink far surpassed the previous foes he had encountered, like the human-faced spider and the python. For the first time, the Zhu Gui felt the pressure, letting out a series of low growls. Seizing the opportunity during the Zhu Gui's skill cooldown, the lightning mink launched a direct charge. Facing a silver-tier beast heathen, Lin Han, with only 2 battles under his belt, dared not let his guard down. Zhu Gui, be cautious. Avoid getting entangled in close combat. In an instant, the Zhu Gui activated its diamond barrier skill, enveloping itself in a faint golden energy shield. Lin Han couldn't help but admire the innate combat instincts and reaction speed of a mythical-grade beast. However, the lightning mink's next move made Lin Han's heart skip a beat. Instead of attacking the Zhu Gui directly, it bypassed its defenses and charged straight at Lin Han himself. What the? This damn thing is that smart? Lin Han was utterly shocked. The diamond barrier had significantly reduced the Zhu Gui's mobility. By the time it realized the danger and deactivated its shield, the lightning mink had already widened the gap. The beast's expression seemed to exude a smug sense of triumph as its massive body lunged toward Lin Han. His breathing quickened. This was the first time he had faced a ferocious beast in direct combat. You think I'll just roll over and die? Think again. We'll see who survives today. Lin Han roared furiously, his entire body glowing with a golden light as his skin became enveloped in a mysterious energy. Steer talent, steel body, activated. You really think I'm just some pushover? Lin Han roared, his voice echoing through the battlefield as he faced the ferocious lightning mink's relentless assault. Without hesitation, his hands shot out like lightning, locking tightly onto the creature's front paws. In an instant, the two were locked in a fierce stalemate. The power of his grade talent, steel body, was on full display. As he engaged in direct combat with the lightning mink, Lin Han began to grasp just how formidable this ability was. No matter how hard the beast struggled, it couldn't break through his defenses in the short term. For a beast tamer like him, this talent perfectly compensated for his vulnerabilities. Candle Turtle, attack me, Lin Han commanded decisively. The unexpected order caused the Candle Turtle to hesitate momentarily. Don't hesitate. Attack me now, Lin Han urged again, his tone firm. Finally, the Candle Turtle made up its mind. A wave of cold energy surged from its body, condensing into a razor-sharp ice blade in midair. Slash! The ice blade sliced through the air, heading straight for Lin Han's position. The lightning mink, sensing the impending danger, panicked and thrashed violently in an attempt to escape. But Lin Han's grip was unyielding, holding the beast firmly in place. As the ice blade closed in, the lightning mink let out a blood-curdling scream, its face contorted with fear. Lin Han knew he couldn't afford to show mercy. Lightning minks were pack animals, and letting one escape would only attract more of them. The ice blade pierced through the creature's body with precision, its remaining energy scattering harmlessly against Lin Han, neutralized by his steel body. As the battle concluded, the candle turtle cautiously approached Lin Han, its head lowered, clearly uneasy. Lin Han knelt down, gently running his hand over the turtle's shell. It's okay. See? I'm perfectly fine. Getting hurt in battle is part of the job. We're partners who share life and death, and there are even greater challenges ahead of us. Didn't we work together really well this time? Hearing his words, the candle turtle slowly lifted its head and affectionately nudged Lin Han's pant leg. This battle had taught Lin Han an important lesson. While beasts were the primary source of a beast tamer's offense, the tamer's own strength was equally crucial. Without the protection of his grade talent, the outcome of this fight could have been drastically different. A system notification promptly appeared. Lightning Mink successfully defeated. Gained 1854 experience points. You have leveled up to LV7. All attributes increased by 150. System mission, defeat a higher level enemy completed. Reward, 150 premium credits. In just a few hours, Lin Han had advanced to level 7, while the Candle Turtle had broken through to level 11, officially stepping into the ranks of silver grade beasts. The system displayed the Candle Turtle's updated stats. Legendary species, Faint Xuanwu bloodline. Level, 11. Strength, 2,756. Agility, 2,684. Spirit, 2,458. Constitution, 2,980. After advancing to the silver rank, Lin Han stared at the numbers displayed before him, his mind overwhelmed with shock. What truly left him speechless was the nearly 3,000 points in the physique category, a terrifying figure. Just at level 10, he had been quite proud of breaking past 1,000 points, but now, compared to Zhu Gui, his achievement seemed utterly insignificant. Initially, he thought reaching 1,800 or 2,000 points upon advancing to silver rank would be the upper limit. Little did he expect Zhu Gui to shatter his understanding entirely. Man, comparing myself to a turtle is just infuriating. Lin Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At that moment, he noticed a new talent skill had appeared in Zhu Gui's skill list: Rock Barricade. This skill not only allowed it to summon rocks to attack enemies, but also reduced the movement speed of any targeted hit. What was even more amazing was that single-shot attacks had no cooldown. Only consecutive shots required a 3-minute cooldown. Lin Han's eyes lit up. This was practically a perfect skill. Whether for chasing enemies or escaping, it could prove immensely useful. He could use single shots for probing harassment and unleash consecutive shots to completely trap an opponent when the moment was right. Zhu Gui was now equipped with not only defensive skills like Diamond Wall, but also an arsenal of ranged attacks: Ice Blade, Water Arrow Triple Shot, and now the newly acquired Rock Barricade. This training zone seemed almost tailor-made for Zhu Gui. With these thoughts, Lin Han's fighting spirit surged. Sensing his excitement, Zhu Gui let out a few responsive cries. What? You're saying it would be even better if you could grow bigger? Lin Han chuckled. Not a bad idea. If I could ride you. Even though you're a turtle, it would still look pretty cool. Zhu Gui? Lin Han and Zhu Gui, one man and one beast, pressed forward with high spirits. As they ventured deeper into the leveling zone, they encountered 3 level 11 thorn scorpions. These ferocious creatures were massive, each only slightly smaller than Zhu Gui, a stark contrast to the tiny scorpions of Lin Han's previous life. However, Zhu Gui had already advanced to silver tier. Facing these 3 thorn scorpions of the same level, Lin Han wore a confident smile. Take them down. Watch out for their venom and focus on ranged attacks. Lin Han reminded Zhu Gui before stepping aside to observe. Zhu Gui sprang into action, charging forward and unleashing Rock Lock. A massive boulder descended from the sky, crushing one of the unsuspecting thorn scorpions into a bloody pulp. Successfully killed Thorn Scorpion. Gained 1,454 EXP. The remaining 2 thorn scorpions, enraged, lashed their stingers toward Zhu Gui. Zhu Gui reacted swiftly, summoning a diamond wall to block the attack. The thorn scorpions, undeterred, relentlessly struck the barrier with their stingers. However, with Zhu Gui's nearly 3,000 constitution, these opponents, each with less than 1,000 constitution, posed no real threat. The silver tier diamond wall effortlessly absorbed all their attacks. Such foolish creatures, Lin Han sneered. Yet, no sooner had the words left his mouth than the 2 thorn scorpions abruptly changed course and charged toward him. What the? I was just trash talking. Why take it so seriously? Lin Han exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Gui, determined to protect Lin Han, immediately dispelled the diamond wall and intercepted with a triple water arrow barrage. The thorn scorpions shifted tactics, closing in with their pincers. During the cooldown of the water arrow, Zhu Gui unleashed an ice blade, slicing one of the thorn scorpions cleanly in half. Successfully killed thorn scorpion. Gained 1,454 EXP. The last thorn scorpion emitted an angry buzz and launched itself at Zhu Gui in a desperate charge. As a legendary grade beast with Xuanwu bloodline, Zhu Gui faced it heat-en without hesitation. For the first time, Lin Han witnessed Zhu Gui engaging in melee combat against a silver-tier beast, and his blood boiled with excitement. He knew that with Zhu Gui's overwhelming stats, victory was assured. But at that moment, a sound of earth breaking came from behind Lin Han. Turning around, he saw the thorn scorpion's stinger emerging from the ground. It turned out that its heat-en clash with Zhu Gui was just a feint, and its true intention was to launch a stealth attack on Lin Han by burrowing its stinger underground. The stinger was already inches from Lin Han's chest. Zhu Gui roared in fury, flinging the thorn scorpion aside and rushing to Lin Han's aid. However, when it reached him, it saw Lin Han standing firm, gripping the thorn scorpion's stinger with ease. Relax, there's no way I'd fall for such a brainless trick, Lin Han reassured Zhu Gui, glancing at the thorn scorpion with disdain. Steer talent. Iron body. You've really gone to great lengths, Lin Han said with a light chuckle, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. If I hadn't known beforehand that your tail stinger could extend so far, that move would have been quite difficult to dodge. In fact, from the moment he first laid eyes on the thorn scorpion, the Eye of Creation had already presented all of its information to Lin Han. It was precisely because of this foresight that he had prepared a countermeasure. During the intense battle between the candle turtle and the thorn scorpion, his gaze never left that dangerous tail stinger, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. The instant the thorn scorpion's tail stinger plunged into the ground, Lin Han's instincts were already on high alert. The only uncertainty was whether this lethal strike was aimed at the candle turtle or at himself. If it targeted the candle turtle, the damage would be negligible, but if it was directed at him, it could leave him gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death or even kill him outright. It was this cautiousness that kept him maintaining his state of iron body, fully prepared for such a critical moment. And sure enough, the thorn scorpion unleashed its deadly strike. Candle turtle, finish it off, Lin Han commanded without hesitation. Although Lin Han emerged unscathed, the thorn scorpion's attempt at a sneak attack had thoroughly enraged the candle turtle. Without a moment's delay, it charged forward. The thorn scorpion, realizing the danger, tried to flee, but Lin Han firmly held onto its tail stinger. While the stinger could extend, it had its limits, and the distance between Lin Han and the scorpion was precisely at that limit. The candle turtle showed no mercy, crushing the last thorn scorpion into pieces. A system notification immediately followed. Thorn scorpion successfully slain. Experience points 1454. You have leveled up to LV8. All attribute stats increased by 170. Ah, that's satisfying. Level 8 already, Lin Han said, tossing aside the tail stinger and stretching lazily. Now, he was just 3 levels away from silver rank. Judging by the speed of his progress, it wouldn't be long before he reached it. Lin Han focused intently as he examined his stats panel. The attributes displayed before him were impressive. Strength 860, Agility 840, Spirit 920, and Constitution 870. Such rapid growth left him quite satisfied. At this rate, he estimated that all his attributes would exceed the 1,000 mark when breaking through to level 9, far surpassing his previous expectations. By the time he reached level 10, his overall stats could approach 1,300. This realization filled him with an uncontrollable sense of excitement. Just as he was reveling in the joy of his impending breakthrough, a sudden, intense buzzing noise reached his ears. The sound was overwhelming, like a swarm of locusts descending. Turning toward the source, Lin Han broke into a cold sweat. Dozens of level 10 bloodthirsty mosquitoes were swarming toward him in a menacing formation. The system promptly displayed detailed information about the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, a bronze-tier species known for their swarm behavior and their diet of blood. Even silver-tier beasts often fell victim when faced with their sheer numbers. Lin Han quickly realized that this swarm had likely been attracted by the scent of blood from the thorn scorpion he had slain earlier. Just my damn luck, Lin Han cursed under his breath. While the individual strength of each mosquito wasn't particularly threatening, their overwhelming numbers were truly terrifying. With his current strength, still 2 levels shy of level 10, he could fight them, but it would demand his full effort. This time, he couldn't afford to sit back and observe from the sidelines. He would have to fight alongside Zhu Gui to stand a chance. Zhu Gui, we're in this together, Lin Han commanded decisively. At his words, Zhu Gui immediately perked up, brimming with energy and ready for battle. As the bloodthirsty mosquitoes swarmed in, Lin Han activated his strength talent, Iron Body. He knew that allowing these creatures to drain his blood would put him at a severe disadvantage in the fight ahead. With a powerful punch, he pierced through an incoming mosquito, his 860 strength leaving no room for resistance. Bloodthirsty mosquito killed. Experience points 912. The system notifications flashed repeatedly. In the thick of battle, Zhu Gui also displayed remarkable combat prowess, even unleashing its rock lockdown skill. 3 massive boulders slammed into the ground, creating an effective barrier that limited the mosquito's movements. Man and beast worked together seamlessly, but the overwhelming number of mosquitoes kept them on high alert. For Lin Han, this battle was not only a life-or-death challenge but also a rare opportunity to hone his combat skills. As the fight continued, his experience points rapidly accumulated, with the numbers on his system panel climbing at an astonishing pace. The moment Lin Han successfully struck down the bloodthirsty mosquito, a warm surge coursed through his entire body. The system notification sounded immediately, indicating an experience gain of 912 points, pushing him straight to level 9. All his attributes increased by 190 points as a result. Breaking through yet again in such a short time reignited Lin Han's fighting spirit. His eyes gleamed as he scanned the battlefield, calculating inwardly. If he could wipe out this entire swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, he might just push straight to level 10. However, just as he prepared to unleash a massacre, the scene before him made him freeze in shock. All the bloodthirsty mosquitoes were suddenly converging in the same direction. Following their movement with his gaze, Lin Han felt his hair stand on end. Above the dense swarm of mosquitoes hovered a massive bloodthirsty mosquito, its size rivaling that of a Zhu Gui. Its wings vibrated at an incredible speed, emitting an unsettling droning sound. Its proboscis, as thick as a water pipe, quivered with its body, while its 3 pairs of elongated legs stretched menacingly in midair. Just looking at it was enough to send chills down his spine. The system immediately displayed Level 17 Bloodthirsty Mosquito King. A mission prompt followed. Defeat the Bloodthirsty Mosquito King to earn 200 premium currency points. For the first time, Lin Han hesitated about taking on a mission, but only for a few seconds. He accepted the challenge, but refrained from attacking recklessly. Instead, he quickly issued a retreat command to Zhu Gui. Zhu Gui run. The mission could wait, but his life was irreplaceable. A level 17 Mosquito King was terrifying enough, let alone with an entire swarm under its command. Lin Han knew all too well that taking it down would require a better opportunity. Without hesitation, Zhu Gui obeyed its master's command and turned to flee. Thus began their frantic escape. Man and Tortoise dashing away at full speed, terrified that the monstrous Mosquito King might catch up to them. Lin Han and Zhu Gui fled at full speed, paying no attention to the noise they made. Though the 200k gold points were tempting, survival was their top priority. After several intense battles, both man and turtle were utterly exhausted. They needed to find a place to recover before doing anything else. Before long, they discovered a secluded cave and slipped inside to rest. Lin Han glanced at Zhu Gui and, panting heavily, said, "You know, if only you were bigger. I'm dead tired carrying you around. Imagine if I could ride you." Zhu Gui shook his head in resignation at the thought. It was then Lin Han noticed remnants of mosquito proboscises still embedded in Zhu Gui's shell from their earlier fight with the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Carefully, he began removing them one by one. Zhu Gui's expression instantly relaxed as the discomfort eased. "Man, I've never seen mosquitoes that big in my life," Lin Han muttered under his breath. Even as a beast tamer, the sight of human-sized mosquitoes left his heart racing with fear. It was akin to how someone naturally afraid of ghosts, even after mastering spells, would still tremble at the mere sight of one. After a brief rest, Lin Han started strategizing on how to handle the level 17 bloodthirsty Mosquito King. Given his and Zhu Gui's current strength, a heated confrontation was clearly unwise. They needed a different approach. Just then, a piercing cry echoed across the sky. A massive level 17 Frosthawk was gliding low before ascending toward higher altitudes. Lin Han's eyes lit up. That hawk's flying so close to the ground it must have just taken off to hunt. It won't return to its nest anytime soon. Zhu Gui, how about we rest in its nest instead? Who knows, we might even stumble upon something valuable. Though hesitant about intruding into the nest of a level 17 Frosthawk, Zhu Gui reluctantly followed Lin Han's determined lead. They quickly tracked the hawk's flight path and found its nest. As they stepped inside, a refreshing chill enveloped them, instantly revitalizing Lin Han. No wonder this is a Frosthawk's nest. This place is like a natural air-conditioned hideout. As he marveled at the icy ambience, a faint bluish glow caught his eye. Approaching cautiously, Lin Han's face lit up with excitement. There, nestled safely, were 2 Frosthawk eggs. The system immediately provided detailed information. Species: Frost Hawk Ice Element. Grade: Silver Tier. Skill: Frosted Terrain Basic. Trait: Members of the Frost Hawk lineage are solitary by nature and possess innate control over ice. Evolution Path: 1. First Evolution: Iceburst Hawk Gold Tier. 2. Second Evolution: Frostbound Hawk Platinum Tier. 3. Third Evolution: Skyfrost Hawk Diamond Tier. Staring at the two valuable silver tier beast eggs, an idea suddenly struck Lin Han. He retrieved the mosquito proboscises he had earlier removed from Zhu Gui's shell and scattered them strategically around the nest. Then, carefully, he stowed the two beast eggs away. Simply wrecking the nest might not be enough to provoke a fight between the Frost Hawk and the Mosquito King. But if its eggs go missing, and these proboscises are left behind, Lin Han's lips curled into a sly grin as he visualized the impending clash between the two ferocious beasts. With the setup complete, Lin Han carried the beast eggs and returned to their original cave with Zhu Gui. The cave was not only well hidden, but also offered a clear view of the Frost Hawk's movements. It wasn't long before the hawk returned with prey in its talons. A furious screech erupted from the nest as it discovered the theft. In an instant, the blue figure shot skyward, moving at a speed far greater than before. "It's starting," Lin Han exclaimed, nudging Zhu Gui awake. "Wake up. We've got more work to do. Let's head back and finish this." Though still groggy and confused, Zhu Gui faithfully followed Lin Han's lead once again. Lin Han followed the trail of the Ice Eagle, tracking it all the way to the battlefield. The sight before him made him hold his breath. The Ice Eagle was locked in a fierce battle with the bloodthirsty Mosquito King. The Ice Eagle's strength lived up to its reputation. It was holding its own against the entire swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, a testament to its rightful place in the Silver Tier leveling zone. The Mosquito King, however, was no pushover. Frustrated from letting Lin Han escape earlier and now provoked by this uninvited challenger, its fighting spirit burned even brighter. Finding a concealed spot, Lin Han watched the battle unfold. This evenly matched clash between formidable beasts was far more thrilling than the one-sided domination of the Candle Turtle. But he wasn't just there for entertainment, was carefully studying the Mosquito King's combat style, searching for weaknesses. After all, to complete the system's task, he had to deliver the final blow himself. The intense battle raged on for a full hour. The bloodthirsty mosquito swarm suffered heavy casualties, with only a few survivors remaining. The Mosquito King was riddled with wounds, its wings torn in multiple places. The Ice Eagle, too, was battered. Its body was pierced in several spots by the mosquito's proboscises, paying a steep price for taking on so many foes alone. Suddenly, the Mosquito King staggered and crashed to the ground. The remaining mosquitoes swarmed forward, shielding their king from further attacks. Lin Han's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity and gave the command. Candle Turtle, Rock Seal, Triple Water Arrows. The Candle Turtle, poised and ready, unleashed its dual abilities in an instant. The unsuspecting Mosquito King barely recognized Lin Han's presence before being struck by a massive boulder, followed by a barrage of water arrows. In its heavily injured state, it had no chance to evade the fatal strikes. The system notification chimed immediately. Bloodthirsty Mosquito King successfully slain. EXP 6685. Level up. You've reached LV10. All attribute stats increased by 220. System task: Hunt the Bloodthirsty Mosquito King, completed. Task reward: 200 premium points. As Lin Han reveled in his triumph, a glimmer of light caught his eye near the Mosquito King's corpse site. Had dropped an item. Just as he was about to retrieve it, the Ice Eagle noticed him. Despite facing this hunter whose victory had been stolen, Lin Han remained unfazed. The Ice Eagle was now at its limit, far from its peak condition. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin Han as it let out a piercing screech, shaking off the surrounding mosquitoes and charging straight at him. "Quite refreshing, isn't it?" Lin Han murmured, feeling the icy wind rushing toward him. "Candle Turtle, finish it." The Candle Turtle responded without hesitation, summoning a massive rock to intercept the Ice Eagle. Already gravely injured, the Ice Eagle collided with the rock and collapsed, barely clinging to life. Without delay, the Candle Turtle conjured an icy blade and delivered the final blow. The Ice Eagle fell, and another glimmer of light appeared, indicating yet another dropped item. The system chimed again. Ice Eagle successfully slain. EXP 6885. Warning. Warning. You have reached level 10 and can no longer gain experience. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete the awakening task. This notification snapped Lin Han back to reality. Had completely overlooked the difference between humans and beast companions. While beast companions could level up without limits, humans had to complete an awakening task at every 10th level to unlock further progression. Realizing this, Lin Han gazed at the scene before him, his heart aching to the point of almost shedding tears. The 6,885 experience points dropped by the ice condor were wasted just like that. Those points could have propelled him significantly closer to reaching level 11. He shook his head in frustration but quickly composed himself. After all, he had completed 3 system tasks today and successfully reached level 10. That was already quite an accomplishment. As the bloodthirsty mosquito king fell, the remaining bloodthirsty mosquitoes scattered in all directions. Lin Han approached the king's corpse to inspect the loot. The first item he found was the Ring of Bloodlust, a silver-grade ring with a special tracking ability that allowed him to locate injured beasts. Lin Han was fairly satisfied with this piece of equipment. Next, he picked up the Claw of Ice dropped by the Ice Condor. While the silver-grade gloves boasted ice elemental attacks and frostbite bonuses, they weren't particularly useful to him. This item would have been perfect for Meng Xiao if they hadn't broken up. He would have given it to her without hesitation. At that thought, a glint of coldness flickered in Lin Han's eyes. Checking his attribute panel, Lin Han noticed that his stats were nearing the 1,300 mark. Strength, 1,270. Agility, 1,250. Spirit, 1,230. Constitution, 1,280. These numbers aligned with his earlier expectations. Once he broke through to level 11, surpassing the 1,500 threshold seemed well within reach. A smile spread across his face at the thought. Eager to level up as quickly as possible, Lin Han, accompanied by the Candle Turtle, left the grinding zone in haste and headed back to the city. His next destination was the Awakening Temple, where he planned to take on a new task and complete it at the fastest speed possible to break through to silver rank. In the largest conference room of Ningchuan No. 1 High School, dozens of people were already seated. At the head of the table sat the elderly principal of Ningchuan No. 1 High School. To his right was the elder from Baitian Academy, the very same person who had humiliated Lin Han at the awakening ceremony the previous day. Behind the elder sat Meng Xiao, who had just joined Baitian Academy. On the principal's left side, there was an empty chair reserved for the representative of the military academy. Although the representative was absent, the chair had to be kept for them due to the military academy's prestigious status in the Tianlong Empire. The core topic of this meeting was deciding Lin Han's future, as he possessed a rare dual-grade talent. Despite the unpleasant encounter with Lin Han the day before, all the academies were eager to recruit such a prodigy. Even the Baitian Academy representative, upon learning of Lin Han's extraordinary talent, was willing to humiliate himself by offering an apology. What is Ningchuan No. 1 High School's decision? Which academy will Lin Han ultimately choose? The elder from Baitian Academy was the first to speak, asserting the academy's elevated status. The old principal stroked his sparse beard and replied unhurriedly, "Everyone here is well aware of how you treated Lin Han yesterday. Surely you don't expect him to come rushing into your arms now, do you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the room was filled with subtle, disapproving glances. Under normal circumstances, a high school principal would never dare to speak like this. But this was no ordinary situation. A dual-grade genius had completely shifted the balance of power. "If no one else wants to speak first, I'll start." The representative from Ice Dragon Academy stood up. "We are willing to cover all of Lin Han's tuition and miscellaneous fees. Additionally, we will provide him with an unconditional scholarship every year. Within our capabilities, we will ensure he is paired with the most outstanding beasts." The representative from Lionheart Academy immediately countered. "What can Ice Dragon Academy possibly offer with your limited resources? Are you trying to ruin Lin Han's potential?" "Principal, let Lin Han come to Lionheart Academy. Whatever they offer, we can match in anything they don't. We'll let Lin Han decide for himself." Not to be outdone, the representative from Venom Thorn Academy joined in. "Not only can we fulfill all the previously mentioned conditions, but we're also willing to fund the renovation and expansion of your school. Of course, this is out of admiration for your exceptional leadership, Principal." In an instant, the meeting room turned into a bidding war. The offers escalated quickly, from doubling to quadrupling the scale of the school's expansion. The old principal struggled to suppress his excitement, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor throughout. Just as the situation reached an impasse, a knock on the door interrupted the heated discussion. "Come in." The old principal's face lit up with anticipation. "Principal, the results of Lin Han's beast bonding contract are in." The announcement silenced the entire room. "Great. Wonderful." The old principal's smile grew even brighter. "Quick, share the results with everyone. They've all been waiting for this." This was the moment he had been waiting for. The heads of various academies sat upright, their expressions tense as they anxiously awaited the news. A genius with double-grade talent, what would his first contracted beast be? The answer could potentially shift the balance of power entirely. Just then, a staff member from the hatching center reported nervously, voice trembling, Student Lin Han has contracted a Xianfeng turtle at our center." The room instantly fell into dead silence. The old principal, who had prepared to negotiate with lofty demands, found his words stuck in his throat. "A Xianfeng turtle? How is that possible? The old principal asked in disbelief. Are you certain this information is accurate? Absolutely certain. It's a Shinfeng turtle, the staff member confirmed once more. The old principal slumped back into his chair, unwilling to accept the reality. He demanded, didn't I specifically ask your manager to prepare a bloodthirsty bear egg for Lin Han? How did it end up being a Shinfeng turtle? The manager did follow your instructions and prepared a bloodthirsty bear egg, but Lin Han wasn't interested. He insisted on going to the lower tier section and eventually chose the Shinfeng turtle. This explanation hit the old principal like a thunderbolt. Despite all his calculations and planning, everything had gone awry because of Lin Han's decision. Standing in the back, Meng Xiao couldn't suppress her laughter. I knew that useless fool wouldn't amount to anything. Of all things, he chose a Shinfeng turtle? Talk about like attracting like. The other academy leaders began to voice their opinions, shifting from initial shock and disappointment to outright ridicule. The Shinfeng turtle, widely regarded as one of the weakest contract beasts, was an absurd choice. Even with double-scrayed talent, how could anyone succeed with such a beast? It was nothing short of self-sabotage. The representative from Baitian Academy was the first to rise and excuse himself, soon followed by the others. No one showed the old principal any courtesy as they departed. Those who had previously promised to fund a new building for Ningchuan High School quietly withdrew their offers and left without a word. Meanwhile, the Baitian Academy representative led Meng Xiao to a secluded location and handed her a golden tier beast egg. It was the reward she had been promised. With this head start, combined with Lin Han's apparent self-destruction, Meng Xiao was poised to dominate the upcoming national exams. At the same time, Lin Han had just returned from the training zone and was heading straight for the Awakening Temple. However, upon arriving, he found the temple doors firmly shut. What the? The Awakening Temple is closed? Lin Han muttered, exasperated. He had always assumed such a sacred institution would be open year-round, but it seemed his research had fallen short. After leaving the Awakening Temple, Lin Han immediately returned home. Since the temple was closed for the day, he had no choice but to wait until tomorrow to go back. Once he got home, he eagerly opened the system panel to carefully review his stats. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 10. Strength, 1,270. Agility, 1,250. Spirit, 1,230. Constitution, 1,280. Beast Companion, Zhu Gui Candle Turtle. Talents, Iron Body S-Class, Eye of the Heavenly Tao Mythic Level. Assets, 0. Gold points, 460. Double Energy, 0. Seeing the 460 gold points displayed on the panel, Lin Han was overwhelmed with excitement. This was the cumulative reward from completing 3 tasks. Based on the system's task progression, a new awakening task would be triggered every 10 levels, and completing it would allow him to contract a new beast companion. These were basic concepts he had learned from his studies. Lin Han quickly did the math. The first double enhancement for Zhu Gui would require 999 gold points, while unlocking the stat allocation skill for awakening would cost 800. With only 460 points on hand, he was still short by 340. At his current task completion rate, he figured he could earn enough by completing 2 more missions. Moreover, the upcoming national recruitment competition promised a minimum reward of 30 million Star Dragon coins for first place, a prize he already considered as good as his. Opening the equipment recycling system, Lin Han's eyes lit up. The prices displayed by the system were pleasantly surprising. Blood Gauntlets, 800,000. Ice Claw, 1.2 million. Bloodthirsty Ring, 1.5 million. Ice Falcon Egg, 2.1 million each. With 2 Ice Falcon Eggs and 3 pieces of equipment, the total value reached 7.7 million Star Dragon coins. However, Lin Han quickly realized that with it being the awakening season, the market price for beast eggs might be even higher. He decided to check the trading market first, knowing the system's prices were just a baseline. After a night of rest, Lin Han headed straight to the Awakening Temple early the next morning. The temple, with its striking golden-grid architecture, exuded a grandeur that surpassed even the beast companion hatchery. Inside, the hall was relatively quiet, as it was rare for newcomers to reach level 10 so quickly. After registering at the front desk, a staff member escorted him to Awakening Room 385 and carefully explained the rules. All he had to do was touch the Awakening Stone to connect to the profession panel. If he met the requirements, he would receive a task, and completing it would allow him to awaken. However, she emphasized one critical point: the Awakening Stone was a national treasure of the Star Dragon Empire, and any damage to it would result in severe consequences. After listening to the instructions, Lin Han pushed the door open and stepped into the Awakening Room. It was finally time to begin. The moment Lin Han stepped into the Awakening Chamber, the receptionist closed the door behind him, plunging the room into complete darkness. He reached forward cautiously, his fingers brushing against the soft texture of fabric. The entire space was tightly draped in cloth, which left him feeling slightly perplexed. Although he had studied the basics of the awakening stone before, the textbooks merely mentioned it as a tool to aid the awakening process, leaving much of its nature shrouded in mystery. Even now, Lin Han couldn't deny the nervousness brewing inside him. Taking a deep breath, he decisively pulled aside the fabric in front of him. In an instant, a dazzling golden light pierced through the gap in the cloth, so intense that it momentarily stunned him. This light was unlike any ordinary illumination. If sunlight was a protective shield, then this light was a sharp spear, seemingly capable of piercing everything in its path. Under this radiant glow, Lin Han felt as though he were completely exposed, stripped bare before the awakening stone. It was an unprecedented sensation, as though the gaze of creation itself was fixed upon him, leaving no place to hide. He swallowed hard, the overwhelming feeling of being utterly seen filling him with discomfort, as if he were being scrutinized by a godlike presence from above. At that moment, his eyes began to shimmer faintly. His mythical grade talent, the Eye of Creation, had activated on its own. The information that appeared within his vision left him utterly stunned. Awakening Stone. Qualification: unknown. Species: unknown. Awaken avatar level: unknown. Strength: unknown. Agility: unknown. Spirit: unknown. Constitution: unknown. This was completely unprecedented. Lin Han's eyes widened in disbelief. His mythical grade talent was unable to fully analyze the awakening stone. What shocked him even more was the format of the information panellet was clearly designed for observing ferocious beasts. This revelation suggested that the awakening stone might not be a mere tool, but rather a ferocious beast in disguise. This discovery sent Lin Han spiraling into doubt about everything he thought he knew about the world. As he delved into historical records in his mind, he was astonished to realize that the history surrounding the awakening stone was unusually vague. All that was known was that it served as the cornerstone of the Star Dragon Empire's founding. A daring thought flickered in his mind: if the awakening stone truly was a ferocious beast, could he form a contract with it? But he quickly dismissed the idea. The awakening stone was a national treasure of the Star Dragon Empire. Coveting it would be tantamount to declaring war on the entire empire, a price far too steep for him to pay. Shaking his head, Lin Han forced himself to calm down. Perhaps once his strength grew, the Eye of Creation would be able to unveil more secrets. In this moment, the seemingly motionless awakening stone before him was no longer just a simple artifact. To Lin Han, it had transformed into a mysterious and terrifying ferocious beast, silently observing his every move. Lin Han took a deep breath, summoning his courage as he approached the mysterious awakening stone. The moment his fingers touched its surface, a surge of familiar energy swept through his entire body, penetrating every cell. Before his eyes, a profession panel appeared. Name: Lin Han. Age: 16. Level: 10. Talents: Iron Body, Eye of Creation. Beast Companion: Zhu Gui Candle Turtle. Following this, an unexpected awakening task appeared on the panel. Task name: Balance of Starlight. Location: Starlight Forest. Objective: assist the Starlight Wolf clan in restoring their reproduction while maintaining the ecological balance of Starlight Forest. Specifically, defeat a portion of the Starlight Tiger clan and collect Star Zero Grass to aid the wolves' reproduction efforts. What is this? Lin Han's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to process the unexpected nature of the task. This was completely different from anything he had heard about awakening tasks before. To make matters worse, the idea of helping wolves with such an intimate matter left him both baffled and amused. Would the wolves even be willing to accept his help? Despite his reluctance, this was no ordinary system task that he could simply skip. Who knew what kind of consequences might follow if he refused? After calming himself, Lin Han began to analyze the task logically. The first step was to obtain Star Zero Grass, which seemed to be some kind of aphrodisiac. Next, he needed to balance the populations of the wolf and tiger clans, ensuring the tigers didn't grow too numerous while avoiding wiping them out entirely, as that would disrupt the ecological balance. Isn't this just setting me up for trouble? Lin Han muttered, frustration bubbling up. He was on the verge of cursing aloud, but stopped himself, knowing the awakening stone was no trivial artifact. With a resigned sigh, he swallowed his complaints. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a sly smile crept across his face. He had figured out a solution. Feeling much more at ease, Lin Han left the room, heading to the marketplace to sell off some items in preparation for the task ahead. After leaving the Awakening Temple, Lin Han headed straight to the largest trading house in Sioux City. This trading house was owned by a prominent family of the Xinglong Empire and had branches across the nation. However, Lin Han had little interest in its background. As soon as he stepped inside, a receptionist approached, sizing him up. "Sir, are you looking to buy something?" Though it lasted only a moment, Lin Han caught the disdain in the receptionist's eyes. He didn't mind after all. His attire was indeed modest and inexpensive. "I'm here to sell," Lin Han replied calmly. Sell? The receptionist couldn't help but chuckle. Sir, our trading house doesn't just accept anything. If it's junk, I suggest you head left to the street stalls. Spin a good story, and you might get a few coins for it. Lin Han frowned slightly but said nothing. Instead, a beast egg suddenly appeared in his hand, seemingly out of nowhere. This is? The receptionist stared at the beast egg in shock. Even without professional appraisal skills, he could tell this was no ordinary bronze-tier beast egg. A silver-tier beast egg like this was worth at least 1,000,000 Xinglong coins. A storm of emotions surged within the receptionist. People who could produce such treasures were usually from prestigious families. Yet, in all his years working in Sioux City, he had never encountered someone like Lin Han. Sir, please come inside. The receptionist immediately plastered on a flattering smile, deeply regretting his earlier attitude. Offending someone of this caliber could easily ruin his career in Sioux City. Before long, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit hurried over, his gaze lingering on the beast egg for a moment. Sir, are you looking to sell this beast egg? I'm not selling, Lin Han said slowly. Manager Zhang's expression stiffened, and just as he was about to speak, Lin Han continued, why would I be here if I weren't selling? Relieved, Manager Zhang quickly gestured for Lin Han to proceed further inside. As Lin Han walked past the receptionist, he murmured softly, they'll remember you. In the VIP room, Manager Zhang carefully examined the beast egg. An ice-type beast egg. Judging by the patterns, it looks like it's from an ice condor. There's only one ice condor in the Silverdeer Mage training area near Sioux City, and it just so happens to be egg-laying season now. I found it by the roadside, Lin Han said with a faint smile. Manager Zhang nearly choked but managed to keep his composure. Mr. Lin, you're very lucky. Based on market value, a Silverdeer beast egg is typically priced around 1 million. Since this is your first time here, I can offer you 1.05 million Xinglong coins. 1.05 million? Lin Han sneered. Manager Jiang, do you take me for a child? This beast egg's market price is at least 1.2 million, and with the current awakening season, prices are only going up. You keep calling me a godsend, but your faith seems rather insincere. Manager Jiang stared at Lin Han in shock. This young man not only had a thorough understanding of market trends, but also analyzed price fluctuations with remarkable precision. To be honest, before this moment, Manager Jiang might not have paid much attention to Lin Han, the young man before him. However, the composure and confidence Lin Han displayed were far beyond what one would expect from someone his age. This caused Manager Jiang to reassess his opinion. An ordinary person could never have such an intricate understanding of market prices. Even for someone as seasoned as Manager Jiang, providing such precise quotes was no easy feat. Mr. Lin, no, God. At a price of 1.2 million, we're barely making any profit. Are you trying to make God take a loss? You're such an unfaithful believer. Manager Jiang exclaimed anxiously. Lin Han ignored him entirely and said flatly, my bottom line is 1.3 million. If you can't meet that price, then there's no point in continuing this conversation. With that, he turned as if to leave. All right, 1.3 million it is. Manager Jiang hastily agreed. Still too low, Lin Han thought to himself. Fearing Lin Han might change his mind, Manager Jiang quickly added, Mr. Lin, it's settled then 1.3 million. Deal, Lin Han said casually, spreading his hands in a gesture of agreement. Let's proceed with the handover, Manager Jiang said with a sigh of relief. Even at this price, the deal still left room for profit. After all, with the current shortage of beast eggs, he was confident he could easily sell this Frosthawk beast egg for 1.5 million using the right sales pitch. Not so fast, Lin Han said with a faint smile, as he suddenly revealed a second Frosthawk beast egg. Manager Jiang was stunned. You have another one? Mr. Lino, God, did you pick this one up too? No, Lin Han replied with a grin. Manager Jiang was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Lin Han added, I found this one on another street. Manager Jiang's face darkened instantly. What kind of bizarre logic was this? So, how about 1.3 million for this one too? A total of 2.6 million? Manager Jiang cautiously proposed. 1.4 million, Lin Han countered, shaking his head. Manager Jiang looked as though he might cry. A profit margin of 200,000 was something he could tolerate, but only making 100,000? That was cutting it too close. He hadn't expected Lin Han to pull such a move. Seeing Manager Jiang hesitate, Lin Han suddenly summoned an ice claw weapon in his hand and sighed. If this doesn't work, he'll just have to look elsewhere. Surely, there are more devout believers out there. That's an ice claw. Manager Jiang's eyes widened. In Sioux City, Silverdeer equipment was exceedingly rare, with even leader-level beasts dropping such items at a low rate. What made matters worse was that, in this early stage of awakening, disciples from major families were in desperate need of Silverdeer gear, driving prices sky-high. God, please don't leave, I'm very devout. Manager Jiang quickly offered Lin Han a cup of coffee, his face full of flattery. God, did you also pick up this piece of equipment? No, I get it. You found it on another street, didn't you? Manager Jiang interjected triumphantly, as though he had completely figured out Lin Han's pattern. Do you think silverware equipment is as common as cabbages? I got this by taking down a frosthawk, Lin Han said, exasperated. Manager Jiang was speechless. If he didn't still need to purchase the equipment, he might have started crying on the spot. So, Mr. Lin, how much are you asking for this piece? 1.5 million. 1.5 million? Mr. Lin, are you serious? Manager Jiang's smile froze. At that price, his profit margin would be razor thin. While it was true that silverware weapons were fetching high prices, the Ice Claw wasn't considered a top-tier item within its category. Why don't you make an offer? Lin Han said calmly. 1.2 million. Manager Jiang initially intended to haggle, but recalling Lin Han's deep understanding of the market, he quickly abandoned the idea. It was clear this young man was an expert. Better to conduct a straightforward transaction. 1.2 million. Lin Han pretended to hesitate. Mr. Lin, I really can't go any higher if I do. There's no profit left for me, Manager Jiang pleaded, his face filled with despair. One price 1.3 million. If you can buy it, I'll make the deal and leave. If not, I'll find another buyer. Lin Han's gaze was firm, his tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. He knew full well that the other party could easily afford this price and still make a substantial profit. Manager Jiang furrowed his brows, deliberated for a moment, and then reluctantly agreed. Just as he gave his answer, Lin Han suddenly produced a ring. Is that another piece of silverware equipment? Manager Jiang's sharp eyes instantly recognized the item's grade. He was secretly delighted. Although the young man's asking price was steep, acquiring 2 beast eggs and 2 pieces of equipment in one go would still yield considerable overall profits. However, Lin Han's next words nearly made Manager Jiang choke with frustration. I'm not selling it. I need to make a trip to the Spark Forest. We'll talk when I return. Clearly, Lin Han was playing hard to get, deliberately keeping Manager Jiang on edge. Spark Forest. At that moment, Manager Jiang reevaluated Lin Han's strength and status. The Spark Forest wasn't just an ordinary Silverdeer Beastmaster training area, it was a genuine dungeon zone. The Silverdeer equipment that came from there was exceedingly rare and highly coveted. This young man is worth establishing a long-term partnership with, Manager Jiang thought to himself. For now, let's settle this transaction, Lin Han said calmly. Of course. Manager Jiang readily agreed. After carefully inspecting the equipment to ensure everything was in order, he temporarily left the room. Moments later, he returned, holding a black card in his hand. Mr. Lin, this is our trading house's VIP card. From now on, you'll enjoy discounts on all purchases made here. Please accept it. Lin Han took the black card without hesitation. He recalled that Xue Wushuang had once mentioned how some trading houses offered special privileges to powerful beastmasters, with black cards being one of the most common forms of recognition. Thank you. Mr. Lin, the 2 Ice Falcon eggs come to 2.6 million, and the Ice Claw is 1.3 million, for a total of 3.9 million. The amount has been deposited into your account. Got it? Lin Han nodded, satisfied with the outcome of the transaction. As he had anticipated, the system's pricing was fair, neither inflated due to real-world factors nor undervalued. This assured him that he could rely on steady and significant returns in the future. Lin Han glanced at his earnings and couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Though he had only made an extra few $100,000, the thrill of exploiting a loophole in the system was priceless. Still, he was well aware that the system's recycling function wasn't entirely useless. When stranded in the wilderness far from any trading post and in dire need of premium currency, it could prove invaluable. Manager Jiang personally escorted Lin Han to the entrance, the two chatting and laughing as they walked. The scene was warm and amicable, but to the reception staff watching from the sidelines, it was utterly terrifying. The ease with which Lin Han had gained Manager Jiang's favor hinted at an extraordinary identity. The receptionist's face turned ashen, convinced that their days at the trading post were numbered. Worse, they feared they might soon be forced to leave Sioux City altogether. Lin Han caught the expression on the receptionist's face, but couldn't be bothered to care. His earlier threats had been mere intimidation tactics, meant to frighten them. Seeing their panic now only filled him with a sense of smug satisfaction. After bidding Manager Jiang farewell, Lin Han headed straight for Sparkwood Forest. Manager Jiang, I understand. He'll resign voluntarily, the receptionist stammered in fear. I offended someone important. To avoid dragging the trading post down with me, it's better if I leave sooner rather than later. Hearing the whole story, Manager Jiang chuckled. Relax. He doesn't even care about you. If he really wanted to target you, he would have brought it up with me already. This is the kind of guy who'll haggle over prices for half the day. He's not wasting his energy on you. Just don't look down on people in the future, and you'll be fine. The receptionist heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him profusely. Meanwhile, Manager Jiang silently assessed the situation. Someone who could roam freely in a Silverdeer leveling zone at such a young age clearly had immense potential. This was someone worth keeping an eye on. Lin Han arrived at the teleportation array and paid the fee to transport himself to the edge of Sparkwood Forest. As soon as he arrived, a system notification popped up. Sparkwood Forest Overlord, Gold Tier Sparkfire Bear King. What the hell is this? Lin Han blurted out, his frustration boiling over. How is a Gold Tier beast part of a Silver Tier awakening quest? Despite his annoyance, there was no turning back now. The quest was already accepted, and he had no choice but to see it through. Lin Han carefully reviewed the mission objectives. It required him to maintain a balance between the Sparkfire Wolf tribe and the Sparkfire Tiger tribe. Based on his calculations, both tribes were likely Bronze Tier at best, with their leaders possibly reaching early Silver Tier status. This rewrite preserves the original plot while enhancing the narrative's flow, sharpening the character interactions, and improving the overall readability. Lin Han stood at the edge of the Starfire Forest, carefully weighing the threats he was about to face. He knew that as long as he didn't venture deep into the forest, the chances of encountering a Starfire bear were relatively low. However, with a mission at hand, retreating to avoid danger was not an option. Even with his Zhu Gui having reached level 11, the risk of facing a Golden Tier beast was still daunting. Memories of his brutal battle with the bloodthirsty Mosquito King resurfaced, making him feel a tinge of unease about the Golden Tier beast he might soon confront. Ultimately, he decided to take it step by step and figure out a plan when he actually encountered the Starfire bear. Not long after stepping into the forest, a piercing screech echoed through the surroundings, forcing him to cover his ears. Following the sound, he spotted a level 14 Starfire demon ape not far away. Well, this appetizer sure doesn't hold back, Lin Han muttered with a wry smile. Running into a level 14 beast right away made him curse the awakening godstone under his breath once again. Without hesitation, Lin Han summoned his Zhu Gui. Dealing with a level 14 beast would be a death sentence for most, but he wasn't intimidated. The Starfire demon ape let out a deafening roar and charged at Lin Han with terrifying speed. Kill. Lin Han's eyes burned with fierce determination. Zhu Gui sprang into action, immediately unleashing a triple burst of water arrows. Although the Starfire demon ape narrowly dodged the attack, Zhu Gui followed up with an ice blade slash. Lin Han didn't stay back as a mere observer. Activating his steer talent, Iron Body, he charged straight into the fight. This sudden, hidden assault caught the Starfire demon ape off guard. Just as it tried to evade the incoming ice blade, Lin Han closed the distance, grabbing hold of its body and forcibly pushing it toward the oncoming attack. With a resounding crash, the ice blade struck. Though the Starfire demon ape managed to twist its body at the last moment, it still lost an arm. Wounded and enraged, the beast's eyes turned blood red as it swiped at Lin Han with a furious claw. Even with his physical stats exceeding 1,200, Lin Han felt a sharp pain from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Gui lunged forward like lightning, pinning the injured Starfire demon ape to the ground. The battle had only just begun. The Starfire demon ape struggled desperately, but the massive body of the Candle Turtle pinned it down with overwhelming force. The difference in strength was glaringly obvious. Enraged, the Candle Turtle sank its teeth into the demon ape's chest, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The demon ape let out a harrowing scream, but the Candle Turtle showed no mercy, biting repeatedly until the ape showed no signs of life. A system notification promptly echoed. Experience points 6,485. Warning. You have reached level 10 and can no longer level up. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete the Awakening quest. Lin Han stared at the massive amount of experience points displayed on his stats panel, feeling a pang of regret that he couldn't level up further. While he remained stuck, the Candle Turtle had advanced to level 12. The Candle Turtle's stats were astonishing. Legendary species, Thin Xuanwu bloodline. Level 12. Strength, 3,654. Agility, 3,548. Spirit, 3,488. Constitution, 4,102. Looking at these staggering numbers, Lin Han couldn't help but smile wryly. He never thought he'd one day envy a turtle, but that constitution of over 4,000 was undeniably impressive. If he could possess such a physique, combined with his steel body skill, he was confident he could take on Silver Tier beasts in close combat. Unfortunately, his current stats were only a third of the Candle Turtle's. However, remembering that the Candle Turtle was his contracted beast, his spirits lifted. Just as Lin Han was about to leave with the Candle Turtle, the turtle suddenly became alert and fixed its gaze in a particular direction. Lin Han also felt the faint tremors in the ground. The two quickly concealed themselves, and moments later, a group of Starfire tigers appeared at the spot where they had just been. Lin Han's eyes lit up. This was the target of his mission. But what truly shocked him was the sight of an 18-level Starfire Tiger King at the center of the group, flanked by 3 level 15 Starfire Tigers. Even the weakest among them were at level 10. Lin Han had never encountered a species group of such strength before. Thinking back to when he had opted for caution against the lower-level bloodthirsty mosquito swarm, Lin Han knew he needed to be even more careful now against this formidable tiger pack. Cursing the damned awakening stone under his breath, he decided to observe the situation before taking any action. At that moment, the system unexpectedly issued a new mission. Mission name: Starfire Tiger King. Mission objective: eliminate the Starfire Tiger King. Mission reward: 250 gold points. The sudden mission left Lin Han momentarily stunned. He had initially planned to find an alternative way to complete his task, but the enticing reward of 250 gold points convinced him otherwise had to find a way to kill the Tiger King. However, with his and the Candle Turtle's current strength, a direct confrontation would be suicidal. Careful planning was essential. As Lin Han racked his brain for strategies, rustling sounds came from another part of the forest. Clearly, something else was approaching. Already stressed, Lin Han's frown deepened further. Lin Han was crouched in the bushes, observing intently, when a series of eerie wolf howls suddenly echoed through the forest. From the sound alone, he could tell that a significant number of wolves were approaching. Sure enough, as time passed, a large pack of LV-15 Spark Wolves emerged near the Spark Tiger group. Seeing this, Lin Han's pupils contracted sharply. The unexpected encounter of these two species filled him with both alarm and concern, although his mission targets were now in plain sight. Such a situation was bound to erupt into a fierce battle. What made matters worse was the state of the Spark Wolf pack. Not only were they outnumbered, but they also lacked a pack leader. The strongest among them were merely 3 LV-15 wolves. It was a completely one-sided confrontation. Damn that awakening stone! Lin Han cursed under his breath. He vividly remembered the requirements of his awakening mission. He had to obtain the Star Spirit Grass and deliver it to the Spark Wolf clan to aid their survival. Though he had yet to pinpoint the exact location of the grass, the mission hint strongly suggested it was within the Spark Tiger's territory. If the Spark Wolf pack was annihilated here, his awakening mission would be doomed. The priority now was to find a way to separate the two groups. Lin Han frowned deeply, racking his brain for a solution. To turn the tide, the most effective strategy would be to eliminate the Spark Tiger King. Only with the Tiger King's downfall would the Spark Wolves stand a chance of survival. With this thought, Lin Han took a deep breath and decisively stepped out of the bushes. "You damn Spark Tigers! I've had enough of you oversized striped cats," he shouted boldly. The forest fell into an eerie silence. Even the nearby Candle Turtle widened its eyes as if to say, "Master, are you trying to get yourself killed?" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Han turned and bolted, not giving the Spark Tigers a moment to react. The Candle Turtle quickly followed, thinking to itself that it had better adapt to its master's unpredictable ways as soon as possible. Roar! The Spark Tiger King finally snapped out of its shock and let out a deafening roar. The entire tiger pack immediately abandoned their confrontation with the Spark Wolves and instead turned their attention to the audacious beast tamer. Sensing the opportunity, the Spark Wolf pack swiftly retreated. While they were not afraid to fight, staying in the area and waiting for the tigers to return was clearly unwise. Deep within the Spark Forest, Lin Han sprinted with all his might, the Candle Turtle struggling to keep up. He carefully memorized his escape route to avoid getting lost. Realizing that the Candle Turtle's large size could easily give away their position, not to mention the tiger's inherently superior vision, Lin Han made a quick decision. Candle Turtle, return to the beast taming space. With that, Lin Han activated his creation eye to search for a suitable hiding spot. Eventually, he found a concealed area. By now, he had managed to put significant distance between himself and the tiger pack, giving him ample time to hide and avoid being discovered. Lin Han crouched in a concealed spot, holding his breath as he carefully observed the commotion outside. He knew all too well that being discovered by the Starfire Tigers would lead to disastrous consequences. It wasn't until the tiger pack failed to find anything and began to retreat that he cautiously emerged from his hiding place, letting out a long sigh of relief. The next step in his plan was straightforward: track the Starfire Tigers and locate their lair. With the Starfire Wolf pack temporarily out of immediate danger, it was time to search for the Starfire Grass. However, it was hunting time for the tigers, and they might not return to their den right away. Lin Han wasn't in a hurry. There was plenty of time to wait patiently. Thanks to the power of his creation eye, Lin Han maintained a safe distance from the tiger pack, making tracking them a simple task. Yet just as everything seemed to be going smoothly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. Roar! A level 24 Starfire Bear King suddenly appeared at the flank of the tiger pack. Lin Han cursed inwardly. This had to be some kind of cruel joke. This was the outer edge of the Starfire Forest. How could a forest overlord-level creature show up here? Wasn't the Starfire Bear King's territory supposed to be deeper in the forest? Having just helped the Starfire Wolves escape danger, Lin Han now found himself facing the predicament of the Starfire Tigers being in jeopardy. Though his mission was to maintain the balance between the two species, If the tiger pack suffered heavy losses here, especially if the Starfire Tiger King were to die, the entire balance could collapse. Would he then have to weaken the wolf pack to restore equilibrium? Before Lin Han could sort out his thoughts, the Starfire Bear King charged into the tiger pack like an unstoppable force. Within moments, the tigers scattered in disarray. Refusing to back down, the Starfire Tiger King lunged at the bear, but as a mere silver-tier creature, it was no match for a gold-tier opponent. After just a few exchanges, the Tiger King was flung aside. Despite the other tigers attacking relentlessly in waves, they were no match for the overwhelming strength of the gold-tier bear. Many of them were severely injured and lay incapacitated. Seeing the situation spiraling toward mutual destruction, Lin Han's brows furrowed in frustration. He had no choice but to intervene. With a swift motion, the candle turtle emerged from his beast space and immediately cast rock lockdown. 3 massive boulders descended from the sky, not to attack directly, but to divide the battlefield, isolating the Starfire Tiger King within the rocks. Now's the time, Lin Han decisively commanded. Candle turtle, triple water arrows. Ice blade. The water arrows shot out with a sharp whistle, followed closely by the piercing ice blade. The Starfire Tiger King attempted to leap out of the rocky enclosure but was struck midair, crashing heavily to the ground with a pained roar. Even as a level 18 creature, taking 2 powerful hits in succession was too much to bear. Candle turtle, join the fight. We must take down the Starfire Tiger King. Lin Han's urgency was palpable. This was the perfect opportunity, risky, but one he couldn't afford to miss. The 250 premium points were tantalizingly within reach. Hesitating now would mean the Starfire Tiger King might be killed by the Starfire Bear King, rendering all his efforts futile. Without hesitation, the Candle Turtle charged into the fray, disappearing into the rocky battlefield. Lin Han launched his final attack on the severely injured Starfire Tiger King without hesitation. Just then, the Starfire Bear King, enraged by the interruption of its battle, slammed its massive arms against the stone wall, creating a deafening roar. The situation turned dire, leaving Lin Han with no other choice. He immediately activated his strength ability, Iron Body, and his mythic level ability, Eye of Creation, pushing both powers to their limits before rejoining the battle. Seeing this, the Starfire Bear King abandoned its assault on the stone wall and charged at Lin Han like a falling meteor. Using the Eye of Creation, Lin Han precisely tracked the bear's attack trajectory and quickly crossed his arms in front of him to defend. Boom! The Starfire Bear King's claws struck Lin Han's arms with immense force. Blood splattered as a crimson claw mark appeared instantly. That strength is no joke, Lin Han muttered grimly, his expression dark. The blow had penetrated his iron body defense. Without it, his arm would likely have been shattered. The gap in strength at the gold rank was far greater than he had anticipated. The Starfire Bear King seemed surprised that Lin Han had managed to withstand the attack. Without hesitation, it prepared for another strike. Lin Han retreated rapidly, fully aware that the next attack might target his vital points. Sorry about this, Lin Han muttered as he decisively changed tactics, sprinting toward the Starfire Tiger Pack. Rather than face the Starfire Bear King unknown, his best chance was to carve a path through the Tiger Pack. The tigers panicked and scattered, their plan to rescue their leader completely thrown into disarray. At that moment, the system notification sounded. Successfully killed the Starfire Tiger King. Experience points 9885. Warning. You have reached level 10 and cannot continue leveling up. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete your awakening mission. System mission, Hunt the Starfire Tiger King completed. Mission reward, 250k coins. Got it. Lin Han felt a surge of joy and immediately turned to deliver a kick to the Starfire Bear King. Though the attack did little damage, it successfully confused the opponent. Zhu Gui run, Lin Han shouted, retreating without hesitation. The Starfire Bear King roared furiously and gave chase. Its speed was astonishing, surpassing that of the Tiger Pack, and the gap between it and Lin Han rapidly closed. Meanwhile, the Tiger Pack, now leaderless, scattered in all directions. Zhu Gui remained loyally by Lin Han's side, and this time, he did not recall it to the beast space. He knew all too well that relying on speed alone would never allow him to escape this colossal beast. Their levels were simply worlds apart. Lin Han was sprinting ahead, with the Starfire Bear King hot on his heels. This relentless game of chase had been going on for what felt like an eternity. Stop chasing me. I've barely got enough meat on me for a single bite. Lin Han cursed loudly as he ran, but his taunts only seemed to fuel the Bear King's determination to catch him. As he ran, Lin Han carefully studied the terrain around him. By now, he had successfully widened the gap between himself, the Starfire Tiger Clan, and the Bear King to a relatively safe distance. Damn it, do you really think I'm scared of you? Suddenly, Lin Han came to an abrupt halt and spun around, one hand hidden behind his back as he struck a commanding and defiant stance. This unexpected move startled the Starfire Bear King for a brief moment, but as the apex predator it was, it quickly regained its composure and lunged at Lin Han with its massive jaws wide open. Seeing this, the Zhuguei turtle immediately stepped in front of Lin Han, preparing to activate its Diamond Wall ability for protection. Stand down, Lin Han ordered in a deep, commanding tone. The Zhuguei hesitated, knowing full well that if this attack landed on Lin Han, the consequences would be fatal. Stand down, Lin Han roared again, his voice filled with urgency. Reluctantly, the Zhuguei obeyed the command, stepping aside. Lin Han immediately activated his S-class ability, Iron Body, his chest heaving as he prepared to face the charging Starfire Bear King Hedon. As the Bear King closed the distance to less than a meter, Lin Han couldn't help but swallow hard. But his hand, hidden behind his back, was ready. In a swift motion, he flung his arm forward, sending 3 small pink pills flying straight into the gaping maw of the Starfire Bear King. The sudden and unexpected move disrupted the Bear King's attack trajectory. Lin Han seized the opportunity to dodge, but he wasn't quick enough to escape unscathed. The Bear King's claws raked across his body, leaving deep, bloody gashes. Gritting his teeth, Lin Han endured the searing pain. Lin Han quickly created some distance between himself and the threat, while Zhuguei immediately stepped in front of him, acting as a shield. The Starfire Bear King, having missed its attack, swiftly turned around, its eyes blazing with unbridled fury. Hurry up and take effect, Lin Han thought anxiously, sweat dripping from his forehead. The enraged Starfire Bear King launched another ferocious assault, prompting Zhuguei to activate its Diamond Wall ability to defend. Just as the Starfire Bear King closed the gap to less than 3 meters, it suddenly froze in its tracks. The tension on Lin Han's face finally gave way to a smile. In a critical moment earlier, he had exchanged for Beast Lust pills from the system store. His original plan was to use them on the Starfire Wolf clan and Starfire Tiger clan to encourage their reproduction. He even suspected that the Starfire Tiger clan's rapid population growth surpassing that of the Starfire Wolves was due to the effects of the Star Zero grass, which had thrown the ecosystem out of balance. But now, with the relentless Starfire Bear King pursuing him, he had no choice but to test the pills on this ferocious beast. To ensure their effectiveness, he had used 3 pills at once. At this moment, the Starfire Bear King's behavior became extremely unusual. Its gaze locked onto Zhuguei, filled with unrestrained desire. Bear bro, seriously? Even a turtle? Lin Han was utterly dumbfounded. This was completely beyond his expectations. The lust pill's effects were so potent that even a male Zhuguei wasn't spared. Sensing danger, Zhuguei shot Lin Han a pleading look. Left with no other option, Lin Han recalled Zhuguei into the beast space. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the Starfire Bear King's burning gaze shifted toward him. Bear bro, I'm human. I'm not into that kind of thing, Lin Han shouted as he turned and bolted. The situation was entirely out of control, and if he didn't run now, things could take a very dark turn. The Starfire Bear King, now in a frenzied state, chased after him with even greater speed than before. Lin Han fled for his life, using his mythic level talent, the Eye of Creation, to scan his surroundings. Finally, he spotted an LV-12 Starfire Demon Ape. The Demon Ape, seeing Lin Han, became excited, assuming it had encountered an easy target. It charged forward immediately, but in the next moment, it noticed the massive beast behind him and froze, trembling in fear. Lin Han quickly sidestepped. The Starfire Bear King had already locked onto the Demon Ape as its new target. By the time the Demon Ape attempted to flee, it was too late. The Bear King pinned it to the ground, and its pitiful cries echoed through the forest. Lin Han covered his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the gruesome scene. 3 pills are way too much, you'll have to control the dosage next time. Though he felt a bit dejected that his own charm was outmatched by a monkey, he quickly shifted his focus back to the task at hand. Half an hour later, Lin Han returned to the area where he had previously defeated the Starfire Tigers. He released the still trembling Zhuguei and reassured it, relax, the Bear King is long gone. Then, Lin Han pulled out the Bloodthirst Ring. This was the reason he had to divert the Starfire Bear King in the first place. By using the ring to track the blood trail left by the injured Starfire Tigers, he could easily locate their whereabouts. So far, everything was going according to plan. The next steps would be much simpler. Lin Han quickly began scanning the ground for traces of blood. Although the battle with the Starfire Tiger clan had been fierce, the Tiger clan had only lost 2 members aside from the death of the Starfire Tiger King. This was evidently due to the Tiger King's premature involvement in the fight had sought a swift victory to ensure the survival of his clan. After multiple attempts, the Bloodthirst Ring finally activated. Trails of blood became vividly clear in Lin Han's perception. All right, my treasures, your feast is about to begin, he murmured softly, then dashed off in the direction indicated by the blood traces. Before long, he discovered the Starfire Tiger clan in a clearing. The tigers were resting and recuperating, completely unaware of Lin Han's presence. Observing their condition, Lin Han noted that their injuries were not severe. Despite their intense battle with the Starfire Bear King, the tigers were in relatively good shape and would recover with minimal rest. This meant that even without their king, the presence of several high-level beasts made this tiger clan strong enough to contend with, perhaps even overpower another Starfire tiger clan. A satisfied smile spread across Lin Han's face. Not long ago, he had spent 150 crystals in the exchange shop to purchase 50 beast arousal pills. He didn't regret the expense, especially given the discounted price of 3 crystals per pill during the beginner's phase. Judging by the effectiveness of the items he'd used on the Starfire Bear King, the system's products were certainly reliable. Stockpiling such life-saving tools was always a wise choice. After a quick count, Lin Han estimated the tiger clan to consist of over 50 beasts, with more than 20 males. To maintain harmony within the group, he decided to use 10 pills initially. Seizing the right moment, he tossed the pills one by one. These pills, imbued with a unique power, were quickly consumed by the Starfire tigers. Within mere seconds, the entire tiger clan began to grow restless. To ensure the task was successfully completed and encourage large-scale reproduction within the group, Lin Han approached the gathering and targeted 3 level 15 Silverdeer Starfire tigers with the pills. In the presence of these dominant figures, the other female tigers had no capacity to resist. Soon, the entire clan descended into a primal frenzy. Witnessing this, the nearby candle turtle widened its eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Han. Noticing the turtle's reaction, Lin Han coughed lightly and quickly covered its gaze with his hand. "This is not for kids to watch," he said. As Lin Han prepared to leave, his attention was drawn to some scattered herbs on the ground star zero grass. The Eye of Creation immediately confirmed the find. Though there were only 5 stalks, this was a rare treasure. If the Starfire Wolf clan couldn't make use of it, he could always sell it for a profit. After all, this mission had already cost him 1.5 million Star Dragon coins, and he needed to find a way to recover some of the expense. The only thing Lin Han regretted was that the Starfire Tiger King had not dropped any equipment upon his demise. Casting one last glance at the now chaotic tiger clan, Lin Han closed his eyes with a sigh. This is madness. Doing good deeds without leaving a name. With that, he turned and set off to locate the Starfire Wolf clan. While he wasn't sure of their exact location, he had a general idea of the direction they'd fled. Along the way, he encountered several Silverdeer beasts of considerable strength. To save time, he simply tossed a beast arousal pill at each one and left, using up 7 pills in total and additional 21 crystals spent. Though it pained him to see his resources dwindling, completing the awakening mission and leveling up remained his top priorities. By evening, Lin Han finally discovered the Starfire Wolf clan gathered near a stream. Although the wolves hadn't clashed with the tigers and held significant sway in the outskirts of the Starfire forest, Lin Han observed that their numbers were noticeably smaller than the tiger clan. To maintain balance between the two species and promote reproduction, Lin Han decisively threw all 20 remaining pills in one go. "Let's go," he said softly after completing his task. Lin Han swiftly left the area with Zhu Guei in tow. In no time, the Starfire forest echoed with the roars of beasts from all directions, signaling that the ecological balance was gradually being restored. About half an hour later, Lin Han's beast tamer interface suddenly updated, showing that the awakening mission was complete. Balance of Starfire. Mission location: Starfire Forest. Mission objective: help the Starfire wolves reproduce and maintain the ecological balance of Starfire Forest. Specific requirements: defeat some Starfire tigers, obtain Star Zero grass, and provide it to the Starfire wolf pack to aid reproduction. Mission status: completed. Just as I thought. Lin Han's heart filled with delight. The most challenging aspect of this mission was maintaining ecological balance. Simply relying on Star Zero grass would make it difficult to perfectly control the population sizes of the two species. However, Lin Han cleverly used the beast tamer aphrodisiac, which resolved the issue flawlessly and saved him a lot of trouble. Since it was already late, Lin Han decided to postpone his trip to the Awakening Temple until the next day. Leaving the Starfire Forest, he returned home in high spirits. This mission had been exceptionally rewarding. Not only had he completed the Awakening mission, but the system's rewards also provided him with a significant amount of premium points. Thinking about how he would complete his awakening and continue leveling up the next day, Lin Han couldn't contain his excitement. Without hesitation, he spent 800 premium points to unlock the self-control talent. This talent would grant him additional attribute points with every level up and, more importantly, allow him to focus on a specific attribute. Lin Han decided to prioritize enhancing his strength attribute. Combined with his iron body skill, this would address 2 major weaknesses of beast tamers: lack of physical strength and poor defense. Once these aspects were improved, not only would it become harder for enemies to harm him, but they might also struggle to withstand a single punch from him. However, As powerful as this self-control talent was, it came with limitations. The talent had 10 levels, and while higher levels granted more attributes, the cost in premium points increased exponentially. The first upgrade required 800 points, but the second shot up to 1,999 points, prompting Lin Han to marvel at the system's greed. Bringing his thoughts back to reality, Lin Han realized there were too many expenses he needed to cover. He had to purchase skills, talents, items, and beast supplies before the beginner's discount in the shop expired. Additionally, he needed to consider improving Zhu Gui's talents. Although the legendary quality Zhu Gui already had formidable talent and skills, it still struggled against golden-tier beasts like the Starfire Bear King. Lin Han was confident that after leveling up, he and Zhu Gui would have a much easier time dealing with golden-tier beasts. However, he was more concerned about potentially encountering platinum-tier or even diamond-tier beasts in the future. Thus, he resolved to further boost Zhu Gui's abilities. With a lingering sense of melancholy, Lin Han drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, deep within an abyss somewhere in the Xinglong Empire, a faint whisper began to echo. Someone in this world dares to pry into my existence. The voice was deep, tinged with surprise. This method doesn't seem to belong to Genesis or their kind. It feels like a far more enigmatic power at work. The voice sounded slightly perplexed. Interesting. Even with my abilities, I cannot trace it back. This world is indeed becoming more intriguing. The next morning, Lin Han arrived early at the Awakening Temple. It was his second visit, and he moved with the ease of someone familiar with the place. Mr. Lin Han, you're here. The receptionist greeted him politely. My awakening task is complete, Lin Han stated directly. The receptionist was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. While it was rare for someone to complete the task in just one day, it wasn't entirely unheard of. She began checking for available rooms, only to find that all were currently occupied. Please wait a moment, she said apologetically. Lin Han nodded in agreement. As he waited, someone from the gathering crowd in the hall struck up a conversation with him. You've completed your task? Where did you do it? Stellarfire Forest, Lin Han replied truthfully. It wasn't something he needed to keep secret. What? Stellarfire Forest? The person exclaimed in shock. Don't you know? Yesterday, the beasts there went completely berserk. They say even the golden-tier Stellarfire Bear King. The man made a suggestive gesture. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. Feigning ignorance, he replied. It seemed fine when I was there. Didn't encounter anything dangerous. The other person eagerly continued embellishing the story, describing how a team had been chased by the Stellarfire Bear King and how the other beasts had gone wild. Lin Han stood there, feeling slightly awkward. After all, he was the one responsible for it all. In an attempt to steer the conversation away, Lin Han speculated that the chaos might have been caused by the rare shingling grass. But the other person immediately dismissed the idea. Impossible. Shingling grass is too rare to cause such a massive disturbance. At that moment, the receptionist returned just in time to rescue him. Mr. Lin, the room is ready. Please follow me. Relieved, Lin Han followed her to the familiar awakening chamber. Standing before the awakening stone, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. How could anyone complete such a task without the help of a system? Taking a deep breath, Lin Han reached out and touched the awakening stone. The familiar sensation surged through him, and this time, a connection between him and the stone began to form. Lin Han stood silently in the heart of the Starfire Forest, his gaze fixed on the task notification before him. He had just completed a challenging mission to restore balance, aiding the Starfire Wolf clan in reviving their population and preserving the forest's delicate ecosystem. To achieve this, he had defeated several members of the Starfire Tiger clan and successfully retrieved the Star Zero grass to deliver to the wolves. Would you like to initiate the second awakening? Yes, Lin Han thought resolutely. This moment was what he had fought so hard for. As the second awakening began, a mysterious, soothing warmth surged through his body. The sensation was even more comforting than the initial awakening of his abilities. This warm energy seemed to wash away the resentment in his heart, but it also stirred new questions. What exactly was the source of the power that allowed humans to awaken? How did the Beastmaster system come into existence? And what was the true nature of the awakening stones? Lin Han pushed these uncertainties aside. He understood that with his current strength, these mysteries were far beyond his reach. Diving into them recklessly could invite unforeseen dangers in the future. His priority now was to seize every opportunity to grow stronger. A system notification soon appeared. Awakening successful. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 10. Attributes. Strength, 1,270. Agility, 1,250. Spirit, 1,230. Constitution, 1,280. Beast Companion, Candle Turtle. Talents, Iron Body S rank. Eye of the Heavens mythical rank. Self-control LV1. Before Lin Han could fully examine his newly acquired abilities, another system prompt chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the second awakening. New system mission triggered. Contract a second beast companion. Mission reward. 300 gold points. 300 gold points. Lin Han's heart raced with excitement. This reward, combined with other resources, could very well allow him to double the Candle Turtle's talent potential before the standard admissions exams. By then, who would dare underestimate a beast companion with king-level talent? He could already picture the astonishment on Meng Xiao's face, as well as the shock of those old professors at the Beastmaster Academy. They probably still thought he had bonded with nothing more than an ordinary Gale turtle. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of Lin Han's lips. North Sky Academy Alliance. Our next encounter will be unforgettable. This time, I won't make it easy for you. After stepping out of the awakening chamber, Lin Han felt an unprecedented sense of refreshment. The joy of breaking through his level cap was bittersweet, as it came at the cost of a significant depletion in his premium points. His once accumulated total of 1,110 points was now reduced to a mere 150. Reaccumulating the 800-plus premium points needed for Zhu Gui's first awakening in a short amount of time was no small challenge for him. While the mission in the Xingho forest had gone relatively smoothly, what frustrated him the most was that the Xingho tiger failed to drop any equipment. Considering the tiger's tier, any dropped gear would have been worth at least 2 million, a sum that could have greatly improved his financial situation. At present, Lin Han still had 2 pieces of equipment in his possession. However, the bloodthirsty ring had proven its unique value during the Xingho forest mission. It was thanks to this ring that he had been able to easily locate the Xingho tiger's gathering spot. Given its utility, he had no intention of selling it for now. After all, with his and Zhu Gui's current strength, they were more than capable of handling battles below the gold tier without needing additional combat-enhancing gear. As he approached the front desk of the Awakening Temple, the young woman who had assisted him earlier greeted him warmly. Mr. Lin, did the awakening go smoothly? Yes, it went fairly well, Lin Han replied with a smile. Then let me congratulate you, Mr. Lin Han. May your journey be filled with great victories. Thank you. Lin Han paused briefly. By the way, I was wondering, where do beast tamers usually go to level up after their second awakening? The receptionist looked slightly surprised at the question but answered in detail. From what I know, the Silverdeer leveling zones near Sioux City are quite good. If you're looking for more of a challenge, the Xingho Forest and Haohai Forest are both excellent wild zones. The beasts there are far more ferocious than those in standard leveling zones. However, her cheeks flushed slightly. The Beast Tamer Association issued a notice today, advising everyone to exercise caution when entering the Xingho Forest. It seems the beasts there are currently experiencing some unusual behavior. Lin Han immediately understood. He hadn't expected the few aphrodisiac pills he had used to have such a dramatic effect. While he had indeed given the Xingho Bear King a larger dose, it shouldn't have caused such widespread disruption. So, it seems Haohai Forest will be the better choice for now? Lin Han quietly made a mental note of the location. Yes, the receptionist confirmed with a nod. Thank you. By the way, regarding the situation in the Xingho Forest, are there any concrete leads? Do we know who or what caused it? Or if something unusual happened among the beasts? Well, the receptionist hesitated, looking a bit troubled. It's said that the Beast Tamer Association doesn't have much information at the moment. All they know is that someone reportedly saw a person and a turtle from a distance while completing a mission yesterday. One was entering the forest, and the other was leaving, but there isn't much more to go on. Lin Han quietly let out a sigh of relief. As long as no one knew it was his doing, it wouldn't be an issue. After all, this wasn't the kind of incident he wanted to be associated with. After leaving the Awakening Temple, Lin Han stood outside the entrance and exhaled deeply. The situation in the Xingho Forest had escalated far beyond his expectations, even drawing the attention of the Beast Tamer Association. He pondered to himself, hoping that no one would be foolish enough to provoke the Xingho Bear King and its kind in their current state. If someone strong enough tried, it might still be manageable, but if they couldn't handle it, Lin Han didn't dare to imagine the potential consequences. Lin Han stood outside the teleportation array, still shaken as he recalled the horrifying scenes he had witnessed the previous night in the Starfire Forest. The tragic fate of the Starfire Demon Ape lingered in his mind, leaving him deeply unsettled. If humans were to face a similar fate, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. This harrowing experience had left a lasting psychological scar on him, completely extinguishing his original plan to return to the Starfire Forest for leveling up. After careful consideration, he decided to change his leveling location to the Haohai Forest. As the only other training area available in Sioux City, it was his best option at the moment. According to the rules, silver-level beast tamers were only allowed to operate on the outskirts of the forest, but Lin Han had already completed his second awakening and possessed the steer talent, Iron Body, as his trump card. It was this strength that had allowed him to escape the Starfire Forest unscathed the day before. Given his improved power today, he was confident that he could handle the challenges of the Hao-Si Forest with ease. Having made up his mind, Lin Han headed straight for the teleportation array in Sioux City. After the familiar sensation of teleportation, he found himself standing in the midst of a forest. Beneath his feet was a meticulously constructed six-pointed star formation, the teleportation endpoint. This time, Lin Han was particularly cautious. Unlike his previous venture, he refrained from recklessly charging into the depths of the forest and instead carefully observed his surroundings. From what he knew, the Beast Tamers Association had officially labeled the Starfire Forest as a danger zone, prompting many silver-level beast tamers to shift their focus to the Hao-Si Forest. Although there were multiple entrances to the forest, the likelihood of encountering other beast tamers was still quite high. Under these circumstances, Lin Han resolved to keep his trump cards hidden as much as possible. While society generally advocated for kindness and mutual assistance, in the dungeon world, where witnesses were scarce, disputes over resources that escalated into deadly conflicts often went unresolved. It was precisely because of this that many mercenary groups had seized the opportunity to flood into the area, seeking to capitalize on the demand for their services. As Lin Han stepped into the Hao-Hai Forest, a faint sense of unease crept into his heart. Unlike his reckless approach a few days ago when he first entered the Xingho Forest, this time he had no choice but to tread carefully. After all, encountering bandits was no trivial matter. The moment he entered, a wave of damp, stifling heat enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the environment of the Xingho Forest. Lin Han frowned slightly. Such a tropical-like climate was highly unusual for the northern city of Sioux. He recalled consulting various records, yet none mentioned this peculiar weather in Hao-Hai Forest. As he pondered, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side. Relying on the instinctive reflexes of his shrankability, iron body, Lin Han swiftly flipped backward to evade. Even so, a sharp claw managed to graze his chest. It was a level 14 blue-striped cat. Thanks to the enhancements his iron body and fortune eye received after his second-class advancement, Lin Han was able to react in time. He chuckled lightly, extended his hands, and summoned his companion, Zhu Gui. With a fierce roar, the Zhu Gui emerged from a complex magic array, charging straight for the blue-striped cat's critical point. By the time the cat attempted to escape, it was already too late. Successfully killed blue-striped cat. Gained 5,462 experience points. Seeing the experience points roll in, Lin Han felt a surge of satisfaction. The Zhu Gui affectionately nudged his pant leg, prompting him to give it a pat on the head. Good job. Today, we're going to unleash chaos in this Hao-Hai Forest. And so, the duo embarked on an efficient hunting spree. Crescent wolves, blue-striped cats, and crimson ants fell one after another, and the experience points kept piling up. Before long, Lin Han reached level 11, earning 300 attribute points to freely allocate. This allowed him to push one of his stats up to 1/800 feet, almost unheard of at his level. Although his stats were still far from matching those of the Zhu Gui, the Star Dragon Empire's Beastmaster system was specifically designed to compensate for human limitations. As for whether the other three great empires employed similar Beastmaster systems, that was not a concern for Lin Han at the moment. The hunt continued, and both Lin Han and the Zhu Gui climbed the ranks rapidly. Soon, Lin Han reached level 14, while the Zhu Gui advanced to level 15. Gazing at the Zhu Gui's astonishing stat strength, 6,854, agility, 6,598, spirit, 6,488, constitution, 7,102, Lin Han couldn't help but marvel. Those numbers are truly out of reach. Even so, today's progress left him deeply satisfied. The sky was growing darker as Lin Han stood still, ready to conclude his exploration for the day. The wilderness at night often became a haven for ferocious beasts. Even with the blessing of the Eye of Creation, the dangers were no small challenge for him. Satisfied with his gains for the day, he saw no reason to risk venturing further into the perilous night. Just as he turned to leave, he suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice behind him. Hey there, friend. Here to level up? Startled, Lin Han spun around to find 5 people standing behind him, 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed identically in black. He hadn't noticed their approach at all. The unexpected encounter sent a chill down his spine, and a bold suspicion crossed his mind. Mercenaries? The matching outfits, the eerie silence in their movements, and their sudden appearance were far from typical for a casual leveling party. Lin Han's nerves immediately tightened. This was exactly the kind of situation he had hoped to avoid. While remaining on high alert, he quickly opened the system shop, scanning for any useful items. His premium currency reserves were running low, but thankfully, many items in the beginner phase were offered at half price, leaving him with a decent selection to choose from. Given the possibility that his opponents could be at the silver tier, or worse, the gold tier of the second realm, his preparations were absolutely necessary. If they were silver tier, he and his companion, the Zhu Turtle, might still stand a chance. But if they turned out to be gold tier, the situation could become dangerously overwhelming. Relax, friend. We're not bad people, the leader of the Black Lad group said, seemingly noticing Lin Han's tension. His calm tone, however, did nothing to ease Lin Han's wariness. If anything, it only heightened his vigilance. What do you want? Lin Han asked coldly, his fingers never leaving the system shop interface. The leader of the group stepped forward, his voice still measured and calm. Are you a local from Sioux City? We're from out of town, just passing through to level up. Lin Han immediately noticed the distinct regional accent in the first words spoken by the stranger, which piqued his suspicion. Logically, even mercenaries wouldn't travel across districts to come here. The How High Forest was an ordinary dungeon, hardly worth the trouble for beast masters from other regions unless they had a specific mission. Yet these people claimed they were here to level up, a casual excuse that often reveals the true intent behind one's actions. You traveled all the way to Sioux City just to level up? Lin Han asked, taking a cautious step back as he spoke. Not entirely, the leader replied. But before he could finish, the woman beside him interrupted. The woman was alluring, her slender fingers brushing lightly against her crimson lips. Narrowing her eyes, she said with a teasing tone, "Little brother, we actually have another purpose for being here." And what purpose would that be? Lin Han asked, his wariness growing. We've received word that a legendary grade artifact was once discovered deep within the How High Forest, she answered, her voice smooth and enticing. We want to explore the area further, but the number of fierce beasts there is far beyond what we expected. So, we're looking for someone to help us out. Judging by how effortlessly you're handling yourself here, I'd say you're quite capable. Care to join us? If we find the artifact, we can sell it and split the profits evenly. Lin Han furrowed his brows at her words. A legendary grade artifact? In the hierarchy of equipment quality, the rankings from lowest to highest were bronze, silver, gold, rare, epic, legendary, king, ultimate, sacred, and divine. A legendary grade artifact was as valuable as a candle turtle grade beast egg, and since it required no contract, its market price typically reached tens of millions of Xinglong coins. The sheer value was enough to stir Lin Han's interest. Though he remained doubtful about these people's true identities, he couldn't immediately discern their intentions. Regardless, he had already made up his mind to join the expedition. As for splitting the profits evenly? Ha! Lin Han scoffed inwardly, plan to keep the artifact for himself. What if you're lying to me? Lin Han asked, feigning hesitation. If you find the artifact but refuse to share it, I wouldn't stand a chance against the five of you. Wouldn't I be at a huge loss? The woman stepped closer, her movements light and graceful, and tapped a finger against Lin Han's chest. Don't worry, little brother, we're not bandits, she said with a playful smile. Think of it as making new friends. Who knows? Maybe our relationship could develop into something more. Lin Han silently cursed the old woman for trying to seduce him. Clearing his throat, he skillfully sidestepped her hand and replied, I can tell you're a kind person, big sister. I'd be happy to see where this relationship goes. His feigned sincerity provided him with the perfect excuse to follow along. Even if the legendary artifact turned out to be a hoax, he had confidence in his ability to retreat unscathed. It's getting late. We'd better head deeper into the forest, the woman said with a charming smile. Wouldn't want someone else to get there first. After joining the group, the woman stuck close to Lin Han, engaging him in casual conversation. What's your name, little brother? Go Bewley, Lin Han replied, casually inventing a fake name. And what about you, big sister? Lingran Keiko. Just call me Keiko, she said with a laugh. So, you're a local from Sioux City? Yeah, born and raised, Lin Han answered, keeping up the small talk while discreetly observing the others. Throughout their interactions, he had yet to see any of them summon their beasts, leaving him unable to gauge their true strength. Seizing the moment before tensions could escalate, Lin Han quietly observed the five-member team that dared to venture deep into the How High Forest. Their strength was undoubtedly formidable. If all of them were capable of rivaling the Starfire Bear King, things could get extremely tricky. However, as long as he could obtain the legendary equipment, escaping shouldn't be too difficult. As he was lost in thought, a massive serpent suddenly lunged out from the nearby bushes. Its fangs gleamed menacingly, and its eyes radiated a fierce, murderous intent. It was a level 17 dark venom python. The opportunity had arrived. Feigning panic, Lin Han stumbled back a couple of steps and hid behind the group, his voice trembling deliberately. Miss Keiko, sisters, you can handle this kind of beast, right? Seeing his pathetic act, Rinrin Keiko couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her eye. This guy was clearly up to something. After all, they had just witnessed him effortlessly take down a beast of the same level earlier. But on second thought, it was understandable for someone to be cautious when first joining an unfamiliar team, so she decided not to dwell on it. Don't worry, leave it to us, Rinrin Keiko replied smoothly. A mere level 17 dark venom python dares to act up in front of me, Itamitsuki? the team leader sneered. Before the words had fully left her mouth, her figure had already vanished from sight. Where did she go? Lin Han was startled. He had never seen speed like this before. It far exceeded his expectations. How could someone with such skill struggle to navigate how high forest? After carefully observing his surroundings, Lin Han suddenly realized the truth. This wasn't simply about speed. It was a technique that allowed her to blend seamlessly into the environment. This level of mastery reminded him of a profession from his previous Lifia ninja. Lin Han stared at the names Lingran Huizi and Ito Sanchi, his brows furrowing slightly. These names carried an exotic flair that clashed with the traditional culture of the Xinglong Empire. What caught his attention even more was Huizi's distinctively island-like demeanor, evident in her every gesture and movement. As a student with some knowledge of the human factions, Lin Han vividly recalled what he had learned from his textbooks. The vast blue planet was divided into 4 regions: east, west, south, and north. Most areas had become life-forbidden zones. The 4 great human empires, each occupying a region, were considered holy nations. The Xinglong Empire in the east, the Shiva Empire in the west, the Sakura Empire in the south, and the Holy Light Empire in the north. Sakura Empire. Lin Han's eyes sharpened. This island nation located south of the Xinglong Empire might have a small territory, but its strength rivaled that of the other 3 empires, making it a force to be reckoned with. As he pondered, Ito Sanchi suddenly leaped into action. A cold gleam flashed in her hand as several concealed weapons shot through the air with precision, striking the vital points of a deadly venomous python. Her movements were swift and agile, constantly shifting positions to launch attacks, and before long, the massive serpent was brought down. The rest of the team smiled in approval, but Lin Han's expression remained grim. Ninja. The thought exploded in his mind. Though he had never encountered people from the Sakura Empire in this life, his knowledge alone was enough to identify their true identity. How could warriors of the Xinglong Empire abandon their beast-taming combat techniques? This realization made Lin Han even more anxious than when he had faced the Starfire Bear King. Those who are not of our kin are sure to have different hearts. The lure of the legendary equipment was no longer enough for him to trust the real motives of this group. Little brother, how was that? Impressive, right? Lingran Huizi asked with a playful smile, clearly misinterpreting the fear on Lin Han's face. Impressive, impressive. Lin Han quickly adjusted his expression, feigning a timid demeanor. Big sister Huizi, you have to protect me well. Throughout the journey, Lin Han was amazed by the unfamiliar combat techniques displayed by this group. Although he held no fondness for the Sakura Empire, he couldn't help but feel intrigued by their unique fighting style. When the team reached a stream, the heavy scent of blood immediately heightened Lin Han's vigilance. Not a single beast was in sight, an unusual phenomenon that filled him with unease. Suddenly, his creation eye caught a glimpse of white bones near the stream. Little brother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lingran Huizi's smile carried an eerie undertone, completely different from before. I'm fine, just a slight headache. Lin Han replied casually, his eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened caution. There was definitely something wrong with this place. If you're fine, then let's keep moving. All right, Lin Han responded, though his internal wariness grew even stronger. Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through Lin Han's creation eye, causing him to hold his breath. Beast-taming egg. But this wasn't just any ordinary beast-taming egg. It was a royal-grade Qilin beast-taming egg. This egg possessed dual attributes of fire and wind, along with 2 royal-grade skills, Blazing Inferno and Earthshatter. The Qilin's innate fire and wind abilities, inherited from its bloodline, made it an invaluable treasure. Its evolution path was truly astonishing. With one evolution, it could become a peerless flame Qilin. With a second, it could ascend to a sacred-level sky-annihilating Qilin. And with a third, it could rise to the mythical Qilin ancestral emperor. Lin Han stared in disbelief at the information before him. To think such a rare royal-grade beast-taming egg would appear in the how high-forced it was more shocking than when he first encountered the candle turtle beast-taming egg. Coincidentally, he still had 1 contract slot available. If he could obtain this Qilin, his power would skyrocket. Just then, another blood-red message appeared in the creation eye. This Qilin beast-taming egg had undergone a blood ritual coronation and had already reached silver grade. If it were to continue with tens of thousands of blood sacrifices and bone offerings, it would hatch as a royal entity, possessing the terrifying power to move mountains and obliterate worlds under a burning sun. The words, blood ritual, sent chills down Lin Han's spine. He vaguely guessed the plan of the Sakura Empire's group, but needed further confirmation. The presence of a royal-grade beast-taming egg in such a place was no coincidence. It was undoubtedly connected to these people. Before long, Lin Han noticed the egg's clever disguise. It was pitch black, resembling an ordinary stone. Without the creation eye, it would have been impossible to discern its true nature as a royal-grade Qilin beast-taming egg. An egg of this caliber was an ultimate treasure, capable of defying fate for any ferocious beast. Consuming it could even break through bloodline limitations. Yet strangely, there wasn't a single ferocious beast in the vicinity, which was completely at odds with their natural tendency to be drawn to such a treasure. These anomalies only solidified Lin Han's suspicions everything here was undoubtedly connected to those 5 people. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Take the beast-taming egg and escape while he still could. If he didn't seize this opportunity, he might very well become the next sacrifice. At that moment, the candle turtle, which had already returned to the beast-taming space, suddenly reappeared. It cautiously crept past the group, moving toward the side with careful, deliberate steps. "Little brother, do you know what death feels like?" Renarv Keiko whispered in Lin Han's ear, her tone carrying a hint of menace. Lin Han's heart tightened, but the eye of creation had long since revealed to him their malicious intentions. A faint smile tugged at his lips. "If you're that curious, dear sister, you might just get the chance to experience it firsthand." The comment struck a nerve with Renarv Keiko. Even someone as composed as her couldn't suppress the anger that flared within. This boy dared to curse her? "Don't be upset, sister. I was merely joking," Lin Han said lightly, as if it were nothing. "Though who knows? The 5 of you might get to experience it together. Of course, such things don't really interest me. Maybe you should go ahead and try it out for us," Renarv Keiko retorted coldly. "Not likely. I'm still young, after all," Lin Han replied with a casual chuckle. He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, sister, where is that legendary equipment you mentioned? It's getting late, and the How High Forest is dangerous at night. Perhaps we should come back in the morning? Though you're all quite skilled, accidents do happen." As Lin Han's words drew their attention, the Zhugu, his contracted beast, stealthily approached the Qilin King beast egg. The moment was ripe. "What the?" Lin Han suddenly exclaimed. "What happened?" The group turned to him, instantly on alert. "Nothing, just remembered I might have left the gas on at home," Lin Han said, feigning distress. His eyes, however, flicked toward the king beast egg, carefully monitoring the situation. The plan had worked. The Zhugu had already snatched the king beast egg and darted into Lin Han's beast space at lightning speed. None of them had suspected a 16-year-old boy. "Stop yelling. This is a dungeon. If you're too loud, you'll attract ferocious beasts," Itu Mitsunana scolded him sharply. But just then, Itu Mitsunana noticed the king beast egg was gone. In his panic, he muttered a startled "Baka" under his breath. That single word confirmed Lin Han's suspicions they were from the Sakura Empire. When the group realized the king beast egg had vanished, chaos erupted. Itu Mitsunana searched frantically but found nothing. His face darkened, and he warned the others that the situation was dire. To avoid raising suspicion, Itu Mitsunana turned to Lin Han with a forced politeness, asking for his help in finding a pitch-black stone. Lin Han, sensing an opportunity, made an outrageous demand for a reward of 10 million. To his surprise, they agreed. In the end, Renarv Keiko suggested Lin Han accompany them to search the northern area. Lin Han initially considered slipping away but found his curiosity piqued by their actions. What could these agents of the Sakura Empire be after in the Star Dragon Empire? Deciding to stay, Lin Han resolved to uncover their true purpose. "All right, then I'll team up with Sister Huizi," Lin Han said eagerly. Ryusen Huizi was equally anxious. This was, after all, a life-and-death mission. Without wasting another moment, the two set off, heading north to begin their search. Since they had come from the south, the remaining directions north, east, and west were divided among the search parties, with 2 people assigned to each direction. This arrangement ensured both efficiency and safety. "Sister, what exactly are you looking for? Are there any distinguishing features I should know about?" Lin Han asked as he carefully scanned their surroundings. "It's something that looks like a stone," Ryusen Huizi replied honestly. Lin Han was momentarily speechless. If he hadn't already known it was a royal beast egg, such a vague description would have been utterly useless. "Sister Huizi, there are stones everywhere here. I'll need more specific details to work with. The surface of this stone has patterns resembling fish scales. If you examine it closely, you'll notice it's different from ordinary rocks," Ryusen Huizi explained briefly, clearly too preoccupied to elaborate further. "Scales, you say?" Lin Han feigned sudden understanding. "Since I've already taken the million-star dragon coins, leave it to me. I promise I'll find it for you." Just as Ryusen Huizi was about to continue searching, Lin Han suddenly called out to her. Though she was reluctant to waste time, his insistence made her turn back. In the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. Lin Han was holding the royal beast egg in his hand. As she reached out to retrieve the egg, Lin Han swiftly stored it in his beast space and, without hesitation, summoned a torch turtle to pin her to the ground. The boy who had seemed harmless just moments ago now revealed his true colors, his smile carrying a hint of mockery. "Sister, if your boss is willing to pay 1,000,000 star dragon coins for this, its real value must far exceed my expectations. Instead of handing it over to you, I think I'd rather sell it myself for a better price. Ryerson Huizi was stunned by his words. Only now did she realize that the seemingly innocent young man before her was, in fact, a shrewd and calculating individual. What unsettled her even more was his ability to see through their carefully disguised royal beast egg an insight that even a throne-level powerhouse might not possess. As Lin Han's hand tightened around her throat, a wave of fear surged through Ryerson Huizi. She couldn't comprehend how their meticulously planned mission had been completely unraveled by this boy who called himself Go Bewley. Lingran Huizi stared at Lin Han in terror, her neck firmly gripped by his hand while a massive turtle beast pressed down on her. Despite her confidence in being stronger than him, she found herself utterly powerless in this moment. From now on, you answer my questions, Lin Han said with a calm, almost playful smile. Hesitate for even a second, and I'll tighten my grip. Without waiting for her to respond, he asked directly, which empire are you from? Huizi glared at him, gritting her teeth. Lin Han immediately increased the pressure on her neck. I'll ask again, what empire are you from? The Holy Light Empire. No, stop. It's Sakura Empire. She finally confessed, gasping for air. As I thought, Lin Han murmured, his suspicions confirmed. If you'd been honest from the start, I wouldn't have had to resort to this. Now, where did you get the king beast egg? We bought it at an auction. She stammered. And what's your objective? Speak. Lin Han's eyes burned with fury. He knew all too well the catastrophic consequences of a king beast's birth. Such a creature could bring about apocalyptic destruction. Even if Sioux City managed to survive, the casualties would be devastating. We're agents from the Sakura Empire, planted here years ago. After the king beast hatches, we don't know what happens next, Huizi admitted through clenched teeth, her voice filled with pain. Hearing this, Lin Han unconsciously tightened his grip further. Stop, please. I swear I don't know anything else. Ask Itasanki knows more than I do. He's the one with closer ties to the organization. One last question, Lin Han said coldly. Are there only 5 of you infiltrating the Xinglong Empire? I don't know, she cried. With a sickening crack, her life came to an end. It was the first time Lin Han had ever killed a fellow human, but he felt no remorse. This was no ordinary conflict, it was a matter of war. If he hadn't encountered this team today, Sioux City could have been completely destroyed because of them. Countless innocent lives had likely already been lost at their hands. People like this deserved no mercy. His priority now was to locate the others. None of them could be allowed to escape. If they managed to leave Sioux City unscathed, it would not only endanger the city's residents, but also leave him vulnerable to future threats. However, tracking them down would be no easy task. They were scattered, and if they regrouped, taking them out would become exponentially harder. Suddenly, Lin Han remembered the Bloodlust Ring. He immediately activated his creation eye to examine its properties. Name, Bloodlust Ring. Type, functional. Slot, ring. Description, can track targets through their blood. Upgrade path, can evolve through multiple upgrades, ultimately becoming a god-tier artifact. Lin Han decided to spend 100 karmic points to upgrade it to rare quality. Once upgraded, the ring would allow him to track someone's location using any object they had touched. At god-tier, it could even locate someone just by visualizing their appearance, and it would unlock a temporary teleportation array. However, upgrading the ring to god-tier would require an astronomical number of karmic points, an unattainable goal for now. Even reaching rare quality had drained all his remaining points, but in this critical moment, he couldn't afford to hesitate. Lin Han was well aware that the current situation could not be resolved with just a little over 100 premium points. Acting decisively, he took out the king beast egg and lightly touched its surface with the bloodthirsty ring. In an instant, images of the Sakura Empire squad members appeared in his mind except for the lone female team member. This discovery gave him a new understanding of the ring's mechanism. It seemed incapable of tracking the corpses of the deceased. Using the ring's senses, Lin Han determined that the 2 squads were located in different directions. After careful consideration, he decided to temporarily let Ito Sanchi go and focus on the other 2 members first. Without hesitation, he abandoned Keiko Lingren's corpse and sprinted toward his new targets. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 2 members of the Sakura Empire squad were anxiously searching. The king beast egg doesn't have legs, and we've already cleared out all the nearby beasts. How could it possibly go missing? One of them asked, puzzled. Who knows? The other replied. Could someone have discovered our plan? Highly unlikely. We smuggled ourselves in under the protection of one of the Empire's elites. You know how powerful they are. It's not like just anyone could figure it out, unless someone from the Star Dragon Empire somehow picked up on our trail. Or maybe a wild beast really did carry it off. As they were discussing, one of them suddenly stopped in his tracks, turning sharply to look behind him. Wait a second. What is it? Someone's here. What? The other immediately tensed, scanning the surroundings warily. Who's there? Show yourself, they barked. If you don't come out, Don't blame us for being ruthless. It's me. It's me. Don't attack. Lin Han called out, mimicking Go Buli's voice as he stepped into view. Go Buli? Weren't you with Keiko? What are you doing here? Where's Keiko? One of them asked suspiciously. Lin Han smiled, pulling out the king beast egg and pretending to be at ease. We found it already. Sister Keiko asked me to come find you too, while she went to look for Ito Sanchi. The king beast egg in Lin Han's hand left the two members of the Sakura Empire squad utterly stunned. Their expressions quickly turned into ones of excitement. This was the black object Keiko had specifically instructed them to safeguard at all costs. Lin Han, however, casually tossed the king beast egg into the air without a hint of concern. Don't throw it. The two squad members shouted in alarm. Such a priceless item was something they wouldn't even dare touch, let alone treat so carelessly. Though the king beast egg was known for its exceptional durability and was unlikely to break under normal circumstances, the importance of their mission left no room for error. Instinctively, the two lunged forward to catch the egg, but just as they reached for it, a streak of blood splattered in the air. They turned to Lin Han, disbelief etched across their faces. Apologies, but this king beast egg belongs to me now, Lin Han said coldly. Don't worry, Ita Sanji will be joining you soon enough. It turned out that while their attention was entirely focused on the egg, a Zhuge had already launched a sneak attack. Lin Han swiftly followed up to finish the job. Against opponents stronger than himself, he opted for the safest approach, an ambush. The two squad members collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Lin Han, expressionless, picked up the king beast egg and turned to the Zhuge. Let's go, he commanded. Guided by the bloodthirsty ring, Lin Han set his sights on the next target, Ito Sanji, who was just 2 kilometers away. Within minutes, Lin Han had located him. He needed to figure out why the Sakura Empire had chosen to act in Sioux City, a location deep in the Star Dragon Empire's territory. The decision seemed not only illogical but also likely to provoke the wrath of the Star Dragon Empire. At that moment, a system notification abruptly appeared. Mission triggered. Mission name: annihilate the Jiao Snake Squad. Mission objective: eliminate all members of the Sakura Empire's Jiao Snake Squad. Mission reward: 350k coins. Who's there? Ita Sanji called out, his eyes scanning Lin Han's hiding spot, his voice sharp with suspicion. A projectile whizzed through the air toward him. Thanks to his creation eye, Lin Han managed to dodge it just in time before stepping into view. Ita Sanji, it's me. Lin Han feigned panic, his voice trembling. Something terrible has happened. The Star Dragon Empire's forces are attacking. Keiko and the others, they're all dead. We have to retreat immediately, or we won't make it. The king beast egg that Sister Keiko and the others gave their lives to secure, we need to get it out of here now. The next moment, Lin Han decisively retrieved the king beast egg from the beast taming space. Upon seeing the rare and precious egg, Ita Sanji's eyes flickered with shock before he urgently asked, "You're saying the Xinglong Empire's army is here? How is that possible?" Ita Sanji shook his head in disbelief. When they had smuggled themselves across the border earlier, they hadn't been detected. Barely anyone in the entire Sakura Empire even knew about this mission. How could the Xinglong Empire have found out? He fixed his gaze on Lin Han, suspicion evident in his tone. You're saying Renair and Keiko and the others sacrificed themselves? Why is it that you're the only one who survived? Lin Han's expression was grim. Sister Renair and Keiko and the others fought to the death to save me. Before she died, she entrusted me with an unyielding mission to deliver this king beast egg to your team, no matter the cost. And why should I believe you? Ita Sanji remained highly vigilant. In his mind, it was inconceivable that Renair and Keiko would entrust something as critical as the king beast egg to Lin Han, let alone sacrifice herself as a diversion to save him. At this moment, Ita Sanji was remarkably composed. After all, these so-called teammates were strangers to him. Individuals had met for the first time solely because of this mission, the Jiao Snake Squad. Their lives and deaths didn't truly affect him emotionally. However, the information Lin Han had revealed left him deeply perplexed. Hand over the king beast egg. Ita Sanji stopped debating the truth of Lin Han's words. The priority now was to ensure the egg's safety. As long as he had the king beast egg, replenishing the squad with new members wouldn't be an issue, and the mission could still proceed. Otherwise, the Empire would never let them off the hook. Fine, but isn't the most important thing right now to retreat first? Lin Han stepped closer to Ita Sanji. Retreat? Why would we retreat? If the army is here, they must be searching for something. We have no reason to run. Ita Sanji reached out to grab the king beast egg, only for Lin Han to skillfully evade his grasp. Not so fast, Lin Han said in a steady voice. For now, it's best if I hold on to the king beast egg. You don't have legal identities in the Xinglong Empire. Only I can withstand any potential investigation. Handing the egg over to you would be unwise. Ita Sanji's expression darkened. What are you trying to say? He detected something unusual in Lin Han's words and began to suspect that Renaer and Keiko might have leaked their organization's plans to this young man. Yet, this theory didn't seem to make sense either. Since things have come to this, I see no point in hiding the truth any longer, Lin Han said, meeting Itasanchi's gaze directly. Everything it's all for the revival of the Sakura Empire. The Jiao Snake Squad. Ito Mitsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man before her. Jiao Snake Squad, a codename known only to a select few within the organization, had just been uttered by this stranger. Even among squad members, the term was rarely mentioned. My identity is not something for you to know, Lin Han said with a faint, cold smile. Ito Mitsuki, captain of the Jiao Snake Squad. Listen to my orders. Awaiting your command. Ito Mitsuki instinctively bowed. Although she couldn't confirm Lin Han's true identity, the information he possessed was enough to leave her stunned. Effective immediately, the bloodlust ritual is to be suspended. Ling Ran, Keiko, and Deng Ran have fallen in battle. We must prepare for an immediate evacuation. Do you understand? These words completely shattered Ito Mitsuki's composure. The bloodlust ritual involving the king beast egg was a secret known only to her, as the rest of the team was stationed in the Hao High Forest, unaware of the ritual's existence. May I ask for your identity, sir? Despite her shock, Ito Mitsuki felt compelled to confirm his authority. This mission was far too critical to allow for any oversight. Lin Han's brow furrowed. Ito Mitsuki, are you questioning my orders? The Special Ops Squad of the Xinglong Empire is actively hunting us. Every one of them is at least diamond ranked. If it weren't for my orders to ensure your safe retreat, I would have already left with the king beast egg. Why has the Xinglong Empire made such a sudden move? Ito Mitsuki asked, her confusion evident. Lin Han gestured for her to come closer and lowered his voice. Someone tipped off the Xinglong military. Impossible, Ito Mitsuki exclaimed. Ling Ran, Keiko, and the others are loyal warriors. They would never betray the organization. Besides, this operation was initiated by our informant within the Xinglong military. Lin Han's expression grew grim as he explained. I had initially planned to infiltrate your team this way to investigate the traitor. But the Xinglong Empire's response exceeded my expectations. It was my miscalculation. Once we're back in the organization, they'll accept full responsibility. Right now, the priority is to evacuate the Hao High Forest. Our contact in Sioux City is already in position. They'll take the king beast egg back to Sakura Empire and use the Empire's resources to complete the ritual. As he finished speaking, a twisted smile crept across Lin Han's face. When the time comes, Sioux City will be turned upside down. Internally, Lin Han thought to himself, damn it, pretending to be a villain for the first time really feels awkward. Lin Han silently pondered his own deductions as he observed Ito Sanchi, who didn't seem particularly sharp. He concluded that this person likely wouldn't suspect anything. Just then, Ito Sanchi suddenly performed a precise military salute and shouted loudly, "Long live the Empire." This unexpected action startled Lin Han, but he quickly composed himself. Mimicking the gesture, he also saluted and echoed, "Long live the Empire." Leader, before we meet the contact, I have one more matter to attend to, Ito Sanchi declared, his gaze suddenly firm and resolute. At this moment, he was fully convinced of Lin Han's identity in his eyes. Someone so knowledgeable about the mission could only have been sent by the Empire. With a grim expression, Ito Sanchi turned toward a man standing nearby. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the man instinctively took a few steps back and asked nervously, "Captain, what are you planning to do?" "What am I planning to do?" Ito Sanchi sneered. "You heard the officer earlier. One of the 5 of us is a traitor." "Captain, are you suspecting me?" The man stammered, panicked. "I've always been loyal to the organization. How could I possibly betray the Empire? You know May would never." Ito Sanchi cut him off. "Now that Renara Keiko and the others have already sacrificed their lives for the Empire, are you trying to tarnish their names?" "Captain, I didn't mean that." The man quickly tried to shift the focus, pointing at Lin Han. "Keiko and the others would never betray the Empire. I'm saying it's him. He suddenly claims to be an Imperial officer. How can we trust that? For all we know, he's an outsider trying to deceive us. Captain, if he's truly from the Sakura Empire, why isn't he communicating with us in the Imperial language?" Lin Han's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his composure. Years of watching Japanese films and TV dramas had finally paid off. Without hesitation, he barked in fluent Japanese, "Kyuso, Bakayaro." This display further solidified Ito Sanchi's belief in Lin Han's identity. Turning back to the man, Ito Sanchi roared, "What else do you have to say now? Betraying the organization. Selling out for personal gain. How could the Empire produce someone as disgraceful as you? You're a shame to us all." "Captain, I swear I'm innocent." The man knelt on the ground, his voice tinged with desperation. Lin Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself how close he had come to giving himself away. In that split second, He had mentally flipped through every Japanese movie line he had ever heard, finally landing on these crucial words. While most of the phrases in his mind were far from appropriate, thankfully, Itasanchi, being the gullible fool he was, chose to believe him. It was only thanks to the system's task prompt and the insights provided by the Eye of Providence that Lin Han managed to sell his story. Otherwise, convincing this simpleton would have been nearly impossible. Itasanchi's eyes burned with fury as he glared at the subordinate kneeling before him. The Empire's meticulously planned operation had been completely ruined, costing the lives of so many loyal warriors. This was not just a loss for the organization but a significant blow to the Empire itself. For a traitor who betrayed comrades and jeopardized the Empire, there would be no mercy. Today, I will deliver justice and avenge Rina Keiko and the others. Itasanchi roared as he drew his long blade in an instant, thrusting it toward the man. Realizing that Itasanchi truly intended to kill him, the subordinate quickly drew his own weapon, parrying the attack. I never betrayed the Empire, Captain. He's trying to drive a wedge between us. For all we know, it was this guy who got Keiko and the others killed. Silence! Itasanchi barked, cutting him off sharply. This leader knows details about our missions that none of you could possibly know. If he isn't from the Empire, then who else could he be? Sensing the moment was ripe, Lin Han added fuel to the fire. Unbelievable. The Empire has treated you all with such generosity, and yet you choose to repay it with treachery. Captain Itu, this is your subordinate. It's your responsibility to handle him. I will report everything that happened here today to Lord Zimming. After this, you will be lauded as a hero who purged a traitor from our ranks. Lowering his voice, he added, make it quick. Support teams from the Empire could arrive at any moment. A spark of excitement flashed in Itasanchi's eyes as he nodded solemnly. Rest assured, leader. Since this traitor comes from my squad, I will personally deal with him. This won't take long. Fool. Itasanchi, you're really going through with this? The subordinate's anger boiled over, and his attacks became increasingly ferocious. If you're going to be heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. You've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Where did you find this actor? You just want to claim all the credit for yourself. Well, I won't let you succeed. The fight between the two escalated rapidly, with every move aimed to kill. Lin Han watched from the sidelines, his heart pounding in his chest. Both of them were undoubtedly at the level of bona fide gold-ranked warriors. Lin Han silently assessed his opponent's strength, a chill running through his heart. If not for the deliberate concealment, the other's abilities were likely approaching the platinum level. What troubled him even more was that these enemies didn't seem to follow the typical Beastmaster system. Still, events were unfolding just as he had planned. To his surprise, Itasanchi had so easily fallen into the trap. Their battle grew fiercer, leaving both with fresh wounds. Moments later, Itasanchi ended the informant's life with a swift slash to the throat. This is the fate of a traitor, Itasanchi said coldly. Your family will suffer for your betrayal as well. Impressive. Truly worthy of Captain Ito's reputation. Such remarkable skill. Lin Han clapped his hands, his tone full of praise. Itasanchi smirked with pride. It's just my duty. Anyone who betrays the Empire deserves this punishment. Captain Ito is absolutely right. Only someone like you is fit for such an important role. Lin Han continued to flatter him. Though somewhat intoxicated by the compliments, Itasanchi didn't forget the urgency of their situation. Leader, we need to leave immediately. If we're discovered by the Xinglong Empire, we'll be in trouble. Leave? To where? Lin Han asked, his gaze playful. Didn't you say we were to rendezvous with the people stationed in Sioux City? Oh, I did say that. Lin Han nodded, but made no move to leave. Then let's go quickly. Itasanchi urged, growing increasingly anxious about lingering too long. I'm afraid Captain Ito won't be leaving today. Lin Han's tone suddenly turned icy. What? Alarm bells rang in Itasanchi's mind. Today, Captain Ito will meet his end here for the Empire. Before Itasanchi could react, a hidden Zhugue sprang into action, firing 3 water arrows in rapid succession. Though Itasanchi managed to dodge the first 2, his exhaustion from the earlier fight left him vulnerable, and he was struck by the third. Leader, what is the meaning of this? Itasanchi demanded, clutching his wound. The meaning? Lin Han sneered. It's simple. I'm sending you to meet your end. You, soldiers of the Sakura Empire, dared to invade the territory of the Xinglong Empire and plot such schemes. Today, I will take your life to avenge the citizens of Sioux City who perished. There was no longer any need for Lin Han to hide his true self. Though his opponent was indeed formidable, his Eye of Creation confirmed a platinum-level power. Itasanchi's injuries and exhaustion gave Lin Han the upper hand. Victory was within reach. Itasanchi finally realized the truth. Clenching his teeth against the pain, he steadied himself. You're not from the Empire, are you? You're with the Xinglong Empire. Bingo, Lin Han replied with a faint smile. Then what about Rina and Keiko and the others? Were they all killed by you? Ito Sanchi asked through gritted teeth. Correct. I dealt with them all. You're the last group. I was wondering how to handle you. But it seems you saved me the trouble by turning on each other first. Mitsuki Ito stared at the lifeless body of his fallen comrade on the ground, a surge of indescribable rage welling up inside him. He glared at Lin Han with gritted teeth and spat. It's all because of you. You killed him. Lin Han smirked coldly. And what if I did? I might have considered holding back against you before, but as you are now, you're no match for me. If you surrender now, you might still have a slim chance to live. Mitsuki Ito knew his injuries were severe, and he had to seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. He had already suspected Lin Han's true identity despite using the Star Dragon Empire's beast-taming techniques. It wasn't unheard of for someone from the Sakura Empire to have studied those methods in the Star Dragon Empire. Yet, he hadn't anticipated being deceived like this. If the two of them had worked together earlier, they could have easily subdued Lin Han. But now, with his injuries worsening, the situation had become dire. I'm just a passerby, an ordinary person. Lin Han chuckled lightly. At this point, he and his beast, the Zhu Gui, had completely encircled Mitsuki Ito, leaving him no chance to escape. Mitsuki's mind raced. When he first saw Lin Han dealing with other ferocious beasts, he had judged his strength to be no higher than the gold rank. But now, he could no longer be certain of Lin Han's true capabilities. If he delayed any longer, his injuries would only worsen. I have to end this quickly, Mitsuki thought to himself. A beast tamer's weakness lies in their physical vulnerability. If he could take down the tamer, the beast would become irrelevant. With that thought, Mitsuki made his move without hesitation. Lin Han, however, had already anticipated his actions through the eye of creation and did not bother to dodge. Instead, he silently activated his shrank ability. Iron Body, clang! Mitsuki's palm struck Lin Han's body, but it felt as though he had hit solid steel. How is this possible? Mitsuki was utterly shocked. Even though he had lost most of his strength, how could he fail to harm a mere silver-rank beast tamer? Lin Han let out a soft chuckle and, in a flash, grabbed Mitsuki's arms, immobilizing him. What are you doing? Even someone as seasoned as Mitsuki, who had completed countless missions, couldn't suppress the fear rising in his heart. Sending you to your death, of course. Do you think I'd let a tiger return to the mountain? Lin Han replied coldly. Zhu Gui, use Ice Blade. This time, without hesitation, Zhu Gui formed an ice blade and drove it straight into Mitsuki's chest. I never thought I would fall to a silver-rank beast tamer. How pathetic. Mitsuki muttered, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Lin Han's expression remained stoic as he tightened his grip around Mitsuki's throat. With a sharp crack, he ended his life completely. He couldn't risk leaving Mitsuki alive, as it would undoubtedly invite retaliation from the Sakura Empire's elite. As the system notification chimed, mission, annihilate the Jiao Snake Squad completed. Reward, 350 gold points. Lin Han finally exhaled in relief. Turning to Zhu Gui beside him, he murmured, that was way too close. Lin Han carefully examined the bodies on the ground, confirming that Ito Sanchi and his companions were completely dead. He didn't leave right away but instead began meticulously searching the corpses for any useful items. On Ito Sanchi's body, he discovered an unexpected Treasuria perception mirror. This was a special gold-tier item, and its functionality was incredibly practical. It could reveal the exact location of all living creatures within a 3-kilometer radius, up to 3 times per day. Great find, Lin Han thought with excitement. Although this functional item was only gold tier, its value far surpassed that of platinum tier combat gear. Just like the bloodthirst ring he was wearing, functional equipment like this was often more precious than combat-focused gear of the same tier due to its versatility and practicality. Now, Lin Han finally understood how Ito Sanchi had been able to so effortlessly monitor the surrounding area and protect the King Beast Egg. This mirror not only provided excellent defense against ambushes, but was also incredibly useful for tracking targets. After a quick review of its upgrade path, Lin Han realized that as the mirror leveled up, its detection range could expand to 10 kilometers, dozens of kilometers, or even hundreds of kilometers. At its highest level, this mirror alone could monitor all life forms in an entire city, a truly formidable power. After safely storing the mirror and the King Beast Egg, Lin Han couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude toward the Jiao Snake Squad. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have acquired such valuable items. Once he returned and signed a contract with the Qilin, he would gain 300k coins, which, combined with his current balance, would bring him to a total of 650. With this, his goal of evolving the Zhu Turtle into the King-tier Xuanwu was finally within reach. Thinking about the future, when he would possess 2 King-tier beasts with unparalleled potential during the official recruitment phase, a confident smile spread across Lin Han's face. Others wouldn't stand a chance against him. It would be a complete domination. This thought filled him with joy as he decided to head straight back to Sioux City. Although he had initially planned to lure these people to the city's guard unit, their self-destruction had provided him with the perfect opportunity to deal with them here. This outcome was far more efficient and secure. Lin Han quickly shook his head, abandoning the idea of handing these individuals over to the Sioux City Guard. While the guards might be able to extract more information, it would undoubtedly cause him significant trouble. Even though Itasanchi and the others didn't know his real name, they had surely memorized his appearance. If the guards launched an investigation, he would find it nearly impossible to extricate himself. The night had grown late by the time Lin Han returned to his home in Sioux City. As soon as he stepped inside, he eagerly took out the beast egg he had acquired. This wasn't just any beast egg, it was a Qilin beast egg. Just staring at it made his heartbeat quicken. A beast with a royal-level aptitude far surpassed his current companion, the Zhu Gui. What excited him even more was that, according to his Heaven's Eye ability, the beast would hatch at the silver rank right from the start. However, alongside his joy, Lin Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. The higher the grade of a beast egg, the more difficult it was to form a contract with its owner. His teacher had once told him that some high-tier beasts would rather perish than lower themselves to bond with a weak human. This Qilin, not only born at the silver rank but also having undergone numerous rituals, was bound to have a proud and unyielding nature. After careful consideration, Lin Han decided to use special items to increase his chances of success. He spent 50 gold currency points to exchange for a bottle of golden grade beast affinity potion, far superior to the ordinary bronze grade potion. To speed up the hatching process, he spent another 20 points on a beast catalyst potion. In just a short time, he had spent the equivalent of 700,000 star dragon coins, which made his heart ache. Pouring the catalyst potion over the beast egg, Lin Han then downed the affinity potion in one gulp and held his breath in anticipation. Soon, the egg, which was about a meter tall, began to show signs of cracking. A red glow emanated from within, followed by a wave of heat. A blood-red head broke through the shell, and then the entire body emerged, a majestic creature with the head of a lion, antlers of a deer, eyes of a tiger, body of a moose, scales of a dragon, and a tail resembling that of a mighty dragon. The Qilin's imposing presence exceeded Lin Han's expectations, with flames occasionally flickering at the corners of its mouth. "Hey, little one, no playing with fire in the house. If you burn the place down, the two of us will have nowhere to live," Lin Han hastily pleaded. The Qilin seemed to understand his words, gradually calming down as the flames at its mouth dissipated. The contract process that followed went surprisingly smoothly. When Lin Han saw the Qilin's attribute stats, he was utterly stunned. Aptitude, royal level. Species, Qilin. Level, 15. Strength, 14,526. Agility, 13,584. Spirit, 13,687. Constitution, 15,427. These numbers were double those of his Zhu Gui. Despite being of legendary grade, the Zhu Gui's stats paled in comparison to the Qilin. Aptitude, legendary grade. Species, Thin Xuanwu bloodline. Level, 15. Strength, 6,854. Agility, 6,598. Spirit, 6,488. Constitution, 7,102. At that moment, Lin Han truly understood the importance of a beast's innate potential. It wasn't just about their upper limits, it directly determined their combat power at the same level. As for his own attributes, age, 16. Level, 14. Strength, 3,070. Agility, 3,050. Spirit, 3,030. Constitution, 3,080. Talent, Steel Bodies grade, Heaven's Eye mythical grade. Free attribute points, 1,200. Compared to these beasts, he was on an entirely different level. But Lin Han had long since grown used to this disparity. Lin Han stood frozen in place, staring in shock at the data panel before him. Despite being just one level apart from the Qilin, the difference in their stats was nearly 10,000 points. Judging solely by the Qilin's terrifying stats, it seemed capable of handling a golden-tier beast with ease. This was the fearsome power of a king-tier beast. Seeing the Qilin's astonishing growth, Lin Han felt an even greater urgency to help the Zhu Gui complete its transformation and evolve into the Xuanwu. When that moment came, the Zhu Gui's stats would experience a qualitative leap, potentially boosting Lin Han himself as its master. He firmly believed his next stat increase upon leveling up would be unlike any before, as a beast master's innate abilities could be enhanced by their beasts. Right on cue, the system notification chimed. System quest completed. Contract a second beast. Reward, 300 Krypton gold points. This news lifted Lin Han's spirits considerably. He now had a total of 580 Krypton gold points, already more than halfway to the amount needed to double the Zhu Gui's innate talent. Just one more quest, and he'd be close. Moreover, he had confiscated some gear from Itasanchi and his group, which could be sold for additional resources. Lin Han decided to keep the perception mirror and sold the rest of the equipment through the system. Most of the items were of average quality, likely obtained from hunting nearby beasts. Although the perception mirror was relatively valuable, he opted to save it for future use. In the end, the batch of equipment fetched 2.8 million Star Dragon coins, equivalent to 280 Krypton gold points. Including his previous balance, Lin Han now had 880 Krypton gold points, just over 100 points shy of the amount needed to upgrade the Zhu Gui. Based on his current quest progress, he estimated that he would be able to enhance the Zhu Gui to Xuanwu bloodline by tomorrow. The thought filled him with excitement. He immediately began planning how to allocate the remaining 1,200 free attribute points. Since he already possessed the Scrade talent, Iron Body, his defense was exceptional. Most opponents couldn't even break through it. After some thought, he decided to address his weakness in strength and unhesitatingly allocated all the points to the strength attribute. The updated stats displayed on the panel were as follows. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 14. Strength, 4,270. Agility, 3,050. Spirit, 3,030. Constitution, 3,080. Talents, Iron Body Grade, Eye of Heaven Mythical Grade. Free attribute points remaining, 0. Although there was still a significant gap between him and the Qilin, he now stood a better chance against his Zhu Gui in a direct contest. Of course, once the Zhu Gui ascended to a king-tier bloodline, the situation would change entirely. Lin Han couldn't help but smile. Why would he feel jealous of his own beast? What truly mattered was preparing to face external threats. The internal conflict within his family no longer occupied Lin Han's thoughts. He simply collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep. The next morning, when he opened his eyes, the sun was already high in the sky. Without the need to focus on awakening anymore, he allowed himself a rare moment of leisure. Having already planned his day, Lin Han headed straight to the mission center. The mission center in the city served as a hub for various tasks, offering both official assignments issued by the Empire and private commissions. Most tasks were set in dungeons or leveling zones, with the primary goal of collecting materials. After completing a simple registration process, Lin Han began browsing the list of available missions. Soon, one caught his attention. Mission name, Dark Forest. Mission location, Huiyue City. Mission objective, capture 5 Star Eater bugs. Mission reward, 400,000 Star Dragon coins. Mission requirements, must be at least level 13 and possess exceptional strength. Must own a powerful beast companion. Target Star Eater bugs must be level 13 or higher. Star Eater bugs are social creatures. Teamwork is recommended. Solo attempts are highly challenging, recommended for peak silver level or gold level individuals. After carefully reviewing the mission description, Lin Han decided it was a great opportunity. The mission location was in a silver level leveling zone, which aligned perfectly with his goal of leveling up. The reward of 400,000 Star Dragon coins was equivalent to 40 premium currency points, and the risk level seemed manageable. Although the mission required traveling to a neighboring city, all expenses, including transportation, would be reimbursed. For Lin Han, silver-level dungeons no longer posed a threat. With the mighty Kirin as his beast companion, he was fully confident in his abilities. After accepting the mission, he immediately set off for the Dark Forest in Huiyue City. At the teleportation array, he paid the required fee, locked in his destination, and watched as the scenery around him abruptly changed. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing beneath the canopy of a pitch-black forest. Warning signs prominently displayed the level requirements for entering, but these posed no issue for Lin Han. With Kirin at his side, his confidence was unwavering. His stats were so formidable that he felt capable of overpowering even gold-level opponents. Without hesitation, Lin Han ventured deeper into the forest. The towering trees of the shadowy woodland stretched tens of meters high, their dense foliage blocking out all sunlight. The area was teeming with shadow-type beasts, making it an ideal habitat for such creatures. However, detailed information about the forest was scarce. Online resources offered little insight, as intelligence on dungeons of this caliber typically required purchasing from the marketplace. Rarely would anyone share it for free. Such heavy, foreboding energy. Lin Han walked through the shadow forest, glancing around cautiously as an oppressive, eerie atmosphere enveloped him. The dense canopy of trees completely blocked out the sunlight, making what should have been a bright noon feel more like dusk. Only a few faint beams of light managed to pierce through the gaps in the leaves. Though Lin Han knew little about the forest's vegetation, he had his trusty the Eye of Creation. With this ability, he could instantly discern the essence of anything that entered his line of sight. Darkness was no obstacle for him. The only real threat was the possibility of a beast ambushing him from the shadows. An idea struck him, and Lin Han summoned his companions, the Candle Turtle and the Qilin. The flames that surrounded the Qilin illuminated the dim forest like a moving beacon of light. Observing this, Lin Han couldn't help but marvel at the practicality of his king-level beast taming talent. The Qilin, however, rolled its eyes, seemingly displeased at being used as a mere light source. Lin Han simply chuckled. It was just a matter of making the best use of resources. As they continued forward, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance. Judging by the rhythm, it seemed like two creatures, one chasing the other. Lin Han's brow furrowed as he refrained from revealing himself. Instead, he motioned for the candle turtle and Qilin to hide with him behind the nearby bushes, waiting to assess the situation. Before long, a figure burst out from the trees, a young girl, appearing to be around Lin Han's age. Behind her, a swift wolf was in relentless pursuit. Swift Wolf LV-13. This ferocious beast was renowned for its unparalleled speed among silver-tier creatures. At the current pace, it wouldn't take long for the wolf to catch up to the girl. As the gap between predator and prey narrowed, it became clear that the girl would not survive without intervention. The girl, Chen Huaner, glanced back as she ran, her eyes filled with panic. The dungeon's exit was still a considerable distance away, and with the swift wolf's speed, she wouldn't make it in time. The beast lacked intelligence and couldn't be reasoned with, making the situation all the more dire. Suddenly, the swift wolf accelerated, leaping toward her with deadly intent. Startled, Chen Huaner lost her footing and fell to the ground. Her spirit raven immediately flew in front of her, summoning a barrage of dark spikes aimed at the wolf. However, the swift wolf's incredible agility allowed it to evade the attack with ease. Enraged, it charged at her even more ferociously. Chen Huaner scrambled backward on the ground while her spirit raven darted around, searching for an advantageous angle to strike. As the swift wolf lunged toward her, she squeezed her eyes shut in despair, bracing for the inevitable. But the expected pain never came. Opening her eyes in confusion, she was greeted by the sight of a majestic, fire-clad Qilin gripping the swift wolf by its neck, flames faintly flickering at the corners of its mouth. "You are..." Chen Huaner stared at the Qilin in astonishment. The creature released the lifeless wolf and tossed it aside carelessly before turning to her with a low growl. "Your master sent you to save me? Where is your master?" she asked hurriedly, just as the sound of footsteps drew her attention. Turning around, she saw Lin Han approaching. "My talent is Spirit Summoner," Lin Han explained calmly. "I can communicate with and tame beasts though. Of course, the prerequisite is that they possess intelligence. Otherwise, communication would be impossible." Lin Han looked at the owner of the fiery red beast before him, his heart filled with gratitude. If it weren't for this person's timely intervention, he might not have survived. "I'm a spirit diviner, which is considered a level talent." Lin Han recalled the knowledge he had learned during high school. It's a relatively rare profession within the level category, somewhere between a mage and a utility-focused role. Chen Huaner nodded repeatedly. "I really need to thank you today. If it weren't for you stepping in, I might not have made it out alive." "It's nothing. Since I was here, it was only right to lend a hand." Lin Han waved it off, but his expression soon turned serious. "But I have to say, you're still at first-tier level, and the Shadow Forest is definitely not a place you should be venturing into. You were lucky to run into me today. Leave now, this place is far too dangerous." He knew that even silver-tier adventurers would hesitate to venture deeper into such a dungeon, let alone a first-tier bronze-level individual. Deep within the forest lurked golden-tier beasts, and encountering one of them would spell certain doom. Chen Huaner looked a little embarrassed as she explained. "I came here this time to complete my awakening quest. The task requires me to find and kill a Triflower Dark Raven in the Shadow Forest. The Dark Raven is only level 10, so I thought I could handle it. I just didn't expect to run into a swift wolf so soon. It was such bad luck." "A Triflower Dark Raven?" Lin Han nodded, though a trace of irritation flickered in his heart. Both of them were working on their second-tier awakening. Yet why did her task involve dealing with a mere level 10 creature, while he was stuck facing the Starfire Tiger King? Damn that awakening stone. "Thank you so much again for today," Chen Huana suddenly said. "But I need to keep going. I want to finish my awakening quest today." Lin Han frowned and asked, "And what if you run into an even stronger monster as you go deeper?" Chen Huaner stood in the Shadow Forest, silently encouraging herself. This is a task assigned by the Awakening Stone. It never gives challenges destined to fail. "I can do this." Lin Han looked at the naive girl in front of him and couldn't help but sigh as he thought about her unique talent. With your current strength, venturing alone in the Shadow Forest is no different from walking into a death trap. Why not team up with me?" "That won't do." Chen Huaner quickly waved her hand. "You already saved my life today. How could I trouble you to protect me again?" Lin Han pondered for a moment before offering a suggestion. "How about this? We help each other. I'll protect you while you complete your awakening task, and in return, you help me locate a ferocious beast called the Star-Eating Worm. With your divination skills and your gift for communicating with beasts, it'll definitely be easier than me searching alone." These words struck a chord with Chen Huaner. She was well aware of the risks of completing her second transition task alone in this dangerous forest. But in order to stand out in the national selection, she had no choice but to take the risk. Now, with a strong companion willing to join her, she felt both hopeful and hesitant. Are you sure about this? Yes, mutual assistance, Lin Han confirmed. Hearing this, Chun Huaner's mood brightened instantly. Although she didn't know the full extent of Lin Han's strength, the powerful beast by his side was enough to make her feel at ease. My name is Chun Huaner, but you can just call me Huaner. I'm Lin Han, from Miss City, he replied. You're Lin Han? Chun Huaner exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the puzzled look on Lin Han's face, she explained, I heard Miss City offered a massive national selection reward of 30 million Tianlong coins this year because of a genius with double grade talent and another with a grade talent. You wouldn't happen to be? Lin Han nodded, confirming, yes, that's me. You're really him. Chen Huaner couldn't hide her excitement. I thought geniuses like you would be so aloof, but you're actually so approachable. Lin Han responded with a hint of helplessness. I'm not some kind of monster. There's no need for that. It was then that Chen Huaner noticed the turtle that had been following Lin Han all along. Intrigued, she asked, Lin Han, have you already completed your second transition? Yes, I finished my second awakening just yesterday, he replied. That's amazing. No wonder you're a double grade talent. Chen Huaner was completely in awe of Lin Han, not just because he had saved her but also because of the approachable vibe he gave off. Lin Han, slightly embarrassed by the praise, said, it's not that impressive. You're already working on your awakening task too, just a little behind me. And even with my double grade talent, I'm not that far ahead of you. Honestly, you're more impressive. Hang, you're too modest. Chun Huaner decided to affectionately call him Hang instead of just his name, feeling that it was more fitting now. Chen Huaner reminisced about the past and began recounting to Lin Han. Lingya and I were in the leveling zone when we happened to stumble upon a battle between two factions. To be honest, we waited until they were both severely weakened before stepping in to finish them off and gained a few kills. That's how I managed to level up so quickly. But of course, I'm still far behind you, Brother Han. She waved her hand dismissively, changing the subject. Enough about that. Let's keep moving. First, we need to deal with that Triflower Crown Dark Absolute Raven. The two continued their journey in sync, the atmosphere between them remarkably harmonious. This sense of harmony was largely thanks to Chen Huaner's innate ability to communicate with spirit beasts. Even the Qilin and the Candle Turtle instinctively gravitated toward her. Lin Han couldn't help but roll his eyes at the sight. These two ingrates. I'm still standing right here as their master, you know? If I were to leave them alone now, they'd probably run off with her in a heartbeat. Despite his frustration, he had to admit that having a spirit whisperer like Chen Huaner around made things much easier, especially when it came to communicating with spirit beasts. Suddenly, both the Qilin and the Candle Turtle halted in their tracks, letting out low warning growls in the same direction. Chen Huaner quickly interpreted for them. They're saying there's an enemy approaching. Although Lin Han couldn't directly communicate with the beasts, he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Just then, the enemy revealed itself. Lin Han's creation eye instantly locked onto its information. It was a level 14 steel-striped tiger, charging straight at them. The Qilin and the Candle Turtle reacted in an instant, launching themselves forward to intercept the threat without giving it a chance to strike. The Qilin, with its incredible speed, subdued the steel-striped tiger and was just about to deliver a fatal bite to its neck when Chen Huaner shouted, Little Qilin, spare its life for now. The Qilin obeyed immediately, retracting its fangs. Lin Han, hearing her call it Little Qilin, shook his head in resignation but quickly guessed her intentions and chose not to intervene. A glowing six-pointed star materialized around Chen Huaner as she gazed down at the subdued steel-striped tiger. Her voice was calm but commanding as she asked, Steel-striped tiger, do you know where the Triflower Crown Dark Absolute Raven is? Lin Han's Eye of Creation truly lives up to its reputation as a mythical-level talent. When Chen Huaner communicated with the ferocious beast, although there was no visible flow of magic in the real world, Lin Han's Eye of Creation could clearly capture the process. Though his observations were still incomplete, this was only natural after all. The Eye of Creation was only at its second awakening stage, far from reaching its final form. The steel-striped tiger froze for a moment upon hearing Chen Huaner's voice, then let out a low growl in response. Chen Huaner quickly turned to Lin Han and said, There's a gathering of dark shadow crows in the southeast part of the forest. The three-flower convergence you mentioned should also be in that area. Your talent is really convenient, Lin Han remarked with genuine admiration. This ability was simply invaluable for locating objectives and instances. However, he also noticed the beads of sweat forming on Chen Huaner's forehead clearly. Communicating with a low-intelligence ferocious beast like this still consumed a significant amount of her energy. This was in stark contrast to how effortlessly she communicated with mythical creatures like the Qilin or the Candle Turtle, likely because of the lower level of the beast. Then let's head southeast, Chen Huaner said. ending her conversation with the steel-striped tiger. Are you sure the information is reliable? Lin Han asked again to confirm. Chen Huaner gave a wry smile. Not entirely, but given how little we know about the Shadow Forest, we have no choice but to trust its words for now. If I hadn't used up so much magic, I could have performed a divination. While I wouldn't have been able to pinpoint the exact location of the dark shadow crows, I could at least verify the range provided by the steel-striped tiger. All right, then let's go in that direction first, Lin Han said decisively. With a general direction in mind, it doesn't matter if it's true or not, let's just charge ahead. But before we move on, he turned to the Qilin, which immediately understood and swiftly snapped the steel-striped tiger's neck with a single bite. A system notification followed. Steel-striped tiger successfully slain. Experience points 84-85. Chen Huaner showed no objection to this. She understood very well that being able to communicate with ferocious beasts didn't mean one had to be merciful. Ferocious beasts never showed humanity any mercy, and she was well aware of this. Besides, answering a question didn't mean it deserved to live. The group continued their journey, with Lin Han leading the way. With the Qilin guarding them, even encountering a gold-ranked ferocious beast wouldn't be a significant threat. Any approaching beasts were swiftly dealt with. As they ventured deeper into the forest, a piercing bird cry broke the silence. What kind of noise is that? It's so awful, Lin Han exclaimed, looking up toward the pitch-black canopy. In the lightless shadow forest, only the faint glow emitted by the Qilin illuminated their surroundings. However, with his mythical-level eye of creation, Lin Han immediately discerned the truth. It's an 11th-level dark shadow crow, he declared without hesitation. Chen Huaner was startled by his words. In the impenetrable darkness of the forest, Lin Han had somehow identified the creature. You can see it clearly? Don't forget, I have an strength talent, the Eye of Insight. This level of darkness is nothing to me, Lin Han replied with a grin. Right. Chen Huaner suddenly realized. Lin Han possessed dual strength talents, one of which was a vision-based ability. This explained everything. Spirit Crow, go catch it, Chen Huaner ordered without a second thought. The Spirit Crow soared into the sky without hesitation. But it's only 11th level. Can the Spirit Crow handle it? Don't worry, Chen Huaner said confidently. Even though the Dark Shadow Crow has reached silver rank, its combat abilities are weak. They're only good at aerial harassment and are terrible in actual combat. When faced with a beast capable of ranged attacks or flight, they have no choice but to back down. Lin Han nodded in agreement. This information matched what the Eye of Creation revealed. However, one critical point stood out. Dark Shadow Crows were social creatures and rarely acted alone. This suggested that there might be an entire flock of them nearby. Huaner, call the Spirit Crow back immediately. Lin Han suddenly realized the danger. Although Chen Huaner didn't understand his reasoning, she instinctively chose to trust Lin Han's judgment. Lingya, come back. The Spirit Crow, mid-flight, immediately turned around at Chen Huaner's call. Just as it was about to return to her side, the already dim sky grew even more ominous. Countless dark silhouettes swarmed the air, fluttering and circling in a dense mass that blotted out the entire sky. Chen Huaner gasped sharply, instinctively covering her mouth. She realized that if it weren't for Lin Han's timely warning, Lingya would have likely been torn to shreds by the swarm of shadow crows. Even though Lingya was formidable, there was no chance of surviving against such an overwhelming number. How did you notice them? Chen Huaner asked, still shaken. Lin Han's expression was grave. Shadow crows are pack creatures. They rarely act alone. More importantly, the area was completely silent when we arrived. It wasn't until we entered this zone that one of them suddenly let out that piercing call. Perched where it was clearly acting as a sentry. Thank you for saving Lingya, Chen Huaner said sincerely, her gratitude evident. No need to thank me. Lin Han shifted into a battle stance. Step back. I'll handle this. Chen Huaner hesitated. Even though you're strong, but still. Don't worry, Lin Han said with a faint smile. These birds are no match for me. Realizing she would only be a hindrance in this fight, Chen Huaner reluctantly retreated. Lin Han strode forward confidently, with the Qilin and the Candle Turtle following close behind. At this critical moment, they showed no hesitation in aligning themselves with Lin Han rather than Chen Huaner. Come on, you filthy creatures. Let's see what you've got. Lin Han suddenly taunted. The swarm of shadow crows erupted in fury, diving down like a black tidal wave. Lin Han, get out of there. Don't just stand there. Chen Huaner cried out in panic. She couldn't understand why he would deliberately provoke the swarm. The sheer density of their attack was enough to obliterate anyone in its path. Don't worry, they are no match for me. Lin Han's lips curled into a faint smile. At that moment, the pitch-black swarm of dark abyss ravens had closed in, less than a meter away. Lin Han remained calm and composed. His strength talent, Iron Body, activated instantly. Countless dark abyss ravens crashed into him with crisp metallic clangs, yet not a single scratch was left on his body. With a powerful punch, Lin Han unleashed a wave of force that swept across the area, instantly annihilating a large number of Dark Abyss Ravens. System notifications echoed in his mind. Successfully killed Dark Abyss Raven. Gained 1,354 experience points. Qilin. Scorching flames of heaven. Lin Han roared. A blazing sun formed in the sky, its dazzling light illuminating the entire forest. The fiery orb exploded with a deafening roar, transforming into a sea of flames that engulfed every Dark Abyss Raven in the air. Chun Huaner stood frozen on the side, too stunned to speak. A rookie who had awakened his class only a few days ago was now displaying strength comparable to top-tier silver levels, even rivaling gold-level combatants. The system notifications continued to chime as Lin Han leveled up twice in quick succession, reaching level 16. His attribute panel showed an astonishing increase of 1,000 points across all stats, along with 300 freely allocatable points. Moments later, he advanced to levels 17 and 18, each breakthrough granting even more staggering attribute boosts. Lin Han checked his updated attribute panel. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 18. Strength, 11,270. Agility, 10,050. Spirit, 10,030. Constitution, 10,080. Talents, Iron Body S rank, Eye of Heaven mythical rank. Freely allocatable points, 1,200. Attributes over 10,000. Lin Han's heart surged with excitement. With this level of power, he could now contend with early-stage gold-level beast tamers and their beasts. As long as their beasts weren't of legendary or king rank, victory was within his grasp. Suddenly, the candle turtle halted its attack, letting out a warning growl in a specific direction. Lin Han's eyes sharpened as he spotted a Dark Abyss Raven marked with a distinct three-flower insignia. Huaner, we found it. That Dark Abyss Raven with the three-flower mark on its head, it's the one. Chun Huaner finally snapped out of her daze. She had been completely captivated by Lin Han's extraordinary combat prowess, which was far beyond what someone his age should possess. Even with his dual strength talents, his displayed strength had exceeded all expectations. Suddenly hearing Lin Han's words, Chun Huaner immediately turned her gaze toward him. Although she couldn't be certain if he had reached the Three Blossoms atop stage, she had no other choice at this moment but to trust Lin Han's judgment. Lingya, don't let that thing escape. Chun Huaner commanded decisively. Lingya hesitated for a brief moment but quickly reacted, darting into the sky without hesitation. Its attacks were fierce and relentless, giving the opponent no chance to catch its breath. Shadow-like sharp spikes pierced through the air as Lingya and the Dark Abyss Crow engaged in an intense battle high above. By this point, Lin Han had already eliminated the other Dark Abyss Crows, leaving none to interfere with Lingya. The fight unfolded exactly as Chun Huaner had anticipated. Despite being a level 11 Dark Abyss Crow, it was no match for Lingya. The disparity in their capabilities was evident from the way the battle progressed. Chun Huaner's confidence was well-founded. Lingya's innate abilities were indeed exceptional. While it hadn't yet reached the legendary tier, it was at least at a platinum or even diamond level of strength. For a first-phase beast tamer to possess such a high-caliber companion was rare and more than enough to handle early-stage challenges. Though beast tamers rely heavily on their beasts in battle, the tamer's innate talent plays an equally critical role in determining the outcome. The fight was over in no time, with the Dark Abyss Crow's lifeless body plummeting to the ground. A delighted smile spread across Chun Huaner's face. She had expected this task to take much longer, but with Lin Han's assistance, it was completed with surprising ease. Lingya, bring back one of the Dark Abyss Crows alive. Chun Huaner suddenly called out. Lin Han, though unsure of her intentions, chose not to question her. With time still on their side, he wasn't in a hurry to search for the star-eating worm. If necessary, he could simply abandon that mission for now. Before long, Lingya descended to the ground, clutching a live Dark Abyss Crow in its talons. Restrain it, Chun Huaner instructed immediately. Chun Huaner made another attempt to communicate with the fierce beast. Lin Han noticed a mysterious magical array materializing behind her, catching him slightly off guard. So, she was helping him track down the star-eating worms after all. Still refusing to talk? Chun Huaner let out a cold laugh. Ling Crow, apply more pressure. The Dark Abyss Crow was already powerless, completely at the mercy of Ling Crow's control. She didn't need to reason with the beast's threats to its life were far more persuasive. If you don't cooperate now, your fate will be the same as your companions. Do you understand? Under her oppressive gaze, the Dark Abyss Crow let out a series of feeble cries, revealing that the star-eating worms were just a few hundred meters ahead in an open area. The holes in the ground marked their nesting site. Thank you, Chun Huaner said softly, then gestured for Ling Crow to finish the beast off. Turning to Lin Han, her expression shifted to a warm smile. Brother Han, I've got the location. Lin Han couldn't help but marvel at her swift change in demeanor, but gave her a nod. All right, let's go check it out. The battle seemed to have brought the two closer. Before long, they arrived at the designated area. Chen Huaner scanned the surroundings, noticing the ground was riddled with holes of various sizes. This should be the place, Lin Han confirmed. According to his research, these worms were indeed known to burrow underground. So, how do we lure them out? Chen Huaner asked, a hint of puzzlement in her tone. Lin Han chuckled. Simple. We force them out. Kirin. Earth eruption. With a resounding stomp, Kirin channeled a surge of fiery energy into the ground. The temperature spiked rapidly, as though molten lava was about to burst forth. Lin Han gestured for Chen Huaner to step back, and in the next instant, the earth split open with a deafening roar. Flames erupted skyward, forcing swarms of black-shelled insects to surface. System notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Star-eating worm killed. EXP 1869. Star-eating worm killed. EXP 2544. Suddenly, a new random mission was triggered. Eliminate the star-eating worm king. Reward, 400k coins. Lin Han quickly collected 5 injured star-eating worms before turning his attention to clearing out the rest of the swarm. His experience points climbed rapidly, and before long, he reached level 19, just one step away from his third advancement at level 20. But the immediate priority was locating the Worm King. Those 400k coins would be enough to awaken the Candle Turtle into a Zuanwudier beast. With 1 man and 2 beasts tearing through the battlefield like a well-oiled machine, the notifications continued to flood in. Chen Huaner stood quietly on the sidelines, refraining from interfering. Having already reached her level cap at 10, she didn't want to siphon any of Lin Han's hard-earned experience points. Watching him in action, she couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration. Someone this powerful and upright would surely have no trouble gaining admission to a top-tier academy like Baitian. Compared to him, she felt like a mere firefly under the brilliance of the moon, completely outclassed. A wistful thought crossed her mind. Perhaps this would be the last time she'd ever see him. Chen Huaner watched Lin Han's figure fade into the distance, a wave of mixed emotions rising in her heart. One day, he will undoubtedly stand among the strongest in the Tianlong Empire. But, will he still remember me? Then again, what is there about me worth remembering? Suddenly, Lin Han came to a halt. Found you. Star-eating Worm King, level 19. Without hesitation, he signaled Zhu Gue and Qilin to retreat, charging forward alone. Hang! Chen Huaner was stunned, her voice filled with worry. Come back. That's a level 19 star-eating Worm King. She couldn't comprehend his actions no matter how strong. Even a doubles-rank warrior wouldn't dare act so recklessly. How could a human body possibly withstand the might of such a beast? Seeing Lin Han ignore her, she became frantic and shouted, Lingya, go save Hang. But in the next moment, something astonishing happened. Lin Han extended his arm, piercing straight through the body of the star-eating Worm King, known for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. Its tough outer shell, highly sought after for crafting armor, crumbled like paper under his strike. Chen Huaner's mind went blank as she stared in disbelief. How could a silver-ranked rookie, who had only awakened a few days ago, break through the star-eating Worm King's defenses with a single blow? Was this something a human could even achieve? Unfazed by the shock behind him, Lin Han glanced at the system notification. Mission name: Defeat the Star-Eating Worm King. Mission progress: completed. Reward: 400k coins. That was easy. High stats really make a difference. Lin Han smiled in satisfaction before finally noticing Chen Huaner seemed to be calling out to him. Were you saying something just now? I might been running too fast. Mind saying it again? Chen Huaner let out a helpless sigh, swallowing back the words she had intended to say. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Successfully killed the Star-Eating Worm King. Experience points 9869. Immediately after, another message followed. You have successfully leveled up to LV20. All attributes increased by 400, with 300 attribute points available for free allocation. Already level 20? Lin Han was a bit surprised by how quickly he'd leveled up. Reflecting on the carnage in the dark forest earlier, he did recall taking down an impressive number of ferocious beasts. However, he quickly realized that this level up had been much harder than previous ones, as most of the creatures he'd hunted before were bronze-level beasts. Clearly, the higher the level, the more difficult it was to progress. We've both accomplished our goals. Should we leave now? Lin Han asked. Yes, thank you, Chen Huaner nodded. The two of them made their way to the exit of the Shadow Forest. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Huaner spoke up. Hang, could I add you on something to stay in touch? Lin Han was taken aback, not expecting such a request. Noticing his hesitation, Chen Huaner quickly added, Oh, never mind. It's okay if you don't want to. I was being presumptuous. It's no big deal to exchange contact info, Lin Han replied casually. After exchanging details, Chen Huaner beamed with delight. Hang, if you ever visit Huiwei City again, feel free to reach out to me. You can also find me if you come to Sioux City. As Chen Huaner departed, Lin Han's companions, the Qilin and the Candle Turtle, let out low growls. Lin Han shot them a glare. If you two want to leave with her, go ahead. I won't stop you. The two beasts immediately shrank back obediently, prompting Lin Han to return them to his beast space. By now, night had fallen, and Lin Han decided to postpone the Awakening Temple task until the next day. He first headed to the mission hall, where he successfully claimed a reward of 400,000 Star Dragon coins. He briefly considered whether to take the Star-Eating Worm King's remains for a higher payout, but after recalling the 400 premium points offered by the mission reward, he figured that no merchant would pay the equivalent of 4 million for it. Sticking with the mission seemed more worthwhile. Back at home, Lin Han reviewed the day's gains with satisfaction. Reaching level 20, outstanding attribute upgrades, a hefty number of distributable points, and a solid increase in premium points. It had been a perfect day. Current attributes. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 20. Strength, 18,270. Agility, 17,050. Spirit, 17,030. Constitution, 17,080. Talents, Steer Iron Body, Mythical Tier, Eye of the Heavenly Free Attribute Points, 1,800. Premium Points, 1,280. Lin Han looked at the results of the battle before him and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The incredible rewards from this fight were beyond his imagination. Not only him, but his two contracted beasts had also experienced astonishing advancements. The Zhu Gui had directly reached level 20, while the Qilin, originally at level 15, had leapt to level 20 as well. Lin Han examined the Qilin's attribute panel, and the numbers left him in awe. Qilin King level species. Level, 20. Strength, 29,003. Agility, 28,964. Spirit, 27,854. Constitution, 30,005. These stats made Lin Han draw a sharp breath. During the battle, he hadn't even noticed how powerful the Qilin truly was. He had naively thought he might surpass it, but reality hit him hard. It was an insurmountable gap. In comparison, the Zhu Gui's attributes seemed far less impressive. Zhu Gui legendary species, Thin Xuanwu bloodline. Level, 20. Strength, 12,424. Agility, 12,872. Spirit, 12,423. Constitution, 13,552. Although it couldn't compare to the Qilin, the Zhu Gui's growth rate as a legendary beast was still remarkable. At this point, Lin Han had finally accumulated enough premium points to awaken the Zhu Gui 999 points in total, equivalent to 99.99 million Star Dragon coins. This fortune could allow an ordinary person to live a comfortable life, but in pursuit of greater power, Lin Han gritted his teeth and clicked the awakening button. The system notification was brief and straightforward, merely confirming the success of the awakening, with no extravagant effects. Skeptical, Lin Han summoned the Zhu Gui, only to be utterly stunned by what appeared before him. It was no longer the Zhu Gui he once knew, but a majestic Xuanwu, a dragon-head beast with fearsome features, limbs as sturdy as heavenly pillars, piercing eyes, a back covered in black scales, and a tail entwined with a massive serpent. Its entire presence exuded an overwhelming sense of weight and authority, like a mountain pressing down. Xuanwu King level species. Level, 20. Strength, 29,854. Agility, 28,598. Spirit, 27,488. Constitution, 31,050. Seeing the dramatic increase in stats, Lin Han couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He had thought he was finally catching up to the Zhu Gui, but with this awakening, the gap had widened once more. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, he had already surpassed the Zhu Gui before its transformation into the Xuanwu. This was simply a new chapter. Lin Han was filled with confidence about the future. At the current rate of growth, surpassing both of his contracted beasts would only be a matter of time. Once he added a third contracted beast to his team, his strength would skyrocket. His own combat prowess alone would surpass countless powerful opponents, not to mention the support of these extraordinary beasts. After successfully awakening Zhu Gui, Lin Han returned to rest. The following morning, he went back to the Awakening Temple. With practiced ease, he found the front desk receptionist who had assisted him last time. Mr. Lin Han? The receptionist was visibly startled when she saw him. Is there something I can help you with today? She clearly remembered this young man, who had completed his second awakening just 2 days ago. I'm here for my third awakening, Lin Han said straightforwardly. Third awakening? The pin in the receptionist's hand slipped and fell onto the desk. She looked at him in disbelief. Mr. Lin Han, didn't you just complete your second awakening 2 days ago? A third awakening requires reaching level 20. Are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not mistaken. I've already reached level 20, So I'm here to apply for the awakening, Lin Han replied calmly. You've already reached level 20? The receptionist was utterly stunned. To her, this was simply unimaginable. The students from Sioux City had only recently undergone their initial awakenings, and now someone had already reached the maximum level for the second awakening? She silently speculated that Lin Han must come from a privileged background. Otherwise, achieving such rapid progress in such a short time would be impossible. Surely, he must have had someone helping him level up. Suppressing her astonishment, the receptionist regained her professional composure and offered a polite smile. Mr. Lin Han, please follow me. When they arrived at the awakening chamber, Lin Han spoke up first. No need to explain the requirements. I was just here recently, and I remember all the rules. Mr. Lin Han, it's part of our protocol. Even if you don't need it, I still have to go over them, the receptionist said with a helpless smile. Reluctantly, Lin Han listened to the rules again before stepping into the awakening chamber. Although it wasn't the same room he had used last time, the layout was identical, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. Lin Han stepped through the curtain, and what greeted his eyes was the awakening Stonia relic he both revered and feared. Instantly, his usual carefree demeanor vanished. Standing respectfully before the stone, he silently prayed for a simple task this time. The memory of his last ordeal still sent shivers down his spine. Although he had managed to complete it with the help of the beast-taming elixir, he had no desire to endure such torment again. Out of habit, Lin Han activated his creation eye to analyze the awakening stone's information. Qualification: Quasi-super divine species. Awakening: a wisp of incarnation. Level: strength, agility, spirit, constitution. Unknown. Suddenly, Lin Han's eyes widened in shock. Quasi-super divine? This qualification was completely unprecedented. He distinctly remembered that this attribute was absent during his previous investigation. As someone who hadn't yet fully grasped his own mythical level talent, the concept of a quasi-super divine level left him utterly astonished. If the awakening stone was indeed linked to some kind of ferocious beast, how terrifying would a creature of this caliber be? Lin Han's creation eye was already formidable, but until now, the highest beast talent he had ever encountered merely doubled the power of the mythical level. This discovery of a quasi-super divine level didn't resolve his questions, it only deepened his respect and awe for the awakening stone. Clearing his mind, Lin Han reached out to touch the awakening stone. Immediately, a system notification appeared. Host: Lin Han. Age: 16. Level: 20. Strength: 18,270. Agility: 17,050. Spirit: 17,030. Constitution: 17,080. Talents: Iron Body Strength, Heaven's Eye mythical level. Beasts: Xuanwu, Qilin. The system informed him that he had fulfilled the requirements for the third awakening, and a new task was revealed. Travel to the Starfire Forest, defeat the Starfire Bear King, and obtain the Starfire Bear armor. Upon seeing this mission, Lin Han couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Sending someone at the silver level to challenge a gold level opponent was practically a death sentence for most. However, he was no longer the same person he once was. Taking on the Starfire Bear King was no longer an insurmountable challenge. Besides, they were something of old acquaintances. Meanwhile, in a deep abyss somewhere within the Star Dragon Empire, a mysterious entity sensed Lin Han's probing. It was startled to realize that this was the second time in just a few days that someone had attempted to peer at it, and this time, the probing force was noticeably stronger. The entity fell into deep contemplation. Who could possibly see through its true nature? Could it be related to that incident? Resolving to uncover the truth, it silently vowed to investigate further the next time it happened. After leaving the Awakening Temple, Lin Han headed straight to the Starfire Forest. Drawing on his previous experience, he began searching for traces of the Starfire Bear King. However, after scouring the area, he came up empty-handed. As expected, last time must have been pure luck, Lin Han thought to himself. With the strength of the Starfire Bear King, it's impossible for it to appear on the outskirts. As the ruler of this forest, its territory must be in the inner region. Just as he was preparing to venture deeper, a familiar group blocked his path. More than a dozen level 13 Starfire wolves. Hey, I just helped your species reproduce last time. Don't tell me you're biting the hand that feeds you, Lin Han said irritably. Although the wolves bared their fangs at him, his creation eye revealed that the females in the pack were already showing signs of pregnancy, confirming the effectiveness of the pills. Since he had already reached his level cap and there was no benefit in killing these Starfire wolves, Lin Han pulled out 10 pills from his backpack. Alright, since you're so enthusiastic, they'll help you out one more time. Consider this after-sales service, he said. The moment the pills were tossed out, the male wolves' eyes lit up with excitement. They scrambled to swallow the pills, leaving Lin Han shaking his head in exasperation. Just as he was about to leave, another group appeared. Level 15 Starfire Tigers. Damn it, are you guys stalking me? Lin Han complained. Noticing the tiger's greedy gazes fixed on the starfire wolves, he decided to toss out the remaining pills. Fine, take these. Split them among yourselves. With that, he turned and ran off. Sure enough, the starfire tigers lost interest in him as soon as they saw the pills. As Lin Han ventured deeper into the forest, he no longer avoided combat. After successfully slaying a starfire demon ape, a familiar system notification rang out. Experience 0. Warning. Warning. You have reached level 20 and cannot gain further experience. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete your awakening quest. Lin Han let out a sigh. Though his battles were now yielding no experience, his strength was no longer something he needed to conceal. His priority now was to pass through the starfire forest as quickly as possible. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, he discovered traces of the starfire bear king's activities, which reminded him of Chen Huaner. If she were here, she could simply ask the other beasts for the bear king's whereabouts. But everyone has their own life, and he couldn't rely on her for everything. For this mission, Lin Han decided not to summon Zhu Guo or Qilin for assistance. With his current strength, he was confident in handling things on his own. He saw this as an opportunity to hone his combat skills, particularly in experimenting with converting the defensive power of his iron body talent into offensive capability. In the entire starfire forest, only the starfire bear king was tough enough to endure his tests. However, when he tracked the trail to a certain point, the signs of the bear king's presence abruptly became faint. Lin Han frowned, falling into deep thought. Lin Han stood still, carefully analyzing the situation before him. There were typically only two possibilities in a scenario where tracks suddenly disappeared. Either the target had flown away, or it was hiding nearby. He let out a derisive laugh. How could the starfire bear king possibly fly? That was clearly absurd. Relying on the unique abilities of his creation eye, Lin Han began to meticulously scan the surroundings. It didn't take long before he noticed some subtle clues: several strands of fur shed by the starfire bear king lying quietly on the ground. Though these traces were minuscule, they couldn't escape the scrutiny of the creation eye. This time, let's see where you can run, Lin Han muttered under his breath. He recalled how the starfire bear king had chased him into a sorry state last time, and he was determined to settle the score. Following the trail, he soon spotted a thin figure up ahead. Lin Han froze. The creature leaning against the tree was that really the once mighty starfire bear king? If not for the confirmation provided by the creation eye, he wouldn't have believed his own eyes. The bear, which once weighed hundreds of pounds, now looked emaciated, as though it hadn't eaten in weeks. Exhaustion was written all over its face. Could it be the effect of those 3 aphrodisiac pills? Lin Han's eyes widened in shock as the thought struck him. He suddenly felt that taking action now would be somewhat dishonorable. At the same time, he silently vowed never to let his own beasts consume such substances. Who knew what the starfire bear king had been through over these past few days? Despite his pangs of guilt, the awakening task had to be completed. Lin Han quietly prayed for the bear's next life to be free of such pills, then stepped out to confront the starfire bear king. What Lin Han didn't expect was that instead of retreating, the starfire bear king's expression lit up with excitement upon seeing him. There was even a hint of pleading in its eyes. This sight completely infuriated Lin Han. Look at the state you're in, and you're still thinking about that? Have you no shame? All right, this is all on me, Lin Han said with a tinge of guilt in his voice. He explained that using the beast charm elixir last time was purely accidental, a desperate move to fend off a crazed bear's pursuit. However, the current situation was entirely different. Gazing at the starfire bear king before him, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the 3rd stage mission requiring me to kill you, I'd gladly give you another charm elixir. But alas, today that won't be happening. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Han had already darted forward. The starfire bear king barely had time to react before a fist the size of a boulder slammed into its face. With a deafening boom, the massive bear was sent flying several meters back. Lin Han was no longer the same person who once had to flee from the starfire bear king. His strength now far surpassed that of a gold-tier beast, and this time, it was the bear king who found itself scrambling to escape. The bear king was clearly stunned by the sudden blow. In just a few days, the strength of this human had grown to such an astonishing degree. Before it could regain its composure, Lin Han launched another attack. With his current power, Lin Han didn't even need to summon Xuanwu or Qilin to assist him. If he did, the fight would be a foregone conclusion. This, however, was the perfect opportunity to test and hone his own abilities. Goodbye, little bear. Lin Han chuckled lightly before delivering another powerful punch. The starfire bear king collapsed to the ground, motionless. A notification flashed. Experience 17,869. The entire starfire forest fell into an eerie silence. Moments later, the system's voice broke the stillness. Level cap of 20 reached. Proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete your awakening mission. As expected, the Starfire Bear King dropped a piece of equipment as Starfire Bear armor. Lin Han picked it up with a satisfied smile. Whether the armor would be absorbed by an awakening stone or kept for himself was a decision for another time. Leaving the Starfire Forest behind, Lin Han made his way straight back to Sioux City, known to the older generation as Mist City. Without hesitation, he headed for the Awakening Temple, navigating the familiar halls until he reached the front desk where he'd been earlier that morning. The receptionist looked up, surprised to see him again so soon. "Mr. Lin, have you already completed your mission?" she asked instinctively, then immediately regretted her forwardness. But upon second thought, she realized that Lin Han had always been extraordinary. Completing the mission this quickly was hardly surprising. "Yes, I've finished the mission. I'm ready to awaken now," Lin Han replied with a warm smile. "What? You've completed it? You actually finished the third stage mission?" The receptionist gasped, her voice rising in disbelief. Realizing her outburst, she quickly covered her mouth and lowered her tone. "Yes, it's done. It wasn't too difficult, I suppose," Lin Han said calmly, as though it were just another day. Lin Han stood casually at the reception desk of the Awakening Center, a faint smile playing on his lips. The receptionist, busy processing his paperwork, was struggling to conceal her shock. Having worked here for many years, she had never encountered someone as extraordinarily gifted as Lin Han. A talent of this caliber was likely a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence for her. After completing the registration, the receptionist led Lin Han to the door of the Awakening Room. "So, I just go straight in?" Lin Han asked with a smile. "Please feel free, Mr. Lin," the receptionist replied, waving her hand dismissively. She didn't bother repeating the rules and procedures. After all, this was Lin Han's fourth visit in just a few days, with his last visit being earlier this morning. By now, he probably knew the regulations better than she did. Shaking her head with a resigned smile, she turned and returned to her desk. Lin Han stepped into the Awakening Room and glanced around. The room's layout was identical to the other Awakening chambers he'd seen. Without paying it much attention, he focused on the task ahead. Following the familiar process, he reached out to touch the Awakening Stone. At that moment, a layer of armor suddenly materialized over his body. It was the equipment he had obtained after defeating the Starfire Bear King, and it was one of the requirements for this task. "Are they going to take this away?" Lin Han murmured to himself, puzzled. He had heard of certain awakening tasks requiring specific items, and during a previous awakening, he had even brought something out with him, which still sat untouched in his storage. But this was the first time he had encountered a scenario like this. His doubts were quickly resolved. The Awakening Stone showed no intention of taking the armor. It seemed the requirement to wear this equipment was simply to increase the challenge of the task. That made Sanshan Ultra Divine Awakening Stone, one so powerful that even the Eye of Creation couldn't fully decipher its attributes, wouldn't care about something as trivial as a Starfire Bear armor. Lin Han held his breath, focusing intently as the power of his third awakening surged through his body. A familiar warmth spread throughout him, like a soothing hot spring cleansing his very bones. Almost immediately, the system interface appeared before his eyes. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 20. Base attributes. Strength, 18,270. Agility, 17,050. Spirit, 17,030. Constitution, 17,080. Special talents. Iron Body S-Class. Eye of the Divine Path Mythical. Beasts, Xuanwu, Qilin. The Awakening quest was now complete, defeating the Starfire Bear King in the Starfire Forest and obtaining the Starfire Bear armor. Progress, 100. As the Awakening concluded, the Job Transition quest tab gradually disappeared. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. New mission triggered. Bind a third beast. Mission reward, 500 crystals. The impressive reward made Lin Han clench his fists in excitement. In just a matter of days, he had ascended to the rank of a golden-tier warrior, a meteoric rise that felt almost surreal. However, he quickly regained his composure. He decided not to rush into binding a beast that might prove useless, even for the tempting reward of 5 million Star Dragon coins. Lin Han understood the importance of pacing himself after such rapid progress. It was time to slow down and consolidate his strength. Thanks to his extraordinary attributes, he had broken through the limitations of close combat for a beast master. Before the national selection exams, he resolved to focus on refining his skills rather than blindly chasing levels. Before leaving, Lin Han used his Eye of Creation to take another look at the Awakening Stone. Awakening Stone. Quality, Quasi-Divine. Species, Fragmented Awaken Avatar. Level, Unknown. Attributes, all unknown. The enigmatic nature of the stone only deepened his curiosity. In the days that followed, Lin Han's life settled into a steady rhythm. He spent his time grinding dungeons and honing his abilities. However, now that he had reached the golden tier, the training zones in Sioux City no longer posed a challenge. Naturally, his leveling speed slowed down. During this period of rapid leveling up, Lin Han had already tasted the sweetness of success. Early one morning, the incessant ringing of his phone abruptly woke him from a deep sleep. Groggy, he picked up the call, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Fat cat, calling me this early, are you insane? Don't you know how important sleep is to people? From the other end of the line came Fat Cat's slightly annoyed voice. Lindsay, today is the Unified Admission Exam Day, and you're still in the mood to sleep? Lin Han groaned and tried to get out of bed, but felt as though an invisible force was pinning him down. Fat cat, you go ahead first. I think my bed has me trapped, and I can't seem to break free, he muttered weakly. I'm downstairs at your building right now. Fat Cat's roar snapped Lin Han wide awake. What? Lin Han jolted upright, rushing to the window. Sure enough, there was Fat Cat standing downstairs, phone in hand. Wait for me. He'll be right down. Lin Han quickly hung up and dashed to the bathroom. Within 5 minutes, he had washed up and was bolting downstairs like a gust of wind. The first thing he said to Fat Cat upon seeing him was, "Why didn't you tell me in advance you were coming?" Fat Cat looked at the panting Lin Han and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, Lindsay. Your efficiency is getting better and better. I came on a whim, it's not far anyway, so I just came straight over. Though the distance between their homes wasn't massive, it certainly wasn't close either. Are we in the same test center? Lin Han asked. Fat Cat stared at him in disbelief. Dude, don't tell me you don't even know the location of the Unified Admission Exam? I've been busy grinding levels these past few days and sort of forgot. Lin Han replied with an embarrassed laugh. All right, what else can I do with a brother like you? Fat Cat sighed. There's only one test center in Sioux City. It's at the sports arena near Sioux City High. If I hadn't come to get you, you'd probably have gone to your school, wouldn't you? My school? Yeah, I thought it'd be at each school, Lin Han admitted honestly. He had indeed assumed the exam would be held at individual schools. On second thought, though, a centralized exam made more sense after all. Fairness and transparency were key, especially with a 30 million yuan prize on the line. Lindsay, you're something else. I've never met anyone like you in my life. Fat Cat exclaimed with a mix of exasperation and admiration. Lin Han awkwardly broke free from Fat Cat's playful grip and rubbed his neck. He knew Fat Cat's personality all too well. If he didn't put an end to it quickly, Fat Cat would tease him about it endlessly. All right, it was just a one-time slip-up. Cut me some slack, will you? Lin Han said helplessly. Fat Cat chuckled and changed the subject. I heard this year's general admissions introduced some new equipment. Not sure what it's for, though. Normally, the competitions are held in the leveling zones, but it seems like there's something different this time. Lin Han wasn't particularly interested in the competition format. He was more curious about the rewards beyond the 30 million prize. If I could snag 2 platinum-grade pieces of equipment, that'd be perfect. You'll find out everything when we get to the admissions site, Fat Cat said proudly, puffing out his chest. Lindsay, I have to thank you for your help. I've already leveled up to 16. Pretty impressive, huh? 16? That fast? Lin Han raised an eyebrow in surprise. Among the newly awakened, reaching level 16 was indeed remarkable. Most people were stuck below level 10, let alone breaking into the gold tier. This achievement would definitely make Fat Cat stand out during the admissions process. Of course, Fat Cat continued smugly. I'm no ordinary guy. I've already had offers from several prestigious academies, but I held off on awakening. I figured if I'm going to participate in the general admissions, I might as well aim for an even better academy, ideally one where we can be together. Lindsay, what level are you at now, Lindsay? Fat Cat asked curiously. Well, Lin Han replied with a sly smile. You'll see during the admissions. Keeping secrets from me now, huh? Fat Cat teased, locking Lin Han's head under his arm. Spill it, or you're in for it. As the two of them were horsing around, an ear-piercing female voice suddenly cut in. I don't think he's keeping secrets. I think he's just too embarrassed to say. The smile on Lin Han's face froze instantly. Even without looking, he immediately recognized the owner of that voice, Meng Ziyao. You conniving witch. How dare you show your face here? Believe me, I'll make you regret it. Fat Cat lashed out angrily. Oh, I was wondering who it was. A fat loser like you trying to lecture me? Meng Ziyao sneered. In her mind, she had long since risen above their level and couldn't be bothered to argue with them. Fat Cat fired back without hesitation. Wow, you're acting tough now. What? Just because you latched onto an grade talent, you think you're all that? Let me tell you, my buddy Lindsay is a doubles grade. Honestly, you'd be better off cleaning yourself up and waiting for someone who actually matter. Laughter erupted among the students gathered at the admissions gate. Most of them had heard about the history between Meng Ziyao and Lin Han, and seeing her humiliated like this, no one felt sorry for her. Enough. Meng Ziyao finally lost her composure, shouting in frustration before turning to leave. The area fell silent in an instant. Meng Ziyao cast a cold, disdainful glance at Lin Han, her lips curling into a sneer. A useless fatso like you? Why would I ever stake my future on someone so pathetic? Her voice was dripping with mockery. Don't even bring up your so-called double-strength talent. Giving that kind of gift to you is a complete waste. Your first contracted beast is just a shinfeng turtle. That alone is enough to make people laugh their heads off. With this, your future is already sealed. Her words immediately sparked a wave of murmurs among those around them. Wait, Lin Han really only contracted a shinfeng turtle? No way. With a double-strength talent, the least he could do is contract a gold-tier beast, right? Even I wouldn't consider a shinfeng turtle. What was he thinking? Honestly, if I were this girl, I might say the same thing. Fat Cat couldn't hold it in anymore. Furious, he was about to shout, "You vile woman!" Lin Han's awakened talent Before he could finish, Lin Han stopped him with a firm grip. Enough. Don't waste your breath on people like her, he said coldly. His eyes locked onto Meng Ziyao, his voice icy. Whatever grudge we had, it ended the day of the awakening ceremony. My abilities are not for you to judge. All you need to do is prepare yourself to be defeated by me during the official exams. As for whatever you and Zhou have going on, it's none of my business. If you're willing to be someone's lapdog, that's your choice. Just don't disgust me with it. Meng Ziyao burst into laughter at his words. Lin Han, still putting on airs at a time like this? Do you honestly think you can beat my gold-tier beast with that ridiculous shinfeng turtle of yours? Don't worry, I'll challenge you myself, just hope you don't end up hiding in your shell like your turtle. Fat Cat was about to explode with anger again, but Lin Han stopped him once more. This time, his tone was calm yet firm. Since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? Do you dare to make a bet with me? Lin Han's voice had barely faded when Meng Ziyao let out a mocking laugh. Interesting. If you lose, you'll kneel on the ground and bark like a dog 3 times. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Meng Ziyao challenged provocatively. Lin Han ignored her taunt and continued explaining his idea. Without hesitation, Meng Ziyao agreed, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Lin Han, you're just digging your own grave. When the time comes, don't blame me for making a fool of you. Don't worry. If I lose, I'll do whatever you say, Lin Han replied firmly. In front of all these classmates, I hope you'll stick to your word. Otherwise, there'll be no place for you in Sioux City, Meng Ziyao said with a light laugh before turning and striding confidently into the main entrance of the admissions venue. The other students, realizing there was no more drama to watch, gradually dispersed. Once the crowd thinned out, Fat Cat chuckled and said, Lin, so the reason you didn't let me reveal your beast mastery was because you were setting a trap for Meng Ziyao here. She does need to be taught a lesson, Lin Han admitted, acknowledging that this was a spiro-themant decision. If Meng Ziyao had chosen to keep a low profile, he might have let the matter go, chalking it up to a loss of both feelings and money. But since she kept pushing her luck, he wasn't about to hold back. Lin, do you think Meng Ziyao's jaw will hit the floor when she finds out your beast mastery is a legendary level talent? Fat Cat asked expectantly. Lin Han was also picturing the scene, though his thoughts were even bolder. As he had anticipated, everyone now believed he had awakened a mere shinfeng turtle. Even someone as insignificant as Meng Ziyao knew this, let alone someone like Bai Tian, a teacher of considerable stature. By now, the entire Academy Alliance likely regarded him as a failure. When they saw him not only surpass all competition but also take home the 30 million yuan prize, their reactions would surely be priceless. However, Lin Han found himself losing interest in these academies. With the system backing him, he no longer cared about enrolling in any particular institution. His focus now was on settling things with Meng Ziyao and Baitian Academy. The two of them joked as they walked through the admissions gate. Rather than a traditional entrance, it was more like a large teleportation array. The moment they stepped inside, they were transported to an unfamiliar location. The area was vast and empty, with towering stone pillars scattered throughout. At the very top, rows of seats were arranged, clearly reserved for university professors and high school principals. After submitting their identification and passing verification, the two entered the inner area. So this is where the admissions test takes place? Lin Han asked, curiously surveying the surroundings. Knowing that Fat Cat had likely done his homework, Lin Han turned to him for answers. That's right, Fat Cat explained. Honestly, I have no idea where we are exactly. On normal days, the gate behind us leads to an ordinary street. But every year on this day, formation masters set up a teleportation array. This ensures the test location remains confidential and prevents cheating. To this day, no one knows the exact location. They can only confirm it's still within Sioux City. Some speculate we might be in a dungeon-like space. It just goes to show how much the Empire values education. Lin Han nodded thoughtfully, seemingly enlightened by the explanation. Lin Han stood at the scene, hearing for the first time about such a concept of unified recruitment. Despite having lived in Sioux City for many years, he had never heard of this place's existence. Clearly, The entire Sioux City administration maintained exceptionally tight control over this area, with hardly any information ever leaking out. However, Lin Han wasn't interested in this mysterious place. At this moment, his full attention was on the competition that was about to begin. In the distance, 10 devices resembling space capsules were neatly lined up at the front, each with a uniformed military officer standing beside it. Seeing these military personnel, Lin Han couldn't help but feel a trace of goodwill back when various academies united to oppose him. It was the military academy that stepped forward and spoke a few fair words in his defense. "Lindsay," said Fat Cat in a low voice as he scanned the surroundings. "Just as we expected, quite a few top talents from our generation have shown up this time. Aside from that a grade talent, Meng Ziyao, there are also plenty of grade talents. As far as I know, all the grade talents have come. Looks like the 3 million Star Dragon Coins prize has caught their attention." He added, "In the whole of Sioux City, there's only one person with a grade talent, Meng Ziyao, but there are nearly 15 people with grade talent. These individuals have long been scouted by various academies, and no matter how they perform in the unified recruitment, the elite academies will always reserve a spot for them. Normally, they wouldn't even bother participating in this, fearing a loss to someone less talented might tarnish their reputation. But this time is different. 3 million Star Dragon Coins is a temptation even wealthy families can't ignore. Because of this, the number of strong competitors in the unified recruitment has surged. Yet to Lin Han, these so-called geniuses were nothing more than ants. Today, he had only one goal. Fat Cat, who cares who they are? Lin Han said calmly. We have to win the championship. That 3 million Star Dragon Coins? It's mine and mine alone. That's settled then. I'll take first place, and second place is good enough for you. No need for formalities between brothers. Fat Cat grinned smugly, as if he could already see himself standing on the top of the podium. In your dreams, first place is mine, Lin Han retorted, smacking the back of Fat Cat's head with a playful scold. Lindsay, that's just not fair, Fat Cat whined. As the two joked and tussled, the spectator stands on the high platform began to fill with people. Lin Han scanned the faces on the platform, recognizing many of them. They were the ones who had humiliated him during the awakening ceremony. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a figure he despised deeply, the head of Baitian. Their eyes locked in midair, and the Baitian official's gaze remained as condescending as ever. Unfazed, Lin Han raised a defiant middle finger in response. The gesture made the man's face flush with anger, but with so many eyes watching, he dared not retaliate excessively. Instead, he swallowed his fury. Seeing the man forced into silence, Lin Han smirked slightly. As time passed, more and more students gathered on the field. This year's unified admission test was different from previous years. Even students who had already been recruited by other academies returned to participate, making the venue noticeably crowded. Once the teleportation array was deactivated, the outskirts of Sioux City returned to its usual calm. Ahem, ahem. Two deliberate coughs silenced the noise, and the crowd quickly quieted down. A middle-aged man stood atop the platform to speak. It was Du Yuantian, the representative of Sioux City. Students, today marks our annual unified admission test, and the start of a new chapter in your lives. Today's competition focuses solely on rankings. Talent and beast mastery won't determine your success here. Even those with lower talent may catch the eye of prestigious institutions. Lin Han sneered internally at these lofty words. If talent truly didn't matter, why had he been mocked by numerous academies for not measuring up to Meng Ziyao's great talent? To him, this so-called unified admission test was nothing more than a game of picking up leftovers. Lindsay, I almost believe that nonsense Du was spouting. Fat Cat chuckled beside him. Just listen and don't take it seriously, Lin Han replied indifferently. Every empire values strength above all else. Du Yuantian continued, explaining the competition rules. Today's test will consist of 2 rounds. The final rankings will be determined by the combined scores. The first place winner will receive a reward of 30 million Tianlong coins from the Empire, with Sioux City offering an additional prize worth 10 million. The announcement sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. A reward of 40 million was enough to ignite everyone's enthusiasm, though it didn't take long for someone to point out the obvious. With Meng Ziyao's grade talent and Lin Han's double grade talent, ordinary participants stood no chance at the prize. At that moment, Meng Ziyao stood at the forefront, casting a hostile glance at Lin Han. Lin Han, today, I'll make you pay for crossing me, she declared. Lin Han, unfazed by her provocation, simply waited calmly for the next part of the rules to be announced. Du Yuantian gestured toward the equipment set up at the front of the field. The first round will utilize these virtual realm simulation pods, a product developed by the Military Technology Institute. They can replicate the exact abilities of both participants and their beasts. To ensure everyone maintains their best state for the second round's dungeon battle, we've specially introduced this technology. The first round will follow a King of Phil format, where challengers earn 1 point for successfully becoming the reigning champion. Du Yuantian stood at the front of the stage, explaining the competition rules to the crowd in detail. His voice rang out clearly across the venue. The longer a challenger remains undefeated, the more points they will earn. Winning the second match grants 2 points, the third match 3 points, and so on. The more rounds you endure, the higher your score will be. As Lin Han listened to the rules, he quickly grasped the key point. This wasn't just a simple arena battle, it was about lasting as many rounds as possible. Even the first contestant had the chance to achieve the highest score if they could hold their ground long enough. Recalling what Meng Ziyao had said earlier, Lin Han felt a spark of determination. This competition would mark the beginning of their rivalry. Even though the battles would take place in a simulated environment, the thought of teaching that annoying woman a lesson was undeniably tempting. Will the virtual simulation replicate pain? Lin Han raised his hand to ask. Do you want? Tian paused for a moment, then explained in detail. The current technology behind the virtual simulation system is highly advanced, and the pain simulation is extremely realistic. You must be cautious and not underestimate this sensory feedback. There was once a case where someone was beheaded in a simulation. Although they were unharmed in reality, the intense headache caused them to faint on the spot, and they required a long period of recovery in the hospital. Hearing how lifelike the simulation was, Lin Han was astonished by the technological advancements of the Xinglong Empire. He secretly mused that if he could get his hands on one of these simulation pods, training his skills would be much more convenient. Unfortunately, the system store didn't offer such devices, so he'd have to find another way. Who wants to go first? Do you want? Tian announced. Participation in the first round is optional, but skipping it means no points. Each battle will feature 2 participants. Soon, a student from number 1 high school named Yuan Bo stepped forward to volunteer. Shortly after, Tian Kuan from number 2 high school joined the fray. The two entered the virtual simulation, and a massive screen appeared in the air, displaying a grand coliseum. The battle began instantly as the 2 contestants summoned their beast companions and launched into combat. Judging by their clumsy use of professional skills, it was clear both were still at the bronze level. What's the skill level of this guy from number 2 high school? Lin Han asked, turning to Fei Mao. After thinking for a moment, Fei Mao replied, never heard of him. He's probably not one of their grade talent geniuses. In the end, the smaller Tian Kuan secured victory with his fierce attacks, leaving the taller Yuan Bo battered and bruised. Watching the outcome, Fei Mao sighed. Lindsay, that Tian Kuan may be short, but he sure doesn't hold back when he fights. Never judge a book by its cover, Lin Han remarked slowly, his gaze fixed on the arena. Although Tian Kuan secured the first victory, in his current condition, I doubt he can hold out for another round. As the match concluded, the staff pulled Yuan Bo out of the Phantom Realm. Lin Han noticed something intriguing. Yuan Bo, who had been covered in wounds within the Phantom Realm, appeared completely unharmed in reality. This piqued Lin Han's curiosity about the unique properties of the Phantom Realm. As expected, when the next contestant from Second High took the stage, the exhausted Tian Kuan and his beast couldn't last more than a few rounds before succumbing to defeat. First High quickly sent up their own contestant, and what had initially been a standard competition was now turning into a head-to-head battle between First High and Second High, with occasional appearances from students of other schools. I'll go. A shout suddenly rang out from the crowd. That's Zhang Feng from Second High. Rank talent, Fat Cat introduced. Lin Han nodded in acknowledgement but didn't seem particularly concerned. There were still many participants waiting for their turn, but his focus remained solely on one person. Meng Ziyao. Zhang Feng stepped forward and entered the Phantom Realm. His figure immediately appeared on the large screen. Without hesitation, he summoned his Biasta Frost Falcon. Lin Han's eyes lit up at the sight. It reminded him of the 2 Frost Falcon eggs he had picked up from the leveling zone. Fat Cat, what's Zhang Feng's family background like? Not bad, not super wealthy, but not poor either. I heard he recently acquired a Frost Falcon egg, which is probably why he dared to step up this early. The appearance of the Frost Falcon caused a stir among the crowd. Not only were the students abuzz, but even the teachers in the spectators section were nodding in approval. Although the Frost Falcon only had a Silverdeer talent, once it underwent its first or even second evolution, it could become a formidable and highly practical beast. The principal of First High beamed and said, Old Yang, it seems your school has some promising students as well. Though his words were complimentary, the arrogance in his tone was unmistakable. No matter how good they are, they can't compare to your academy's dual strength talent, replied the principal of Second High with a shake of his head. I heard your dual strength student recently got their hands on a Xianfeng tortoise. The education at First High truly is impressive. At these words, the smile on the First High principal's face froze. Back in the arena, Zhang Feng began his assault. Vines erupted from the ground, binding his opponent tightly, while the Frost Falcon circled above, releasing a chilling frost that traveled along the vines and immobilized the opponent completely. Give up? Or take the beating? Zhang Feng sneered. While injuries in the Phantom Realm wouldn't carry over to reality, the pain was very real. I surrender. I surrender. his opponent cried out. This marked the first utterly dominant victory since the competition began, instantly making Jiang Feng the center of attention. He went on to defeat several first high students in a row, becoming the first participant to reach 6 points. However, his moment in the spotlight was short-lived. A rank talent from first high stepped into the arena, and the already drained Jiang Feng was swiftly defeated. Observing from the sidelines, Lin Han noticed a pattern. Low-level beastmasters relied heavily on their skill systems, while higher-level ones leaned more on their innate talents. This realization gave him new insights into the essence of high-tier talents. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "I'll go." Lin Han instantly recognized the speaker Meng Ziyao. She walked to the Phantom Realm pod with an impassive expression and lay down inside. Moments later, a blazing flame wolf appeared on the screen. Is that a gold-tier beast? She's the legendary Meng Ziyao? So, she's the A-rank talent powerhouse from First High? Meng Ziyao's unexpected early appearance caught everyone off guard. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd below the stage. Shouldn't someone this powerful be the grand finale? One person questioned aloud. You're oversimplifying things, another explained. This is a point-space competition. If you wait until the end and there are no opponents left, even an A-ranked talent won't matter. In that case, shouldn't Lin Han, with his double-strength talent, be stepping up too? As the chatter continued, Lin Han stood silently below the stage, his gaze fixed on Meng Ziyao. On stage, she dispatched her opponent with a single move, leaving them utterly defeated. Her strength was undeniably intimidating. Humph, if that's all she's got, she'd better not blame me for dominating the entire arena. Meng Ziyao declared arrogantly, her voice echoing as she turned toward the boundary of the illusory realm. Lin Han, come up here and face me in a fight to the death. Though she couldn't see him, she knew he was watching. This time, she was determined to reclaim the dignity she had lost during the awakening ceremony. If you're a man, stop hiding like a coward, she added, her tone sharp and mocking. Nearby, Fei Mao's fury boiled over. Lindsay, I can't take this anymore. Let me go teach this bee a lesson. He was ready to charge forward. Lin Han grabbed his arm firmly. Even though your beast-taming talent ranks higher, it's only auxiliary in nature. She's an A-ranked talent with ice-based powers. Even if you go berserk, it'll be hard to gain the upper hand. You'd just be handing her points. So what do we do, then? Fei Mao asked, frustration evident. He understood the logic, but watching someone insult Lin Han so blatantly was hard to stomach. No rush, Lin Han replied, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Everyone here has to weigh their choices carefully. She wants to fight me? Let her wait. I already have a plan. He leaned in and began whispering into Fei Mao's ear. Time ticked by, and Meng Ziyao remained on stage in the illusory realm, growing increasingly agitated as her challenge went unanswered. Lin Han, you spineless coward. Are you afraid of losing? You were always this weak when we were together. Leaving you was the best decision I ever made. A man like you doesn't deserve someone like me. Double-strength talent? What a joke. Her sharp words echoed through the arena, but Lin Han remained composed, his cold eyes betraying no emotion. He had long since seen through her true nature. Letting her humiliate herself in front of everyone was exactly what he wanted. The situation grew awkward, and the organizer, Du Yuantian, finally broke the tension. If no one else is stepping up, well, proceed to the next match. But before he could finish, Lin Han stepped forward. He'll go. All eyes immediately turned to him. The double-strength talent holder had finally decided to act. While many were curious about what his beast-taming abilities entailed, others assumed he was simply giving in to the pressure of public humiliation. After all, who could endure being taunted like that by a woman? Lin Han walked toward the illusory realm experience pod under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Following the staff's instructions, he slowly lay down and immediately felt a mysterious force enveloping him, connecting to his entire body. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Meanwhile, Meng Ziyao stood in the illusory realm, consumed with anxiety. More than 10 minutes had passed, and the surroundings were dead silent. No one had stepped forward to challenge her. Suddenly, a speck of light began to form in front of her. Seeing someone finally arrive, she quickly adjusted her stance, but her first thought was to dismiss the possibility of it being Lin Han. After all, how could someone she had humiliated so thoroughly dare to show up now? Yet, as the light gradually solidified, the familiar figure that emerged made her brow furrow deeply. It was Lin Han. Having known each other for years, they were all too familiar with one another. I can't believe you actually dared to come, Meng Ziyao sneered. After trembling in fear for so long, hesitating endlessly, you've decided to show up just to meet your end? Lin Han let out a deep sigh. You really can't keep your mouth shut for even a moment, can you? Ever since they had parted ways, he had come to realize how much the once quiet girl in front of him now seemed like a stranger. The Meng Ziyao who used to occasionally bicker with him, but always carried a gentle demeanor, had been hiding her true nature all along. And now you think you have the right to judge me? Meng Ziao shot back with a cold laugh. Don't forget our wager. If you win, I expect you to hold up your end of the deal. Don't worry, Lin Han said in a low voice. All these years, I've never lied to you. The real question is whether you'll keep your promise if you lose. I'm a student of Baitian Academy. Do you think I'd stoop so low as to go back on my word? Good, Lin Han said with a faint smile. After all, with Du and the school leadership present, it's not like you'll have a chance to back out. I just hope you'll enjoy what's coming. Enough with the nonsense. Meng Ziao snapped, cutting him off sharply. I know you're stalling for time, but it's pointless. Today, let's settle everything once and for all. Couldn't agree more, Lin Han replied coldly. It's time to end everything between you, especially with someone as vile as you. Lin Han, summon your beast. Meng Ziao stood proudly in the illusory realm, her confidence unshaken. To her, the outcome of this battle was already determined. There was no need for tricks or schemes. She intended to defeat Lin Han openly and decisively, in front of everyone, to prove one thing. Lin Han was utterly unworthy of her. Out of respect for old times, I won't even need my beast to deal with you, she said with a disdainful smirk. Lin Han simply shrugged, remaining silent. His indifferent attitude only fueled Meng Ziao's fury, her expression darkening in an instant. Lin Han, don't tell me you're too embarrassed to summon your Shinfeng turtle, because it's so pathetic, Meng Ziao sneered, her anger turning into mockery. No worries. Even if you and your beast are nothing but a pair of turtles, I won't laugh at you. After all, making fun of an idiot says more about the one doing it. Come on, give everyone a good laugh. The crowd erupted in laughter. Are you serious? Lin Han's beast is actually a Shinfeng turtle? A doubles talent summoning a Shinfeng turtle? That's beyond ridiculous. Even picking blindfolded would have been better. Such a waste of talent. The audience buzzed with chatter, their voices filled with disbelief and mockery. The principal of number 1 high school stood on the sidelines, his face as dark as a storm cloud. He had hoped Lin Han would bring glory to their school, but instead, this match had turned into a perfect opportunity for teachers from other schools to ridicule him. Their sarcastic remarks about admiring number 1 high's teaching methods were thinly veiled jabs. Meanwhile, Lin Han seemed completely unfazed by the commotion around him. With a calm smile, he said, since you're so eager to see it, I'll make sure you get a good look. Lin Han looked at Meng Ziao's arrogant expression and shook his head helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive figure emerged from his beast space. It was the Xuanwu. This king-level beast glanced around, momentarily puzzled. Lin Han understood perfectly. As a king-level beast, Xuanwu could naturally sense the subtle differences between the illusory void realm and the outside world. But it didn't take long for Xuanwu to adapt to the environment. It raised its menacing dragon head, its 4 limbs planted firmly like towering pillars, and its massive serpent-like tail swayed gently before letting out an earth-shaking roar. The scene left the spectators outside the illusory void realm in stunned silence. A single question echoed in everyone's mind. Is this really the Gale Turtle? Whispers and discussions broke out among the crowd. This Gale Turtle is way too imposing. The Gale Turtle in the textbooks looks nothing like this. Look at its tail, that's clearly a snake. Who said Lin Han's contracted beast was a Gale Turtle? This intel is completely off. The brief silence was soon replaced by an uproar. Shui Wushuang nodded to himself with approval. As expected of my brother, this beast's aura even surpasses my holy light grass. Meanwhile, the fat cat wore an expression of smug understanding, exuding an air of superiority. The representatives from various schools were equally astounded. The Northern Sky Academy's representative nearly fainted on the spot. This isn't a Gale Turtle at all, it's clearly of the legendary Xuanwu bloodline. The Military Academy's representative's face darkened, while the principal of First High School beamed with pride and satisfaction. See that? This is the quality of education at First High. The other school representatives wished they could disappear into thin air. They had given up on recruiting Lin Han after believing Northern Sky's report that he had contracted a mere Gale Turtle. Now that the truth was revealed, not only had they missed out on a doubles talent, but they had also made themselves the laughingstock of the scene. Inside the illusory void realm, Meng Ziao's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Wasn't it supposed to be a Gale Turtle? What is this? A dragon head, a turtle body, a snake tail. Lin Han gestured for Xuanwu to step back. Stand down for now. Let me handle her myself. Xuanwu obediently retreated to the rear. You're not going to use your beast? Meng Ziao asked in disbelief. A gentleman keeps his word. I said I wouldn't use my beast against you, and I mean it. Lin Han smiled calmly. You're too arrogant. Do you really think you can defeat me relying only on your own abilities? You'll pay for this overconfidence. Meng Ziao sneered coldly as a wave of icy energy began to spread around her. Is that all? Lin Han chuckled softly as the Eye of Creation quickly scanned part of Meng Ziyao's information. Level 19. The number made Lin Han sigh in admiration. As expected of a grade talent reaching level 19 in just 7 days, only a step away from the gold grade. He had thought that the chubby cat with the sacred light herb was already leveling up at an astonishing speed, but compared to Meng Ziyao, it was on a completely different level. However, no matter how fast someone levels up, it cannot bridge the gap in strength between their beasts. To deal with Meng Ziyao, Lin Han didn't even need to rely on his beasts. After all, he had easily handled the gold-grade Starfire Bear King before dealing with her was hardly a challenge. Facing Meng Ziyao's offensive, Lin Han stood motionless. With his grade talent, iron body, and formidable base stats, his defense had reached an almost terrifying level. Meng Ziyao's ice attacks felt like nothing more than gentle caresses against him. Meng Ziyao, is that all you've got? Your attacks feel like a tickle. Should I give you a handicap? Lin Han sneered. He was already at level 26, just 4 levels away from the critical milestone of 30. While he couldn't see Meng Ziyao's exact stats, he could sense that hers were at most in the low thousands, whereas his were dozens of times higher. Meng Ziyao's face flushed with anger at Lin Han's nonchalant attitude. She had already used 60% of her power, yet she couldn't even scratch his defense. For a genius with a gold-grade beast, this was nothing short of humiliation. Lin Han. Meng Ziyao roared. Blazing Fire Wolf. Rapid Flame Charge. The blazing Fire Wolf's body ignited with fiery energy as it charged at Lin Han in a flash. Yet Lin Han remained calm, and just as the wolf was about to make contact, his arms shot out. Boom! The sound of impact echoed through the illusory realm as flames scattered in all directions. Lin Han effortlessly seized the blazing Fire Wolf by its head, and no matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't advance an inch. A level 12 blazing Fire Wolf? Even at the peak of gold grade, it wouldn't stand a chance against me, Lin Han declared, casually flinging the wolf into the air with his right arm. The beast flew backward, and Meng Ziyao hurriedly conjured an ice wall to catch her companion. Watching this scene unfold, Meng Ziyao's worldview was utterly shattered. How could someone who had been deemed hopeless by all the major academies suddenly make such a dramatic turnaround? Not only that, but how could they possess such overwhelming strength? This defied everything she thought she knew. Meng Ziyao's face was filled with disbelief, her voice trembling with anger. Why? Why are you so powerful? Have you been hiding your strength all along? Were you just waiting for this moment, planning to humiliate me on purpose? Lin Han, how cruel can you be? We've known each other for years, so why would you treat me so viciously? Lin Han's expression turned strange, a hint of impatience in his tone. Do you really think I went out of my way to mess with you? I'm not that bored. You're the ones who assumed my awakened beast was a gale turtle. I never said that. Did you actually believe you were that important to me? Stop dreaming. I forgot about you a long time ago. If you hadn't come provoking me this morning, I wouldn't have even bothered to acknowledge you. These words completely ignited Meng Ziyao's fury, and her face flushed a deep red. Gritting her teeth, she spat. Lin Han, you said it yourself. Now I'm going to get serious. Don't come crying and begging for mercy later, you've already lost your chance. Before her words had fully landed, Meng Ziyao stepped forward, and one by one, magical pieces of equipment began to materialize around her. Lin Han observed the items with interest, a faint, meaningful smile curving his lips. Looks like Northern Sky Academy has really gone all out for you. Not bad, not perfect, but it's a decent enough magical set. So, did Northern Sky Academy give you these? Or was it Zhou Tong? By now, Meng Ziyao was equipped with 4 or 5 silver-tier magical items. Lin Han quietly assessed the situation. Back when he sold an ice claw, it fetched over $1 million, and the value of Meng Ziyao's equipment was easily over $5 million, especially as a complete magical set it was worth even more. Quite the fortune, Lin Han thought to himself. He was well aware that Meng Ziyao's family couldn't possibly afford such gear. Considering her connections, there were only 2 likely sources, and the answer was obvious. Noticing Lin Han's contemplative expression, Meng Ziyao sneered coldly. What's the matter? Feeling scared now? Don't worry. I'll show you right here and now. The gap between us. Lin Han stood there, watching the scene unfold before him, shaking his head with a resigned sigh. Students from Northern Sky Academy could easily earn such generous rewards, while he had to battle tirelessly through dungeons, selling the items he obtained at high prices just to improve his strength. Comparing himself to them was truly disheartening. Well, how about we make a bet? A sly smile crept onto Lin Han's face. If I can defeat you without using my beast companion, that magic set will be mine. Deal? His words made Meng Ziyao grit her teeth in frustration. This time, she didn't agree immediately. After all, the magic set was only lent to her by Northern Sky Academy. The Academy's intention was clear. They wanted her to secure first place in this competition and win the 30 million Tianlong coins prize. While silver-tier equipment was valuable, It paled in comparison to that massive reward. What's wrong? Lin Han noticed her hesitation and immediately seized the opportunity to provoke her. That old man from Northern Sky is so eager to have you join their academy, yet you don't even have full control over this equipment? Makes me wonder if they're really serious about recruiting you. Seeing her still wavering, he added. Or could it be, you're not confident you can beat me? You. Meng Ziyou's pride took a direct hit. Defeating you is no challenge at all. Fine, I'll take your bet. But if you lose, what will you wager? Lin Han's body was suddenly enveloped in a gleaming set of armor. How about this? Starfire Bear King's Starfire armor, gold-tier equipment. He then pulled out a ring. And if that's not enough, here's a Bloodthirst ring, also gold-tier. These two should more than match your magic set. Meng Ziyou's eyes lit up with desire. She hadn't expected Lin Han to possess items of such caliber. Sensing her hesitation, Lin Han quickly added, Don't worry, I won't wear these during our fight. I wouldn't take advantage of you like that. Deal. Meng Ziyou finally agreed, brimming with confidence. With her rank talent, combined with her equipment and beast companion support, there was no way she could lose to someone fighting barehanded. Without waiting, she raised her hands, and waves of icy energy surged across the ground, rushing toward Lin Han. Impressive, Lin Han remarked calmly, watching the attack approach. That magic set has certainly made your strike sharper. Too bad your beast companion isn't icy elemental. Your power would be even greater. He stood motionless as the ice encased him, turning him into a frozen statue. The spectators collectively held their breath. The twists in this battle were relentless. From Lin Han summoning that fearsome beast exuding overwhelming pressure, to now being trapped in ice. Each moment defied expectations. Even Lin Han's friend, Fat Cat, couldn't help but shout, Lin, what are you doing? In the audience, the Northern Sky Academy representative stroked his beard with a smile. Lin Han may have talent, but he severely lacks combat experience. To get caught so easily, I'd say the outcome is decided. Exactly. The boy's still too green. The mocking laughter of the academy leaders echoed throughout the venue. Among the crowd stood the principal of Yizhong, his expression shifting unpredictably. Although both Lin Han and Meng Ziyou were students from their academy, deep down, he hoped Lin Han would emerge victorious. After all, Lin Han, with his rare double-scrade talent, was a Ancient Millennium genius. Amid the heated discussions among the Yizhong leaders, an untimely voice suddenly interrupted, Are you all blind? Did none of you see the stats Lin Han just displayed? How can you twist the truth like this? Forget it. Talking sense to people like you is a waste of time. Just keep watching. If these words had come from anyone else, they would have been criticized and driven out immediately. However, the speaker was none other than the head of the military academy. No one present dared to object. Although the elder from Baitian was seething with displeasure, he could only roll his eyes silently. After this brief commotion, the crowd fell silent, redirecting their focus to the two figures in the arena. Lin Han, prepare to die. Meng Ziyou shouted harshly. Unconsciously, fear of the unfamiliar man before her had begun to creep into her heart. She knew she had to end this quickly. Lin Han clicked his tongue, a faint smirk forming at the corner of his lips. I'll be taking that magic set for myself. Before the words fully left his mouth, the ice surrounding him shattered in an instant, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Against his incredible strength, Meng Ziyou's ice was as fragile as paper, offering no resistance. It turned out Lin Han had been waiting all along for her to expose a weakness, so he could strike decisively. Suspended in midair, Meng Ziyou had no room to retreat. In desperation, she cried out, Blazing Fire Wolf. Her summoned beast immediately charged at Lin Han. Yet, in the face of the ferocious wolf, Lin Han remained calm, throwing out a casual punch. The blazing fire wolf was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Give up, Lin Han demanded, turning to seize Meng Ziyou by the collar. Go to hell. Meng Ziyou spat, unleashing a string of expletives. Her entire body radiated an icy aura, clearly ready to fight Lin Han to the death. Lin Han sighed, his gaze becoming resolute. Gripping her collar firmly, he slammed her downward with force. Meng Ziyou had never anticipated that Lin Han would be so ruthless. In that moment, her body seemed to shatter like fragile crystal, collapsing to the ground. Pain twisted her face, her body convulsing intermittently. Lin Han watched coldly, showing no trace of pity. Since she dared to overstep her bounds, she couldn't blame him for showing no mercy. Before long, Meng Ziyou's body disintegrated into specks of starlight and disappeared without a trace. Lin Han had claimed victory. Whoa, that was insane. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even though Fat Cat had expected Lin Han to be formidable, the sight of him defeating the magic prodigy Meng Ziyou in a single strike was nothing short of shocking. Was this the power of a double-scrade talent? The female spectators were even more excited. Lin Han, you're my husband. Stop it, he's mine. Others couldn't help but sigh. Meng Xiao must have lost her mind to let a man like that go. If I had someone like him, I'd stick to him like glue, terrified some vixen might steal him away. This battle completely overturned everyone's expectations. Lin Han, who had been presumed to lose, relied solely on his innate talent. No equipment, no summoned beasto crush Meng Xiao. Who's next? Do you want? Tian called out loudly. But after witnessing Lin Han's strength, the crowd fell silent. No one was willing to step forward and make trouble for themselves. Growing impatient in the illusory realm, Lin Han suddenly had an idea. He raised his voice and taunted. What's the matter, cowards from second high? Did I scare you out of your wits? You only know how to bark at weaker opponents, huh? I just took care of a grade talent for you. So many self-proclaimed geniuses, and now you're all hiding like turtles in your shells. I wonder how your principal would feel watching this pathetic display. His words ignited the suppressed fury of the crowd. One after another, people charged into the illusory realm, only to be effortlessly defeated by Lin Han. His score quickly skyrocketed to 136 points, leaving the second-place competitor trailing far behind with just 10 points. As everyone marveled at whether Lin Han was truly unbeatable, a voice rang out, "What's the rush? Watch me. It's Xue Wushuang. With his grade talent, Berserk Mode, he might actually stand a chance." Fat Cat strode into the illusory realm, engaging in a fierce war of words with Lin Han. In the blink of an eye, Lin Han launched an attack, and Fat Cat met it head-on without hesitation. Boom! To everyone's astonishment, this time, it was Lin Han who was sent flying backward. Is Xue Wushuang really this powerful? The audience erupted in astonishment. What kind of beast companion does he have? How does it boost his own strength so much? There wasn't even a proper beast battle earlier, it was all hand-to-hand combat, someone responded. Xue Wushuang's abilities are truly impossible to gauge. Lin Han stepped out of the illusory realm, his expression carrying a trace of exhaustion. However, by the time he rejoined the crowd, his usual composure had returned. Everything that had just unfolded was part of a meticulously planned, leaderboard domination strategy he and Xue Wushuang had devised. By now, all the grade talent competitors had been eliminated by Lin Han, leaving Xue Wushuang as the sole contender at that level. This meant that from here on, he would only face opponents with lower grade talents. With Meng Xiao's defeat, no one remained capable of threatening the battle prowess of Fat Cat, Lin Han's beast companion. At this moment, Fat Cat began taunting in the illusory realm with unrestrained arrogance. So this is the best talent First High has to offer? Even double-grade talent is nothing special. From now on, whenever you see someone from Second High, you better behave yourselves. These words instantly ignited the fury of First High students. Coupled with the morale boost Second High gained from Xue Wushuang's victory, the humiliation was unbearable for First High. One challenger after another began stepping forward to confront Xue Wushuang. Yet, with the dual advantage of his grade Berserk talent and his legendary grade support beast companion, Xue Wushuang crushed every opponent in his path. Is there really no one who can take this guy down? Murmured someone from First High, their morale wavering. Even Lin Han and Meng Xiao lost. What else can we do? At that moment, Lin Han raised his voice with determination. Don't give up, everyone. He's just one person. If one can't beat him, then two will. If two aren't enough, then three. Use a rotation of challengers if you have to, but don't let him think well back down. Let's show them that First High never surrenders. His words reignited the fighting spirit of First High students. It's just a grade talent. What's so special about that? They shouted in unison. Take him down and show Second High what real strength looks like. Second High's principal watched Xue Wushuang's near-invincible performance with pride. By this point, Xue Wushuang had soared to second place on the leaderboard, fending off wave after wave of challengers with increasing ferocity. It wasn't until his seventh match, when exhaustion finally caught up to him, that he was defeated. Yet even in defeat, his face radiated exhilaration. If not for Lin Han eliminating all the other grade talent competitors beforehand, Xue Wushuang might have only managed to handle 3 battles at most. But now, he had been able to rack up victory after victory with ease. Although First High students later launched a frenzied assault of challenges against Second High, the gap in strength was too vast, none of them lasted beyond 3 rounds. As time passed, no one dared to step onto the stage to challenge him anymore. And so, Lin Han and Xue Wushuang's plan concluded perfectly. The two brothers successfully claimed the top 2 spots on the leaderboard, solidifying their dominance. Alright everyone, that concludes the first round of the competition. The examiner's voice echoed across the arena as he announced the results of the points tally. Up next is the Secret Realm Trial, the examiner continued. The rules are simple. This is a gold tier leveling zone. Defeating beasts of different levels will earn you corresponding points. Bronze level beasts are worth 5 points, silver level 25 points, and gold level 50 points. The final scores will be the sum of this round and the first round. The participant with the highest score will receive a reward. After hearing the rules, Lin Han already had a plan in mind. Currently, he was far ahead at the top of the leaderboard, with Xue Wushuang in second place. Although the gap between Xue Wushuang and Lin Han was significant, he too had a comfortable lead over the third-place contestant. The points among the 3rd to 10th ranked participants were relatively close. These competitors, all with level talents, weren't aiming for admission but were instead vying for the top spot. As for Meng Ziyao, whom Baitian Academy had high hopes for, she had only earned a single point, placing her last. Hanzi, do we have a plan for this round? Xue Wushuang asked. Lin Han smiled and replied, don't worry, just stick with me, and I guarantee you won't lose out. All right then, I'll just follow your lead. Fat Cat chimed in with a grin. Lin Han walked over to Meng Ziyao, whose face darkened the moment she saw him. Meng Ziyao, isn't it time to honor your promise? Lin Han asked directly. What are you talking about? The competition isn't over yet. Meng Ziyao retorted immediately. Fat Cat couldn't help but interject. Do you have no shame? My buddy Hanzi has already beaten you this badly, and now you're trying to back out? Plenty of people witnessed the bet you made back then. Are you seriously thinking of going back on your word? You don't understand anything. Meng Ziyao snapped. The bet isn't based on just one round. There's still the next round. Why are you in such a rush? Lin Han frowned, realizing that this woman was indeed trying to wriggle out of the bet. Even if he secured first place in the end, she'd likely come up with some excuse to avoid fulfilling her promise. He needed to think of a way to deal with this. Who's backing out? I'm just following the rules, Meng Ziyao said with a sneer. What's the matter? If you're not happy with this, we can cancel the bet altogether. What do you say? All right, we'll do it your way. Lin Han chuckled softly, then turned to face the elevated platform. This sudden move caught Meng Ziyao off guard. Before she could react, Lin Han cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted loudly toward the platform, Hey, you old fogies at Northern Sky Academy. Since Meng Ziyao is one of yours, why not step up and be a witness to this bet? His outburst instantly caused an uproar among the crowd. Not only did the Northern Sky Academy representatives look stunned, but even Meng Ziyao and the other students were visibly shocked by his audacity. The face of the Northern Sky Academy official darkened significantly. He was well aware of the wager between Lin Han and Meng Ziyao. Initially, he had full confidence in Meng Ziyao's ability to defeat Lin Han. However, Lin Han's performance had far exceeded expectations. Not only had he demonstrated extraordinary strength, but his points were now far ahead of anyone else's. Unless Meng Ziyao could slay an overwhelming number of beasts in the next round, there was no way for her to catch up. Though he had already made arrangements to give Meng Ziyao an advantage in the second stage, he now found himself in a difficult position. If he agreed to be a witness and Meng Ziyao lost, it wouldn't just damage her reputation, it would disgrace the entire Northern Sky Academy. As the Northern Sky official hesitated, the representative from the military academy suddenly stood up and announced in a clear voice, Student, how about I serve as the impartial witness instead? Hey, these students are too young to be gambling like this. How can we condone such behavior? The Northern Sky representative quickly objected, clearly worried that Lin Han might actually secure first place in the competition. The military academy representative, however, was unfazed. What's there to worry about? They're old enough to take responsibility for their actions. This isn't some shady casino. In our Xinglong Empire, we honor our word. If a wager has been made, it should be upheld. Otherwise, what does all your teaching about integrity even mean? These words left the Northern Sky representative speechless. If anyone else had said this, he might have been able to argue back. But this was the military academy's representative, a key figure directly tied to the Xinglong Empire's military. He couldn't afford to say another word out of line. Thank you, sir. Lin Han expressed his gratitude sincerely. He still remembered how, during the awakening ceremony, this very military academy representative had been one of the few who supported him. Go ahead, student. Tell us the terms of your wager. With so many witnesses here, including the people from Sioux City, there's no way she can back out now, the military academy official declared firmly. After Lin Han laid out the terms of the bet, the military academy representative burst into hearty laughter. Bold move. This is going to be fun to watch. He seemed genuinely entertained, clearly already envisioning the scene of Meng Ziyao being forced to crawl and bark like a dog. Meng Ziyao, now everyone knows about our wager, Lin Han said with a faint smile. And with the military academy's representative here as a witness, it'll be hard for you to go back on your word. The consequences would be unpleasant. Lin Han, don't push it. Meng Ziyao growled through gritted teeth, her face pale with anger. From the side, a plump cat-like figure immediately jumped to Lin Han's defense. Who's pushing it? If it weren't for Han stopping me, I'd have slapped this witch across the face already. Who do you think you are? Meng Ziyao suddenly suppressed her anger, her voice calm and chilling. Staring intently at Lin Han, she spoke each word with deliberate precision. Since things have come to this point, you have no one to blame but yourself. You've backed yourself into a corner. When you lose, don't expect any mercy from me. I will make sure you are utterly humiliated." With that, Meng Ziao turned and walked away, heading straight toward a particular group in the crowd. Lin Han followed her with his gaze and saw her stop amidst a cluster of grade talent students from first high and second high. When did Meng Ziao start associating with them? Fat Cat asked in confusion. She's never interacted with those people before. Lin Han shook his head and explained. Those are grade talents from first high and second high. That group is made up of some of the top students. Don't you notice anything different about them compared to the others? What's different? Fat Cat scratched his head, clearly struggling with the question. All of them have already been accepted by various prestigious academies. Lin Han continued his analysis. The fact that they're gathered like this must have something to do with the Northern Sky Academy representatives. I suspect Meng Zio's points will see a massive surge in the upcoming matches. Fat Cat finally caught on. You mean? Exactly, Lin Han cut in. Those students are likely going to take down the fierce beasts and leave the finishing blow to Meng Ziao. It's clear that the academies have already coordinated behind the scenes, and the Northern Sky Academy representative must have promised them some kind of reward. No wonder Meng Zio's attitude shifted so quickly. She's been holding on to this ace up her sleeve. Lin Han furrowed his brows briefly but soon relaxed. It seems we need to pick up our pace as well. Do we still stand a chance to win? Fat Cat's heart seethed with anger toward Meng Ziao, his face twisted with frustration and defiance. Why don't we report this right now? This is outright cheating. Totally unfair. Fat Cat exclaimed, his arms flailing as he spoke with agitation. Lin Han shook his head slowly, his expression calm and composed. The competition rules don't prohibit stealing beasts. They're adamant that Meng Ziao took it, and there's nothing we can do. I suspect their tricks go far beyond what we've seen. If they're playing dirty, then we'll just have to work harder and show them that sneaky tactics alone won't secure a victory. All right. Fat Cat's fighting spirit reignited by Lin Han's words. He thumped his chest in determination. I'm with you, brother. Wherever you go, I'll follow. The teleportation array roared to life once more, and the contestants swarmed into the leveling zone like a tidal wave. As the 2-hour countdown began, they charged forward like unleashed stallions. Lin Han and Fat Cat were no exception. Though the two of them faced a greater challenge than most, they weren't up against a single opponent, but an entire team of 10. Outside, the examiners sat in front of a massive screen divided into dozens of smaller feeds, each one monitoring the participants in real time. Advanced equipment meticulously recorded the number of beasts each contestant defeated. Han, this isn't the right way. Fat Cat suddenly pointed out. I've studied the map. This path doesn't lead to the bronze level zone. Who said we're heading to bronze level? Lin Han replied with a question of his own. Huh. If not bronze level, then where? Fat Cat looked bewildered, a sense of unease welling up inside him. Lin Han flashed a cryptic smile. We're heading to the silver level zone first. What? Going straight for silver level beasts? Fat Cat, though capable of handling them, felt it was a waste of time. The numbers advantage of bronze level beasts seemed far more efficient. Yes. Well, spend some time in the silver level zone, then move straight to the gold level area, Lin Han stated calmly. That's not so. What? Fat Cat froze mid-step, his voice rising. Han, don't mess with me. Are you seriously planning to go to the gold level zone? Without a word, Lin Han grabbed the back of Fat Cat's collar and dragged him forward effortlessly. What else? Meng Ziao and her team will start by farming points in the bronze level zone, then move to silver. If we want to surpass their score, the gold level zone is our only option. I don't want to die yet. Fat Cat wailed miserably, his protests echoing through the forest. Outside, the old headmaster observed Lin Han's trajectory on the screen, his brows furrowing in surprise. Is Lin Han really heading straight for the silver level zone? Ha! Scoffed the Northern Sky Academy representative, his tone dripping with disdain. What a fool. He's clearly let the wager cloud his judgment. Silver level beasts may offer higher points, but for newcomers, they're far too dangerous. It's smarter and less risky to take out 5 bronze level beasts than 1 silver level one. Youthful arrogance will be his downfall. The headmaster nodded slightly, agreeing that Lin Han's decision seemed impulsive. Meng Zio's already in the top 3, another Northern Sky Elder announced smugly. So soon? The crowd was taken aback. After all, Meng Ziao had started with 0 points. The screen showed her team working in perfect coordination, taking down beasts together, but always letting her deliver the final blow to claim the points. The other academy representatives remained silent. They had, after all, tacitly approved of this strategy. Following discussions about Lin Han, they had collectively decided he was already a lost cause. If he somehow managed to win this competition, it would be hard for them to explain themselves back at their respective schools. So, they had no choice but to conspire together. Some even planned to invite Lin Han to join their institutions after the event. Shameless. scoffed the military academy's representative, his voice laced with scorn. All this scheming just to take down one student, Lin Han? You still have the gall to sit here? If I were you, I'd have dug a hole to hide in by now. The once cordial atmosphere froze instantly. Though the others bristled at his words, they couldn't refute him. This is a competition, but it also highlights the importance of teamwork. The Northern Sky representative countered. In dungeons, when facing powerful beasts, how can you survive without collaboration? Huh. The military academy representative sneered. Don't talk to me about dungeons. Have you ever faced a beast tide attacking a city? Have you fought on a real battlefield? Without absolute strength, all your schemes are meaningless. Instead of striving for excellence, you focus on petty tricks. I can't decide if you're clever or just pathetic. The Northern Sky representative faltered, unable to respond. Though he hadn't experienced beast tides or battlefields, he wasn't about to concede. Were it not for the military academy representative's status, he might have fired back. The high school principals wisely chose to stay out of the exchange, observing the verbal sparring from the sidelines. Neither the military academy nor Northern Sky were factions they could afford to offend. Meng Ziyou's in second place now. At this rate, she's going for first, someone suddenly exclaimed. Wait, Lin Han just entered the silver level zone. The principal of Lin Han School leaned forward, his gaze locked on the screen, his eyes filled with anticipation. This kid must be out of his mind, daring to enter the silver trial zone directly. The head of Baitian Academy sneered, his face full of disdain. The old principal of Yizhong School, watching this unfold, felt his heart tighten with anxiety. Lin Han was the school's beacon of hope. Although Meng Ziyou also hailed from their academy, her previous actions had already brought shame to the institution. More importantly, Lin Han possessed the only double-grade talent in the Xinglong Empire had to win. If Lin Han were still in the bronze trial zone, I might be worried. But stepping into the silver zone directly? The Baitian head stroked his beard with a cold chuckle. This time, the first place will undoubtedly belong to Baitian Academy. Calm yourselves, the head of the military academy interjected. Jumping to conclusions before the competition is over? Then again, that's typical of your Baitian Academy. No wonder you're the so-called top academy of the Tianlong Empire, so chaotic and full of pretenders. These words made the Baitian Academy head's face darken with anger. Care to make a bet? The military academy head smirked provocatively. Not some childish wager, let's make it serious. How about an arm? I bet Lin Han will win. The room fell silent as everyone held their breath. No one dared to speak. The Baitian head remained speechless. Such a reckless gamble was too much for him to accept. To him, the people from the military academy were nothing short of lunatics. To avoid further embarrassment on both sides, he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, within the bronze trial zone, most of the grade talents were busy helping Meng Ziyou gather monsters and finish them off. Her score had already surpassed 70 points, steadily closing the gap with Lin Han. Yet Lin Han and Fei Mao's scores remained stagnant. Han, wasn't it a bit reckless to jump straight into the silver zone? Fei Mao asked nervously, following closely behind Lin Han. Scared? Lin Han replied with a grin, continuing forward. If you're not scared, then why should I be? Fei Mao straightened his posture, though deep down, he was more concerned about the cost-effectiveness of their actions. After all, as someone who had already slain his fair share of silver-level beasts, he knew the risks well. Relax, this is just a stepping stone, Lin Han said cryptically. What? This isn't the final destination? A sense of unease surged in Fei Mao's chest. Before Fei Mao could press further, Lin Han started issuing orders. You head that way, and I'll go this way. Lure all the monsters here, and we'll take them down together. With that, he dashed off. The onlookers outside were stunned by Lin Han's audacity. Gathering silver-level monsters? For a freshman, this was nothing short of suicidal. Even the typically composed head of the military academy couldn't help but feel a pang of worry for Lin Han. In all his years, he had never encountered someone so daring. This was beyond mere recklessness. All eyes were fixed on the large screen, where Lin Han and the fat cat were in the midst of a nerve-wracking operation. Each of them was skillfully guiding about 25 silver-level monsters, maneuvering them into the same area with precision. An elderly principal watching the scene broke out in a cold sweat. Every unexpected move Lin Han made left him on edge, worried that something might go wrong for the young man. What happened next, however, left all the spectators utterly speechless. Xue Wushuang suddenly retreated several meters, leaving the battlefield entirely to Lin Han. Under the intense, focused gaze of the crowd, Lin Han boldly faced the ferocious silver-level beasts alone. At this critical moment, Xuanwu suddenly appeared, standing side by side with Lin Han. The man and the turtle worked together seamlessly, charging into the horde of monsters like two unstoppable war gods. In the blink of an eye, the beasts' agonized cries echoed through the battlefield as blood and flesh flew in every direction, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Even the seasoned head of the military academy couldn't help but gasp. The director of Baitian Academy, on the other hand, couldn't hold back his astonishment, blurting out, "Holy crap, this is insane. How is this kid pulling this off?" For these battle-hardened veterans, slaying silver-level beasts in an instant wasn't particularly challenging. But Lin Han was just a newly awakened rookie, demonstrating strength and skill far beyond their expectations. They had to admit that even in their younger years, they couldn't have achieved such a feat. The battle lasted only a few minutes, but Lin Han's score skyrocketed like a rocket. Meng Ziao, who had been close to catching up with him, now found herself left far behind, the gap between them almost impossible to bridge. Watching this unfold, the directors of the other academies couldn't help but feel bitter, silently cursing the short-sightedness of Baitian Academy's director. The situation had completely flipped now. The question wasn't whether they would accept Lin Han, but whether Lin Han would even consider choosing them. "Hanzi, are you even human?" Xue Wushuang stood behind Lin Han, finally unable to hold back, and blurted out these words. He had initially intended to find an opportunity to assist Lin Han, but after witnessing Lin Han violently take down all the ferocious beasts, he was completely stunned. He always knew Lin Han was exceptional, but that kind of exceptional was still within a reasonable range. Now, however, this level of strength was completely beyond anything human. "If I'm not human, what else could I be?" Lin Han replied irritably as he finished off the last ferocious beast. "No, I mean, you're just too monstrous. I'd even believe it if you told me you're a beast in disguise." Fat Cat exclaimed in shock. He knew Lin Han was strong, but he never imagined he was this strong. Someone who had only awakened for 7 days was effortlessly handling a pack of silver-tier beasts. It was simply unbelievable. "Hanzi, be honest. Did you make some kind of pact with a fiend or demon? This is just ridiculous." "Shut it." Lin Han shot Fat Cat a glare. "But if you know where to find a demon, let me know. I'm kind of curious about them." "Come on, let's head to the next spot," Lin Han said with a casual smile. "There's a next spot?" Fat Cat froze. After witnessing Lin Han's overwhelming power, he suddenly realized that racking up points in the silver tier trial zone might not be as hard as he'd thought. "The gold tier trial zone is our ultimate goal," Lin Han said nonchalantly. Those words left Fat Cat completely dumbfounded. "Hanzi, say that again. Where are you planning to go?" "The gold tier trial zone. Didn't you hear me?" The two locked eyes for a moment before Xue Wushuang finally erupted. "Hanzi, I'm not cut out for this. I barely survived the silver tier, and now you want to go to the gold tier? That's suicide. I'm still young. I don't want to meet my end so soon." "Relax, I'm here," Lin Han replied with a look of disdain. Meanwhile, outside the massive screens displaying the trial zones, the headmaster of First Academy was too shocked to speak. The distance, the speed. Was Lin Han really planning to head into the gold tier trial zone? The military academy's director's speculation caused an uproar, especially from the representative of Baitian Academy, whose face turned ashen. Lin Han's performance was nothing like that of a freshman. If anything, he seemed more like a battle-hardened veteran. Inside the trial zone, Fat Cat continued to plead, "Brother Han, can't we rethink this? The gold tier is too dangerous. Stop whining. If you keep it up, we'll throw you in there to toughen up." Lin Han joked. "Once we're in, you'll help me lure the monsters. I guarantee you'll secure second place." "Hanzi, I think you're setting me up, but I can't prove it. We're brothers for life. How could I ever set you up?" "I don't believe you." The next moment, the two had already stepped into the gold tier trial zone. The audience watching the screens erupted in gasps. They really went in. "This is insane." The North Division leader finally couldn't hold back his disdain, a sneer spreading across his face. Who does he think he is? Challenging a gold tier beast? He'd be lucky to take down a silver tier one. He recalled his own experience in the trials back in the day, where he hadn't even managed to enter the gold tier testing zone. The military academy representative, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but twitch uncontrollably. Is this even humanly possible? Even though he had always trusted Lin Han, this was pushing the limits of belief. Xue Wushuang's legs had gone weak with fear. "Han, no, Brother Han. I'm begging you, let's not do this." Fat Cat was trembling all over as well, trying to reason with him desperately. "Han, we've already got more than enough points. There's no need to take this risk. Going up against a gold-tier beast recklessly, that's a death sentence." Lin Han hesitated. They had just taken down a wave of silver-tier beasts, and their points were already far ahead. Even if Meng Ziao gave it her all, she wouldn't be able to catch up. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Fat Cat quickly added, "How about we head back to the silver tier zone and hunt a few more beasts there?" Just as Lin Han was about to agree, a system notification suddenly appeared. Random mission triggered. Hunt the gold tier bloodthirsty mad wolf. Mission reward. Life Guardian necklace blocks 3 fatal hits. "No way," Lin Han declared firmly. Fat Cat froze. "Didn't I just manage to convince you?" Lin Han's expression turned serious. "What's the matter? Scared of a gold-tier beast? What will you do if you face one for real in the future? You need to adapt, and this is the perfect chance. We're going. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Fat Cat and marched forward. The Life Guardian necklace was too valuable for Lin Han to ignore. It was essentially 3 extra lives. Even if the challenge ahead were a platinum-tier beast, he wouldn't hesitate. Before long, they encountered a group of beasts on the outskirts of the gold-tier zone. With the help of Xuanwu, Lin Han quickly dispatched them. Fat Cat, who had been cowering in the back, occasionally stepped in to deliver the final blow. Gradually, his confidence grew, and he reached the peak of Silverdeer experience. Han, look over there, should we run? Fat Cat suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Lin Han turned to see a towering level 27 bloodthirsty mad wolf standing before them. Instead of fear, his face lit up with excitement. Fat Cat, you really are my lucky charm. It's exactly what we need. Staring at the leader-tier beast, Fat Cat was completely dumbfounded. Lin Han clapped him on the shoulder. You take a break over there. He'll handle this. He didn't want Fat Cat, who lacked experience, to get hurt. Back at the military academy, their representative slammed the table in frustration. That's a level 27 bloodthirsty mad wolf. The elderly principal of number 1 high school spoke with a trembling voice. 2 rookies have only awakened their powers 7 days ago. How could they possibly take on a leader-tier beast? The other teachers chimed in anxiously. Principal, we need to intervene. These are double-tier talent prodigies. If we lose them here, we'll never be able to bear the consequences. The head of the Northern Sky Academy let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. Rescue? Let's not even discuss whether that would break the rules. At this distance, which one of you could possibly reach him in time? Besides, judging from Lin Han's stance, he's clearly prepared to fight to the bitter end. If you ask me, you'd better start planning the memorial service for this double-strength talent of a student. Most of the other academy leaders remained silent upon hearing this. A few entertained the idea of stepping in, thinking that saving Lin Han might earn them his gratitude and potentially bring him into their fold. However, after weighing the situation carefully, they all decided against. The distance was simply too great. None of them wanted to risk offending the Northern Sky Academy. The leader of the military academy, on the other hand, had no such concerns. Still, he knew full well that at this distance, there was no way to intervene. He chose to stand by for now. He had a good understanding of Lin Han, this fearless young man, but he couldn't fathom what could have driven him to act so recklessly. It was practically a death wish. Everyone's eyes were glued to the scene before them, and in their hearts, they had already concluded that Lin Han and Xue Wushuang were doomed. But just then, something unexpected happened. Wait, what is that? Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. Behind Lin Han, a massive, crimson beast slowly emerged, its entire body radiating an intense, fiery glow, as if an avatar of a fire god had descended. Its presence exuded a chilling, oppressive aura. Could this be Lin Han's second contracted beast? A collective gasp spread through the crowd as they stared in disbelief. Contracting 2 beasts within 7 days, just what level had this young man reached? The Northern Sky Academy leader's brows knitted tightly together, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. From the moment he laid eyes on this beast, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. What's there to be so startled about? Another academy leader murmured softly. There are plenty of second-tier students here with 2 beasts. That's not unusual. Yet despite his words, his tone betrayed a hint of unease. Still, the aura of this beast is extraordinary. Who knows what rank these 2 beasts of his actually are? The scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Not only did Lin Han demonstrate extraordinary strength, but he also performed an act that defied belief. When Lin Han summoned a second beast, a Qilin, even the chubby cat nearby was left dumbfounded. While it's not uncommon in the Xinglong Empire for some of the billions of new beast tamers each year to possess 2 beasts, Lin Han's pair was clearly exceptional. Both their rankings and power far surpassed the norm. On the battlefield, Lin Han, Xuanwu, and Qilin stood on either side, forming a standoff against the bloodthirsty mad wolf positioned directly in front. Even though the wolf had reached the formidable gold rank, it instinctively sensed danger in the presence of these 2 beasts, whose bloodlines were far superior to its own. Xuanwu, Qilin, attack now, Lin Han commanded decisively. Against an opponent like this, there was no need for special skills. Basic attacks alone were more than enough to secure victory. To everyone's astonishment, the vicious and infamous bloodthirsty mad wolf turned tail and fled in fear. Lin Han wasted no time and immediately pursued it with Xue Wushuang. After all, the wolf was the target of a mission to protect Livsit, couldn't be allowed to escape. This turn of events completely overturned everyone's expectations. A rookie beast tamer, who had awakened his abilities just 7 days prior, was now chasing down a gold-ranked feral beast. The spectators were left in utter shock, their mouths agape. Even the usually composed heads of the various academies were rendered speechless. The head of Baitian Academy was particularly disheartened, his faint hope now entirely shattered. The mocking glances from the other academy heads stung even more. If not for trusting that elder's judgment, they wouldn't have missed out on such a prodigy. Meanwhile, the principal of Yizhong Academy couldn't help but beam with pride. He had once worried that Lin Han's talent might go to waste, but now it was clear that Lin Han was exactly the kind of promising student their academy should nurture. By this point, the points leaderboard told the whole story. Lin Han stood firmly in first place with over 400 points, followed closely by Xue Wushuang with more than 300 points. In stark contrast, Meng Ziyao, in third place, had barely over 100 points. The gap was undeniable, and it said everything that needed to be said. The group of ranked cultivators was working together to assist Meng Ziyao. Even so, the fourth-ranked participant's score had yet to break 50. At this point, there was less than an hour left until the competition ended. Meng Ziyao had just slain a ferocious beast. She wiped the sweat off her face with a raised hand and glanced at the scoreboard, where her points were steadily climbing. A satisfied smile crept onto her lips. That should do it. You're probably close to 150 points by now, right? The people standing beside her were already panting heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat. If it weren't for the promise made by the head of Baitian Academy, they would never have gone to such lengths to help her. Almost there, and the competition is about to end, Meng Ziyao thought to herself. Even if Lin Han had 3 heads and 6 arms, there's no way he could beat me now. She was already relishing the thought of seeing the look on Lin Han's face when they met. After helping you, our scores have fallen way behind. Don't forget the promise you made earlier, someone reminded her. Meng Ziyao responded dismissively, don't worry. Since the director has already agreed to it, there's no way he'll go back on his word. She didn't care much about the promises made to these people. It was the director's commitment, not hers. What mattered to her was defeating Lin Han. All right, let's head out. The competition is pretty much over, someone suggested. The group began to make their way toward the exit. It wasn't just them. Other participants, realizing that there wasn't enough time left to hunt more beasts, also started leaving the trial ground. Meanwhile, deep within the trial grounds, Lin Han stood atop the corpse of a bloodthirsty wolf, panting heavily. You sure know how to run. Almost killed me keeping up. What now? Get up and run some more? A system notification promptly sounded. Ding! Bloodthirsty wolf hunt completed. Reward, Life Guardian. Please claim your reward at any time. Lin Han eagerly checked his inventory and, as expected, found the system reward item, Life Guardian, had already been delivered. Without hesitation, he equipped the item, which could withstand 3 fatal attacks. A strange sense of security washed over him. Han, it's about time. We should get going, Fat Cat reminded him from the side. Lin Han nodded in agreement, and the two retraced their steps. By now, the teleportation array had been activated, and many disheartened students were gradually returning through it. When they arrived at the main square where they first began, a large crowd had already gathered. As soon as Meng Ziyao spotted Lin Han, she strode over with a mocking expression. Lin Han, are you ready to follow through on your promise? I'm always ready. Honestly, I thought you'd forgotten, Lin Han replied with a calm smile. Ha, still acting tough even when you're doomed, Meng Ziyao sneered, brimming with confidence in her 176 points. This time, I'll make sure you lose all face. Haven't I already lost all face? Lin Han said, pretending to look pained. I felt that way the day you broke up with me. His words instantly deflated Meng Ziyao's arrogance. She hadn't expected Lin Han to bring up their breakup so openly in front of everyone. The surrounding students immediately began whispering among themselves, their curiosity piqued. Enough! Meng Ziyao shouted, her face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Han, you've completely infuriated me. My score is now 173 points, and it's all because of you. Ooh, I'm so scared, Lin Han replied in a deliberately frivolous tone before turning to Fat Cat. Is 173 even impressive? 173? Isn't that just beginner-level stuff? Fat Cat chimed in, seizing the opportunity to mock her. Some people sure love showing off mediocre scores. Despite the ridicule, Lin Han couldn't deny to himself that 173 points was indeed a respectable score. Soon, the official rankings began to be announced, starting from 10th place. Tian Qingyun with 46 points, Zhang Feng with 51 points. To everyone's surprise, Meng Ziyao only ranked 3rd. The second place went to Xue Wushuang from number 2 high school, with an impressive 342 points. Finally, the host revealed the top spot. Let's congratulate the first place winner, Lin Han from number 1 high school, with a staggering 463 points. The entire square fell into a stunned silence. Meng Ziyao was even more shocked, unable to accept the result. She lost control and shouted, Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. How could he possibly score 463 points? This score is unbelievable. The classroom erupted in a wave of astonishment. Many senior students stood up, shouting in disbelief. 463 points? How is that possible? We demand a recheck. Lin Han stood calmly at the podium, his expression composed. He had anticipated such skepticism. As the person in question, he was fully aware that he hadn't used any special methods. Everything he did was within the rules. Amid the commotion, however, Lin Han keenly noticed a detail. Those shouting the loudest were all level gifted students closely associated with Meng Xiao. In contrast, students with lower talent levels seemed notably calm. This observation left him deep in thought. Earlier, Lin Han had already confirmed the rankings with Xue Wuxuang's performance of these level talents was unusually poor, even lagging behind many level or lower-tier students. This anomaly sparked a sense of caution in Lin Han, and a bold hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. The school leaders exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unprepared for this kind of scene. Breaking the silence, the principal of number 1 high school spoke up first. I propose we release Lin Han's trial footage. As an outstanding student with double-level talent, it wouldn't hurt to let everyone witness true strength. It could also bring honor to Sioux City. This suggestion was immediately supported by Director Du. Exactly. Right now, Sioux City could use this kind of positive exposure. I suggest we broadcast the full footage from the Golden Trial Zone. It's the most convincing evidence. The other school representatives, though somewhat reluctant, had no grounds to oppose it. After all, this was an internal matter for Sioux City, and as long as Lin Han agreed, the release of the footage was inevitable. Lin Han, we've unanimously decided to release your trial footage. What's your opinion on this? Without hesitation, Lin Han nodded in agreement. For him, this was the perfect opportunity to prove himself. Lin Han was well aware that his strength could no longer be concealed. Besides, he only had 2 contracted beasts at the moment, and the choice for his third one was still undecided. In his view, even if others discovered that he had already reached the gold level, it wouldn't cause much of an impact. The staff quickly projected Lin Han's recorded footage. On the screen, Lin Han was seen relentlessly pursuing a bloodthirsty, frenzied wolf with his Xuanwu and Qilin. The breathtaking opening scene instantly left everyone present dumbfounded. Is that a bloodthirsty, frenzied wolf of gold-level commander rank? A knowledgeable student gasped in disbelief. No way. Didn't Lin Han awaken on the same day as us? Even with a doubles grade talent, it's impossible to be strong enough to go after a bloodthirsty, frenzied wolf like that. The room buzzed with shocked whispers. I just read about this in our textbooks the other day. There's no doubt it's a bloodthirsty, frenzied wolf. Wait, look at that terrifying creature next to Lin Han. What is that? Someone noticed an even more astonishing detail. Oh my god, could that be his second contracted beast? Impossible. He awakened just 7 days ago, and he's not from some top-tier family or organization, but a doubles grade talent is already unheard of. Nearby, Meng Zio's face went pale. She had been eagerly anticipating Lin Han's failure, but she never expected to witness such a shocking display. What on earth was that monstrous beast by his side? The elderly principal of the school could no longer contain his excitement. He stood up and announced, "You're all correct, this is indeed Lin Han's second contracted beast, and the creature they are pursuing is none other than a gold-level commander-ranked, bloodthirsty, frenzied wolf." The entire hall fell into a stunned silence. Everyone knew that, with the principal's status and reputation, there was no way he would fabricate such a claim in front of so many academy leaders. This is the power of a doubles grade talent? The murmurs of disbelief spread through the crowd. Meanwhile, Meng Xiao was completely overwhelmed. She muttered to herself repeatedly, "That's Lin Han's second contracted beast." In the end, her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, unable to accept the reality before her. Lin Han unknowingly walked up to Meng Xiao, his eyes filled with anticipation. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Lin Han, considering what we once had, can we just let this go?" Meng Xiao pleaded, her voice trembling. "I promise I won't bother you again. Please, just this once, let me go. I know I was wrong before." After becoming an A-level talent, Meng Xiao's life had reached its peak. Everyone flattered and fawned over her, and even Baitian Academy had invited her to join. But now, Lin Han had her completely at his mercy. "What's this? Now you want me to let you go? You call this sincerity? Beg me." Lin Han sneered coldly. "Please, I'm begging you. It was my fault. If you let me go, I'll do anything you ask." Meng Xiao said hurriedly. "Anything?" Lin Han's lips curled into a mocking smile. "You mean it? Anything." Meng Xiao gritted her teeth and agreed. Lin Han pretended to ponder for a moment before saying, "All right then, erase the deal. Get down on all fours and bark like a dog. If you do that, we'll call it even. How about it?" "Lin Han, you never intended to let me go." Meng Xiao screamed, her voice filled with anger and desperation. "When did I ever say I would let you go?" Lin Han replied with a chilling smirk. "Do you really think one apology can fix everything you've done? The academy leaders are here as witnesses, and all the students heard you. You know what'll happen if you break your promise. Meng Ziao felt her heart tighten. The Lin Han standing before her now seemed like a stranger, someone cold and terrifying. His smile sent chills down her spine. Was this still the Lin Han she once knew? Lin Han, you're ruthless. Meng Ziao bit her lip, her voice trembling with frustration and despair. She knew all too well that breaking her promise would bring consequences far worse than just losing her reputation. The crowd around them focused their attention on the scene. Earlier, many had sided with Meng Ziao, but now, they shifted their support to Lin Han. Some even began mocking Meng Ziao for her past actions, condemning her on moral grounds. They'll do it. Meng Ziao finally yielded. As she knelt down, tears streamed down her face, dripping onto the ground. Lin Han watched indifferently, his expression cold. He was no longer the soft-hearted person he once was. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of her barking echoed sharply across the silent plaza. Is that enough for you? Meng Ziao asked, her face wet with tears, her voice filled with resentment. It'll do, Lin Han said nonchalantly, shrugging. He felt no sympathy for her anymore. He then turned to the leader of the military academy. Thank you, sir. She has fulfilled her promise, so the bet ends here. The leader laughed heartily. You really had me worried for a moment there. I thought you were actually going to let her off the hook. Representatives from various academies stood up one after another, extending invitations to Lin Han. Apart from Baitian Academy, nearly every institution expressed their willingness to offer him generous terms. Lin Han merely smiled without responding. His thoughts were entirely focused on the rewards he was about to receive: 30 million Tianlong coins and a mysterious prize that was rumored to be just as valuable. Sensing the growing commotion, Instructor Du stepped forward and announced, "Now, we will begin the awards ceremony." Meanwhile, Meng Ziao stood off to the side, listening to others speculate about the rewards that might go to the second-place winner. Her emotions were a chaotic mix of bitterness and regret. The first prize should have been hers, but Lin Han's actions had completely overturned her expectations. Lin Han stood next to the award podium, his face radiating a warm smile. As the first-place winner, he was just about to deliver his acceptance speech when he blurted out, "Can I get the money first?" Realizing the sudden shift in Du's expression, he quickly corrected himself. I mean, achieving this success wouldn't have been possible without the nurturing environment of the school. I want to especially thank the principal and our teachers for their guidance. And, of course, a special thanks to Du for maintaining Sioux City in such an orderly and prosperous state. Without your support. For the next 10 minutes, Lin Han eloquently expressed his gratitude without repeating a single word. Du watched the articulate young man with a mix of amusement and exasperation, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. Finally, he couldn't hold back and softly interjected, "All right, that's enough." Lin Han grinned and stepped aside. "If there's anything else you'd like to ask, just let me know. I'll be happy to answer." Du then turned to the second-place winner. "Shui Wushuang, do you have anything you'd like to say?" Shui Wushuang exchanged a knowing glance with Du before beginning his speech. "First, I must thank Du for his leadership. It is only because of your efforts that—" What followed was yet another round of prolonged praise. Struggling to suppress his laughter, Du responded politely, "Yes, it's thanks to everyone's hard work that Sioux City has become such a wonderful place." Internally, however, he was thinking, why are kids these days so good at flattery? Han, do you think Du looks a bit off? Did we say something wrong? Shui Wushuang whispered to Lin Han. "No, it's definitely because our compliments weren't refined enough," Lin Han replied with a serious expression. Standing nearby, Meng Ziao overheard everything. Just as Du opened his mouth to speak again, she seized the moment and said, "Du, your dedication to governing Sioux City has truly been tireless and admirable." "Wow, Han, this girl is a pro at this," Shui Wushuang muttered under his breath in astonishment. Lin Han, while outwardly dismissive with a casual "it's nothing special," silently committed her phrasing to memory for future use. "Enough. All of you, quiet." Du finally snapped, unable to take any more. "Now listen to me." Once the trio had fallen silent, Du announced the rewards. Lin Han, as the first-place winner, you will receive 30 million Tianlong coins and a villa in the city center. Second place gets 200,000 Tianlong coins, and third place gets 100,000 Tianlong coins. The stark disparity in rewards left Shui Wushuang stunned, while Meng Ziao simply wanted to leave the increasingly awkward atmosphere as quickly as possible. After the ceremony, Lin Han opened his attribute panel. Level 27. Balanced attribute growth. Strength 54,040. Agility 53,200. Spirit 51,200. Constitution 52,020. Talents: Iron Body S-Class, Eye of the Heavens Mythical Class. His two contracted beasts, the Xuanwu and the Qilin, had also achieved remarkable stats. Xuanwu level 28. Strength 86,220. Agility 84,520. Spirit, 78,520. Constitution, 89,520. Qilin level 28. Strength, 89,003. Agility, 88,964. Spirit, 77,854. Constitution, 90,005. Although Lin Han's current strength was sufficient to contend with third-tier powerhouses, he still yearned to improve and match his beast's prowess. With the rewards from the competition, this newly minted young millionaire was more confident than ever in his ability to grow stronger. Lin Han, despite having a fortune at his disposal, was in no rush to squander it. The primary reason was that he had yet to find a beast companion that truly met his expectations. At this point, he had no interest in beasts with qualifications below the king level. After all, lower quality beasts required significant investment to train and upgrade. He planned to wait until he achieved his third transformation before seriously searching for a suitable beast partner. Lying on his bed, Lin Han let out a sigh. It wasn't that his standards were too high. Rather, high-quality beast eggs were incredibly rare. He had spent considerable time recently gathering information, but his efforts had been fruitless. The city of Su was limited in scale, and top-tier beast eggs were even scarcer, practically 1 in a million. Not long ago, he had made another trip to the Beast Incubation Center, hoping for a stroke of luck as he had experienced before. However, ever since he acquired the Qilin, such good fortune had eluded him. A beast egg with legendary level qualification, she had only ever found one, and that was back at the center. Just as Lin Han was about to rest, an ominous scene unfolded in a secluded corner of Su City. "Why did you summon me here at this hour?" a figure asked impatiently. "I need you to take care of someone. He's becoming a threat to my position. Eliminate him, and he'll pay you 5 million Star Dragon coins," replied another voice, calm but filled with malice. Under the pale moonlight, the identity of the speaker became clear. It was none other than the head of Baitian Academy. "A doubles aptitude talent? That's quite the lucrative offer," the man in black said with a twisted smile. "Stop wasting time. Are you in or not?" the Academy head demanded. "Of course I'm in, but are you sure I can handle him? With your strength as a platinum-tier warrior, taking down a kid who's only been awakened for 7 days and is still at the early gold stage should be a piece of cake." The deal was struck. The man in black took the address and disappeared into the shadows. Watching him leave, the Academy head muttered to himself, Lin Han, you should have known better than to threaten my position." Meanwhile, Lin Han, caught between sleep and wakefulness, suddenly felt an overwhelming heaviness in his body. Though his mind was alert, he couldn't move, as if paralyzed by some unseen force. Then, a sharp pain stabbed through his chest, jolting him further into consciousness. Instinctively, he reached for the source of the pain, his hand coming away sticky with warm blood. When he fully regained his senses, he realized he was no longer in his room but lying in a desolate wilderness. It was only thanks to his lifeguarding skill activating just in time that he had avoided a fatal blow. Without hesitation, Lin Han summoned his Xuanwu and Qilin beasts, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. "I didn't expect you to still be alive," a cold, eerie voice echoed from behind him. Lin Han spun around to face the source of the voice. A tall figure cloaked in black stood motionless, his gaze piercing. The man sneered and asked, "Lin Han, what other secrets are you hiding?" Lin Han furrowed his brows tightly, carefully listening to the voice of the other person. The voice was unsettlingly unfamiliar to him, and he was absolutely certain he had never met this person before. The figure dressed in black stood hidden in the shadows, their voice laced with a cold, mocking tone. "You don't need to know who I am. Just moments ago, my blade pierced the area near your heart. You shouldn't still be alive." There was an unmistakable mix of indifference and curiosity in their words. Killing someone for no reason at all?" Lin Han said coldly. "Can I ask you a question?" The figure in black stepped forward slowly. "Go ahead. Do you know Ito Sanchi?" "Who's that? Someone from the Sakura Empire?" The black-clad figure's voice carried a note of genuine confusion. From this reaction, Lin Han was certain that this person had no connection to anyone from the Sakura Empire. This only deepened his puzzlement. While he had some grudges with Meng Ziyao, it wasn't enough for her to send an assassin after him. Who could possibly want him dead? "All right," the black-clad figure suddenly spoke. "I've answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer mine. No objections, right?" Lin Han, unwilling to back down, bargained defiantly. "That question doesn't count. Answer one more and then he'll tell you." Fine. Ask your question," the figure replied, their tone tinged with impatience. Lin Han's voice grew serious. "How did you bring me to this place?" The man in black spoke softly, but his words carried a chilling threat. "Just hypnosis. As a hypnotist, the gap in our abilities is vast. Making you sleepwalk into my hands was child's play." He had chosen to confront Lin Han here purely out of curiosity about the mysterious power Lin Han had displayed earlier. His prior investigations showed nothing unusual about the young man. So what had enabled him to withstand his attacks? If it was a learnable skill, perhaps he could master it as well. Lin Han casually spread his hands, a faint smile tugging at his lips. So, you're just a hypnotist, huh? He recalled reading about this brank ability in textbooks. It was typically used in the medical field, rarely developed into a combat specialty. If not for his life guardian ability, he might have already met his end. Facing a fourth-tier powerhouse, Lin Han couldn't deny the pressure weighing on him. The man in black advanced step by step, his tone cold and unyielding. Tell me, how did you cheat death? He had already made up his mind. Either Lin Han would give him the answer, or he would send him straight to the afterlife. After all, this was a $5 million contract, and he was confident Lin Han wouldn't escape. I'm not telling you. Lin Han's smirk deepened. Want to take another stab at me? By now, he had fully recovered, with his mythical beasts, Xuanwu and Qilin, summoned to his side. Confidence surged within him. This was his first battle against a platinum-tier opponent. Perhaps it was a rare opportunity to hone his skills. Interesting. Fine. Let's see if you can survive another strike. The man in black sneered, gripping his blood-stained dagger tightly as he lunged forward. Lin Han's gaze locked onto the weapon that had pierced his body moments ago. With unwavering resolve, he commanded, Xuanwu, kill an attack with everything you've got. The two beasts charged forward with unrestrained excitement. The man in black scoffed, his expression full of disdain. Let's see what your double-steer talent and golden-tier beasts can do against me. The battle erupted in an instant. Qilin struck first, lunging ferociously at the man in black. Although his reflexes were sharp, he clearly underestimated Qilin's immense power and was forced to dodge in haste. What kind of beast is this? How can it be so strong? The man in black was visibly shocked, his perception of Lin Han's capabilities growing increasingly uncertain. Lin Han's voice rose, laced with anger. If you want answers, then tell Muho sent you to kill me? He couldn't believe someone would go so far as to hire a hitman against him. Summoning a swirling mass of inky black mist, the man in black smirked. If you want to know, you'll have to defeat me first. Eye of Creation. Lin Han activated his ability, scrutinizing the ominous mist. Is this your beast? He had never encountered such a creature in any of his studies. That's right. This is my beast. The man in black admitted with a sinister grin. Your two beasts are indeed extraordinary golden tier, late stage, with even a hint of platinum tier strength. 5 million might not have been enough for this job. 5 million? Lin Han seized on the key detail. Who's paying that much for my head? In this line of work, confidentiality is everything. Once we take a job, we don't reveal our clients. The man in black chuckled. But after I kill you, they'll be raising the price to 8 million. Lin Han shook his head with a wry laugh. So, my life is worth that much now? Of course. A strong talent with double-steer abilities, and your growth rate is truly terrifying. The man in black's expression darkened as he unleashed a surge of black mist. Now, let me show you the power of my nightmare force. The surroundings plunged into darkness, not the natural dimming of the sky, but an oppressive shroud of black mist. Lin Han's brow furrowed as he activated his Eye of Creation to investigate. What he saw chilled him, a ghostly beast known as the Black Nightmare Spectre, a creature specialized in devastating mental assaults. A spectral beast. Lin Han frowned deeply. As a beast master, this was his first time encountering such a type of beast. Although he had studied relevant knowledge in textbooks, his practical experience was non-existent. The creature before him, a black nightmare venom wraith, clearly belonged to a platinum-level master. If it were just an ordinary platinum-level opponent, it wouldn't trouble him this much. However, the most frustrating part was that he couldn't fully discern the enemy's abilities. Even with the divine power of the Eye of Creation, his current strength wasn't enough to completely unravel the intricacies of his opponent's skills. Ready, kid? A chilling voice echoed from all directions. The figure of a man in black had entirely merged into the dark mist, as if he and the fog had become one. Yet Lin Han could still determine that the black mist was the physical manifestation of the Black Nightmare Venom Wraith. This opponent was meticulous and exceptionally ruthless. Choosing to strike here instead of at Lin Han's home was clearly to avoid surveillance, making it look like an apparent suicide to outsiders. Although Lin Han's strength was still developing, as a genius with double-strength talents, he had always been under the watchful eye of the Xinglong Empire. Otherwise, Sioux City wouldn't have offered a 3 million reward just for him. As Lin Han pondered, several dark shadows suddenly coalesced around him, each resembling the figure of the man in black. Lin Han, let's see if you can guess which one is me. All the shadows spoke in unison, their voices reverberating around him. Then, they launched their attack simultaneously, closing in from all sides. Lin Han, however, remained calm and composed. He turned and struck with a fluid motion, his punch sending one of the shadows flying several meters back. Despite the shadow's pitch-black form, Lin Han could still discern the shock on its face. Following this strike, the remaining shadows instantly dissipated. This can't be. Lin Han maintained a faint smile. With the help of the Eye of Creation, all the information about the shadows was laid bare before him. This mythical level ability rendered all illusions meaningless in his eyes, allowing him to easily identify the true body of his opponent. Unwilling to concede, the man in black summoned even more shadows. But under Lin Han's Eye of Creation, the essence of each shadow was crystal clear. Energy constructs, energy constructs, energy constructs, and then the real body. This time, Lin Han switched tactics, deliberately engaging with the energy constructs. Each punch landed with a hollow sensation, like striking cotton. While these constructs weren't particularly powerful individually, their sheer numbers posed a threat. Hidden in the shadows, the man in black smirked, convinced that Lin Han could no longer distinguish his true form. However, a sudden realization struck Hema, critical oversight. Where were Lin Han's two contracted beasts? The answer came swiftly. A ferocious roar of a beast echoed from behind the man in black, and searing flames illuminated the dark space. As he attempted to evade, a stone wall summoned by Xuanwu sealed off his retreat. Qilin and Xuanwu flanked him on either side, while Lin Han himself was already closing in. Surrounded on all fronts, cold sweat dripped from the man in black's forehead. The Black Nightmare Venom Wraith's abilities were already draining, and now, after sustaining such a blow, he was nearing his limit. This kid is just at the silver level, maybe gold at best. How can he be this difficult to deal with? No, something's definitely off. What's the big deal about a doubles level talent? You think someone of my platinum rank would be intimidated by you? The man in black snarled, his eyes flashing with disdain. Boy, do you even realize the foolishness of exposing your location like this? That's the #1 taboo for beast tamers. No matter how powerful your beasts are, once I kill you, they'll fall with you. Then come and try. Lin Han sneered coldly, showing no sign of retreat. This was exactly what he wanted. As the man in black lunged toward Lin Han, a thick black mist began to coalesce in his hand, forming a pitch-black longsword. The blade, surrounded by swirling black fog, exuded an aura of dread, like a nightmare come to life. Oh, so now you're pulling out a weapon? That's how you want to play. Lin Han quickly stepped back, activating his level talent Steel Body. Clang! A sharp metallic sound echoed through the air as the blade struck Lin Han. What kind of body is this? The man in black froze, momentarily stunned. He had known level talents were extraordinary, but he hadn't expected this kind of resilience. With his own level talent, he was utterly powerless against Lin Han. What's the matter? Can't get through? Well, my turn. Lin Han chuckled, spinning around and landing a powerful punch. The man in black stumbled backward, only to collide with Xuanwu's tail. The snake head of the beast lashed out, sinking its fangs into the man's arm. Qilin, finish him off. Lin Han surged forward, using the formidable defense of his steel body to pin the man in black in place. Let me go. The man in black screamed in terror, but Qilin was already closing in. With a single bite, it severed the man clean in half. The battle ended. Lin Han sat on the ground, panting heavily as he looked at the lifeless body of the man in black, lying in a pool of blood. Relief washed over him. The fight had turned out much easier than he anticipated, largely because his opponent underestimated him and wasted too much energy maintaining the black prison. By the end, the man in black was clearly running out of steam. If Lin Han had been an ordinary gold-level fighter, he might have struggled against such a tactic. But he wasn't just any fighter within level talent. He possessed a mythic-level talent, the Eye of Creation. This ability not only allowed him to see the evolutionary paths of beasts, but also made illusions and deceptions utterly ineffective against him. The moment Lin Han broke free from his restraints, the man in black's panic was evident. His attacks became increasingly erratic. From the moment he relied on the Black Nightmare Spectre, the outcome was already sealed. If the man had chosen a hidden confrontation with his beasts instead, Lin Han might not have had such an easy victory. But his overconfidence had been his downfall. Lin Han stood up and was about to check the map when he realized he didn't have his phone on him. What kind of godforsaken place is this? He muttered, frustrated. He had no idea where he was. Clearly, the man in black had chosen a remote location to assassinate him. After rummaging through the man's belongings, Lin Han turned to Qilin. Hey, little Qilin, can you sniff out the direction of home? Qilin blinked at him, then gave him a look of disdain as if to say, do I look like a dog to you? Meanwhile, Xuanwu snickered quietly to itself, glad that for once, it wasn't the one being teased. Fortunately, Qilin begrudgingly helped Lin Han find his way back to the city. Once in familiar territory, Lin Han dismissed his two beasts and headed home. As he stepped through the door, he let out a long sigh of relief. The brush with death had left him shaken. If not for his life guardian ability, he might not have survived. With only 2 uses of Life Guardian left, he resolved to treasure them carefully. The next morning, Lin Han woke early. It was the last day to register for academies, and with most of them starting classes soon, this was the perfect time to solidify his strength and prepare for the challenges ahead. He needed to make a decision about his future. Just then, his phone rang. It was Fei Mao. "Lindsay, miss me yet?" came the familiar boisterous voice on the other end. "Shut up. Spit it out if you've got something to say." Lin Han snapped, though a smile tugged at his lips. Only with his close friends could he truly relax. "Today's the last day for academy registration. Have you decided where you're going yet?" Fei Mao asked with a chuckle. "Not yet. Still thinking about it," Lin Han replied, though in truth, his options were limited. Most of the academies had already been crossed off his list. Despite their apologies after yesterday's competition, he had lost interest in them. The only one that still intrigued him was the military academy. "With your results and talent, I bet every school is dying to have you. Just name your price, and they'll probably fight to the death for you." Fei Mao laughed. He knew exactly how the academies operated. Even he, with his decent talent, was being courted by many schools. But he wasn't interested in their offers. What mattered more to him was Lin Han's choice. After all, everyone knew Fei Mao's success was thanks to Lin Han. The schools courting him were just hoping to use him to lure Lin Han in. "What do you think about the military academy?" Lin Han asked after a moment of thought. "The military academy?" Fei Mao's tone shifted, surprised. "Lindsay, are you serious about that? Is there something wrong with the military academy?" Lin Han asked, puzzled. Fat Cat let out a sigh, his expression filled with resignation. "Do you really not know? Or are you just pretending?" "The military academy is nicknamed the Devil's Training Camp for a reason. It's not just a joke. The training there is incredibly harsh. They don't even treat students like people. Isn't that how all universities are? Aren't their courses strict too?" Lin Han still looked confused. "It's not the same at all," Fat Cat replied, a trace of despair in his tone. "Since the military academy was established, its graduation rate has dropped year after year. Sure, many outstanding students willingly go there to push their limits, and other academies have even protested against their training methods, but it doesn't change anything. The military academy is directly managed by the military, so the Ministry of Education has no authority over it. Doesn't that make it even better?" Lin Han's interest was piqued. "High-intensity training is the fastest way to improve your skills." "I think it sounds great." Fat Cat was momentarily speechless, unable to come up with a rebuttal. "Then I'll choose the military academy," Lin Han decided without hesitation. He immediately logged onto the admissions website, completed his application, and headed out to grind levels. At this point, Lin Han had already reached level 27, just 3 levels away from his 4th rank. He anticipated receiving his acceptance letter that evening, and if admitted, classes would start in 3 days. His goal was to reach platinum rank before the term began. At his usual grinding spot, the golden tier beasts fell effortlessly before him. However, at his current level, the experience gained had slowed to a crawl. The resources in Sioux City could no longer support his leveling needs. After an entire day of relentless battles, Lin Han finally broke through to level 30 by dusk. Though there wasn't enough time to visit the Awakening Temple, he received his acceptance letter from the military academy was to report in 3 days. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of North Sky Academy in Tianya City, the central hub of Sioux Province, an elderly man with a long white beard was glaring furiously at Jiang Feng, the head of North Sky Academy's branch in Sioux City. "Explain yourself." The old man leaned back in his chair, his presence commanding and intimidating. "How did Lin Han, a student with doubles-ranked talent, not end up in our academy?" Jiang Feng stood there, fidgeting nervously but secretly pleased. He was confident that the person he sent yesterday had already taken care of Lin Han. After all, a dead man couldn't enroll anywhere. Not enrolled in any academy? The old principal's face darkened with rage. He slammed his palm onto the desk and cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. The old principal's face was dark, his eyes flickering with flames of anger. Jiang Feng saw this and immediately realized that the principal was truly furious. Yet, even with the situation so dire, he dared not reveal the news of Lin Han's death. He could only lower his voice and argue. Lin Han would never join another academy. "Fine, then let me show you the truth," the old principal snorted coldly, pulling out a piece of paper from the side and slamming it in front of Jiang Feng. Startled, Jiang Feng bent down to pick it up. Written clearly on the paper were the words, "To all academies. Our institution has officially submitted an admission application for Lin Han of Sioux City. To prevent any unnecessary interference with our student from other academies, we hereby issue this notice as a warning to avoid any unpleasant incidents." What shocked Jiang Feng the most was the seal at the bottom of the document. It unmistakably bore the insignia of the military academy. This is real? Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. The wording and the style were undeniably characteristic of the military academy. But just yesterday, he had already sent someone to deal with Lin Han. How could this be possible? Could it be Lin Han was still alive? The old principal's tone grew even harsher. Zhang Feng, as I recall, I've taught you before, never be so certain about something unless you're absolutely sure. If Lin Han had joined another academy, I could still swallow my pride and fight to get the student back. But this is the military academy we're talking about. Those old bastards don't care about saving face for someone like me. This letter makes it abundantly clear they don't want us to even think about Lin Han. The old principal's fury intensified. Zhang Feng, you gave up a dual strength talent for the sake of an A-rank student. What on earth are you thinking? Have a few years as a department head completely rotted your brain? Panic overtook Zhang Feng. Lin Han was alive? How could this be? That was a platinum-level assassin. How could they fail to deal with a kid who had only awakened 7 days ago? No, wait. Ever since last night, the assassin hadn't contacted him at all. Could it be that they had already been? The mere thought sent a shiver down Zhang Feng's spine. He dared not think any further. Zhang Feng stood in the principal's office, his expression heavy with unease. The entire Baitian Academy was abuzz with rumors, questioning his qualifications to serve as the department head. Faced with such accusations, he had no defense because, truthfully, it was his fault. And at the heart of it all was Meng Xiao. But what truly unsettled him was the revelation that Lin Han was still alive. As someone well-versed in these matters, Zhang Feng knew all too well the power of that hypnotist. A formidable platinum-level expert, the hypnotist's methods were as uncanny as they were lethal, far beyond what Lin Han should have been able to handle. Ordinarily, if the hypnotist had succeeded, they would have reached out to claim their payment. Yet, there had been no word. This silence sent waves of turmoil through Zhang Feng's mind. Could it be that Lin Han had already gained the strength to contend with a platinum-level expert? No, that's impossible. He dismissed the terrifying thought. Lin Han only awakened recently. There must be a powerful figure secretly protecting him. Though this explanation offered some comfort, Zhang Feng had no time to dwell on Lin Han. His own position was hanging by a thread. Principal, I am willing to comply with any decision the academy makes regarding me, Zhang Feng said quietly. The elderly principal pondered for a moment before replying. Take a temporary leave. Let things settle down for now. Keep a low profile during this time. As one of the principal's former students, Zhang Feng knew this was the most lenient course of action he could hope for. Anyone else in his position failing to recruit a double-strength genius and tarnishing the academy's reputation would have gotten off with just a suspension. Lin Han, I will make you pay for this. Zhang Feng vowed silently as he left the principal's office. The next morning, Lin Han arrived at the Awakening Temple. The receptionist greeted him with exceptional enthusiasm. After all, this was the double-strength genius who had claimed first place in the grand competition. His continued humility and courteous demeanor left a lasting impression on her. Inside the familiar awakening chamber, Lin Han focused his gaze on the mysterious awakening stone. Even with the power of the Eye of Creation, he couldn't discern the true nature of the stone, which only deepened his curiosity. Soon, the awakening information appeared. Name, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 30. Strength, 60,040. Agility, 63,500. Spirit, 60,070. Constitution, 64,050. A task prompt immediately followed. Hellhound from the Abyss. Objective: travel to the Abyss of Hell and slay the Cerberus. The Abyss of Hell? Lin Han murmured, puzzled by the unfamiliar location. Over the past weeks, he had thoroughly studied the dungeons around Sioux City, yet he had never encountered any mention of such a place. With the receptionist's assistance, he soon found the answer. The Abyss of Hell was located in Hueda City, near the Imperial Military Academy of the Xinglong Empire. With 2 days left before the start of the new semester, there was no rush to complete the task. After returning home, Lin Han began pondering his plans before the new semester started. He decided to take this time to fully clear the Abyss of Hell, so he could complete his 4th transition directly in Hueda City. The thought filled him with joy. After all, he'd been so busy lately that having a few days to focus on this goal seemed like a great idea. As soon as he got home, he eagerly picked up his phone and called his best friend, Fei Mao. With everyone about to go their separate ways, he was curious about his friend's plans. Fei Mao, which academy did you enroll in? Lin Han asked directly. The Military Academy. I've already received the acceptance notice, Fei Mao replied, leaving Lin Han momentarily stunned. You applied to the Military Academy too? Lin Han asked in surprise. He remembered Fei Mao once saying that the Military Academy was extremely tough, so he hadn't expected him to make such a choice. Fei Mao chuckled and explained, Hanzi, I think you have a bright future ahead of you, and sticking with you seems like a safe bet. Besides, the Military Academy is great. Who knows, I might even become a general someday. Alright, don't worry. As long as I've got food to eat, you'll at least get to smell it. Lin Han joked. Come on, Hanzi, you're playing dirty now. Both of them burst into laughter, their familiar camaraderie making the moment even warmer. Shall we head there together? Let's do it. Lin Han agreed without hesitation. Having a childhood friend to embark on this journey with was undoubtedly the best scenario. What he thought would be a parting of ways turned out to be an opportunity to continue learning together, and this realization filled him with happiness. Looking at Fei Mao, who had already advanced to silver-level strength, Lin Han silently resolved to help his friend find his next battle beast. He decided to use the Eye of Creation to search carefully, had to find a beast with a high enough talent level to be worthy of his best friend. Over the past few days, Lin Han had been enjoying a leisurely and relaxed lifestyle, taking daily walks outdoors. Although this semi-retired pace of life temporarily distanced him from the chaos of battles, he was keenly aware that now was not the time for complacency. The appearance of that hypnotist served as a stark warning someone was already plotting against his life in secret, and he didn't even know who his enemy was. The only way to safeguard himself, and everything he cared about, was to keep improving his strength. A few days later, Lin Han and Fei Mao set off for the military academy in Hueda City to officially begin their enrollment. However, they quickly encountered their first challenge. No ordinary vehicles were allowed within a 10-kilometer radius of the academy. All students, whether freshmen or returning ones, were required to walk the entire distance on foot. Hanzi, I told you this military academy is insane, Fei Mao exclaimed in despair. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the reality of walking 10 kilometers was enough to shake his resolve. Lin Han finally understood Fei Mao's earlier complaints. For someone with his level of strength, 10 kilometers was nothing. But for those who had only recently awakened their abilities, particularly students with support-type specializations, this was indeed a grueling test. Such a rule could easily discourage many from even attempting to enter. As the two walked on, they passed several freshmen who were already exhausted, sprawled on the ground to rest. Even the girls, usually concerned about their appearance, had abandoned all pretense of elegance. When Fei Mao suggested taking a break, they stopped under the shade of a large tree, where they encountered a person with delicate and refined features. Mind if we rest here for a bit? Lin Han asked politely. The person nodded and shifted to the side to make room. Their strikingly handsome appearance carried a blend of both sharpness and softness, making it difficult to discern their gender. Hanzi, do you think that's a guy or a girl? Fei Mao blurted out, ignoring the awkwardness of the situation. So slender and pretty, it's gotta be a girl, right? I'm a guy, the person replied irritably. Thanks to Lin Han's quick intervention to smooth things over, they learned that the student's name was Qin Luoxi, and he was also a freshman. When the conversation turned to Lin Han's doubles-rank talent, Qin Luoxi's gaze sharpened, as if he were assessing prey. If I'm not mistaken, I'm the person you're looking for, Lin Han admitted calmly. Not bad, Qin Luoxi said softly. Let's spar sometime. Don't worry, he'll go easy on you. While Fei Mao loudly boasted about Lin Han's gold-tier strength, Qin Luoxi remained unimpressed. Gold-tier? Is that supposed to be impressive? He said flatly. I'm gold-tier too, and he'll reach platinum tier soon. That's why I'd like to spar with you before I get there. I don't want it to feel like bullying. Fat Cat was utterly stunned. He could hardly believe his eyes. The seemingly delicate and effeminate Qin Luoxi, standing before him, was already on the verge of reaching platinum rank. Considering that it had only been 10 days since the awakening of professional abilities across the entire Xinglong Empire, this was an absolutely mind-boggling pace. Even under Lin Han's guidance, and with his own decent natural talent, Fat Cat had only just managed to reach the peak of the second advancement. And Lin Han, endowed with dual-scrade talents and an exceptional beastmaster ability, had a logical explanation for his rapid level progression. But Qin Luoxi's meteoric rise? That was beyond comprehension. It wasn't just Fat Cat. Even Lin Han, who was known for his lightning-fast leveling, was taken aback. He knew all too well that without the assistance of his system, reaching his current peak gold rank would have been nearly impossible. Although Qin Luoxi hadn't yet fully caught up to him, he was alarmingly close. Such talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Isn't leveling up just a simple matter? Qin Luoxi remarked nonchalantly. This single sentence plunged the other two into silence once again. Reaching gold rank in just half a month? Across the entire Xinglong Empire, how many could even dream of such a feat? Alright, if we get the chance, let's spar sometime, Lin Han said tactfully, sensing that Qin Luoxi didn't want to elaborate further. He wisely shifted the topic. Qin Luoxi merely nodded in agreement without saying much. Lin Han considered using his creation eye to assess Qin Luoxi's true capabilities, but unfortunately, the current version of the creation eye wasn't advanced enough to analyze humans, so he had to give up the idea. After a brief rest, the three of them set off together for the military academy. It wasn't long before they arrived at their destination. The academy's entrance was already bustling with upperclassmen assigned to greet the new students. Welcome to the military academy, everyone. Please come over here to register, one of the upperclassmen called out warmly. Lin Han? Wait, are you Lin Han? The upperclassman in charge of registration suddenly froze, his eyes lighting up with recognition. No way. You're the one with dual scrade talents? His exclamation immediately drew the attention of everyone nearby. Word had already spread about the arrival of this prodigious talent at the academy, but seeing him in person was a whole different level of awe. After Lin Han reluctantly acknowledged his identity, the upperclassman swiftly processed his and Xue Wushuang's paperwork. When it came time for Qin Luoxi to register, another wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Qin Luoxi? Dual talents? The upperclassman reading his file paused mid-sentence, visibly stunned. This revelation left both Lin Han and Xue Wushuang equally astonished. Dual talents were an exceedingly rare phenomenon worldwide, and even a grade dual talent signified formidable combat potential. Grade talent and an grade talent. As the upperclassman continued to review Qin Luoxi's records, his expression grew increasingly incredulous. This revelation froze Lin Han and Xue Wushuang in their tracks. In that moment, a single question echoed in the minds of all the reception staff. Who exactly was this person? Lin Han's arrival alone had been enough to leave them reeling, but now this unassuming, refined young man had delivered an equally earth-shattering blow. It was common knowledge that the primary criterion for admission into elite academies was the strength of one's talents. Even Meng Ziyao, with her single A-grade talent, had been fiercely courted by the Northern Sky Academy. And now, here they were, witnessing not one but two exceptional prodigies in the same day. Talents of this caliber were exceedingly rare, not just in the Xinglong Empire but across the entire world. The upperclassmen and women handled Qin Luoxi's registration with trembling hands, terrified of making any misstep that might offend such a genius. After all, individuals like him were the kind of talent every academy in the empire would fight tooth and nail to recruit. It wasn't until the three of them had left that the reception staff finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Having such exceptional prodigies in their midst was an overwhelming experience, and they couldn't help but feel immense pressure, worried that even the slightest mistake could lead to trouble. As Lin Han stepped into the military academy, his first impression was surprisingly modest. What greeted him were rows of simple buildings, completely different from the grandeur he had imagined. Looking around, he noticed that even some basic facilities seemed far less impressive than those at the Awakening Temple in Sioux City. With such a large academy and backing from the military, how could it be so plain? Lin Han couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Before he could say more, Qin Luoxi turned around with a serious expression and explained, "The military academy is directly supported by the military, and yes, funding is ample. But we abide by one principle: spending money where it matters most. Instead of wasting resources on superficial decorations, we focus on cultivating our students. Do you want us to turn into something like Baitian Academy, all show and no substance?" Qin Luoxi's sudden outburst left Lin Han momentarily stunned. His casual remark seemed to have struck a nerve. Especially when she mentioned Baitian Academy, the clear disdain in her tone caught him off guard, but also felt oddly relatable. Didn't have a favorable opinion of Baitian Academy either. This unexpected sense of camaraderie bridged the gap between them almost instantly. Sensing the tension in the air, Fat Cat quickly changed the subject. "Han, check your dorm assignment. Are we in the same room?" Lin Han glanced down at the registration form in his hand. "I'm in 614. What about you?" "So am I." Fat Cat beamed with excitement. "Looks like we're roommates again." Hearing this, Lin Han couldn't help but smile. Although he hadn't expected much, this outcome was a pleasant surprise. Just then, Qin Luoxi, who had been quietly checking her own registration form, suddenly spoke up. "I am also in 614. "What? You're in the same room as us?" The two of them exclaimed in unison. "This is way too much of a coincidence." Fat Cat exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Han glanced at the dormitory assignment list in front of him, his expression calm. The three of them had arrived at the gates of the military academy at the same time, and now they were assigned to the same dorm room. It wasn't entirely unexpected. Given his and Qin Luoxi's talents, even the senior students felt a sense of intimidation. Perhaps this arrangement was a deliberate decision by the academy after careful consideration. The dormitory environment at the military academy was surprisingly good. While the exterior was plain and unassuming, the interior was well equipped. Each person had their own bed, and it was far more comfortable than Lin Han's home back in Sioux City. Qin Luoxi simply requested the bed near the window, and neither of the others objected. "Do you guys have plans this afternoon? How about we grab a meal together and get to know each other?" Fat Cat suggested, trying to lighten the mood. While he didn't have much of a favorable impression of Qin Luoxi, they were going to be roommates, and it seemed reasonable to try to get along. "I have plans. Not interested," Qin Luoxi replied coldly. "We're all new here. What could you possibly have planned?" Fat Cat retorted, dissatisfied. "You're just looking down on us, aren't you?" Lin Han silently observed the exchange between the two. He could tell that Qin Luoxi probably just wasn't fond of socializing, but he didn't bother to explain. Not everyone wastes their time doing nothing like you," Qin Luoxi sneered. "You're such a sissy," Fat Cat mocked in return. "Forget it. We're clearly from completely different worlds. Who are you calling a sissy? Qin Luoshi snapped, his anger flaring instantly. Watching the two bicker non-stop since their first meeting, Lin Han couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Just as he was about to step in and mediate, Qin Luoshi suddenly mentioned the Abyss of Hell. The name caught both Lin Han and Fat Cat off guard. To Fat Cat, it was an unfamiliar dungeon name. But to Lin Han, the Abyss of Hell was the location of his third-year advancement quest, where his target was the Hellhound Cerberus. He hadn't expected Qin Luoshi to show interest in this place. Qin Luoshi then explained that the Abyss of Hell was an exclusive dungeon for the military academy, accessible only to freshmen. Furthermore, it had to be completed within 3 days of the start of the semester. This time constraint surprised Lin Han. He hadn't been aware of such a rule. The sudden sense of urgency made him furrow his brow. From Qin Luoshi's words, Lin Han keenly realized that the countdown had already begun on the day of enrollment. If he didn't count that day, he only had 2 days left to enter the Abyss. Once the deadline passed, he would lose the right to enter, and his class advancement mission would fail as a result. Even worse, unless the target was killed by someone else, the mission wouldn't reset. It's just a dungeon, so why set a time limit? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Fat Cat asked, puzzled. Qin Luoshi shot Fat Cat a disdainful look, her tone laced with sarcasm. What do you know? There's a lord-level beast in the Hell Abyss called the Hellhound. Years ago, the military academy issued a rule. Any freshman who can slay the Hellhound is allowed to make one reasonable request. If you want a powerful mentor, your wish will most likely be granted. Fat Cat was stunned. That's a pretty generous reward. Lin Han, however, wasn't interested in the reward. He cared more about Qin Luoxi's intentions. So, your plan is to go to the Hell Abyss and kill the Hellhound? Yes, Qin Luoshi admitted without hesitation. Damn it. Lin Han cursed inwardly. If Qin Luoshi killed the Hellhound, his mission would be completely ruined. He couldn't let that happen. The Hellhound had to be his kill. I'm going too, Lin Han declared firmly. Huh. Fat Cat looked at him in shock. Han, isn't this putting way too much pressure on yourself? Lin Han smiled and explained. It's fine. I just want to challenge myself. Then he turned to Qin Luoshi. But don't blame me if I end up stealing the kill from you. Don't worry, Qin Luoshi said nonchalantly. If you can take the kill from me, that's your skill at work. I won't say a word. Thanks. Lin Han nodded. If it had been anyone else making such a claim, he wouldn't have believed it. But Qin Luoshi gave him a unique feeling just standing there. She seemed like she existed on a different plane of reality. Anything she promised felt genuine. It was an odd but undeniable sensation. All right, Fat Cat said with a sigh, looking at the two of them. Since I'm stuck with you two, I guess I'll tag along too. Great. Let's head to the Hell Abyss. The three of them quickly packed their belongings and bedding before setting off for the entrance to the Abyss of Hell. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sight of an elderly man reclining in a rocking chair, leisurely fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. Greetings, Elder. We'd like to enter the Abyss of Hell. Could you grant us permission? Lin Han asked softly. He had no doubt that this relaxed figure at the entrance was the gatekeeper. The old man opened his silver eyes slightly and gave the group a once-over. Newcomers, he murmured, pausing briefly before adding, you certainly look unfamiliar. Go ahead, but remember, you have less than 3 days. If you encounter danger, shout for help, and he'll come to your aid. But heed my warning, never push yourselves too hard. With that, his eyes closed again, and he seemed to drift back into slumber. Let's go in, Lin Han said, keeping the elder's words firmly in mind. He figured that if things went south, they could always call for assistance, though he doubted they would need to. His real concern was that Qin Luoshi, with her formidable abilities, might eliminate the Hellhound before he even got a chance. If she snatched the mission target from under his nose, he'd be kicking himself for days. As they ventured deeper into the abyss, Fat Cat asked nervously, Han, what level is this Hellhound we're after? Are we even capable of taking it down? Platinum level, Lin Han and Qin Luoshi responded in unison. Platinum level, wait, platinum level? Fat Cat's exclamation echoed through the eerie silence of the abyss, startling a flock of birds. A murder of crows took to the air, circling ominously above the treetops. Keep your voice down, Qin Luoshi scolded, clearly annoyed. But are you two out of your minds? That's a platinum level, lord-tier beast. We're walking straight to our deaths. Fat Cat stammered, panic written all over his face. He had assumed their target would be a mere gold-level beast. This revelation was far beyond anything he had anticipated. Is platinum level really that strong? Qin Luoshi replied nonchalantly. Fat Cat turned to Lin Han in desperation, but Lin Han remained unfazed. It's manageable, he said calmly. You're both insane. Completely insane, Fat Cat muttered in despair. If it were up to him alone, he wouldn't have set foot in the abyss of hell at all. Suddenly, a massive centipede emerged from the shadows. A Hida level 24 ghost-faced centipede. Han, That's a gold-level ghost-faced centipede. Fat Cat stammered, retreating in fright. Lin Han was about to step forward, but Qin Luoxi darted ahead like an arrow loosed from a bow. From seemingly nowhere, she produced a dagger, her movements fluid and precise. The ghost-faced centipede opened its monstrous maw to strike, but Qin Luoxi was faster. Her agility was serpentine, her speed dazzling. The dagger in her hand danced like a living thing, and within mere moments, the creature lay slain. The display left Lin Han utterly stunned. He had intended to gauge Qin Luoxi's talents and her beast-taming skills, but she had taken down a gold-level beast with nothing but her physical prowess and expert technique. Such strength was far beyond the reach of ordinary folk. If Lin Han hadn't already possessed the stats to handle such a feat himself, he might have found it impossible to believe that anyone, even a gold-level combatant, could achieve this so effortlessly. There's no way he could finish the fight so flawlessly. Is it really over? The chubby catman stood frozen in place, his mouth agape as he stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Qin Luoxi gracefully collected the spoils of battle, his movements elegant and composed, before calmly returning to the group. Wow, that was insane. Lin Han almost blurted out a few colorful expletives, but quickly restrained himself. Still in shock, the catman's voice trembled as he stammered. Wait, are you even human? How did you pull off that move just now? Although he had always harbored some disdain for Qin Luoxi, whom he considered a bit effeminate, he had to admit at this moment that if they ever fought, he would be utterly crushed. Just basic skills, Qin Luoxi replied indifferently, completely unfazed by their admiration. Let's keep moving. The quicker we finish this, the better. The trio resumed their journey, but Lin Han couldn't stop replaying the battle in his mind. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to face a real powerhouse. As a gold-ranked beast master, he was astounded that Qin Luoxi hadn't even summoned a beast or used any of his innate abilities. Lin Han was certain of this because with his creation eye, he could detect even the faintest trace of ability usage, and there had been none. A person of this caliber would be terrifying as an enemy. As a temporary ally, Lin Han felt a mix of relief and apprehension, worried that Qin Luoxi might claim the kill for the hellhound they were after. Despite his own extraordinary stats giving him confidence in a confrontation, the gap in their abilities was undeniable. The thought left him both uneasy and increasingly curious about Qin Luoxi. Suddenly, Qin Luoxi, who was leading the way, came to an abrupt halt. His sharp gaze locked on something ahead. Lin Han and the catman immediately stopped as well. Qin Luoxi's voice dropped to a low murmur. Hold on. It seems like someone's fighting up ahead. Lin Han quickened his pace, eager to uncover what lay ahead. As a student of the military academy, he was well aware of the strict regulations in place, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to enter. He surmised that whoever was ahead might be a new student like them, attempting to challenge the secret realm. Qin Luoxi gave a silent nod, and the three cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, an intense battle unfolded before their eyes. A magnificent dragon sparrow was locked in combat midair against several ferocious beasts. Crimson dragonfire spewed relentlessly from its mouth, and despite being surrounded by multiple gold-tier beasts, the dragon sparrow maintained its aerial dominance, refusing to touch the ground. Scanning the area, Lin Han's gaze landed on a girl leaning lifelessly against a tree. Her eyes were vacant, as though her spirit had left her body. Activating his Eye of Creation, Lin Han was astonished to discover that the dragon sparrow's innate talent had reached the legendary tier, the same quality as the Xuanwu before its evolution. For a newcomer, this was an extraordinary starting point, almost unheard of. Since joining the military academy, Lin Han had encountered individuals who constantly reminded him of his own shortcomings. Whether it was Qin Luoxi, who could single-handedly slay gold-tier beasts, or this beastmaster with a legendary tier dragon sparrow, Lin Han couldn't help but feel the weight of competition. Without the aid of his system, he doubted he could ever stand on equal footing with these prodigies. Noticing that the dragon sparrow, though still holding the upper hand, was beginning to show signs of exhaustion, Lin Han decided to intervene. When Qin Luoxi offered to assist, Lin Han shook his head, declining the help, and stepped onto the battlefield alone. Qin Luoxi watched silently from the sidelines, waiting for Lin Han to prove his strength. Instead of summoning his own beast, Lin Han chose to rely solely on his personal abilities, much like Qin Luoxi often did. With a roar, he lunged forward, grabbing the tail of a Yinma tiger and slamming it to the ground. In one swift motion, he drove his fist through its body. A notification from the system informed him that he had reached the 3-turn limit and would need to complete the Hell Abyss 4th-turn Awakening quest to continue progressing. With Lin Han and the Dragon Sparrow working in tandem, the battle concluded swiftly. The Dragon Sparrow retreated into its beast space to rest, while the girl emerged from behind the tree. To everyone's surprise, she said, "I didn't need your help. I could have handled them myself." Her words immediately provoked Shui Wuxuang, who had been watching from the side. He fired back with a sharp retort, but the girl remained defiant, insisting that she hadn't asked for assistance, even when Qin Luoxi pointed out that she was clearly at her limit. As the tension in the air grew palpable, the girl abruptly shifted the conversation, asking if they were students from the military academy. Lin Han stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Lin Han. This is Xue Wushuang, and the one with the more delicate features is Qin Luoxi. Han Fei, the girl replied with a huff. I'll repay this favor someday, if the opportunity arises. Han Fei let out a cold snort before vanishing from everyone's sight like a gust of wind. Lin Han watched her retreating figure and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. For some reason, her name stirred a faint sense of familiarity in his mind, yet he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Qin Luoxi frowned as she stared in the direction Han Fei had disappeared, her tone tinged with displeasure. Someone as ungrateful as her? If she gets into trouble again, I won't lift a finger to help. Ah, just forget about her, Fat Cat interjected. Judging by the direction she's heading, she's probably after the Hellhound too. Would better pick up the pace. Just as the trio was about to continue forward, Qin Luoxi suddenly glanced at Lin Han with a thoughtful expression. Come to think of it, your strength seems unusual. Lin Han chuckled lightly. Not really, just a little stronger than the average person. A little? Qin Luoxi was blunt. Taking down a gold-ranked beast barehanded is far from ordinary. I think I might have underestimated you before. And didn't you also take down a gold-ranked beast with your skills? Lin Han countered. The two exchanged a knowing smile, both refraining from pressing further. Some secrets are better left untouched. Hey. Fat Cat interrupted with mock indignation. You two done yet? There's still someone else here, you know? Sorry, almost forgot you were there. Qin Luoxi teased with a grin. What's that supposed to mean? Fat Cat bristled instantly. That sounded like a jab at me. If you think it was, then it was. If you think it wasn't, then it wasn't. Why do I feel like you're still talking about me? Did I say anything? You absolutely did. You're overthinking. And so, the three of them bantered playfully as they ventured deeper into the abyss of hell. As they spent more time together, the barriers between them slowly dissolved, and their camaraderie grew stronger. The three of them stood at the edge of the abyss, staring into the seemingly endless darkness below. The plump cat couldn't help but shiver all over. Lin Han, though equipped with his Qilin mount, found it challenging to descend while carrying two people. Yet, leaving the fat cat alone at the top raised concerns about his safety. I can go down on my own. You don't have to worry about me, Qin Luoxi said flatly. Lin Han frowned slightly. He knew all too well that Qin Luoxi had been eyeing the Hellhound Cerberus from the start. Although the group's relationship had somewhat eased along the journey, she was unlikely to abandon her goal. Even if she claimed she could head down alone, Lin Han was not confident he could outpace her while also taking care of Fat Cat. Unless, of course, he left Fat Cat behind, but Lin Han would never abandon his brother in a dangerous place. As the situation reached an impasse, a familiar voice broke the tension. I'll take you down. Consider it repayment for the help you gave me earlier. They turned to see Han Fei standing not far away, her expression proud and haughty. Don't look at me like that. I just don't like owing people favors. But once we're down there, whoever takes out the Hellhound will depend on their own abilities. Deal. Lin Han agreed almost instantly. His primary concern was Fat Cat's safety. Nothing else mattered as much. Since Han Fei was willing to repay her debt, there was no reason for him to refuse. Han Fei summoned her dragon sparrow mount, and Lin Han, along with Xue Wushuang, immediately climbed onto its back. However, Qin Luoxi remained standing where she was, unmoving. Aren't you coming? Han Fei asked with a puzzled look. No need. Before her words had fully settled, Qin Luoxi leaped directly into the abyss. She's not going to die, is she? Han Fei was stunned by what she had just seen. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Lin Han, though momentarily taken aback, felt reassured by Qin Luoxi's strength. She was unlikely to meet harm from a leap like that. Who ignores a mount and jumps into the abyss? What a lunatic. Han Fei shook her head in exasperation. As they descended deeper, the temperature rose sharply. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Han's forehead, and Fat Cat's clothes were drenched with sweat. Why is this place so unbearably hot? Fat Cat complained. Han Fei shot him a glare. Take a wild guess why it's called the Abyss of Hell. Her sarcastic tone only added to Fat Cat's irritation. How am I supposed to know? This is the mouth of a volcano, Han Fei explained. The Hellhound Cerberus is the only creature here capable of moving freely through the magma. Many students from the military academy have come to challenge it in the past, but most couldn't even make it down here, let alone defeat it. But this time, I will be the one to slay it. Suit yourself. Either way, that Hellhound is already as good as Lin Han's, Fat Cat said confidently, his faith in Lin Han unwavering. Lin Han glanced awkwardly at Han Fei, worried that her temper might flare, and she'd toss them off the dragon sparrow. Well, we'll see about that. Han Fei replied with a cold smirk. Despite the dragon sparrow's incredible speed, they flew for several minutes without reaching the bottom. They didn't even catch a glimpse of Qin Luoxi, a testament to her superior speed. At last, the glowing light of molten magma came into view. The bottom of the abyss was mostly covered in magma, with only a few precarious spots to stand on. Lin Han, is that Qin Luoxi? Fat Cat suddenly pointed into the distance, his tone filled with surprise. Lin Han squinted and confirmed it was indeed her. At that moment, Qin Luoxi was already locked in fierce combat with the hellhound Cerberus. However, her movements were clearly restricted by the limited footing. A beast that can command flames, huh? Lin Han remarked with a faint smile as he leapt off the dragon sparrow without hesitation. Are you insane? Han Fei shouted in alarm. With no solid ground nearby, jumping recklessly would only result in being consumed by the magma. Even if she wanted the dragon sparrow to save him, it would be too late. But to everyone's astonishment, a majestic king-tier Biasta Kilin suddenly appeared and swiftly caught Lin Han, carrying him safely above the molten abyss. As the king of the flame beasts, the Qilin wielded absolute control over fire. A confident smile curved on Lin Han's lips. To it, flames are mere playthings. What's a bit of lava compared to that? Take down that mutt. At his command, the Qilin sprang into action, its massive form shooting toward the hellhound like an arrow unleashed. This scene left Han Fei utterly stunned. Even the dragonfinch beside her, a legendary dragon-type beast with extraordinary talents, began trembling slightly, a rare display of fear from such a proud creature. Lin Han, Lin Han, Han Fei murmured, the name stirring faint ripples in the depths of her memory. I feel like I've heard of him before. Who is he, really? On the other side of the battlefield, Qin Luoxi, locked in combat with the hellhound, noticed Lin Han's sudden involvement. Fearing that his hard-earned prey might be stolen, he gritted his teeth and unleashed his full strength. In an instant, black mist surged around him, his eyes turning crimson, and even his hair darkened to match. The dagger in his hand seemed to come alive, pulsating with writhing black energy. In the blink of an eye, Qin Luoxi transformed into a streak of black light, moving even faster than Lin Han as he lunged toward the hellhound. Witnessing this, Han Fei couldn't help but gasp inwardly. With her discerning eye, she could tell that Qin Luoxi's talent was at least grade A. Such a level of natural ability was exceedingly rare among new recruits, and she herself was one of the few who could claim it. It was this confidence that had allowed her to venture deep into the abyss of hell. Yet, she never imagined she would encounter two individuals with such monstrous power along the way. Her gaze inadvertently landed on the chubby cat nearby, and for a brief moment, she felt a hint of relief. At least not everyone here was a terrifying powerhouse, thankfully. There was still someone normal. Noticing her peculiar stare, the fat cat tilted its head in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? I haven't done anything to you. Nothing, Han Fei replied, shaking her head as she prepared to leap into action. I'm going in too. Then, as if remembering something, she added, hold on tight. If you fall, I won't be coming back for you. Oh, and make sure to grab onto me properly. The fat cat hadn't even had time to process what the other person meant when Han Fei's body suddenly went limp. He quickly reached out to support her. At that moment, Long Ke let out a deafening roar, charging forward as if in defiance. In the blink of an eye, the three factions had surrounded the hellhound. Qin Luoxi, positioned at the front, used the momentum from earlier to leap high into the air, landing directly above the hellhound. With precision, his dagger slashed through the air and plunged into one of the beast's heads. Blood sprayed everywhere as the head fell into the churning magma below. In midair, Qin Luoxi twisted his body with agility, his blood-red eyes leaving a crimson trail. Just as he was about to strike at another head, the injured hellhound howled in agony and lunged at him with ferocious intent. Sensing the imminent danger, Qin Luoxi was forced to retreat swiftly. At this critical moment, Lin Han fearlessly leapt off the back of the Qilin, landing directly on the hellhound's back. Long Ke, now hovering above, had flames ready to erupt from its mouth, but hesitated due to Lin Han's sudden move. Lin Han's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he grabbed the hellhound's two remaining heads with both hands. S-class talent. Iron body, he growled. In an instant, immense power surged through his arms. With a thunderous boom, blood mist exploded in the air. A system notification immediately followed. Hellhound successfully slain. Experience points 0. Warning. You have reached the maximum level for your third transformation. To continue leveling up, complete the fourth transformation awakening quest, Abyss of Hell. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. A platinum-level beast's head crushed barehanded? Only the fat cat remained unfazed, still trusting Lin Han completely. He thought to himself, back during the entrance trials, Hanzi's strength was even more unbelievable than this. Han Fei suddenly regained consciousness, startling the fat cat enough to let go of her arm. She stared at Lin Han intently, her voice trembling. Who is he? What's with that terrifying, unnatural power? He's Lin Han, my good buddy Hanzi, the fat cat stammered. As for how he got that kind of strength, I have no idea. By now, Qin Luoshi had returned to his normal state, his eyes and hair reverting to their original color. Sheathing his dagger, he said, "You win. The hellhound is yours." Lin Han climbed back onto the Cheelant's back, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Killing it was just luck, he muttered, though inwardly he was grumbling. A boss-level beast, and it didn't drop any loot? So stingy. Should we take the hellhound's corpse back? Lin Han asked, recalling Qin Luoxi's earlier mention of trading it for a promise from the academy. Han Fei quickly responded, "No need. The academy probably already knows. Don't underestimate the military academy." After a brief farewell, Han Fei hurried toward the exit. Meanwhile, the elderly man lounging in a chair near the exit suddenly opened his eyes. The hellhound was killed? Ha, these young people really don't let me rest in peace. Looks like my comfortable days here are over. The military academy is about to change. When Han Fei walked out, she greeted the old man. "Uncle Li, the hellhound's gone. Looks like you'll be retiring from the academy soon." "Little Han Fei, you killed the hellhound?" the old man asked with a chuckle. "No, someone else got to it first, but it doesn't matter," Han Fei replied nonchalantly. Still, she couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Li, do you know anything about someone named Lin Han?" Crushing the hellhound's head with his bare hands. "That's no ordinary feat." The old man nodded thoughtfully. "Lin Han? Ah, I remember now. Isn't he that young man with the double S-class talent everyone's been talking about? So, he's the one who killed the hellhound? It's him." Han Fei froze for a moment when she saw the figure, then the corners of her lips curved into a faint smile. "So, he's Lin Han." A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. "This person might actually be worthy of being my rival. When the inter-academy competition comes, I'll make sure to defeat him." "Xiao Fei, your personality." Uncle Li shook his head with a sigh. "Never mind, you'll understand someday. Being overly fixated on victory won't do you any good." "All right, Uncle Li, no need to lecture me," Han Fei replied with a playful grin. "I finally get to start school and be away from Grandpa. I thought I'd get some peace and quiet." All right. You're probably tired. Go and get some rest," Uncle Li said with a resigned smile. "Okay, Uncle Li, bye-bye." Not long after, Lin Han and his companions emerged from inside. "Lin Han," Uncle Li suddenly spoke up. "Are you calling me, sir?" Lin Han turned around and asked. "You defeated the hellhound. The academy will honor its promise. If there's anything you want or anything you'd like to do, you can contact the academy directly. This is your reward." Lin Han was quietly astonished, surprised at how quickly the news had spread. He wanted to ask how the elder knew the hellhound had been slain, but decided against it. "I understand, sir, but I haven't decided what I want yet. Can I hold on to it for now?" "Suit yourself. Any time is fine. Just don't forget, or people outside might accuse us at the military academy of breaking our word." "Thank you, sir." Lin Han bowed respectfully. "You killed the hellhound, and soon I'll be retiring. There's no need to guard this place anymore. Who would have thought I'd be out of a job so soon?" Uncle Li chuckled. "Sir, Lin Han was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly realized it was likely just a jest. From the elder's demeanor alone, it was clear he was no ordinary person. All right. You all should head back now. It's getting late." "Understood, sir. Please rest well. I'll make sure to visit you when I can." The three of them bid Uncle Li farewell and departed. Watching their figures fade into the distance, Uncle Li murmured to himself, "Lin Han, polite and well-mannered, with good character. It's been a long time since the military academy has seen such a young talent, good character, great talent, exceptional strength. Young people these days are truly remarkable." Lin Han, Qin Luoshi, Han Fei. The future of the Xinglong Empire remains bright. Our military academy will surely have capable successors. After returning to their dormitory, Lin Han and his group quickly fell into a deep sleep. However, the senior meeting room of the military academy was brightly lit, filled with high-ranking officials. The hellhound has been defeated? That's right. After so many years, a freshman has finally managed to take it down. Who did it? Lin Han, the one from Sioux City with the dual level talents. Interesting. This year's freshmen are truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, the military academy's forum was in an uproar. The topic, Hellhound First Kill, was trending at #1, with the comments section buzzing with activity. Flower blooming richly. Who is this Lin Han? Is it the Lin Han from Sioux City? One smile topple cities. Who else could it be? He made history on his first day. Incredible. I am invincible, you do. If I knew the rules, I would have taken it down first. Life with a smile. Why don't you drop your name? Let's have a match and see who's better. The next morning, after freshening up, Lin Han and his two companions made their way to the assembly square and casually found seats. Right on time, an elderly man stepped onto the stage. Good morning, everyone. I am Qin Gang, the principal of the military academy. You can call me principal or just Qin. The crowd erupted in murmurs of surprise, and even Lin Han was taken aback. The principal himself had appeared. Truly worthy of being a military-affiliated academy, Fat Cat remarked in awe. Principal Chun sternly announced the academy's rules, a 5-year program, with 3 years on campus and 2 years of military service. When Lin Han expressed his surprise, Fat Cat and Qin Luoshi explained that all of this was clearly stated in the admissions brochure. The principal continued, starting today, you have 10 days to form a team of no more than 6 members and complete an academy task. 10 days from now, there will be an internal competition for all freshman teams, and participation is mandatory. Additionally, Chung Gang added, yesterday, Lin Han successfully defeated the Hellhound. The academy commends this achievement. As per the rules, you may request anything from the academy. That is all dismissed. After the meeting, Lin Han couldn't help but admire the principal's decisive and efficient manner, a stark contrast to the long-winded speeches of his high school principal. Just then, Fat Cat turned to him and asked, Han, what do you think about forming a team? Qin Luoshi, shall we form a team together? Lin Han glanced at his capable roommate. Although Qin's personality was somewhat aloof, he was undeniably a solid choice for a teammate. Sure, but I'm not interested in being the team leader. You guys can decide. Qin Luoshi responded decisively. In his opinion, Lin Han's abilities were up to par, and although Xue Wushuang was slightly less skilled, it wouldn't pose a major issue. Then let's have Hanzi be the leader. Xue Wushuang immediately suggested. Lin Han was caught off guard, not expecting to be appointed team leader so suddenly. However, he was pleasantly surprised that Qin Luoshi agreed to team up so readily. After all, being dormmates would make coordinating their actions much more convenient. We still need 3 more members for our team. Should we start looking for them? Fei Mao asked. Qin Luoshi shook his head. No need. With the 3 of us, our strength is already sufficient. If we come across suitable candidates later, we can invite them then. I agree. Lin Han nodded in support. Randomly recruiting someone with questionable character could end up being a liability for the team. Naturally, Xue Wushuang was fully on board with Lin Han's decision. He also felt that the current trio was a good setup. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind them. Hongo, is that you? You're at the military academy too? Lin Han turned around to see a familiar figure running toward him. It was none other than Chen Huaner, the girl with the spirit diviner talent whom he had encountered in the Shadow Forest. No way. What are you doing here? Lin Han asked, pleasantly surprised. Chen Huaner beamed with excitement. Yep, I joined the military academy too. I've dreamed of joining the army since I was a kid. This place is the perfect starting point for my journey. Lin Han's eyes lit up with a trace of delight when he looked at Chen Huaner. Their seamless teamwork during a previous mission had left him with a favorable impression of her. Hang, you're joking. Compared to you, I'm nothing, Chen Huaner replied with a smile, her gaze shifting curiously to Lin Han's companions. Are these your friends, Hang? This sister and this big brother? I'm a guy. Qin Luoshi corrected her with an exasperated tone. Chen Huaner froze, her eyes widening as she took a closer look at the long-haired, slender-waisted, and delicate-featured person before her. It was hard to believe he was a man. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to mistake you. Lin Han quickly stepped in to introduce them. This is Qin Luoshi, and this is Xue Wushuang. You can just call him Fat Cat. Luoxage, Fat Caj. Chen Huaner greeted them politely one by one. Fat Cat, however, looked utterly bewildered. As Lin Han's childhood friend, he couldn't believe Lin Han had kept quiet about meeting such a beautiful girl. Han, how could you not tell me about such a stunning girl? Her name is Chen Huaner. I met her during my class advancement mission. She helped me a lot. She's a Brank spirit diviner, Lin Han explained. Huaner, what a lovely name, Fat Cat said earnestly. Chen Huaner smiled modestly before asking tentatively, Hang, does your team have any openings? Could I join? As the team leader, Lin Han turned to his teammates for their opinions. What do you guys think? I'm in. Fat Cat was the first to voice his support. Sure, having a mage on the team would round things out nicely. Qin Luoshi agreed with a nod. Chen Huaner beamed with gratitude, thanking the 3 of them. Her addition brought a new energy to the team. Hang, why did you choose the military academy? With your talent, any academy would have fought over you. Chen Huaner asked, her curiosity evident. She had witnessed Lin Han's exceptional abilities and knew how far above the ordinary he was. I'm not interested in those other academies. The military academy's atmosphere suits me better, Lin Han replied calmly. Exactly. Those other academies are full of arrogant people so annoying, Chen Huaner said, nodding in agreement. She had thought she'd never see Lin Han again. Yet here they were, reunited at the military academy and even in the same team. It felt like a dream. Qin Luoshi interrupted their conversation with a reminder. Now that we have 4 members, we still need 2 more. We should be more selective with our next recruits. Lin Han already had a plan in mind. While Fat Cat possessed a berserker talent, his first beast was support-oriented, making him ideal for a support role with secondary damage output. Lin Han and Qin Luoshi covered close-range combat, while Chen Huaner, as a spirit diviner, leaned toward support. The team still needed a ranged damage dealer and a defensive core. No rush. We'll take our time. Even with our current lineup, we're already one of the stronger teams, Qin Luoshi reassured him. Speaking of someone with strong defensive capabilities, I might have a recommendation, Chen Huaner suddenly suggested. My roommate, Zhou Qingqing's a Brank Knight. A knight talent is solid. Great defensive and protective abilities. She'd be a good fit as our backbone, Qin Luoshi assessed professionally. With Lin Han's approval, Chen Huaner quickly brought her roommate over. Zhou Qingqing's arrival immediately drew everyone's attention. Her tall, athletic figure, sun-kissed skin, and toned abdomen spoke of discipline and strength. Her slender waist and long legs exuded a unique charm. Fat Cat was utterly captivated, his eyes glued to her. Zhou Qingqing studied Lin Han before speaking. So, you're Lin Han? Lin Han nodded slightly, his gaze steady as he looked at Zhou Qingqing. Huaner should have already mentioned it to you. Our team is currently in need of someone strong in defense. Are you interested? Sure. Zhou Qingqing agreed without hesitation, but her expression quickly turned serious, and her eyes swept sharply, like blades, toward Fat Cat standing nearby. But before that, let me make one thing clear. Someone here better take their eyes off me, or I won't hesitate to dig them out. Fat Cat, can you at least try to act decent? Lin Han scolded, pulling Fat Cat aside. His blatant staring was indeed over the line. Zhou Qingqing glared coldly at Fat Cat, her tone dripping with disdain. Listen up, fatty. Don't even think about having any inappropriate thoughts about me. Let me make this crystal clear. I only like women. What? Fat Cat froze, utterly stunned. You're actually a? Chen Huaner quickly jumped in to smooth things over. Sister, Zhou had some unpleasant experiences in the past, so she's not very comfortable around men. Her explanation, however, only made the situation more awkward. Lin Han stepped in at the right moment. We completely understand and respect your choices. If anyone crosses the line, feel free to let me know. All right. Zhou Qingqing nodded, then asked, so there are just 5 of us in the team? We're planning to save the last spot for a high damage output role, but we haven't found the right person yet. No rush, Lin Han explained. Sounds good. Zhou Qingqing agreed, then suggested, it'd be great if we could find a girl for that spot. That way, we'd have 4 girls in the team. 4. Lin Han was momentarily confused. After a moment of thought, his eyes instinctively landed on Qin Luoshi. I'm a guy. Qin Luoshi gritted his teeth, emphasizing every word. What? Zhou Qingqing stared at him in disbelief. A guy? But you look so delicate, and you even have long hair. Sister Zhou, sorry, I forgot to mention earlier. Shiga is indeed a guy. Chen Huaner chimed in again, realizing the same misunderstanding had cropped up. Zhou Qingqing finally snapped out of her shock and asked curiously, how do you maintain your looks like that? It's natural, Qin Luoshi replied helplessly. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, I don't care. Lin Han quickly interrupted to change the subject. All right, let's not dwell on this. We still have another issue to discuss, our team's name. Does anyone have any suggestions? How about Sky Dragon Elite Squad? Fat Cat asked excitedly, his face brimming with pride as he awaited the group's reaction. However, the other 4 cast him unanimous looks of disdain. Han, that name's a bit tacky. Everyone exchanged glances, and for a moment, silence fell over the group. Han, you're the captain. Why don't you pick a name for us? Chen Huaner suggested, her eyes full of anticipation as she looked at Lin Han. The others quickly followed suit, turning their attention to him. As the strongest member and team leader, Lin Han's words naturally carried weight. Lin Han scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on the towering statues of soldiers in the celebration square. As students of the Xinglong Empire's military academy, they were closely linked to the Empire's military forces. The army was revered because, in the face of alien invasions and beast tides, it transformed into the Empire's sharpest blade, striking at the throats of enemies and protecting its people. Let's call ourselves the Dragon Fang Squad, Lin Han said in a steady voice. With our strength, we'll become the Empire's sharpest fangs. Dragon Fang Squad, it has a nice ring to it. Qin Luoshi nodded in agreement. It does sound impressive, but my Sky Dragon Elite Squad wasn't that bad either. Fat Cat muttered under his breath. Give it a rest. Dragon Fang strikes fear into people, while yours just makes them laugh. Zhou Qingqing retorted mercilessly. With that, the group settled on their team name. The squad, originally intended to have 6 members, now had 5. Captain Lin Han, Fat Cat as both attacker and support, Qin Luoxi as the pure damage-dealing assassin, Zhou Qingqing as the defensive tank, and Chun Huaner as the mage. Though there was still one spot left to fill, no one was in a rush, knowing that finding a good teammate would take time. Before parting ways, Qin Luoxi took out several camouflage pattern tokens engraved with the military's insignia. These are communication tokens with a range of 10 kilometers. If you're in danger, just channel your beast-controlling power into it, and the rest of us will be able to pinpoint your location immediately. Wow, is this something the military issued? Fat Cat asked curiously, fiddling with the token. They're sold in the internal shop of the military academy. Each one costs over 10,000 Xinglong coins, Zhou Qingqing explained. After thanking Qin Luoxi and Zhou Qingqing, Chun Huaner left first. Intrigued by the shop, Lin Han decided to check it out. Qin Luoxi excused herself for other matters, while Fat Cat, still haunted by their experience in the abyss, chose to tag along to purchase some protective gear. The military had 7 different shops, with the largest located at the center. 2 soldiers stood at attention by the entrance, their eyes following the flow of people coming and going. Inside, the shop exuded an air of solemnity, devoid of any noise or chatter. As Qin Luoxi had mentioned earlier, while the shop wasn't luxurious, its inventory consisted of genuine treasures, including many rare items not found elsewhere. The connection between the military academy and the military system is deeply intertwined. Whenever the Xinglong Empire discovers a new secret realm, the military is always the first to dispatch personnel to explore and collect various valuable treasures. Lin Han stood in front of a shelf, his eyes scanning the dazzling array of items. The Eye of Heaven immediately displayed detailed information about each item. Grip of Destruction, a high-grade silver pair of gloves that not only boosts all attributes by 10, but also enhances strength and defense attributes by an impressive 30. Cloak of Mist, a high-grade silver cloak with the unique ability to summon a clone possessing 30 of the user's attributes. However, if the clone is damaged, it will take 3 days before it can be summoned again. Bloodcry Blade, a high-grade silver curved blade forged from the soul bone of a bloodthirsty waste wolf. It can paralyze enemies for 2 seconds and weaken their beast-controlling abilities with its toxin. The blood groove on the blade gives it the deadly characteristic of sealing the fate of anyone it cuts. Looking at this information, Lin Han was momentarily stunned. This military academy was practically a massive treasure trove. Any one of these items could cause a sensation in the outside world. At this moment, Fat Cat, having finished browsing the shelves, walked over to Lin Han with a troubled expression and sighed. So many things, and none of them catch my eye. Hansi, you've got a good eye. Help me find a defensive artifact, will you? I'm begging you. Seeing the earnest look in Fat Cat's eyes, Lin Han chuckled. Are you really that afraid of dying? Hansi, you know I've got an old father and mother to take care of back home. Before Fat Cat could finish, Lin Han waved him off. All right, they'll find something for you. Noticing Fat Cat's intentions, Lin Han immediately activated the Eye of the Heavenly Tao and carefully scanned the items on the shelves. Suddenly, a purple gold shield caught his attention. The shield was engraved with intricate and mysterious patterns, and after being appraised by the Eye of the Heavenly Tao, it turned out to be a rare treasure. Shield of Julie. Type, shield. Grade, high silver incomplete. Category, defensive. Attributes, this shield was once used by the ancient warrior tribe of Julie. Though incomplete, it still holds immense potential. After 1 enhancement, it can evolve into a gold grade, complete shield of Julie. After 2 enhancements, it can evolve into a platinum grade, Julie battle shield. After 3 enhancements, it can evolve into a diamond grade, Julie diamond shield. Lin Han's heart skipped a beat. The Julie tribe was one of the most formidable warrior clans of ancient times. Their battle songs were said to herald the onset of slaughter. Although the label on the shelf only described it as an ordinary purple gold shield, the Eye of the Heavenly Tao never lied. Fatty, this one's perfect for you, Lin Han said as he turned to Fat Cat. Fat Cat stared at the palm-sized, incomplete shield in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. You expect me to use this to protect myself? Hansi, this joke isn't funny. Stop whining and just take it. When have I ever lied to you? Lin Han snapped impatiently, giving him a light kick before turning away to browse other items. Seeing Lin Han's unwavering confidence, Fat Cat felt slightly reassured. However, when his eyes landed on the price tag, he couldn't help but gasp. 1 million Star Dragon coins. For someone who only had 3 million as living expenses and an additional 300,000 from his second-place scholarship, this was an astronomical sum. Still, after gritting his teeth, he decided to purchase the shield. Meanwhile, Lin Han had already made up his mind to buy the misty veil that had caught his eye earlier. After surviving the assassination attempt by the black-clad men, he had come to understand a vital truth. Even the greatest talents need time to grow. The world wasn't short on prodigies, but most of them met an untimely end. Survival was paramount. The next morning, Fat Cat, still fast asleep, was dragged out of bed by Lin Han and the others. The military academy had just released its latest task requirements. A student's final score would consist of 2 parts, 30 from written exams and 70 from task completion points. New recruits would begin taking on tasks 3 days after enrollment, with points being tallied monthly. Failing to meet the required points for 3 consecutive months would result in expulsion. Dragonfang's squad quickly assembled in the bustling task hall, where the wall-mounted mission board displayed hundreds of tasks. Escort to Qingyun Town, 30,000 star dragon coins, 30 points, silver deer. Infernal fire scorpion hunt, 80,000 star dragon coins, 50 points, silver or gold tier. Mapping the White She Forest, 80,000 star dragon coins, 70 points, silver or gold tier. Bandit suppression at Misty Tavern, 50,000 star dragon coins, 90 points, silver or gold tier. For these students, most of whom came from ordinary backgrounds, combat was the only way to catch up with the prodigies. It wasn't long before Xiaoji took the lead and accepted the Misty Tavern mission. The Academy's task hall was bustling with activity as new students eagerly searched for missions that suited them. Suddenly, a figure caught everyone's attention. A young woman dressed in a pale yellow robe walked in gracefully. Her sharp, sword-like gaze exuded confidence and charisma. What truly stood out, however, was the long sword on her back, intricately inlaid with dragon patterns. This was Han Fei, and at the moment, she was standing in front of a platinum-level mission. Isn't that Han Fei? She's going for a platinum-level mission? Look at the sword on her back, that's at least a gold-tier weapon. She must be from some influential family. The students murmured among themselves but quickly dispersed, aware of her imposing presence. Lin Han and his group also noticed Han Fei, but knowing her proud and aloof nature, they decided not to approach her. Instead, they remained focused on selecting a suitable mission for their Dragonfang team. Eventually, Lin Han stepped up to the counter. "Hello, would like to take this mission." The staff member glanced at the mission they had chosen and froze for a moment. "Are you sure you want to take on the Frozen Abyss dungeon?" The Frozen Abyss was a newly discovered special dungeon world linked to the Star Dragon continent through a rift. This space, formed tens of thousands of years ago, was entirely self-contained and perpetually maintained a bone-chilling temperature of -100 degrees Celsius. It was home to a host of exceptionally powerful beasts, and the extreme environment made survival nearly impossible for ordinary beast tamers. The mission's objective was clear. Enter the Frozen Abyss, locate and defeat the Platinum-tier Ice Domain Overlord, and obtain the Frost of Snow. This material was not only essential for crafting entry-level platinum equipment, but also a critical resource for advancing Ice-type platinum beasts to diamond level. "Yes, this is the one. Please register us for it," Lin Han said firmly. The Dragonfang squad had just completed their team registration, and their actions immediately caused a stir in the mission hall. The reason? They had accepted an A-level mission that had remained untouched and uncompleted for 3 whole years. The mission details were bold and striking. Travel to the extreme Frost Domain, take down the Frost Domain Lord, and retrieve the Frost of Snow. The rewards were lavish: 200,000 Star Dragon coins, a mid-air exchange voucher, and 200 Academy points. The mid-air exchange voucher alone could offset 100,000 Star Dragon coins at the Academy's military department store, making the total value equivalent to 300,000 Star Dragon coins. Even more enticing were the 200 Academy points, enough to guarantee their grades for the entire semester. From a distance, Han Fei stood with clenched fists, watching Lin Han and his team leave. "Humph," she scoffed. "Taking on the Extreme Frost Domain mission? Let's see if you truly have what it takes. If you succeed, perhaps you'll be worthy of being my rival." Before long, Lin Han and his 4 teammates arrived at the spatial teleportation gate. This massive teleportation device was a unique feature of the Academy, specially constructed by career elites for secret realm missions. Since it was an Academy mission, they didn't have to pay the teleportation fee, significant perk, considering that a single teleportation in the outside world could cost tens of thousands of Star Dragon coins. Standing tall before the teleportation gate was an officer clad in gleaming silver armor, exuding an air of authority. "Wow, a silver guard. So cool." Fat Cat blurted out, unable to contain his admiration. The Silver Guard, equivalent in rank to a second lieutenant, were battle-hardened elites with countless victories under their belts. "Students, please stand to the left of the teleportation gate. The portal is about to activate," the Silver Guard instructed as he input the coordinates for the Extreme Frost Domain. His gaze lingered on Lin Han and his team with a hint of intrigue. It seems this year's batch of students is quite promising. A newly formed freshman team daring to challenge the Extreme Frost Domain. This academy just keeps getting more interesting. With a sweeping motion of his long sword, a surge of energy poured into the activation token. The ground rumbled as void energy erupted from the portal, and a colossal, starry gate unfolded before them. In an instant, the scorching heat of the academy grounds gave way to a world blanketed in white. When the group regained their senses, they found themselves standing before a frozen lake. Towering snow-capped mountains surrounded them, the lake radiating a biting chill, while the endless expanse of pale sky loomed above. So this is the extreme frost domain, Qin Luoshi remarked as she surveyed the surroundings. Although the freezing temperatures were rapidly sapping their body heat, their strength was more than enough to withstand the cold. This place is treacherous, Fat Cat muttered as he pulled his coat tighter. Zhou Qingqing seized the opportunity to tease him. Scared? Just hide behind me then. I'm the team's defensive specialist. You, as a healer, should let me protect you. Scared? Me? Don't be ridiculous. I was just making an observation. Fat Cat shot back indignantly. If anything, I should be the one protecting you. His retort earned a giggle from Chen Huaner, who couldn't help but laugh at their banter. Amid their light-hearted chatter, the group arrived at the base of a towering glacier. The icy mountain stood hundreds of meters tall, its smooth, sheer walls bristling with jagged ice spikes, making passage an arduous challenge. Damn it. How are we supposed to find the Frost Domain Lord without a map? Fat Cat grumbled before a sudden idea struck him. Wait, Huaner can talk to beasts, right? Why not catch a local creature and ask for directions? The suggestion was met with unanimous approval. After all, Chen Huaner, with her great talent as a spirit beast whisperer, could indeed communicate with wild beasts. But where are we supposed to find any beasts around here? Chen Huaner asked hesitantly. I can lure one out, Fat Cat offered, carefully scouting for a safe spot near the massive wall of ice spikes that stretched for hundreds of meters. Holy Light Herb. Use the power of Holy Light. With Fat Cat's summoning, a green beast appeared out of thin air. Its entire body emitted a soft glow, resembling a radiant and translucent blade of grass. The Holy Light Herb immediately activated its unique luring ability, releasing a faint halo of light. This glow had an irresistible allure for beasts, compelling any wild creature that saw it to launch an attack. Sure enough, a deep growl echoed through the icy mountain. Moments later, a sleek figure darted across the ground, charging straight at the Holy Light Herb. Perfect timing. Holy Light Herb, use your skill Holy Light Burn. Fat Cat ordered decisively. In an instant, a brilliant white light illuminated the entire area. Every part of the ice wall touched by the light erupted into blazing flames. It was then that Lin Han and the others got a clear look at the Atakara snow leopard, as if sculpted from pure ice. Under the searing burn of the Holy Light Herb, the snow leopard endured the torment of both fire and ice before shattering into countless fragments. Damn it, these beasts are too weak. I accidentally killed it, Fat Cat remarked with a hint of smugness. Just as the group was about to move forward, a series of beastly roars erupted from within the icy mountain. The ground began to tremble slightly as dozens of snow leopards emerged from every direction, clearly intent on surrounding Lin Han and his team. Finally, it's my turn to take action. Knight's Charge. Zhou Qingqing exclaimed as her body became enveloped in a glowing white protective aura. Her awakened knightly talent. A massive spear, nearly 2 meters long, appeared in her hands. Without summoning her beast companion, she charged headlong into the pack of snow leopards alone. You're all going down, Zhou Qingqing bellowed, wielding her spear with unstoppable force. Snow leopards were sent flying wherever she went, and the once ferocious beast pack quickly fell into disarray. Impressive, brutal, Fat Cat muttered, stunned by the scene, but he quickly snapped out of it and shouted, Holy Light Herb, Holy Light Burn. With Zhou Qingqing and Fat Cat attacking in unison, the snow leopard pack suffered heavy losses, their numbers dwindling rapidly. As the battle neared its end, Chen Huaner called out from the rear, Sister Zhou, Fat Cat, save one for me. Got it. This one's still breathing. It's all yours. Zhou Qingqing firmly held a trembling snow leopard in her hands, its body quivering with fear. With a casual flick, she tossed it to the ground in front of Chen Huaner. Not bad, fatty. You didn't drag us down this time, she remarked, her tone rare with approval. Indeed, despite being a healing-type beastmaster, Fat Cat had proven himself in the earlier battle. Thanks to his legendary great aptitude, combined with his own combat skills and his level berserk talent, his fighting prowess was on par with any frontliner. TCH, you haven't even seen the full extent of my skills yet. If it weren't for, Fat Cat started to boast but trailed off as Zhou Qingqing turned and walked away without a second glance. Hey, don't go. Qingqing, he called after her, flustered. Everyone gathered around the snow leopard, staring at it like hunters eyeing their prey. Although the creature couldn't speak, its eyes were full of pleading submission, clearly terrified out of its wits. Chen Huaner's body began to emit a faint glow as a six-pointed star slowly appeared, rotating above her. Waves of energy rippled outward. This was her spirit diviner talent in action. Snow leopard, do you know where the Ice Lord is? She asked, her voice calm but commanding. The snow leopard froze for a moment, then let out a low growl. Through her spirit diviner ability, Chen Huaner quickly interpreted its response. The Ice Lord is further ahead. We'll need to cross this ice mountain. However, there are some ferocious beast tribes on the southern slope, and the Ice Lord resides in the deepest part of the frozen domain. Your talent is truly something else, Qin Luoshi remarked, unable to hide her admiration. This ability is invaluable for navigating dungeons and finding targets. The group knew their journey to the Ice Lord's domain was far from over. The immediate challenge was scaling the icy wall that loomed before them. Come forth, Qilin, Lin Han commanded, his voice steady. In an instant, a towering figure emerged, a magnificent Qilin wreathed in blazing flames, its fiery aura dispelling the surrounding chill. The creature stood nearly 3 meters tall, its molten red body radiating pure power. Destroy the ice wall, Lin Han ordered. It's little Qilin, Chen Huaner exclaimed, delighted to see the familiar beast. Zhou Qingqing, encountering the Qilin for the first time, instinctively tensed, sensing the overwhelming danger it exuded. The Qilin roared, a deafening sound that echoed across the frozen landscape. Flames erupted beneath its feet as it charged forward, summoning a barrage of fireballs that rained down upon the icy barrier. The thick wall of ice began to melt under the searing heat, and within moments, a massive opening appeared. With its task complete, the Qilin snorted disdainfully, releasing a puff of flame before nuzzling against Lin Han, as if to complain about being bothered with such a trivial task. What kind of beast is this? Its aptitude must be at least stellar grade or higher, Qin Luoshi muttered in awe, her gaze fixed on the Qilin. Every one of your beasts is extraordinary, Lin Han. Lin Han merely smiled, offering no explanation. As the group passed through the ice wall, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of piercing screeches. The holy light herb cradled in Fat Cat's arms began to tremble with alarm. Shadows emerged from all directions, hundreds of them, their numbers seemingly endless. Holy crap, there's so many. Fat Cat blurted out, his eyes wide. Is this a beast tide? Chen Huaner asked, her voice tinged with unease. The ground beneath them began to quake violently as the horde approached. The five quickly assumed a battle formation. Zhou Qingqing took the front, with Qin Luoshi and Lin Han guarding the flanks. Fat Cat and Chen Huaner positioned themselves in the center, ready to provide support and magical attacks. Lin Han summoned his Black Tortoise, while Zhou Qingqing's centaur appeared by her side. Although Qin Luoshi had yet to call forth her beast, her formidable strength left no room for doubt. Hold your fire for now. Let me take the lead, Lin Han instructed, his voice steady as his sharp gaze scanned the battlefield. A beast tide of this scale couldn't be random, there had to be a powerful beast orchestrating the attack from the shadows. He was determined to find it. Xuanwu, unleash the triple water cannon. Go. At the command, Xuanwu, now elevated to king level, soared effortlessly into the air. Its massive 8-meter frame moved steadily across the icy surface, each step causing the frozen ground to emit deep, resonating tremors. 3 powerful streams of water shot out from Xuanwu's mouth, each the size of a boulder, fanning out in a wide arc and blasting a massive gap through the beast horde. The oppressive aura of Xuanwu's bloodline sent waves of dread rippling through the surrounding creatures. The beast horde, composed of ice demon foxes and lion bears, hesitated, unwilling to act rashly. Chen Huaner observed the scene intently, quickly analyzing. These ferocious beasts may come in various forms, but most of them are at the silver rank. They're all recorded in the high school beast encyclopedia. Although the beasts weren't particularly powerful individually, their sheer numbers allowed them to regroup quickly, encircling the group once more. At that moment, Zhou Qingqing seized the opportunity. Mounting her centaur, she charged directly toward the gap Lin Han had created. The centaur's forehead antenna extended swiftly, transforming into a gleaming, icy spear over a meter long. As expected of a knight talent, she's a formidable force in team battles, Fat Cat remarked, watching Zhou Qingqing tear through the beast horde like a tiger among sheep. Watch the skies. A sudden bestial cry echoed from behind the mountain peak. Qin Luoshi, agile and decisive, swiftly dispatched 2 white-beard savage bears before warily glancing upward. Hundreds of wind phantom beasts descended from above. Though they were only 2 meters in height, their wings spanned an impressive 4 meters, covered in sharp, needle-like spikes. These bronze-level beasts surrounded the group in mere moments, their wings unleashing a torrent of spikes. The dark projectiles rained down like a storm, dense and relentless. Damn it, everyone take cover, Lin Han commanded sternly. While a single spike was unlikely to be fatal, the overwhelming barrage posed a serious threat, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. Under such an unrelenting assault, the group had no choice but to shift into a defensive stance. As Xuanwu was about to retreat, Lin Han considered having it use its shield armor to protect everyone. Suddenly, a familiar voice belonging to Zhou Qingqing rang out from ahead, Shield of Light. Zhou Qingqing stood her ground, her hands radiating immense magical energy that she channeled into the centaur. The centaur let out a thunderous roar, its cry echoing across the sky, and immediately activated its holy light shield ability. A massive shield of light, spanning dozens of meters, materialized above Lin Han and the others, perfectly blocking the rain of falling spikes. The shield was soon covered in dense black marks, and though it held off the attack for now, the relentless assault from the wind-charmed beasts showed no signs of stopping. Beads of sweat appeared on Zhou Qingqing's forehead as it became clear that maintaining the shield of light was taking a toll on her. Now's our chance, everyone. Break through, Lin Han commanded decisively. They'll help you, came a voice from behind. Fat Cat, seeing the situation, immediately activated his innate skill, Empower. This break ability, which he had refined through research, not only enhanced his own capabilities but also boosted the attributes of anyone around him, including beast tamers. A crimson glow surged from Fat Cat's body, swiftly infusing the other members of the Dragon Fang team. Zhou Qingqing instantly felt a wave of warmth coursing through her, significantly boosting her attributes. Her drained magical energy replenished rapidly, and the cracks in the shield of light began to mend. Thank you, Zhou Qingqing said. No problem. Just call me Brother Fat Cat from now on, he replied with a grin. Despite his pale complexion from amplifying 5 individuals at once for the first time, his cheeky smile made Zhou Qingqing turn away, avoiding his somewhat mischievous expression. Lin Han opened his attribute panel and was stunned to see a remarkable increase. Strength 2,000, Agility 1,500, Spirit 1,500, Constitution 2,000. Incredible. Fat Cat's talent is terrifyingly powerful, Lin Han exclaimed, looking at him as if he were a walking, talking, mobile buff fountain. Up ahead, Qin Luoxi's combat prowess surged. Wielding a dagger, she moved with breathtaking speed and precision, her strikes tracing graceful arcs through the air. The wind-charmed beasts, caught off guard by the shield of light, were left defenseless as they fell into Qin Luoxi's attack range. One after another, their lifeless bodies plummeted from the sky, and within moments, over half of the 100-strong horde had been eliminated. Xuanwu, full power attack, Lin Han ordered. With Xuanwa's triple water arrow barrage providing support, the Dragon Fang team successfully wiped out the entire beast tide. System notifications chimed continuously as the team was rewarded with attribute upgrades for defeating various magical beasts. The group took a moment to rest. Zhou Qingqing gradually recovered under the healing effects of Fat Cat's sacred light grass. Meanwhile, Chen Huaner, who had experienced her first major battle, suddenly erupted with a radiant glow. Magical energy surged around her, flowing into her beast spirit, the Spirit Crow. It was a sign of breakthrough. Both Chen Huaner and the Spirit Crow had overcome their limits. The Spirit Crow's aptitude advanced to silver grade, and it mastered a new skill, Swift Wing, which allowed it to unleash powerful gusts of wind during combat. Lin Han, with the help of the Eye of the Heavenly Tao, clearly saw the evolutionary path of the Spirit-Eyed Raven. After the first doubling, it could evolve into the Spirit-Eyed Raven, Gold Tier. After the second doubling, it could become the Divine Wings, Platinum Tier, and after the third doubling, it would reach its ultimate form, Doomsday Wings, Diamond Tier. Due to racial limitations, the Spirit Raven could only double 3 times, with its final form being the Doomsday Wings, Diamond Tier. At that moment, Chen Huaner's beast companion was also approaching the threshold of the Gold Tier. Zhou Qingqing immediately noticed the change and asked excitedly, Huaner, are you about to break through? Yes, Chen Huaner replied, her face glowing with joy. After defeating a large number of beasts earlier, my magic power is now full. Once this mission is complete, it'll undergo my next awakening when we return. After dealing with the beast tide, the group followed the clues and pressed onward. Several hours later, the Dragon Fang squad stopped in front of a massive glacier. Before them lay a giant, bottomless nest. From the depths of the earth, a white mist mixed with piercing cold surged outward, enveloping the group. This must be the lair of the Ice Domain Lord, someone remarked. The system immediately triggered a mission prompt. Mission name, Frozen Domain. Mission objective, annihilate the Ice Domain Lord and obtain the Frost of Snow. Mission reward, 5,000 premium points. What? 5,000 premium points? Lin Han was instantly energized upon seeing the system reward. This Ice Domain Lord is as good as dead, he thought to himself, silently praising the system while firming his resolve. After all, 5,000 premium points were equivalent to 50 million Star Dragon coins, far surpassing the rewards issued by the military. Qin Luoxi stepped forward to inspect the cavern. It's incredibly deep, at least a few hundred meters, she observed. That deep? Let's not go in just yet, Lin Han said in a low, commanding voice. Since it's hiding in there, we'll force it out. Qilin, roast this nest for me. At Lin Han's command, a fiery figure materialized, its entire body engulfed in flames. The Qilin, obeying its master, flared up even more intensely, sending waves of scorching heat that even the others could feel as they swept over them. I get it now. Hansi, your plan is absolutely wicked. Fat Cat chuckled slyly, fully grasping Lin Han's intent. The Qilin began to unleash its first skill world-ending flame. Its front claws spread wide as the fur on its abdomen surged violently, channeling an intense heat that surged from its belly to its chest. The Qilin's body swelled, and the flames enveloping it grew even fiercer. With an earth-shaking roar, it unleashed a massive fireball, 5 meters in diameter, from its mouth, hurtling it toward the icy cavern below. The fireball expanded as it flew, ultimately triggering a violent explosion hundreds of meters underground. The resulting shockwave caused the entire mountain to tremble and quake. Hang is incredible, and the little Qilin is amazing too. Chun Huaner exclaimed from the rear, her eyes sparkling with admiration. They're coming, Qin Luoshi said in a low voice, her expression turning serious as the fireball's explosion subsided. Everyone immediately braced themselves for battle. The howling wind carried an icy chill over the frozen ground. From behind the glacier emerged a colossal ice-type beast, the Ice Domain Overlord, a massive serpent stretching dozens of meters in length. Its body was covered in thick, glimmering ice crystal scales that shimmered with an icy brilliance. Its deep-set eyes pulsed with energy, and scorch marks from the earlier flames marred its otherwise pristine form. With each breath, it exhaled a frosty mist that chilled the air. Level 39 Ice Domain Overlord. Hansi, this is a platinum peak-tier monster. Fat Cat stammered, stumbling backward in fear. No wonder no one's ever completed this task before. This isn't something ordinary rookies can handle. The Ice Domain Overlord, seeing that the group held their ground, coiled its massive body and launched forward in a powerful charge. Each movement left deep fissures in the icy surface. Simultaneously, hordes of ice-type beasts began to swarm out of the underground cavern, clearly under the command of their sovereign, the Overlord. Don't waste time on the smaller ones. Take down the leader, or we'll never stop these beasts. Qin Luoshi commanded, summoning her own battle companion Netherworld Violet Fox. This legendary grade shadow-type beast radiated an ominous purple glow. Lin Han noticed the exceptional quality of Qin Luoxi's beast and couldn't help but wonder about her background. Without hesitation, he summoned his own companion Xuanwu in the Qilin. The presence of the two formidable beasts immediately matched the intimidating aura of the Ice Domain Overlord. The battle erupted in an instant. The Overlord let out a furious roar, conjuring countless razor-sharp ice spikes that rained down like a blizzard toward Qin Luoshi. In response, she deftly spun her dagger, creating a wall of defensive afterimages. Behind her, the Netherworld Violet Fox split into multiple shadowy forms, its tails transforming into whip-like appendages that shattered the incoming ice spikes. Qin Luoxi's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, brimming with unyielding determination. Slaughter skill. Activate. In an instant, Qin Luoshi's power surged explosively. His strength increased by 3,500 points, agility by 3,500 points, and constitution by 1,500 points. This overwhelming energy caused both him and the nether purple-tailed fox beside him to vanish into thin air in the blink of an eye. The Frost Domain Overlord, seeing this, opened its massive jaws and unleashed a piercing blast of icy wind. The freezing current rapidly condensed midair, transforming into a colossal ice pillar over 100 meters long. Manipulating the pillar, it hurled it down with devastating force toward the flickering afterimages of Qin Luoshi and his beast companion. The ice pillar tore through the sky with a deafening screech, its power immense enough to instantly kill an ordinary gold-level beast tamer. Impressive, Frost Domain Overlord. But this won't be enough to stop me, Qin Luoshi said calmly. His movements synchronized seamlessly with the nether purple-tailed fox as they charged toward the Frost Domain Overlord at supersonic speed. Roar! The Frost Domain Overlord let out an enraged bellow, its thick, serpent-like tail whipping down with a thunderous crash aimed at Qin Luoshi. However, in the next moment, that imposing tail was severed cleanly, crashing heavily to the ground. When Qin Luoshi reappeared, his entire body was coated in a thin layer of frost, while blood trickled from the corner of the nether purple-tailed fox's mouth. It was evident that this attack had taken a significant toll on them. You okay? Just then, a wave of warmth enveloped Qin Luoshi. Lin Han, accompanied by his Qilin, had arrived on the battlefield. Leave this to me. Since you love ice so much, how about I give you a taste of fire and ice? This Frost Domain Overlord was one of the most formidable beasts Lin Han had ever encountered, second only to the assassin that had previously targeted him. The challenge ignited his fighting spirit. Come on, show me what you've got. Lin Han activated his strength ability, Iron Body, which not only amplified his physical durability but also granted him incredible speed. Together with his Qilin, he launched a ferocious charge toward the no-tailless Frost Domain Overlord. Their sheer velocity was so astonishing that even Qin Luoshi, watching from the sidelines, was momentarily stunned. Qin Luoxi stood behind, her brows slightly furrowed, watching Lin Han move at a speed that defied human limits. Her heart was filled with awe. As someone who had rigorously trained in combat techniques since childhood, she was well aware of how challenging it was to face off against a beast heathen. Yet Lin Han dared to confront the Ice Domain Lord directly. This man was nothing short of a monster. On the battlefield, nearly 100 ice-type beasts surged from dozens of directions, charging at the Dragon Fang squad. Ice crystal bears, frost serpents, snow wolf kings, frost wraiths, and snow licks, all formidable creatures at level 24, descended upon them. Stay sharp, everyone, Lin Han called out to his teammates while carefully observing the sheer number of these lower-level, yet overwhelming beasts. The beast tide bore down with terrifying force, testing the squad's teamwork. Zhou Qingqing, as the frontline fighter, stood like an unyielding fortress. Wielding her spear and mounted on her centaur steed, she charged ahead. You all better die for me. Her thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. Fat Cat and Sacred Lightgrass flanked her from the left and right, using their enhanced abilities and attack skills to halt the advance of one beast after another. In the rear, Chen Huaner provided relentless support, while Ling Ye weaved through the air, harassing and finishing off foes with precision. Despite the overwhelming onslaught, the Dragon Fang squad managed to form an impenetrable defensive line. Meanwhile, Lin Han had already closed in on the Ice Domain Lord. This platinum-tier beast let out an earth-shaking roar, summoning countless snowflakes to swirl menacingly above Lin Han's head. But with the king-level Qilin by his side, Lin Han's eyes gleamed with excitement, devoid of any trace of fear. The time is now. Talent activation. Iron body shrank. Lin Han's physique instantly transformed, his body hardening like forged steel, each muscle radiating immense power. Beside him, the Qilin was enveloped in a strange, shifting flame, transitioning from a fiery red to orange-yellow, and finally to a devastating blue-green inferno. Using the Eye of the Heavenly Tao, Lin Han discerned the Ice Domain Lord's information. A rare variant of the giant race, evolved twice through mutation, with the innate ability to manipulate frost and ice. The battle erupted in an instant. The Qilin unleashed a torrent of flame from its mouth, resembling a fire dragon, which collided with the massive ice blocks summoned by the Ice Domain Lord. The ice shattered upon impact, and the fire dragon's residual force struck the Ice Domain Lord, leaving even this ruler of the frozen realm momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han darted behind the Ice Domain Lord with lightning speed and delivered a devastating punch to its back, creating a deep crater several meters wide. Enraged, the Ice Domain Lord summoned another wave of beasts for reinforcements, intensifying the already chaotic battlefield. Zhou Qingqing and the others faced mounting pressure, their armor stained with blood and their bodies drenched in sweat. Chen Huaner's expression grew grim, and Ling Ye had already sustained injuries. At this critical moment, Fat Cat activated its talent skill, Overload Enhancement, pushing its attributes to the absolute limit. A system notification displayed the results. Under the boost of its Brank Enhancement talent, Fat Cat's strength increased by 4,000 points, agility by 3,000 points, and both spirit and endurance by 3,000 and 4,500 points, respectively. Lin Han noticed the dramatic transformation and cast a quick glance toward the ground, his attention momentarily drawn to the squad's efforts. Fat Cat's performance brought immense surprise to Lin Han, boosting his confidence in the battle unfolding behind him. Facing such an overwhelming beast tide, even relentless slaughter would inevitably lead to exhaustion. The priority now was a swift victory. Defeating the Lord would naturally cause the beast tide to collapse. Man and beast worked in perfect harmony, flanking the Ice Domain Lord from both sides. In a critical moment, the Ice Domain King cloaked itself in a layer of impenetrable ice armor, impervious even to Lin Han's powerful punches. Soon after, a blizzard erupted from the Lord's position, swirling with icy shards and snowflakes, as the surrounding temperature plummeted. Frost quickly formed on Lin Han's body, and the system promptly alerted him that he was under attack by an ice element skill. He keenly felt his movement speed slowing down unnaturally, as though trapped in quicksand. Slowing down my speed and attack power, huh? Lin Han smirked disdainfully, seeing through the Lord's intentions. Qin Luoxi, who had been steadfastly guarding Lin Han, also felt the sudden chill. Clutching her dagger, connected by a slender lead wire, her gaze was sharp and resolute. Let the slaughter begin. Her figure flickered like a phantom, deftly dodging the falling ice shards from above. With precision and timing, she drove her dagger straight into the Ice Domain Lord's eye. Xuanwu, form a diamond wall and block its escape. Lin Han seized the opportunity and issued a command. Xuanwu immediately abandoned the nearby beasts and rushed to the battlefield. 3 massive earthen walls, each 10 meters in diameter, rose from the ground, forming a triangular enclosure that trapped the Ice Domain Lord. Qilin, bring the heat. Let's have a barbecue. Following Lin Han's orders, Qilin ignited flames beneath its feet and leapt dozens of meters into the air, unleashing a torrent of scorching fire onto the trapped ice domain lord. The flames quickly spread, engulfing the lord entirely. As the ice domain lord struggled to break through the walls, Lin Han issued another command. Xuanwu, raining boulders. Instantly, a dozen massive rocks, each weighing several tons, plummeted from the sky, crashing down with devastating force onto the lord. The ice domain lord looked up at the descending stones and let out one final, mournful cry. The system notification followed promptly. Successfully killed ice domain lord. Gained 35,896 experience points. When the earthen walls dissipated, a charred, massive corpse lay motionless on the ground, the once mighty ruler of the frozen domain. A platinum-tier ice domain lord. The advancing beast tide abruptly halted, as if receiving some unseen command. Fear filled their eyes as they gazed at Lin Han and his team, before scattering in all directions. Zhou Qingqing and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Fat Cat, having maintained its enhanced state for too long, was nearly drained of magic power. Zhou Qingqing, serving as the tank, looked pale, and the group bore numerous claw marks from the beasts. Although Chen Huaner was not seriously injured, her spirit raven had suffered severe damage. Good work, everyone. You all did great, Lin Han said, smiling warmly at his team. This was the first dungeon successfully cleared by the Dragonfang squad. He walked up to the ice domain lord's corpse and delivered a powerful punch. The lord's body shattered into countless icy fragments, revealing a glowing, ice-blue gem frost of snow. The system chimed in. You have successfully killed ice domain lord LV36. Earned 5,000 premium points. As Lin Han grasped the frost of snow, a wave of icy energy coursed through his body. The system identified it as a high-grade silver evolution material, capable of advancing ice-type beasts to diamond tier. When Lin Han and Qin Luoxi returned, the rest of the team looked on in awe, particularly Zhou Qingqing, who was witnessing Lin Han's strength for the first time. Her respect for the seemingly gentle and harmless young man deepened. Lin Han merely gave a faint smile and tucked the frost of snow into his pouch. He knew this was only the beginning for the Dragonfang squad. Countless challenges lay ahead. He exchanged a glance with Qin Luoxi, a silent acknowledgement and encouragement shared between them. Zhou Qingqing and Fat Cat began clearing the battlefield, gathering valuable beast materials. Qin Luoxi retrieved a spirit elixir from her bag and handed it to Chen Huaner to treat her injured spirit raven. Watching it all unfold, Lin Han felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was the essence of teamwork. As the others collected their spoils, he silently vowed to lead the Dragonfang squad to greater heights, ready to face even more formidable challenges. Item list remains unchanged, including the Beast Claw, Beast Soul Staff, Frost Giant Axe, Frost Crystal Bow, Ice Demon Sword, Frost Crystal Twin Halberds, and other gold-tier equipment. After the battle, Lin Han and his team counted their spoils, and the results were impressive. The Beast Tide had brought an unexpected windfall. The monsters were all high-tier golden level or above, and the dropped gear left them with abundant riches. Let's head back to the academy, Lin Han commanded, and the team set off without hesitation. Upon their return, they headed straight for the dungeon hall, where a senior student was on duty at the reception desk. Hello, we're here to claim our dungeon rewards, Lin Han said. Of course. Which dungeon are you referring to? The senior asked politely. The Frozen Abyss, Lin Han replied. The Frozen Abyss? The senior's expression changed dramatically as she confirmed in disbelief. Do you have proof of completion? Lin Han reached into his coat and produced a platinum-grade material, the Frost of Snow, handing it over to her. Alarmed, the senior quickly summoned the elder in charge of the dungeon, Halagaunt, gray-robed man with piercing eyes. The elder scrutinized both the Frost of Snow and Lin Han, his gaze lingering before he gave a slow, meaningful nod. Indeed, this is the Frost of Snow. Process their dungeon rewards, he instructed. The senior handed over 200,000 Star Dragon coins and a medium exchange voucher to Lin Han. News of their achievements spread like wildfire throughout the military academy. The name of the Dragonfang squad echoed across campus, turning Lin Han, Qin Luoxi, Zhou Qingqing, Chen Huaner, and Fat Cat into living legends among the freshmen. Even late into the night, the freshman dormitories buzzed with excitement. Conversations filled the air. The Dragonfang squad is incredible. They actually cleared the platinum-tier Frozen Abyss dungeon. I heard their captain is Lin Han, the top-ranked doubles talent from the admissions list. The next day, as the squad walked through the academy, they were greeted with looks of awe and admiration. They had earned an unprecedented title, the strongest freshman in history. Han, I've never had so many people look at me like this in my life. It feels amazing. Fat Cat exclaimed, basking in the attention. Don't get too excited, Lin Han replied with a grin. There will be plenty more chances in the future. The dungeon run had yielded a total of 300,000 Star Dragon coins, which Lin Han divided equally among his teammates. The Academy's leadership also took special notice of the Dragonfang squad, even making an exception to let them keep the Frost of Snow. Following Lin Han's suggestion, they exchanged it for Academy points, benefiting every team member significantly. 3 days later, the Academy announced a mandatory assembly for all freshmen at the military training grounds, promising an important announcement. The training grounds, spanning several kilometers, were filled with tens of thousands of neatly assembled students. A tall, scar-faced soldier stepped onto the stage. This was General Wang Tianfang, a diamond-tier powerhouse. Freshman, I am Wang Tianfang, your commanding officer. From the moment you entered this academy, you became half-soldiers. If war breaks out, you will be the first to step onto the battlefield. Are you afraid? His voice boomed across the grounds. Not afraid. The collective response shook the air. Good. You are the pride of the Star Dragon Empire. Remember your words today. Now, I have a major announcement. The annual intra-academy trials are about to begin. The announcement sent ripples through the crowd. The trials were a pivotal event, determining every student's future. Outstanding performers could earn privileges or even attract the attention of powerful figures, while those who fell short risked being sent to the front lines or dismissed. Han Fei's gaze burned with determination. A prodigy since childhood, she turned her eyes toward the Dragonfang squad, particularly Lin Han. Inwardly, she vowed, Lin Han, just wait. I will prove that I am the strongest talent among the freshmen. After the gathering ended, the 5 members of the Longya squad returned to their dorms to rest. After an intense battle, everyone looked utterly exhausted. I'm completely wiped out, Fei Mao exclaimed as he threw himself onto the bed the moment he entered. No wonder so many students at the military academy steer clear of these missions. This one was just absurd. Lin Han took off his shirt, revealing his toned physique, as he prepared to take a shower. Looks like I should stop calling you Fei Mao and start calling you Sick Cat. Zhou Qingqing, a young girl, held the tank position and is still training right now, while you, the support, are already lying here complaining. Hanzi, that's too harsh. I played an irreplaceable role, you know? Fei Mao retorted weakly, sprawled on the bed without much energy to argue. Lin Han shrugged helplessly. As a longtime friend, he knew Fei Mao's personality inside and out. If Fei Mao put in even a bit more effort, those extra pounds would have disappeared ages ago. You're going to shower? Qin Luoshi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, his voice tinged with an unusual tone. Lin Han looked up and noticed that Qin Luoshi's cheeks were flushed, his eyes darting around like a startled kitten. Yeah, why? Lin Han asked, puzzled. Can you wait a bit? Let me go first. Qin Luoshi stammered, keeping his gaze fixed on the floor. With his creation eye, Lin Han noticed the lingering redness on Qin Luoshi's face, which, for a fleeting moment, made him mistake him for a girl. But he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Qin Luoshi was a strikingly handsome young man, the kind of face that would make him a top-tier celebrity in another life. All right, you go first, Lin Han agreed. Qin Luoshi let out a sigh of relief, grabbed his change of clothes, and hurried into the bathroom, slamming the door shut and locking it behind him. Hanzi, what did you do to upset that tomboy this time? Fei Mao asked nosily. Upset? Not at all. We get along just fine. Maybe it's just part of his personality. He's a Ancina generation genius. After all, being a bit eccentric is only natural. Fei Mao nodded thoughtfully. He used to think Qin Luoshi was dark and unsociable, but his opinion had shifted after their last mission. Despite occasional odd behavior, Qin Luoshi was not only second in strength only to Lin Han, but also genuinely cared about his teammates. He was someone worth trusting. All right, if you want to rest, do it now, Lin Han said with a serious expression. The Academy's unified recruitment exam is only half a month away. It will be a grueling battle. Fei Mao, you can't slack off this time like you usually do. Your talent is among the best, and the competition is team-based. Don't drag the squad down. Shui Wushuang suddenly jumped up from his bed, realizing the gravity of the situation. This wasn't about fighting Alanite, it was about carrying the pride of the entire team. Don't worry, Hanzi. I won't disgrace the Longya squad. This is our first major competition, and we have to make our team name echo through the academy. Seeing Shui Wushuang's determined enthusiasm, Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. Now that's what I like to hear. Oh, shut up. I'm not wasting time arguing with you. I'm heading to train and work on sinking with holy light grass. With that, Fei Mao left the room, brimming with energy, and dashed toward the academy's training grounds. Lin Han's lips curled into a confident smile. He silently calculated that the team he had meticulously assembled could undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in the entire military academy. Even though his teammates might not match the prowess of other elite groups, with the advantage of his system's cheat-like support, he was fully confident in leading the team to stand out in the upcoming competition. If this could earn them preferential access to the academy's resources, it would be an opportunity too good to pass up. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Qin Luoshi leaned against the cold tiles, gasping for breath. The image of Lin Han's perfectly sculpted muscles when he took off his shirt earlier seemed seared into his mind, flashing repeatedly. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel these distracting thoughts. Taking a few deep breaths, he finally managed to calm his restless emotions. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, the cafeteria was already bustling with activity. The 5 members of the Longya squad gathered promptly at their designated spot, the air filled with the enticing aroma of various breakfasts. Every student admitted to the military academy was exceptionally gifted. They held themselves to the highest standards, and by 5 a.m., before the sun had fully risen, they were already geared up and ready to head to the mission hall to hone their combat skills. After a quick breakfast, the group began discussing their plans for the day. As the strongest member of the team, Lin Han had naturally become their anchor. When he spoke, the others instinctively put down their bowls and chopsticks, listening intently. My plan is to use these 2 weeks to maximize our teamwork and enhance our combat abilities across the board. Only by doing so can we make a name for ourselves in the unified selection, he said with conviction. A strong team must have a leader. Zhou Qingqing broke the silence, bringing up this critical topic. To ensure our future missions run smoothly, we need to select a team leader as soon as possible. Chen Huaner immediately chimed in, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Qingqing is absolutely right. I nominate Hang. He's powerful, calm, and level-headed, perfect choice. I agree. Fat Cat Shui Wushuang exclaimed, hastily swallowing his food before raising his hand. With Lin Han's strength, he might just help us soar to new heights. Lin Han rolled his eyes at Shui Wushuang in mild exasperation. Fat Cat, don't exaggerate. That's not exaggeration, it's the truth. Shui Wushuang replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. Zhou Qingqing nodded silently, expressing her agreement. During the campaign against the Frost Domain Lord, she had witnessed Lin Han's strength firsthand. Now, all eyes turned to the last person who had yet to speak, Qin Luoshi. Qin Luoshi gracefully wiped the oil from the corner of her mouth and gave a soft signaling her consent. Great. Hang is officially the leader of our Dragonfang squad. Chen Huaner beamed with a satisfied smile. Lin Han thought for a moment before adding, I think we'll also need a vice leader, just in case. I'd like to nominate Qin Luoshi. What do you all think? The suggestion was met with unanimous approval. Chen Huaner quickly pointed out, Qing'a isn't just strong, also brilliant at strategy and planning. He's more than qualified. Zhou Qingqing silently agreed. She was well aware of her own lack of leadership skills and was focused solely on improving her strength to pursue her path of vengeance. Clenching her fists tightly, a complex emotion flickered in her eyes, something Lin Han noticed without a word. Qin Luoshi looked slightly surprised. You're really choosing me as the vice leader? Of course, Lin Han said with a smile. We all know what you're capable of. Seeing the unanimous approval in everyone's eyes, Qin Luoshi finally accepted with a small nod. If everyone trusts me, then he'll gladly take on the role. Awesome. Let's head to the mission hall now before all the good missions get snatched up, Chen Huaner announced energetically, springing to her feet. In the bustling mission hall, Lin Han's attention was quickly drawn to a particular mission, Abandoned City. The objective was to defeat the Nether Ghost General, with a generous reward on offer. The faded mission sheet piqued his interest. What do you guys think about this one? Lin Han asked, pointing to the task. Zhou Qingqing hesitated. Captain, are you sure about this? I think we can handle it, Lin Han said decisively, pulling the mission sheet from the board. After all, we've already defeated the Frost Domain Lord. His bold move immediately drew gasps and curious glances from the surrounding students. A system notification appeared, stating that the mission had to be completed within 3 days. Shui Wushuang quickly approached a senior student to gather more information. Senior, what is this abandoned city? Why does everyone seem to avoid it? The senior's face turned pale with fear. You guys are freshmen, aren't you? Let me give you some advice. Don't take that mission, even if it means getting expelled. Zhou Qingqing frowned and pressed further. Why do you say that? Because this mission has a 20 chance of fatality. The senior's face was pale with fear, his voice trembling slightly. He explained that this mission had been posted on the mission hall's bulletin board for ages, even longer than the Ice Lord's task. Over the years, countless students had perished in the Forsaken Capital, which was why the mission had been left untouched for so long. Only 20? I thought it would be something much worse. Shui Wushuang burst into hearty laughter. In that case, we'll gladly take those 300 points. Thanks to the senior's dramatic description, he had initially assumed the Forsaken Capital was a place of certain death. But learning that the death rate was only 20, coupled with the staggering reward of 300 academy points, he couldn't help but feel it was an offer too good to pass up. After all, such a generous payout was hardly typical of the academy. I haven't finished yet. The senior interrupted him with a grave expression. The remaining 80 don't exactly survive either. They become wandering spirits, doomed to drift through the Forsaken Capital for eternity, never to see the light again. Shui Wushuang's confident grin froze instantly, replaced by a blank look of disbelief. The senior elaborated further, his tone heavy with foreboding. The Forsaken capital was once the grand capital of an ancient civilization, but for reasons unknown, it has become a desolate, lifeless wasteland shrouded in darkness. Anyone who gets lost or killed there transforms into a mindless spirit, driven only by the urge to assimilate any living beings that enter. Lin Han's expression faltered as he processed this new information, realizing that the Forsaken capital might house the spirits of countless former students. Regret began to creep into his ear that had acted too hastily. If he had taken the time to gather more details beforehand, they wouldn't be in such a precarious situation. On his own, he felt confident in his ability to escape unscathed. But this time was different, bore the responsibility of leading the entire Dragonfang squad. "I'm sorry, everyone," Lin Han said sincerely, his voice filled with remorse. "This was my oversight. If you're willing, we can go to the Academy's administration right now and apply to cancel the mission. They'll take full responsibility for the consequences." To his surprise, his teammates responded in ways he hadn't expected. "Lin, what's with the formalities between us?" Shui Wushuang clapped Lin Han on the shoulder, forcing a grin. "Even if it's a path through fire and brimstone, this Grandmaster is sticking by your side." "Ling, I wouldn't be where I am today without you," Qin Huaner said, gripping her staff tightly as she mustered her courage. "This mission sounds terrifying, but I won't be a burden to you all." Zhou Qingqing's eyes gleamed with a fiery determination. "I enjoy facing powerful challenges. It's the only way to hone my skills. Even if the rest of you back out, I'm going." "I'm the vice-captain of this team." Qin Luoshi stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Han. "With this title comes responsibility. They'll be joining this mission as well." The senior let out a resigned chuckle after witnessing the group's unyielding resolve. "If you're so set on going, I can introduce you to someone who managed to survive the Forsaken capital." "Thank you, senior," Lin Han said, a smile returning to his face. "When we make it back, dinner's on us." The senior nodded, though a faint trace of worry lingered in his eyes. "I hope I'll live to see that day." "My name's Zhao Yi, and you are?" "Zaya-senpai, I'm Lin Han." Lin Han extended his hand, and the two exchanged a firm handshake. "You are Lin Han?" Zhao Yi's voice was filled with shock as he stared intently at the young man before him. This was the genius with double-strength talents who had challenged the Hellhound upon entering the academy and even completed the Ice Lord mission. "That's me." Lin Han offered a slightly awkward smile, thinking to himself how far his reputation had spread within the academy. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes. "With you on board, the success rate of this mission will certainly increase significantly. However, you must prioritize safety above all else. If things get too dangerous, it's better to abandon the mission. A prodigy like you, with such unparalleled talent, would be an immeasurable loss to the Academy and even the entire Empire if something were to happen to you." "Senior Zhao, the City of the Forsaken is a mission we must undertake," Lin Han said with determination. "Please let us know the exact location of the senior you mentioned." Although Lin Han appeared composed and confident, Zhao Yi still felt uneasy and gave another warning. "I'm not exaggerating. The rumors about the City of the Forsaken are no baseless tales. Anyone who does a little digging will know how perilous it is. When carrying out the mission, always proceed with the utmost caution." Zhao Yi then provided detailed information about the person in question. "His name is Lu Zhenyao, a classmate of mine. Like you, he was a rare dual-talented genius, though his talents were both ranked. Back then, he was determined to venture into the City of the Forsaken in search of a legendary artifact of unparalleled power. But when he returned, it was as if his soul had been stripped away, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell." Zhao Yi's tone was filled with regret as he spoke. "Dual-ranked talents?" Shui Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. "What a waste." Zhou Qingqing's expression grew serious. "For someone of that caliber to meet such a fate, it seems this mission is far more dangerous than we imagined." "Fortune favors the bold," Fat Cat said, puffing out his chest with confidence. "My beast companion is the sacred light grass. It's naturally effective against dark forces. When the time comes, he'll make sure to provide you all with the best protection." In front of a luxurious villa in Hueda City, Lin Han and his team arrived at their destination using the address provided by Zhao Yi. After confirming the house number and other details, Lin Han stepped forward and knocked on the door. Moments later, a middle-aged man dressed like a butler opened the door to greet them. Upon seeing the striking military academy emblem on their chests, a professional smile immediately appeared on his face. "You must all be outstanding students from the military academy. I am the Liu family's butler. Please, come in." The butler gestured invitingly. "Shouldn't you ask about the purpose of our visit first?" Lin Han asked politely. The butler gave a wry smile and explained. "Ever since the young master's unfortunate incident, students from the military academy have been visiting one after another, all invariably inquiring about the city of the abandoned. His clouded eyes revealed a deep sense of regret. A once promising genius with double A-grade talent from a prestigious family had tragically become a lost soul. Under the butler's guidance, the group entered the lavish villa. For the team members from wealthy families, such grandeur was nothing new. As for Qin Luoshi, he remained indifferent to such displays of wealth. His only true interest lay in improving his strength and honing his combat skills. The butler led them to the living room, served them hot tea, and was about to fetch the master of the house when a deep voice interrupted. No need. I already know. The elevator doors opened, and out stepped a dignified middle-aged man, exuding an imposing presence. Beside him was a graceful woman. Lu Zhenyao's parents. Lin Han, as the team leader, stood up first. Hello, we are students from the military academy. Would like to ask Lu Shuozhang some questions about the city of the abandoned. I am Lu Yuansheng, Zhenyao's father. The man introduced himself as he took a seat. The powerful aura of beast-taming energy emanating from him made Lin Han certain that he was at least of diamond-tier strength. Before Lin Han could continue, Qin Luoshi spoke bluntly, May we meet with your son? You may, but prepare yourselves for disappointment. My son has lost his sanity and is deeply terrified of the city of the abandoned. Lu Yuansheng said calmly, as though he had come to terms with the situation. I advise you not to go there. That place is utterly unfit for human survival. The danger level listed in your mission is just the surface. The true threats are beyond even my understanding. As Lin Han hesitated over the feasibility of the mission, a sudden system notification rang in his mind. System random mission triggered. Venture into the city of the abandoned, uncover its secrets, and restore it to normalcy. Mission reward, 10,000 credits. This was the highest reward Lin Han had ever seen, instantly solidifying his resolve. Shui Wushuang attempted to showcase their capabilities. Don't worry, we recently defeated the Ice Lord. However, Lu Yuansheng's reaction left him awkwardly embarrassed. The Ice Lord? Sounds vaguely familiar. Was it really you who killed it? Lin Han quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Uncle Lu, we've already decided to take on this mission. Please allow us to meet your son. We have many questions to ask him. Seeing that his attempts to dissuade them were futile, Lu Yuansheng relented. He had encountered many students like them before. Since they were determined to learn about the city of the abandoned, he decided to let them proceed as they wished. Lu Yuansheng led Lin Han and the others into a room, where the sight of a frail figure sitting alone on the bed immediately caught their attention. It was his son, Lu Zhenyao. But what shocked Lin Han was the complete absence of vitality emanating from the young man, as though he were facing nothing more than a lifeless shell. Can young Master Lu still answer our questions? Chen Huaner cut straight to the point. If Lu Zhenyao was truly as the rumors described, their mission would likely end in failure. Venturing into the perilous abandoned city without any concrete information was the last thing Lin Han wanted. Lu Yuansheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Even I can't say for sure. Ever since the tragedy, Zhenyao has become very unstable. Sometimes he can hold a normal conversation, but most of the time, he's like this. Fat cat sighed. We might as well give it a try. Even if he's unconscious, at least we can say we made the effort. As the group stood in awkward silence, Zhou Qingqing suddenly stepped forward. She approached Lu Zhenyao and spoke gently, Senior Lu, we are students from the military academy, and we've taken on the mission involving the abandoned city. Could you tell us anything about it? After a long silence, Lu Zhenyao suddenly spoke, his voice trembling. The abandoned city, don't go. Don't go. Zhenyao. Lu Yuansheng rushed forward and embraced his son, his emotions surging. For the first time since the disaster, Lu Zhenyao had managed to speak a coherent sentence. His once lifeless eyes now glimmered faintly with hope. There's still hope. There must be a way to save him. Seizing the moment while Lu Zhenyao was lucid, Lu Yuansheng revealed to the group that he was, in fact, a level 48 diamond-tier beastmaster with inscrayed talent known as the Frost Prison. He decided to join the team on their journey to the abandoned city, convinced that the key to saving his son lay hidden there. To Lu Yuansheng's surprise, when he unleashed his overwhelming beastmaster aura, the young group before him didn't flinch. Instead, they remained calm and composed. Chen Huaner even smiled knowingly, as if she had anticipated this all along. Lin Han gazed at the tall, upright middle-aged man before him, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. With someone as powerful as Uncle Lu joining their team, the odds of success for this mission were undoubtedly much higher. He studied Lu Yuansheng carefully. With his level 48 strength, he was already on the verge of reaching the stellar tier. Combined with his class skill, Frost Prison, his combat capabilities likely rivaled those of a newly ascended stellar tier expert. Uncle Lu, this mission is extremely dangerous. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Lin Han's voice carried a tone of genuine concern. He was well aware that the Lu family had already lost a son. If something were to happen to Lu Yuansheng as well, the consequences for this prominent family would be unimaginable. Lu Yuansheng burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. If you young ones dare to take on such a perilous mission, do you think I, a dignified diamond-tier warrior, would back down? His resolute demeanor left no doubt had already made up his mind to join the Dragon Fang squad on their venture into the Forsaken City. They'll provide full protection for you throughout this mission. Even if things take a turn for the worse, they'll do everything in my power to ensure your safety, Lu Yuanqing declared with a firm gaze, fully committed to uncovering a solution within the Forsaken City. As the group conversed, Lu Jinyao suddenly murmured under his breath, "The Nether Ghost General, it's not the true root of the problem." What's that supposed to mean? Fat Cat scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Isn't the Nether Ghost General the boss of the Forsaken City? What does root of the problem even mean? After a long silence, Qin Luoxi lifted her head, her tone unwavering. What Lu Jinyao might be implying is that the Nether Ghost General listed in the mission isn't the final boss. There's something deeper, a hidden truth we don't yet know. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqing frowned. If that's the case, we might be in more danger than we anticipated. The Nether Ghost General is only level 40, but its true strength far exceeds that. Lu Yuanqing carefully analyzed Jianyao's words. While a level 40 Nether Ghost General was indeed powerful, it was far from enough to completely erase a creature's consciousness and soul. The true culprit capable of such destruction was likely the root of calamity Jianyao had mentioned. This young lady has a sharp mind. Time is of the essence. When do you plan to set off? Lu Yuanqing nodded in approval, surprised that the most unassuming member of the group was the first to grasp the hidden meaning behind Jinyao's words. Ahem. Uncle Lu. Actually, Qin Luoxi is a man, Lin Han quickly corrected, worried that this misunderstanding might offend Qin Luoxi. What? A man? My apologies. My apologies. I must be getting old. Eyesight isn't what it used to be. Lu Yuanqing awkwardly coughed and apologized to Qin Luoxi. It's fine. I'm used to it. Qin Luoxi replied calmly, his expression indifferent. Lin Han glanced at Qin Luoxi's slender figure and strikingly delicate features, thinking to himself that it was an understandable mistake. Anyone would assume he was a graceful young woman at first glance. We share the same sense of urgency, Uncle Lu. This task cannot be delayed. We plan to set out for the abandoned city this afternoon. Lin Han quickly redirected the conversation. That works perfectly. I'll meet you at the abandoned city this afternoon, Lu Yuanqing said with a serious expression. After leaving the Lu residence, the group returned to the military academy and used the rewards from the Ice Lord mission to exchange for a large amount of practical equipment, including disposable weapons and medical supplies. The difficulty of this mission surpassed anything they'd encountered before, leaving no room for error. After a brief rest, the Dragon Fang squad gathered at the academy gates. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the abandoned city, Lu Yuanqing lit a cigarette, his brows furrowed in thought. Suddenly sensing something, he turned around and saw 5 figures approaching in the distance. Uncle Lu, we meet again, Lin Han greeted with a smile. Lu Yuanqing, ever considerate, extinguished his cigarette in response. I just arrived as well. Since everyone's ready, let's head in, Lin Han said, glancing beyond Lu Yuanqing. Behind the barrier lay a thick fog, with visibility reduced to less than 20 meters, undoubtedly adding to the mission's challenge. Lu Yuanqing provided a detailed briefing on the abandoned city's conditions. It was perpetually shrouded in dense fog, with visibility limited to about 15 meters, and teeming with wandering spirits. From his Beastmaster space, he retrieved 5 small square pendants and handed them out. These are called light pendants. By channeling power into them, they emit light energy that can disperse some of the fog. While their effect is limited, they'll at least prevent you from being completely blind. As the team infused their power into the pendants, they emitted a soft glow. Xue Wushuang excitedly summoned her light grass, instantly bathing an area of 3 to 4 dozen meters in a warm, luminous aura. An epic-grade beast? And of the light attribute, no less? That makes things much easier, Lu Yuanqing said with a smile. You truly live up to the reputation of the military academy students. Fat Cat, we're counting on you for visibility, Lin Han said, patting Xue Wushuang on the shoulder. Don't worry, Han, leave it to me, Xue Wushuang replied confidently. Lu Yuanqing gave a final reminder for everyone to remain vigilant and not stray from the range of the light energy, lest they be swallowed by the darkness and turned into wandering spirits. Xue Wushuang, brimming with confidence, declared herself the MVP of the mission, prompting Zhou Qingqing and Chen Huaner to quietly distance themselves. Qin Luoxi, as always, listened calmly to Lu Yuanqing's warnings. As the 6 crossed the barrier, a wave of oppressive darkness immediately enveloped them. The group quickly activated their light pendants, while Xue Wushuang expanded her light domain, her light grass radiating a gentle energy that pushed back the surrounding fog and shadows. This place is so eerie, Chen Huaner shivered, scanning her surroundings warily. Everyone summoned their beast. Lin Han positioned his Qilin at the front and Xuanwu at the rear, taking on a key role as the second strongest fighter after Lu Yuanqing. Qin Luoxi's nether-purple fox moved effortlessly through the environment, darting back and forth. There's a ghost up ahead, take it down, Qin Luoxi said, his eyes glinting as his figure blurred, moving in sync with his nether-purple fox toward the target. The rest of the group followed closely, finally glimpsing a translucent humanoid figure through the mist the wandering spirit described in their mission. A piercing scream shattered the silence. Qin Luoshi's sword gleamed with a flash of cold light as it cut through the air, instantly obliterating the wraith before her. This swift victory was thanks to her netherworld purple fox, a dark attribute beast with a natural advantage against ghostly creatures. At that moment, Xue Wushuang stepped forward, holding a sacred light herb to illuminate the path ahead. As the mist gradually dispersed under the herb's radiant glow, the sight that emerged froze him in place. A chilling scene unfolded. Countless wraiths, aligned like a disciplined army, were drifting menacingly toward their group. Stay alert. Lu Yuansheng, the most experienced among them, shouted with a furrowed brow. Don't let those wraiths touch you. They won't just corrode your body, they'll inflict irreversible damage on your mind and soul. The system promptly displayed detailed information about the wraiths. Species wraith. Level 24. Description: lifeforms corrupted by a mysterious force, harboring immense dark energy. They attack any living being on sight. Fat cat, fall back now. Lin Han commanded without hesitation, his voice sharp with urgency. As a support-oriented member, Xue Wushuang lacked the combat prowess needed to face a horde of level 24 wraith. Sending him against them was akin to sending a lamb to the slaughter. Xue Wushuang turned and retreated without delay, but he underestimated the wraith's speed. What seemed like slow, drifting movements suddenly transformed into a swift encirclement, trapping him completely. Die! Xue Wushuang roared, gripping the sacred light herb tightly. A brilliant radiance erupted from it, spreading outward in a blinding wave. The light's purifying power was immediately apparent. The wraith's movement slowed dramatically under its holy glow. However, Xue Wushuang had yet to reach level 20, and his limited Beastmaster energy made sustaining this battle a challenge. The wraiths, engulfed in the holy light, let out agonized shrieks as their forms dimmed and their speed faltered. Yet, they were far from being vanquished. Hold on, kid. Lu Yuansheng finally stepped in, his presence commanding as a surge of powerful Beastmaster energy rippled from him. A majestic tiger-like beast with a translucent, pale aqua body materialized at his side. Lin Han's system interface immediately identified the creature. Species: Frostfang Tiger Waterous Attribute. Great Epic. Skills: Ice Spear. Absolute 0, Frost Inferno. Description: a solitary predator from the frozen wilderness, born with the ability to wield ice. Evolution paths. 1. Single evolution. Ascend to legendary Froststorm Tiger. 2. Double evolution. Ascend to King-class Glacial Hell Tiger. The Frostfang Tiger unleashed a deafening roar that echoed like a storm, causing the temperature around them to plummet sharply. Under Lu Yuansheng's command, the beast activated its Absolute 0 skill. In an instant, hundreds of wraiths were immobilized, encased in thick frost, even the air itself crystallizing from the sheer cold. Help Fat Cat break through. Lu Yuansheng bellowed, his voice strained as he struggled to sustain his Beastmaster energy. There are too many, I can't hold them off for long. Lin Han and Qin Luoshi leapt into action without hesitation. Lin Han's Qilin beast stomped its hooves into the ground, causing fissures to erupt with molten lava that incinerated dozens of wraiths in one fiery sweep. Meanwhile, Qin Luoshi's netherworld purple fox darted through the fray like a phantom, each strike effortlessly claiming another wraith's shadowy life. Lu Yuansheng couldn't help but marvel at their prowess. This small squad from the military academy was far from ordinary. Not only did Xue Wushuang wield the epic tier sacred light herb, but Lin Han and Qin Luoshi each commanded legendary tier beasts. Such a formidable lineup was beyond the reach of most factions. On the battlefield, Qin Luoshi and the netherworld purple fox worked together seamlessly, like a perfectly synchronized duo. Under their combined assault, the number of wraiths rapidly dwindled. However, even with the timely buffs cast by Xue Wushuang, Qin Luoshi ultimately couldn't escape the toll of exhaustion. Drawing on her rich combat experience, she decisively drank a recovery potion purchased from the academy shop. Taking advantage of the brief lull in the wraith's numbers around her, she made the swift decision to retreat from the battle zone and return to the base to recover. Meanwhile, the other members of the Dragonfang squad were playing pivotal roles in their respective positions. Zhou Qingqing activated her knight's talent, and her already formidable defense was further enhanced under Xue Wushuang's holy light. She became a moving iron wall, smashing through several wraiths and reducing them to dust, forcefully creating a bloody path for Qin Luoshi to break free. In the air, Chun Huaner maneuvered her spirit raven, utilizing its agility to launch relentless strikes from tricky angles, focusing on eliminating high-priority threats that could endanger Zhou Qingqing. The entire Dragonfang squad operated with flawless coordination, as though they had endured countless life-and-death trials together. It was hard to believe this was only their second joint battle. We can't keep draining ourselves like this. Lu Yuanqing gritted his teeth. As the primary crowd controller, he was expending the most energy. These wraiths just keep coming. If this continues, we'll be worn down to death. Just then, Lin Han's gaze sharpened. In the distance, several arrows infused with dark energy suddenly shot forth, their trajectories cunning and sinister, aimed directly at Qin Luoxi's back as she exited the battle zone. Qin Luoxi, behind you! Lin Han shouted urgently, but the arrows sped toward her with deadly precision, the situation growing dire. The arrows shot through the air like lightning, their piercing sound sharp and shrill. Exhausted and barely able to react, Qin Luoxi could only rely on her years of combat instincts to narrowly evade the onslaught. However, she vastly underestimated the sheer number of arrows. An overwhelming rain of them descended like a swarm of locusts. Her figure weaved and darted amidst the barrage, narrowly avoiding fatal strikes. Just as Qin Luoxi was about to suffer a devastating blow, Lin Han's mind sprang into action. With a ripple in the air, the colossal figure of Xuanwu suddenly appeared in front of her, completely obstructing her view. Qin Luoxi immediately understood Lin Han's intention. Xuanwu, diamond barrier, Lin Han commanded. Xuanwu's massive body rose into the air, its impenetrable shell firmly shielding Qin Luoxi. Simultaneously, Lu Yuanqing unleashed his absolute zero ability to alleviate the pressure on Xuanwu. Get down here, roared Han Liahu, his voice like a winter gale. An icy wind erupted from nowhere, freezing some of the arrows mid-flight. The remaining arrows struck Xuanwu's shell with deafening metallic clangs, sparks flying in all directions. The fortified shell, enhanced by the diamond barrier, effortlessly deflected the attacks, while the dark energy embedded in the arrows was completely dispelled by Xue Wushuang's holy light grass. Lin Han realized they couldn't keep this up for long. Seeing Xue Wushuang's purification of the darkness gave him an idea. A bold plan formed in his mind. Uncle Lu, please help Xuanwu block as many arrows as possible, he called out. Lu Yuanqing nodded in agreement, channeling his full Beastmaster power. Torrents of ice elements swept across the battlefield, significantly slowing the barrage of arrows. Yet, within the mist-filled city of the Forsaken, the source of the arrows remained a mystery. Analyzing the trajectory of the arrows, Lin Han called out to Xue Wushuang, who was deep in concentration. Fat Cat, 10 o'clock direction, focus all holy light there immediately. Without hesitation, Xue Wushuang executed the command. Blinding holy light pierced through the fog, revealing the imposing silhouette of an ancient city in the distance. On the city walls stood rows of spectral archers, their ghostly forms releasing a volley of arrows every 10 seconds in perfect unison. Finally found it, Lin Han murmured with a grin. Qilin, scorching inferno, burn those ghosts to ash. The Qilin let out a thunderous roar, its fiery red scales gleaming under the holy light. A surge of fire elements engulfed the battlefield, leaving everyone present in awe. Could that really be the mythical Qilin? Lu Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. A young man possessing the legendary Qilin completely redefined his perception of the Dragon Fang squad. The crimson sky hung over the battlefield like a massive curtain, casting an ominous shadow. Lu Yuanqing was lost in thought when a wave of searing heat rushed toward him. In the distance, flames roared atop the ancient city walls, their fiery tongues hungrily devouring the time-worn bricks. Brother Han, you're amazing. Chen Huaner clasped her cheeks with both hands, her eyes sparkling with admiration, as if she had just witnessed a miracle. Qin Luoxi stood silently behind Xuanwu, his calm gaze fixed on the scene before him. His fists clenched involuntarily as he felt the immense energy pulsating in the air. Am I really this far behind him? Although he knew he couldn't yet reach Lin Han's earth-shaking power, the realization did not discourage him. Instead, it ignited a fire in his heart. The vast gap in strength between them, despite being the same age, fueled his determination. In that moment, Qin Luoxi silently vowed his first goal would be to surpass Lin Han. Boom! Lin Han poured all his beast-controlling power into the Qilin. The little creature did not disappoint, unleashing the full might of its fiery wrath. Several massive fireballs streaked toward the city walls with devastating force, their brilliance blinding everyone. Yet the suffocating pressure they exuded was palpable, striking fear into the hearts of all who felt it. Incredible, Xue Wushuang muttered, panting, as he illuminated the path ahead for Lin Han. He chuckled between breaths. You've been secretly getting stronger behind my back, haven't you? Seeing his childhood friend grow to such heights, a look of pride and satisfaction spread across his face. Fat Cat, hang in there. If my guess is right, that Nether Ghost General must be hiding within the ancient city. Lin Han smiled faintly, his sharp eyes watching as the inferno consumed the walls, reducing the ghostly figures atop them to nothingness under the scorching heat. Han, I don't think I can hold out much longer. After enduring a series of grueling battles, Xue Wushuang had reached his limit. He could only manage a wry smile as he admitted his exhaustion. Lin Han swiftly took down the ghostly crossbowmen and ghostly captains, earning a substantial amount of experience points. Just then, a sudden system alert popped up. You have reached the limit of your third-tier advancement. Please proceed to the temple to undertake the advancement quest as soon as possible. Looks like I've hit another bottleneck. Lin Han chuckled softly, shaking his head. He couldn't help but wonder if his rapid leveling would attract unnecessary attention. As the embers of the blazing inferno gradually faded, the distant ancient city became shrouded in mist once more. To everyone's astonishment, the once aggressive horde of spectral enemies began retreating in an orderly manner, like a disciplined army. This peculiar behavior made Lin Han suspicious. Could it be that the ghost general within the ancient city possessed the power to command all the specters in this forsaken land? If that were true, their situation might become far more perilous. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Why did those guys suddenly retreat? Could it be they were intimidated by my overwhelming aura of dominance? Xue Wushuang gasped for breath, his bravado intact despite his near-depleted strength. Lin Han quickly steadied the wobbling Xue Wushuang and teased. More like your aura of stubbornness scared them off. Fat cat, how are you holding up? Xue Wushuang forced a grin. Don't worry, I can still keep going. He shrugged off Lin Han's support, stubbornly standing up straight. Lin Han frowned. Without Xue Wushuang's holy light to aid them, the journey to the ancient city would undoubtedly be more dangerous. As the surroundings grew darker, the group retrieved the luminous pendants distributed earlier by Lu Yuansheng. Infused with energy, the pendants emitted a faint glow, but it was nowhere near as effective as the holy light grass Xue Wushuang had used before. At that moment, Qin Luoshi approached Xue Wushuang expressionlessly and handed him a small porcelain vial. These are restorative pills. They'll help you recover. Don't slow us down. Do you think I pushed myself this hard for fun? It was to save you, you tomboy, Xue Wushuang retorted. But the sharp look Lin Han shot him made him quickly change his tone. Just take it. She's being kindant, be ungrateful. Realizing his mistake, Xue Wushuang remembered Qin Luoshi's reputation for having a harsh tongue but a soft heart. He reluctantly muttered, fine, I'll graciously accept your medicine, but as he reached for the vial, Qin Luoshi abruptly pulled it back. If you're going to act like it's such a burden, then forget it. Caught off guard, Xue Wushuang had no choice but to humble himself. No, I was just joking. Really. He tried to console himself internally, deciding it wasn't worth arguing with someone who didn't fit neatly into any category. Satisfied, Qin Luoshi finally tossed him the vial. She then took a pill herself and sat down to meditate, replenishing her beast-taming energy. She also recalled her heavily drained netherworld violet fox into the beast space for recovery. Lu Yuansheng proposed taking a short rest at their current location to regain their strength before pressing onward. Lin Han, however, suddenly turned serious and asked, Uncle Lu, Huaner, do you both still have some energy left? After receiving their affirmative responses, Lin Han suggested they use Chen Huaner's spirit communing ability to extract information from the specters, avoiding a blind advance into the ancient city. While Lu Yuansheng voiced some concerns, Chen Huaner volunteered without hesitation. In the end, Lin Han decided that Zhou Qingqing and Qin Luoshi would stay behind to look after the now-sleeping Xue Wushuang, while he, Lu Yuansheng, and Chen Huaner ventured out to track down an isolated specter. Guided by Chen Huaner's spirit raven, they soon located a target. Lu Yuansheng commanded his frost tiger to use its ice-based abilities to immobilize the ghostly figure. Huaner, it's up to you now. But remember, don't push yourself too hard, your safety comes first, Lin Han said gently. Chen Huaner's cheeks flushed slightly as she gave a determined nod. Don't worry, Brother Han. Leave it to me. Chen Huaner slowly closed her eyes, gently placing her clasped hands over her chest. A faint blue aura of beast-taming energy emanated from within her. Concentrating deeply, she asked, tell me, what exactly lies within the ancient city? Before her words fully settled, the transparent specter began trembling violently. Its form flickered between clarity and obscurity, as though it could dissipate into nothingness at any moment. It let out a piercing wail, half-human, half-beast that struck the very souls of everyone present. Lin Han narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the specter's reaction. His suspicions about the differences between this specter and ordinary feral beasts deepened. Despite the uncertainty, he was determined to uncover the truth. Did it fail? Lu Yuansheng asked, his tone laced with concern. No, not yet, Chen Huaner replied through gritted teeth. She immediately shifted her question. Where is the Nether Ghost General? She strained to maintain her spiritual connection, but the immense drain on her beast-taming energy left her complexion increasingly pale. At last, the specter reacted, emitting a sharp, eerie voice. Nether Ghost General. We're onto something. Huaner, you must hold on. Lin Han's eyes lit up, his instincts telling him that critical information was within reach. Chen Huaner nodded weakly, pushing herself to sustain the fragile connection with the specter. Though the specter had already lost most of its soul, making communication exceedingly difficult, she managed to re-establish the link just before it was about to vanish completely. This thing's on its last legs, can't take much more, Lu Yuanqing muttered, frowning as he signaled the frost tiger to tighten its control, ensuring the specter posed no harm to Chen Huaner. Give it back. Give it back to me. The specter suddenly erupted with a vengeful roar, its overwhelming hatred engulfing everyone in its vicinity. Huaner. Lin Han's pupils contracted as he watched Chen Huaner cough up a mouthful of blood and collapse backward. He moved like lightning, catching her slender waist just in time. The specter disintegrated entirely under the surge of energy. Leaning against Lin Han's chest, Chen Huaner's cheeks flushed red as she avoided his gaze. I'm fine. Sorry for troubling you, Brother Han. I couldn't control the specter properly, it ended up perishing. Lin Han's brows furrowed deeply. The specter doesn't matter. What matters is your safety. Next time, if things get out of hand, you must step back. No more pushing yourself too far. Chen Huaner's heart warmed at his words. In a soft voice, she explained, that specter wasn't just different from regular feral beasts, it doesn't even belong to the realm of living beings. I was hit by a soul backlash just now. My spirit is damaged and will need time to recover. Hearing this, Lin Han's expression darkened. Spirit damage was no trivial matter, it could have lasting consequences on future cultivation. Many prodigies in history had seen their journeys cut short due to such injuries, leaving their progress forever stagnant. This is serious, Lu Yuanqing sighed. Healing spirit damage is incredibly difficult. The necessary materials are rare and practically impossible to buy, even with money. Yet Chen Huaner maintained her usual optimism. It's all right. I won't hold everyone back on this mission. As for my spirit injury, we can deal with it after the task is done. There's bound to be a way. Though she put on a brave front, as a spiritual communicator, she understood better than anyone the gravity of her condition. Lin Han suddenly remembered the vast array of treasures in the system marketplace. As long as he had enough currency, a remedy to heal her soul would surely be within reach. Without hesitation, he opened the system marketplace interface, his fingers swiftly gliding across the search bar. Before long, he locked onto a rare and precious healing elixir, the Ice Peak Snow Lotus Essence. This elixir was derived from the essence of a 9-turned snow lotus found atop the endless icy peaks, refined through a unique process. It possessed miraculous properties to repair damage to the soul. However, it could only be consumed once in a lifetime and was priced at 500 currency points. Lin Han glanced at his remaining balance of 568 points, but didn't hesitate for a moment before clicking purchase. Though the currency points were valuable and could be earned again through future tasks, if he delayed and compromised Chen Huaner's future, the guilt would haunt him forever. Huaner, take this, Lin Han said, his gaze fixed on Chen Huaner's pale face. With a flick of his hand, a small, crystal-clear white vial appeared in his palm. Even with the cap sealed tightly, a biting chill emanated from it, spreading through the air. Is this the aura of the Ice Peak Snow Lotus? Lu Yuanqing, who was skilled in ice-based techniques, immediately sensed the unique energy contained within the vial and exclaimed in astonishment. That's right. It's the Ice Peak Snow Lotus Essence, capable of healing damage to the soul. Lin Han confirmed with a nod. He then uncorked the vial and brought it to Chen Huaner's lips. No, Brother Han, this is far too precious. I can't accept it, Chen Huaner said, shaking her head and waving her hands in refusal. Let's find another solution once we return. No, it'll be too late by then, Lin Han said firmly, his expression resolute. This happened because of me, and I must take responsibility. With that, he prepared to administer the elixir to her himself. Seeing the unwavering determination in Lin Han's eyes, Chen Huaner realized that further refusal would be futile. Reluctantly, she complied and drank the Ice Peak Snow Lotus Essence in one gulp. The Ice Peak Snow Lotus elixir was icy cold as it entered Chen Huaner's mouth, but as it flowed down to her chest, it transformed into a warm current, soothing and nourishing her very soul. How do you feel? Lin Han asked with concern. A gentle smile blossomed on Chen Huaner's face as she nodded firmly. Hang, you're amazing. This Ice Peak Snow Lotus elixir is incredible. Just one dose, and it completely healed my injuries. Of course, Lin Han explained. Even during peak production, this elixir sells for 5 million Star Dragon coins. In times like these, its price can skyrocket to 10 million on the black market. What? 10 million? Chen Huaner's cherry-like lips parted in shock, her heart filled with disbelief. Realizing she had just casually consumed such a priceless elixir, she felt a pang of guilt. Hang, after we complete the mission, I'll share my rewards with you. Huaner, there's no need to be so formal, Lin Han said with a smile. This was my idea in the first place, and since you got hurt because of it, it's only right that I take responsibility. As he spoke, he unconsciously reached out to gently ruffle Chen Huaner's hair, silently noting to himself how soft and silky it felt. Chen Huaner's cheeks instantly turned a deep shade of red, and she froze in place, unsure how to react. The awkward silence that followed made Lin Han realize he might have overstepped. Ahem, since you're all better now, let's go regroup with the others, Lin Han said, clearing his throat awkwardly. Chen Huaner nodded cautiously, her face still flushed with warmth. Lu Yuanqing observed the interaction with a knowing smile, as if he had seen right through them. Lin Han forced out a laugh and quickly averted his gaze, surprised that the usually refined and composed Lu Yuanqing could have such a teasing side. By the way, Chen Huaner suddenly exclaimed, I discovered something important from the wraith. Lin Han immediately stopped in his tracks. What did you find? Just as the wraith dissipated, I sensed that its true soul seemed to originate from the direction of the ancient city. Although I'm not entirely certain, Chen Huaner explained. The ancient city again, Lu Yuanqing said, shaking his head with a wry smile. It seems we have no choice but to go there this time. If our suspicions are correct, all the secrets of the Forsaken Capital should be hidden within the ancient city, Lin Han said, taking a deep breath. After regrouping with the other three, Chen Huaner briefly recounted their encounter. Lin Han solemnly reminded everyone to remain vigilant about the Nether Ghost General lurking in the ancient city. Well, since we're here, we might as well take on the Ghost General if we have to, Xue Wushuang said cheerfully, her energy restored. TCH, don't treat the Nether Ghost General like some ordinary beast from a low-level dungeon, Zhou Qingqing said coldly. Just don't drag us down. With Qin Luoxi's silent approval, the team set out once more. Xue Wushuang's holy light illuminated their path as they carried ample energy rods for emergencies. As they approached the ancient city, an unsettling realization dawned on them: there were no wraiths in sight. Lin Han led Qilin and Xuanwu ahead to scout, and before long, they arrived at the city wall where he had previously used his skills. The sight before them was awe-inspiring. The city wall was in ruins, with rubble and debris scattered everywhere, resembling an apocalyptic wasteland. The ancient city was vast, estimated to cover a third of the area of Hueda City. To think Hueda City is considered a major metropolis in the entire Star Dragon Empire. This ancient city must be enormous, Xue Wushuang remarked with astonishment. If my guess is correct, the Nether Ghost General should be in that tallest building over there, Chen Huaner said, pointing toward the misty depths. That location aligns exactly with the direction the Wraith's soul indicated earlier. Lin Han, which direction do you think we should take? Qin Luoxi asked, unusually taking the initiative to speak. Lin Han raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. I think we should follow Huaner's suggestion. The Nether Ghost General is likely in that direction. Everyone nodded in agreement and began heading in the direction Chen Huaner had indicated. A dense, ominous darkness enveloped the surroundings, sending chills down their spines. Fatty, shrink the range of the holy light to just around us. Don't let it extend outward. We don't want to alert anything, Lu Yuanqing instructed cautiously. Since entering the ancient city, he had felt an eerie presence everywhere, making him suspect that countless malevolent spirits lurked in the shadows. All right, but Uncle Lu, could you stop calling me that? Xue Wushuang forced a smile, thinking to himself that he was just sturdy, not fat. He obediently retracted the holy light, limiting it to the group's immediate vicinity. Got it, little Xue Wushuang, right? Lu Yuanqing awkwardly corrected himself, narrowly avoiding another slip-up. Exactly. And isn't my name awesome? Xue Wushuang tilted his chin up proudly. Quiet, fat cat. Lin Han suddenly cut in, interrupting the banter. Everyone immediately went on high alert, staying still and carefully sensing their surroundings. There are spirits nearby. Qin Luoxi abruptly opened her eyes, her expression grim. And a lot of them, Chen Huaner whispered cautiously. Han, should we take them on? Xue Wushuang asked in a hushed tone. No, we need to save our strength for the Nether Ghost General, Lin Han replied decisively. Before his words fully landed, the dense fog around them dissipated, revealing the entire ancient city. What the? Xue Wushuang gasped in shock. Before them lay an ancient training ground, littered with dusty weapons. At the center of the field, countless ghostly soldiers stood in neat formations. As soon as the spirits noticed the group, an eerie glow burst forth from their hazy faces, and they surged forward to encircle them. Be careful. These spirits are much stronger than the ones outside the city, Lu Yuanqing shouted as he summoned his Frost Tiger to unleash Absolute Zero, slowing the spirit's approach. Lin Han observed the ghostly soldiers clad in ancient armor, wielding extraordinary weapons, all of which appeared to be gold-tier gear. Lu Yuanqing waved his hand, and the Frost Tiger unleashed icy blades, shattering a swath of spirits into dust, their equipment disintegrating into nothingness. Lin Han felt a pang of regret. If they could somehow take those gold-tier weapons back and sell them, they'd be worth at least 2,000 or 3,000 premium points. But alas, they were merely illusions, vanishing into thin air. Han, we're surrounded. There are more spirits coming from behind, Shui Wuxuang said with a bitter smile. The path they had come from was now teeming with spirits, surging toward them like a tide. Something's off. How can these mindless spirits be so coordinated? Lin Han commanded the Qilin and Xuanwu to hold off the pressure from both sides while calmly analyzing the situation. It's likely the Nether Ghost General directing them, Qin Luoshi said, her nether purple fox leaving a trail of defeated spirits in its wake. Breakthrough. Let's go straight for the Nether Ghost General. Lin Han's gaze locked onto the central palace, a place radiating immense power. Instead of wasting time here, let's cut off the head of the snake. The Qilin unleashed a ground eruption, spewing molten lava that incinerated a large number of spirits. Not to be outdone, the Xuanwu charged forward with its massive, mountain-like body, plowing through the enemy ranks. Holy Light Herb, boost us. Fat Cat activated his skill, enveloping the group in a warm glow that significantly enhanced their stats. Lin Han felt a surge of power coursing through him. Strength increased by 23,589, agility by 26,365, spirit by 16,897, and constitution by 19,568. With the buffs in place, even the Qilin could now instantly cast Inferno Blaze. Torrents of lava rained from the sky, shaking the earth with deafening roars, reducing countless spirits to ashes. Now's our chance. Follow me. Lin Han leapt onto the Xuanwa's shell. Despite being a turtle, the Xuanwa's speed was on par with the Frost Tiger. Lu Yuanxing unleashed his ultimate move as well. Frozen Prison. The surrounding area transformed into a frozen wasteland, instantly encasing the spirits in unbreakable ice. With the combined efforts of the two powerhouses, the group finally managed to break through the encirclement. Staring at the towering palace that seemed to pierce the clouds, Lin Han took a deep breath and turned to his companions, his expression grim. The Netherworld Ghost General is most likely inside. Everyone, stay alert. The palace gates were barely ajar, yet even from 10 miles away, the group could feel the eerie, oppressive darkness emanating from within. They hadn't encountered swarms of wandering spirits on their journey, as most seemed to have been drawn to the martial arena. Thanks to Qin Luoshi's mastery of the Netherworld Shadow Fox's ghostly illusion skill, they had been able to move like phantoms across the ancient city's rooftops and walls, avoiding numerous dangers. Additionally, the mysterious dissipation of the abandoned city's fog had made their trek unusually smooth. Be careful, the palace perimeter is guarded by fully armed specters, roughly level 29, Qin Luoshi reported, emerging from the shadows after scouting the area. How many of them are there? Lin Han asked, his brow furrowed. 134, Qin Luoshi replied curtly. The strength of this level 29 specter army was formidable. Engaging them hidden would likely exhaust the group before they even got the chance to face the Netherworld Ghost General. It seems the Ghost General has already anticipated our intentions and set up an impenetrable defense around the palace. Lin Han thought to himself. As he had suspected, this general was a highly intelligent entity, vastly different from the mindless wandering spirits. Then let's carve a path through and strike at the heart, Shui Wuxuang declared, clenching her fist with determination. No, we're severely outnumbered. A direct assault would be reckless, Zhou Qingqing interjected firmly. Qin Luoshi proposed. There's a blind spot in the palace's defenses on a secluded side. We might be able to sneak in from there. She had noticed this weakness during her reconnaissance, and it could very well be their breakthrough point. It's our best option for now, Lu Yuanxing nodded, glancing at Lin Han to seek the team leader's decision. Lin Han gave concise instructions. All right, we'll infiltrate through the blind spot. Remember, avoid engaging unless absolutely necessary. The group immediately suppressed their presence to avoid detection by the specters. Just as Qin Luoshi had described, the palace's defenses were impenetrable, with the mindless specters clearly acting under the Ghost General's command. This is the spot, Qin Luoshi whispered as she led the group past patrols to a dark, shadowy corner of the palace wall. There were no guards stationed here, and if they could breach it, they could slip inside undetected. But, how do we get in? Are we supposed to blow a hole in the wall? Chun Huaner asked, scratching her head in confusion. Lin Han gazed up at the towering wall, as high as the tallest buildings in Hueda City, pondering their next move. He stepped forward to inspect the wall's material, hoping to find a way to breach it without alerting the specters. However, the moment his hand touched the wall, a deafening roar erupted from within the palace. Kill! 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 The cries of battle were accompanied by an overwhelming surge of dark energy. Have we been discovered? Lu Yuanxing asked, scanning their surroundings warily. No time to think about it now, we're completely exposed. Lin Han gritted his teeth, realizing they had been in the Ghost General's trap all along. With a powerful punch, he shattered the wall, sending debris tumbling and creating a massive opening. Head for the palace immediately, Avoid fighting the specters if possible, your safety comes first. A flood of elite level 30 specters surged toward them, far stronger than the scattered minions they'd encountered outside. Xuanwu, water arrows. Lin Han summoned the massive Xuanwu beast, whose mountainous form brought a sense of reassurance to the group. With its enhanced strength, Xuanwu conjured 10 enormous water arrows imbued with potent elemental energy, enough to fend off the specters. Yet the sheer number of enemies remained the Dragon Fang squad's greatest challenge. No matter how many they defeated, the specters kept coming, seemingly endless in their assault. Damn it, how many of these things are there? Fat Cat complained in frustration. As a support specialist, his buffs were indispensable. Thanks to Xue Wushuang's sacred light herb, everyone was performing beyond their usual limits. The group pressed forward, their teamwork growing more seamless, like comrades bound by life and death. Suddenly, a thunderous voice boomed from the palace. How dare you? Who dares trespass on the territory of the Great Xia? That's definitely the Netherworld Ghost General, Lu Yuanqing exclaimed, summoning icy pillars to pierce through the specters. His gaze was fixed on the palace, resolved to find a way to save Lu Zhanyao. The palace gates exploded outward with a deafening roar, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that engulfed the entire area. The gray skies turned pitch black, making the abandoned city even more desolate and foreboding. Is that the Netherworld Ghost General? Zhou Qingqing asked, her voice trembling as she pointed toward the palace gates. A massive figure, shrouded in swirling black mist, emerged slowly. You insolent mortals dare trespass into the sacred land of the Great Xia? Prepare to face my wrath. The towering figure of the Netherworld Ghost General loomed like a mountain, his oppressive presence palpable. Clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive blade as tall as 2 men, the weapon exuded a chilling aura of bloodshed, silently recounting a history drenched in violence. Faced with such a terrifying entity, Lin Han remained calm, even finding the composure to joke with his companions. However, the plump cat by his side was visibly on edge. Han, this is no time for jokes. This guy looks way too dangerous, it exclaimed nervously. As the Ghost General advanced step by step, Lu Yuanqing made a decisive call. Frost Tiger, hold him off. With a deafening roar, the Frost Tiger responded, unleashing a wave of icy chill that instantly covered the ground in a thick layer of frost. Yet the Ghost General merely smirked disdainfully. With a casual stomp, the solid ice shattered like brittle paper, dissipating into mist. The sight left Lu Yuanqing stunned. His once proud technique had been rendered utterly ineffective. At that moment, a stream of information about the Ghost General flashed before Lin Han's eyes. Race: Netherworld Ghost General. Level: 45. Description: a general from a mysterious ancient dynasty, cursed by the influence of Emperor Wu of Daxia to wander as a ghost, guarding the abandoned city. Don't engage him, Hedon. He's level 45, not 40. Lin Han quickly warned his companions. Lu Yuanqing's face darkened as the realization struck, finally understanding why his attacks had been so feeble. The situation grew increasingly dire. Determined not to hold back, Lu Yuanqing summoned all 5 of his rare-tier beasts in one breath. Aqua Shark, Water Dragon Barrage, Ice Spirit Deer, Ice Prison, Diamond Ape, Earth-Shaking Fist, Gale Falcon, Wind Blade. A dazzling array of elemental attacks erupted simultaneously. Seeing this, Lin Han immediately commanded, Black Tortoise, Water Arrow, Qilin, Earth Burst. He then turned and shouted to the others, leave this to me and Uncle Lu. Focus on clearing the surrounding ghosts. Xue Wushuang, understanding Lin Han's intent, cast a supportive aura over him before swiftly moving to assist the others. The battlefield was instantly divided into 2 fronts, Lin Han and Lu Yuanqing battling the formidable Netherworld Ghost General on one side, while the rest worked to eliminate the surrounding spectral foes. The boost from the Fat Cat infused the Qilin with newfound strength. Once again, the Qilin unleashed its blazing inferno, scorching the heavens, but this time, its power far surpassed what it had been before. The flames swept across the battlefield, and when the thick smoke finally cleared, the once impenetrable armor of the Nether Ghost General was now riddled with cracks. A glint of ferocity flashed through the Nether Ghost General's eyes. Unwilling to back down, his massive frame surged with power as he swung his pitch-black blade through the air, aiming straight for Lin Han and Lu Yuanqing. Wherever the blade passed, waves of dark energy surged like a tide. Move! Lu Yuanqing's pupils contracted as he shouted, swiftly dodging to the side. Lin Han, relying on his extraordinary agility, deftly evaded the deadly strike. He knew all too well that if this terrifyingly powerful attack landed, even the mighty Xuanwu, known for its unmatched defense, might not withstand it, let alone himself. Lu Yuanqing commanded his 5 bonded beasts to continue their ferocious assault on the Nether Ghost General. However, the prolonged battle had taken a toll on him. His face grew increasingly pale, and it was clear he wouldn't hold out for much longer. Though the Nether Ghost General's massive body made it difficult to evade the bonded beast's attacks, his murky eyes blazed with boundless fury. With an earth-shaking roar, he unleashed a devastating storm of dark energy that erupted from his body. This terrifying force not only destroyed physical forms, but also corroded the sanity of living beings. Realizing the danger, Lu Yuanqing attempted to recall his bonded beasts to avoid the onslaught, but it was already too late. The black storm engulfed them in an instant, and the violent backlash caused him to cough up blood on the spot. The bond between a beastmaster and their beasts tied their fates together. When the bonded beasts were injured, the beastmaster could not escape the same fate. Lin Han surveyed the chaotic battlefield, his mind racing. Without hesitation, he commanded Xuanwu and Qilin to temporarily hold off the Netherworld Ghost General. Then, he dashed toward the faltering figure of Lu Yuanqing and caught him just before he collapsed. "Uncle Lu, are you all right?" Lin Han asked, his voice filled with concern. Lu Yuanqing coughed weakly, forcing a faint smile onto his pale face. "Don't worry about me. I can still fight." He retrieved a bottle of pills from his beast-taming space and swallowed one. But as he tried to stand, his legs gave out and he fell again. His 5 contracted beasts had suffered devastating injuries under the Ghost General's relentless assault, which directly impacted his own condition. "Your 2 beasts alone can't stop the Ghost General," Lu Yuanqing shouted hoarsely. "Frostfang Tiger, Frost Prison." The Frostfang Tiger, his sole remaining contracted beast, roared defiantly and charged forward. Though its strength was diminished by its master's injuries, it mustered every ounce of power for a final attack. In an instant, a colossal blizzard tornado materialized, howling with a bone-chilling force as it surged toward the Netherworld Ghost General. The storm cloaked the Ghost General in a thick layer of frost, slowing his movements. Yet, his hollow, black eyes swept dismissively over the struggling Frostfang Tiger, and a mocking grin twisted his face. "This isn't good." The frost prison barely fazed him. "Retreat now." Lu Yuanqing's bloodshot eyes widened in alarm as he grasped the true extent of the Ghost General's terrifying power. But it was too late to escape. Lin Han and Lu Yuanqing, standing at the forefront, had already been marked as his targets. "Prepare to die." A thunderous voice echoed from the forsaken ruins. The Ghost General raised his massive blade, and time seemed to freeze. Everyone but Lin Han was paralyzed by the suffocating killing intent, rendered utterly immobile. "Uncle Lu, watch out!" Lin Han shouted desperately as the Ghost General's blade swung down toward the helpless Lu Yuanqing. In the nick of time, Frostfang Tiger broke free from the oppressive aura through sheer instinct, leaping toward its master. With a deafening crash, the giant blade struck Frostfang Tiger Hedon. Blood sprayed into the air as the beast was sent hurtling across the battlefield, vanishing into the distance. Its fate was uncertain. Frostfang Tiger. The sight jolted Lu Yuanqing back to his senses. He regained just enough control to narrowly dodge the next deadly strike. But with Frostfang Tiger gravely injured, his energy plummeted further. Staggering back, he collapsed to the ground. As the Ghost General's blade descended once more, Lu Yuanqing closed his eyes in resignation, bracing for the end. Suddenly, Zhou Qingqing stepped forward, raising her enormous shield far larger than herself to intercept the fatal blow. The impact left her trembling, her face ghostly pale from exhaustion. "Go. I can't hold him off for long in my current state." Zhou Qingqing gasped. Despite her knightly talents and formidable defensive abilities, she was clearly outmatched. The Ghost General sneered at the shield blocking his path, swinging his weapon with full force. The shield was sent flying, and Zhou Qingqing was hurled backward. Thankfully, her centaur companion caught her midair, absorbing most of the impact and sparing her from severe injury. Lu Yuanqing dragged his battered body out of the fray, shakily consuming another recovery pill. What kind of monster is this?" he muttered in despair. Doubts crept into his mind. Had he made the wrong decision? Not only was he failing to save Lu Zhenyao, but these young fighters might lose their lives because of him. Amidst the dire situation, Lin Han remained unervingly calm. His sharp gaze shifted to Qin Luoshi, who had been recuperating since the battle began, refraining from engaging. Qin Luoshi, what is he doing? Could he be preparing something? Lin Han trusted his team implicitly. If Qin Luoshi had chosen to stay out of the fight for now, there had to be a reason. "Huaner, help me distract the Ghost General," Lin Han called out, seizing the opportunity while the Ghost General's attention was still on Zhou Qingqing. He quickly formulated a plan. With Qilin and Xuanwu as his strongest assets, he knew their combined firepower held the key to victory as long as they had time to launch their attacks. "Leave it to me," Chun Huaner replied, her expression resolute. She deftly commanded her spirit ravens to harass the Ghost General from above. Lin Han observed closely, noting that while the Ghost General possessed rudimentary intelligence, he was largely mindless, relying solely on brute strength. Oblivious to strategy, he failed to realize he was being lured into a trap. The spirit ravens, with their unmatched agility, darted and weaved through the air, staying just out of reach. The ghost general grew increasingly enraged, his massive blade slashing wildly. His dark, malevolent energy surged, sending chills through everyone present. This was the moment Lin Han had been waiting for. With the ghost general's focus entirely diverted, a vulnerability in his defenses finally emerged. Qilin, Zuanwano, Lin Han commanded. The two beasts acted in perfect sync, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Xuanwu's water arrows and Qilin's blazing flames collided midair, merging into a miraculous fusion of opposing elements. Flames surged above the water arrow, with countless wisps of white vapor rising into the air. In that moment, water and fire no longer stood in opposition, but instead intertwined harmoniously, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lu Yuanqing stared in shock at the scene before him. As a seasoned beast tamer with decades of experience, he was well aware of the distinct properties of elemental forces: water, gentle and flowing; fire, fierce and explosive. Typically, when these opposing elements met, they clashed violently, much like water boiling into steam when exposed to extreme heat. Yet, the fiery water arrow before him was unlike anything he had ever seen. It appeared calm on the surface, but within it lay a devastating power far greater than the simple sum of its parts. If a single elemental attack was comparable to the golden-tier strike of a mythical beast tamer, this flawless combination could rival the power of a platinum-tier attack. Despite his injuries, Lu Yuanqing remained completely focused on the water-fire arrow suspended in midair, drawn to its peak. A flicker of hope surged in his heart. This strike might just deal a fatal blow to the Nether Ghost General. Qin Duoer had also noticed the astonishing sight. She maneuvered her spirit raven deftly within a confined space, forcing the enraged Nether Ghost General to remain in place, swinging its sword wildly in frustration. This strategy undoubtedly increased the chances of Lin Han's attack finding its mark. Under Lin Han's meticulous manipulation of beast energy, the water and fire elements finally reached a perfect equilibrium. In the void, it seemed as though an enormous transparent bow had materialized, drawing the water-fire arrow to its full potential, ready to unleash its might. The arrow tore through the air at near supersonic speed. Before anyone could blink, the arrowhead struck the Nether Ghost General's armor. Flames erupted, steam surged, and the figure of the Nether Ghost General was completely engulfed. Although Qin Duoer had preemptively withdrawn her spirit raven, the sheer destructive force of the attack still left her shaken. From within the dense smoke and mist came anguished roars of pain. Lin Han's face lit up with joy. This attack had clearly dealt significant damage. Unlike the superficial injuries inflicted by previous strikes, the unmistakable cries of agony confirmed the severity of the blow. It worked! Lu Yuanqing exclaimed excitedly. Hang, you're amazing! Xue Wushuang shouted with pride, as if he had launched the attack himself. Qin Duoer and Zhou Qingqing both smiled with relief. Only Qin Luoxi remained solemn. She issued a grave warning. Everyone, stay alert. The Nether Ghost General isn't dead yet. No sooner had she spoken than the towering figure emerged from the haze. The Nether Ghost General was still wreathed in flames, with a gaping crack visible on its chest plate, from which dark blood seeped out. Tendrils of shadowy energy coiled around its body, surging toward the wound and quickly staunching the bleeding. However, its once overwhelming dark aura now appeared slightly diminished. How is that possible? Lu Yuanqing muttered in disbelief. Despite the massive damage, the attack had failed to deliver a fatal blow. Qin Luoxi calmly replied, but if we can land a dozen more attacks like that, it should be enough to finish him off. Lin Han nodded in agreement, but he was acutely aware of the challenges they faced. Qin Duoer's efforts to keep the Nether Ghost General occupied had already drained much of her beast energy, and she couldn't sustain it for long. Moreover, executing such an attack consumed an enormous amount of energy. At most, he could manage 5 or 6 more strikes without additional replenishment. The most pressing issue now is figuring out how to buy time to recover our strength and beast energy, Lin Han said, turning to Qin Luoxi. Luoxi, what have you been preparing just now? Qin Luoxi didn't respond directly. Instead, she raised her hand and summoned a massive Creaturia 5-headed serpent. Its deep emerald eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and its blood-red scales scraped against the ground with a metallic hiss. This is my second beast, the 5-headed blood sun serpent, she announced. Lin Han immediately activated his heavenly eye ability to gather detailed information about the beast. A dual attribute creature of shadow and metal, with epic tier skills such as Devour, Slaughtering Thorn, Venomous Breath, and Blood Sun domain. It was a beast native to the abyssal swamps, capable of 4 evolutionary advancements, ultimately reaching the level of a mythical 9-headed world-ending serpent. The sheer rarity and power of the beast left Lin Han astounded. Qin Luoxi elaborated. My 5-headed blood sun serpent has an exceptionally strong control skill that can significantly weaken the Nether Ghost General. Under its debuff, Lin Han, you would only need 4 or 5 more attacks like the last one to gravely injure or even kill him. Really? The group brightened with hope. But the skill can only be used once, and it requires the Nether Ghost General to remain in a fixed area for 1 full minute. Then we'll hold him off for a minute, Lin Han declared resolutely. With a clear method to defeat the Nether Ghost General now in sight, they couldn't afford to give up. The others nodded firmly, summoning their beasts and gripping their weapons tightly, ready for battle. Qin Luoshi acted decisively, commanding the 5-headed Blood Sun Serpent to launch a ferocious attack on the Nether Ghost General. The massive serpent stirred up a cloud of dust as it surged forward, closing in on the Dark General in an instant. The black light in the Nether Ghost General's eyes intensified, as though ignited by killing intent, and his iron sword slashed through the air to meet the attack. One of the serpent's heads, with its meter-long sharp horn, collided directly with the giant sword, while the other heads attacked from various angles, attempting to bite. However, the gap in strength was insurmountable. The 30-level Blood Sun Serpent was forced to retreat, injured, after only a few rounds of combat. Zhou Qingqing quickly stepped in, wielding her giant shield to block several fatal attacks just as the Blood Sun Serpent reached its limit. With these two tanks holding the front line, Lin Han and Qin Huaner began delivering coordinated ranged attacks. The group abandoned reckless offensives and instead focused on observing the Nether Ghost General's movements, timing their strikes to precisely disrupt his actions. As the battle rhythm gradually fell into sync, everyone found moments to catch their breath. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Luoshi activated her bloodline skill, Blood Sun Domain. With a low command, a crimson aura spread from beneath the 5-headed Blood Sun Serpent, forming a circular domain with a 40-meter diameter that enveloped the Nether Ghost General. Countless crimson threads emerged from the ground, slowly winding toward the general. These threads grew thicker over time, and Lin Han immediately recognized this as the powerful control skill Qin Luoshi had mentioned. The 5-headed Blood Sun Serpent, weakened from the skill's energy drain, had to temporarily withdraw from the battlefield. Without the massive beast to bear the brunt of the attacks, the situation became tense. Each strike from the Nether Ghost General sent Zhou Qingqing flying hundreds of meters, leaving the team's formation on the brink of collapse. At that critical moment, Xue Wushuang finally recovered enough beast mastery energy to summon the sacred light grass and activate its binding skill. Pouring all his energy into it, the sacred light grass rapidly expanded, its flexible leaves entwining the Nether Ghost General's limbs and torso while secreting paralyzing toxins. With the binding complete, the Nether Ghost General's movements were almost entirely restrained. Just as the team breathed a sigh of relief, he began to struggle violently, tearing through several leaves. Xue Wushuang shouted urgently, reminding his teammates to keep attacking. Over the next minute, the group realized that only sustained pressure could truly bring this formidable enemy down. Even the severely injured Lu Yuanqing forced himself to rise and cast his skills. As the Blood Sun Domain's effect reached its final second, the crimson threads flared brilliantly. The Nether Ghost General let out a deafening, earth-shaking scream, his aura visibly weakening. Lin Han, now, use the water fire attack, Qin Luoshi urged anxiously. Lin Han immediately unleashed his water fire arrows, while Xue Wushuang concentrated on keeping the sacred light grass tightly binding the general's limbs. 5 consecutive water fire arrows struck the Nether Ghost General's exposed chest with pinpoint accuracy, creating a massive, gaping wound at his vital point. Dark energy surged in an attempt to heal the damage, but the wound refused to close. Sensing the enemy's resistance weakening, Xue Wushuang praised Lin Han with excitement. Qin Luoshi, finally showing a relieved expression, assured the group that the Blood Sun Domain would last for another hour, and together with Xue Wushuang's binding, they had the situation under control. As the team prepared to regroup and conclude the battle, Lu Yuanqing stepped forward with a proposal to conduct an experiment related to the abandoned city. All eyes turned to Lin Han, who, after considering the system mission, agreed to the suggestion with enthusiasm. Uncle Lu, what kind of experiment are you planning to do? Lin Han asked curiously. Lu Yuanqing didn't answer immediately. Instead, he retrieved 2 items from his Beastmaster Space, a seemingly ordinary mirror and a bottle filled with a transparent liquid. What's this? Xue Wushuang recognized the bottle as one used for tequila, but the pairing of the 2 items left him puzzled. Uncle Lu, this doesn't seem like the right place to be drinking, does it? Setting the bottle down, Lu Yuanqing held up the mirror and explained. This is the Soul Mirror, a legendary artifact capable of purifying the corruption and chaos within a soul. A legendary artifact? Qin Huaner's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had never seen something so rare and valuable before. Purifying the soul. Qin Luoshi murmured thoughtfully, as if she had already guessed Lu Yuanqing's intentions. Picking up the bottle, Lu Yuanqing continued. This isn't ordinary liquor. It's a specially crafted potion by Master Carlos. Carlos? Zhou Qingqing hesitated for a moment. That name sounds familiar. Qin Luoshi quickly filled in. He was a royal-level beastmaster from centuries ago, renowned for his soul-related abilities and also a brilliant alchemist. Exactly, Lu Yuanqing nodded. This potion can temporarily restore the consciousness of soul-based entities to what it was when they were alive. Lin Han's face lit up with understanding. Uncle Lu, you're planning to restore the consciousness of the Nether Ghost General to uncover the truth, aren't you? That's right. Lu Yuanqing's voice carried a note of excitement. I prepared this specifically before entering the ruins, and am glad it's finally coming in handy. Then let's get started. Lin Han urged eagerly. Lu Yuanqing approached the Nether Ghost General, who was slumped on the ground. He pried open its mouth and poured the potion in. The liquid quickly spread throughout its body, reaching deep into its soul and suppressing the dark energy within. Slowly, the reasoning that had been dormant for tens of thousands of years began to awaken. It's time for the next step, Lin Han reminded him. Raising the soul mirror, Lu Yuanqing directed its reflective surface toward the massive head of the Nether Ghost General. He called out repeatedly, "You've slept long enough. It's time to wake up." The Nether Ghost General slowly opened its eyes, gazing at its reflection in the mirror. Its face was twisted, and its crimson eyes flickered. The soul mirror emitted soft white light particles that merged into its form. After about 30 seconds, much of the crimson in its eyes had faded. Just as the group began to show signs of relief, the Nether Ghost General spoke in a raspy, broken voice. "Empire, collapse, divine throne, conspiracy. It's all a conspiracy." Though the soul mirror's purification was complete, the Nether Ghost General remained delirious, endlessly repeating the word conspiracy. Lu Yuanqing put away the mirror, unwilling to give up, and pressed it further about the events surrounding the ruined city and the fate of the missing souls. However, no matter how many questions he or the others asked, the Nether Ghost General could only mutter the same haunting refrain. "It's all a conspiracy. Has this guy really regained his sanity?" Xue Wushuang frowned as she scrutinized the situation before her, her tone laced with doubt. Or has he just gone from being a lunatic to a fool? Lin Han carefully observed the scene, analyzing in a low voice. The soul mirror and the dragon's tongue liquor did have an effect, but the real question is whether the Nether Ghost General's mind is barely intact, or if the effects of these two items are simply too weak. His soul is already incomplete. Qin Luoshi spoke slowly, her gaze heavy with concern. It's clear that his soul was forcibly torn apart by some incredibly powerful being. Even the strongest mind-restoring elixirs can't repair fragments of the soul that are already lost. Once gone, they can never be retrieved. Chun Huaner glanced at Lu Yuanqing's face, now etched with despair, and couldn't bear it. She asked softly, "Isn't there truly any way at all?" She thought back to the many times this strong yet gentle man had helped their team during difficult moments, and she couldn't stand to see him lose all hope of saving his son. "Exactly. We still have time. We have to think of something." Zhou Qingqing chimed in anxiously. Qin Luoshi was silent for a moment, lost in thought, before she finally said, "The scattered fragments of a soul can only end up in the cycle of reincarnation. If we want the Nether Ghost General to fully recover, the only solution is to retrieve the fragments of his lost soul." After a brief pause, she added, "Leave him to me. You have a way?" Lin Han asked in surprise, his expression reflecting his disbelief. All eyes, including Lu Yuanqing's, turned to Qin Luoshi. Everyone present understood one thing. During this relic mission, Qin Luoshi had displayed abilities that were nothing short of extraordinary. In the previous boss battle, if it hadn't been for her five-headed blood sun serpent, the team would have either been wiped out entirely or forced to flee in panic with no guarantee that any of them would have escaped. And now, not only had she managed to weaken the Nether Ghost General for a full hour, but she also revealed the possibility of being able to locate fragments of a soul. Such capabilities were far beyond anything they had ever encountered. Without speaking, the group instinctively stepped back, giving Qin Luoshi the space she needed to act. Qin Luoshi closed his eyes and gently placed his palm on the Nether Ghost General. He began channeling the surging beast-taming power within him and commanded in a low voice, "Innate ability. Reincarnation." In an instant, a faint light emerged from the depths of his soul, flowing through his palm and into the Nether Ghost General's body. Qin Luoshi became like a bridge, linking the cycle of reincarnation with the Ghost General's fragmented soul. That thread of light transformed into a guide, searching for the missing pieces of the ghost spirit. A sudden gust of wind arose, stirred by the unleashed beast-taming power, scattering Qin Luoshi's hair tie. His long, jet-black hair cascaded down and danced wildly in the wind. "Wow, I have to admit, old Qin is ridiculously handsome, prettier than most women," Xue Wushuang muttered in awe. "Agreed. He's stunning." Lin Han chimed in. Chen Huaner and Zhou Qingqing's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if they were completely captivated. Only Lu Yuanqing watched thoughtfully, inwardly sighing at the naivety of the younger generation. As the power of reincarnation continued to drain Qin Luoshi's energy, his beast-taming strength was nearly exhausted. Finally, at the critical moment, a cluster of soul fragments emerged and returned to the Nether Ghost General's body. With the task complete, Qin Luoshi turned to the group with a radiant smile and announced, "It's done." His long hair, framing his flawless features, left everyone momentarily speechless. This guy is literally irresistible to both men and women. I might just switch teams. Even Lu Yuanqing found himself momentarily dazed. Noticing Lin Han's subtle gesture, Qin Luoshi realized his hair was still loose. Hastily pulling out a spare hair tie, he gathered his hair back up. "Playing it cool," he remarked. "Come on, guys. It's just that I'm a little good-looking. No need to overreact." "A little good-looking? Old Qin, you're insanely good-looking," Shui Wushuang teased, secretly wondering if Qin Luoshi was some reincarnated celestial beauty. "Brother Qin, even a goddess would pale in comparison to you," Chen Huaner said with genuine admiration. All right, enough with the jokes." Lin Han interrupted, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. "Luoshi, are you sure it worked?" "Of course it worked," Qin Luoshi replied, his tone light despite his evident exhaustion. "My hidden talent, reincarnation, allows me to connect with the cycle of life and death. Coupled with the Nether Ghost General's soul aura, finding the fragments was easy. It just took a lot out of me." Hearing the implied strain in Qin Luoshi's voice, Lin Han nodded. "Get some rest. I'll go check on him." With that, he approached the Nether Ghost General. By now, the crimson glow in the Ghost General's eyes had nearly faded. Though his face was still shrouded in darkness, his demeanor was clearly more composed, no longer ranting about conspiracies. As Lin Han drew closer, their eyes met. "It's been ages since I last saw a human," the Nether Ghost General said in a deep voice, a faint smile appearing on his shadowed face. Lin Han frowned slightly. "Who are you? And why are you happy to see a human?" The Ghost General didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "What year is it now? Who rules the land once known as the Great Xia Empire?" "It's the era of the Star Dragon Empire now. The Great Xia Empire no longer exists," Lin Han replied truthfully. "What? The Great Xia Empire is gone? Impossible." The Nether Ghost General's previously calm demeanor instantly turned agitated. Hearing the commotion, Chen Huaner, who happened to be passing by, chimed in. "Brother Lin Han, I know about the Great Xia Empire. It was the first empire established by humans roughly 3 eras ago. How long is an era in your terms?" the Ghost General asked urgently. "An era is 10,000 years, Lin Han explained, suddenly realizing that the Great Xia Empire had existed 30,000 years ago. No wonder there were so few records of it. Huaner, how do you know about it? After all, it's been 30,000 years. Shouldn't there be barely any records left about our ancestors?" Lin Han asked curiously. "Brother Lin Han, don't underestimate me. I'm a historian, you know. I've participated in numerous studies about the history of dimensional rifts and the empires tied to them," Chen Huaner replied proudly. "The establishment of the Beastmaster system dates back to the Kaiyuan era of the 3 sovereigns in the Great Xia Empire." This sentence seemed to open the floodgates for Chen Huaner, a girl who was usually quiet and reserved. Suddenly, she revealed an astonishing depth of historical knowledge. Before the era of the 3 sovereigns, humanity was still in the age of primitive tribes. It wasn't until the first sovereign, Nuwa, awakened the divine stone that the Beastmaster system was created. Chen Huaner's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she turned to the Nether Ghost General, seeking confirmation. Lin Han raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had always been focused on practical aspects like talent, beast mastery, and combat skills. He never expected someone in his team to have such an extensive understanding of history. Lu Yuanqing, Shui Wushuang, and Zhou Qingxing also moved closer, clearly intrigued by this hidden piece of ancient history. The Nether Ghost General picked up where Chen Huaner left off, a proud expression crossing his face. "That's correct. The second sovereign, Fuxi, mastered the 2 divine beasts, Hichu and Luoshu, leading humanity to its zenith. The third sovereign, Swerin, harnessed the power of the heavenly flame to repel the invasion of the 3 divine clans, earning humanity eternal glory." As he spoke, a trace of melancholy flickered in the Nether Ghost General's eyes. The once glorious empire he held dear had ultimately faded into the mists of time. This sense of impermanence and the rise and fall of civilizations was something that perhaps only Chen Huaner, with her passion for history, could somewhat comprehend. Sensing an opportunity, Lin Han posed the most pressing question. "Senior, what exactly is the story behind this ancient city of ruins?" The Netherworld Ghost General's gaze bypassed Lin Han and landed directly on Chen Huaner. "Is there any connection between the Xinglong Empire and the Daxia Empire?" Lin Han immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. When it came to history, she was indeed no match for Chen Huaner. Chen Huaner remained calm and began to explain eloquently. "From the Daxia Empire to the present, 3 eras have passed. Although countless empires have risen and fallen during this time, the bloodline of Daxia has never been severed. The Xinglong Empire was founded by descendants who carry the dragon blood of Daxia. Today, with the three divine thrones coexisting, even the ferocious beast clans must show respect. Hearing her explanation, the Netherworld Ghost General's expression visibly softened. He began recounting a piece of long-lost history. The Daxia Empire was established by Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu was the strongest being since the three founding emperors of the Kaiyuan era. He not only reached the peak of level 100, but also controlled two divine beasts, the Daxia Dragon Sparrow and the Worm of Time and Space. Everyone held their breath, listening intently. Even someone as knowledgeable as Chen Huaner only had fragmented knowledge about the Daxia Empire from 3 eras ago. To hear it directly from someone who had experienced it was truly rare. Just as Emperor Wu was about to break through to an even higher realm, a dimensional rift suddenly appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. The Ghost General's voice turned hoarse. 6 divine throne-level beings descended, claiming to be envoys from the Temple of Chaos, tasked with executing Emperor Wu. Their power was cataclysmic. We, the guards patrolling the imperial capital, were instantly crushed to the ground. Emperor Wu fought valiantly, attempting to summon the awakened divine stone to aid him, only to find that he could no longer sense its presence. In desperation, he used the bloodline ability of the Worm of Time and Space to send away a large number of his subjects. At the cost of his life, he managed to take down 2 of the divine envoys. Senior, why didn't you leave with the others? Chen Huaner asked softly. I was a holy rank commander under Emperor Wu, in charge of the Imperial Guard. Defending the capital and protecting His Majesty was my duty, the Ghost General declared proudly, his voice filled with unwavering resolve. Lin Han couldn't help but admire Chen Huaner's skill in asking questions. The others, too, began to see their mage teammate in a new light. The Ghost General continued, this ruined city was once the imperial capital of the Daxia Empire. Of the 2 divine envoys who were killed, one was buried alongside Emperor Wu in the underground tomb of the capital, while the other, after death, transformed into a terrifying force of death that polluted the entire city. Everyone who didn't evacuate became vengeful spirits. As for me, my soul was corrupted by this dark power, turning me into what I am now. The truth was revealed, and everyone expressed their gratitude. Shortly after, Lin Han received a system notification indicating the completion of her mission, along with a reward of 10,000 gold points. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Yuanqing asked in a trembling voice, Senior, is there any way to save my son, who has been tainted by the darkness? The divine envoys are the source of the corruption. Only they possess the means to resolve it, the Ghost General replied slowly. Lin Han suddenly had an idea. What about the relics of the divine envoy buried in the tomb? Could they help? Smart kid. The Ghost General's eyes lit up. Obtaining the blood of that divine envoy could indeed dispel the dark corruption. Lu Yuanqing was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Lin Han received a new system mission. To venture into the underground tomb beneath the imperial palace and retrieve the blood of the divine envoy. The reward was 20,000 gold points. Noticing the smile spreading across Lin Han's face, Xue Wushuang teased, Hang, what's got you so happy? Shut up. Lin Han quickly wiped the grin off her face and retorted irritably. After finishing her questions, Chen Huaner eagerly leaned closer to the Nether Ghost General. As a historian, meeting a living relic from the past was nothing short of a divine opportunity. The Nether Ghost General displayed remarkable patience, not only answering her every question in detail, but also sharing many little-known historical secrets. Although Zhou Qingqing wasn't particularly interested in history, she was utterly captivated by these legendary tales, listening intently from the side. Meanwhile, Qin Luoxi sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on restoring her beast-taming powers. Everyone was doing their best to recover and prepare. After all, the palace they were about to explore was the resting place of 2 unparalleled powerhouses. It was likely the area most heavily corrupted by darkness, and they needed to be in peak condition to face whatever lay ahead. About half an hour later, Chen Huaner suddenly exclaimed, Senior, what's happening to you? Everyone turned toward her voice, only to see the Nether Ghost General's body gradually dissolving into shimmering particles of light. Little one, take this map. I believe it will be of use to you, the Nether Ghost General said with a calm tone, seemingly unfazed by his imminent disappearance. He then summoned his beast, the Scorching Cloud Hawk, revealing its impressive attribute panel. From the blazing cloud wings to the rebirth flame, its 9 skills showcased its extraordinary power. It turned out that the Nether Ghost General was once the holy commander under Emperor Wu's command. To hold such a title, his strength likely reached the Saint Seat level. His beast had clearly been nurtured to its peak state as well. Young lady, do you like my beast? Yes, I love it. Chen Huaner replied without hesitation. The Nether Ghost General smiled warmly and took out a beast egg. This is Little Fire's egg. I'm giving it to you. Consider it a way for little fire to leave behind a legacy in this world. Someone who remembers the glory of the great Xia's history must surely be extraordinary. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to fade faster, transforming into countless specks of starlight and vanishing entirely. Chen Huaner's joy turned into sorrow in an instant, and tears streamed down her face. Senior, Senior, thank you, she sobbed. Qin Luoxi walked over to Chen Huaner, gently patting her shoulder. She explained that this was the inevitable result of a fragmented soul returning to the cycle of reincarnation and that, for the senior, it was a form of release. The group then observed a moment of silence, paying their respects to the holy commander who had guarded the capital of the great Xia Empire for 30,000 years. Once their emotions settled, Lin Han suggested they move on. However, they were unaware that elsewhere in the ruins, a figure identical to the Nether Ghost General was slowly taking shape. With the map provided by the Nether Ghost General, they found the entrance to Emperor Wu's palace dungeon within 20 minutes. Under the influence of the world's rules, the entrance exhibited the typical characteristics of a dungeon portal. The system then displayed the description of Emperor Wu's dungeon. This was not only the tomb of Emperor Wu, the founding ruler of the Great Xia Empire, but also the burial place of a divine-tier powerhouse. Heavily corrupted by darkness, the interior was teeming with countless undead creatures transformed by the contamination. Without hesitation, the group chose to enter the dungeon. As the scenery shifted, they found themselves in a space filled with tombstones under a dim, gray sky. Chen Huaner confirmed that this was Emperor Wu's tomb, while Lin Han reminded everyone to stay vigilant against the dark-corrupted undead. After taking some time to recover, most of the group had regained their strength and beast-taming powers. Xue Wushuang soon spotted a structure in the distance that bore a striking resemblance to the ruins of the outer palace. However, it was shrouded in a faint gray mist, making it difficult to see clearly. As they prepared to follow Qin Luoxi's suggestion and head toward the palace, they suddenly heard the sound of earth shifting beneath the tombstones around them. Lin Han immediately shouted, "Run!" and led the group in a mad dash toward the palace. But before they could get far, countless undead began emerging from beneath the tombstones, chasing after them with alarming speed. Activating his heavenly eye, Lin Han identified the undead. They were level 45 dark wraiths, corrupted ancestors of the great Xia's royal lineage. Drawn to the presence of the living, they would relentlessly attack without end. Lin Han immediately summoned the Qilin and Xuanwu, with the two mythical beasts guarding the team from the front and rear. Qin Luoxi's netherworld purple fox appeared next, its figure morphing into a phantom as it lunged toward the undead horde on the right. On the left flank of the battlefield, Chen Huaner's spirit raven and Xue Wushuang's holy light grass worked in perfect harmony. The holy light grass controlled the enemies, while the spirit raven focused on dealing damage. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingqing and Lu Yuanqing maneuvered along the edges of the battlefield, taking care of any stragglers. The battle was exceptionally smooth, with many of the undead being slain before they could even get close. Except for Lin Han, Qin Luoxi, and Lu Yuanqing, most of the team members were merely mid-level silver beastmasters. However, in this ancient ruin, after taking down an overwhelming number of ghosts and undead, their experience points and beastmaster energy were increasing at an astonishing rate. Following a period of rest, everyone was now brimming with fighting spirit. Even Lin Han and Qin Luoxi had gained significant experience from these battles. As the team continued to clear out the undead, they steadily advanced toward the imperial palace. The moment they stepped through the palace gates, a bizarre scene unfolded. All the undead abruptly ceased their pursuit and retreated to their respective gravestones, burying themselves once more. Heh, I was just getting used to fighting these ghouls. Xue Wushuang chuckled. His epic deer holy light grass had a natural advantage against such foes, making him thrive in these battles. I've reached level 20. What about you, Huaner? Zhou Qingqing asked excitedly. I'm maxed out too. Chen Huaner replied. Once we finish this mission, let's awaken together. Count me in. I just hit the cap as well. Xue Wushuang quickly chimed in, imagining how impressive it would be to awaken alongside two beauties. Looks like your squad is on its way to becoming a golden rank team. Lu Yuanqing exclaimed, clearly impressed. These young talents were no less gifted than his own son. Their future potential was boundless. Not just a golden rank team. Luoxi, you've already hit level 30, haven't you? Lin Han suddenly asked. You're no different, Qin Luoxi replied calmly. Wait, does this mean that after this mission, the entire team will awaken? And we'll soon have 2 platinum-tier beast masters among us? Xue Wushuang exclaimed in shock. Lu Yuanqing was left speechless. The extraordinary growth of these 2 young beast masters, coupled with their high-tier beasts, hinted at an extraordinary background. Hang, are you really going to leave me a whole tier behind? Xue Wushuang joked, though his tone carried a hint of resignation. Fat cat, stop pretending. You'd rather slack off than actually contribute, Lin Han teased. Heh, Cat Lord here just loves being carried by the pros. Assisting them makes leveling up feel so much better. Shui Wushuang instantly switched his tone, eliciting laughter from Zhou Qingqing and Chen Huaner. You're shameless, you know that? Saying stuff like that without a hint of embarrassment. Zhou Qingqing teased with a grin. Hey, don't underestimate me. Sure, I enjoy taking it easy, but my contributions in battle are no joke. Shui Wushuang replied, a little indignant. Indeed, whether it was during their time in the frozen ice domain or in this ancient ruin, his support capabilities were impeccable, often overshadowing even Lin Han and the other damage dealers. Zhou Qingqing, too, had benefited from his amplification skills, experiencing firsthand the thrill of a sudden power surge. The Holy Light Grass Epic Deer support abilities were simply unparalleled. All right. Zhou Qingqing finally relented. As the group bantered, they also took the opportunity to recover their strength and Beastmaster energy. Lin Han turned to Lu Yuansheng, who was sitting quietly to the side. Uncle Lu, are you holding up? Can you keep going? During the earlier stages of their mission, Lu Yuansheng, driven by his determination to save his son, had always charged to the front lines, sustaining the most injuries. Now, only his frost tiger remained barely combat-ready among his three beasts. The sight of his unwavering fatherly love brought Lin Han's thoughts back to his long-lost parents, who might also have their own struggles. But the thought was fleeting, and his gaze quickly grew resolute. Staring at the grand palace of the ancient Xia Empire, which had stood for 3 epochs, he said firmly, it's time to move out. The group worked together to push open the palace doors, releasing a thick cloud of dust. Though the palace still retained traces of its former grandeur, centuries of decay had left even the most splendid decorations in ruins. The dragon and phoenix carvings within the hall, however, still exuded a sense of majesty and dominance. Everyone, stay alert. The monsters in the Mythical Emperor's tomb won't be limited to just those outside, Qin Luoxi warned. The darkness here is overwhelming. The corrupted undead should be appearing any moment now, Shui Wushuang said as he summoned his holy light grass, carefully sensing the surrounding energy. With his heightened attunement to the darkness, he naturally took on the role of the team's scout. Zhou Qingqing silently observed Shui Wushuang. Her impression of this teammate, who always claimed to prefer lying low but consistently stepped up when it mattered most, had significantly improved. He truly was a reliable companion. Lin Han's gaze shifted to the elevated platform in the Grand Hall. That was where the Mythical Emperor would have once sat, reigning over his empire. Now, 2 coffins rested there. Even from a distance, the faint golden glow emanating from the coffins was unmistakable. Is that where the Mythical Emperor lies? Lin Han murmured to himself. It should be. And the other coffin likely belongs to the divine servant who ascended to the rank of a god, Qin Luoxi added, her eyes fixed on the platform. If that's the case, the divine servant's blood is most likely hidden there, Lin Han speculated, silently considering that the Mythical Emperor's legacy mentioned in the system's mission might also be found in that very spot. Then what are we waiting for? Shui Wushuang said eagerly. Now that we know where to go, let's check it out. Hearing this, Lu Yuanqing was the first to step toward the platform. However, just as he was about to ascend the first step, an unexpected change occurred. A swarm of undead creatures emerged from the platform, their sheer numbers and speed leaving the group with barely any time to react. These monsters are at least level 45. Stay alert, everyone, Qin Luoxi warned, her voice steady but laced with caution. Her assessment was based on intel they had gathered before entering the Mythical Emperor dungeon. The creatures here ranged from level 45 to 50, with the most formidable of them a level 50 boss likely lurking in the depths, waiting for their arrival. The harsh reality was undeniable. Within their party, Shui Wushuang, Zhou Qingqing, and Chen Huaner had only just reached level 30. Only Lin Han, Qin Luoxi, and the gravely injured Lu Yuansheng were above level 40. The gap in strength was staggering, a nightmare for any ordinary team. If not for the high tier of their summoned beasts, they wouldn't have even made it past the Nether Ghost General earlier. Lin Han activated his celestial eye, instantly analyzing the details of the undead before them. Undead remains. Level 45. Description. Formed from countless corpses in the netherworld over centuries, these skeletal creatures possess a rudimentary intelligence. Be careful, Lin Han cautioned. These aren't humans corrupted by darkness. They're native undead from the netherworld. Their strength could easily surpass that of typical level 45 monsters. So, we have no choice but to take them down if we want to move forward, Zhou Qingqing said, gripping her weapon tightly. All right, let's do this together. Chen Huaner chimed in enthusiastically, her determination unwavering. After countless battles fought side by side, the team's trust in one another had become unshakable. With such powerful and dependable companions at their side, what enemy could they possibly fear? Let's fight, Lin Han commanded, his voice firm. In an instant, the Black Tortoise and the Qilin materialized beside him, their majestic forms emanating power. Qin Luoxi followed suit. summoning her netherworld purple fox and the five-headed blood sun serpent. Chen Huaner's spirit raven swooped in, its sharp cries piercing the air. Zhou Qingqing's body glimmered faintly with white light as she brandished a colossal spear nearly 2 meters long in her right hand, a heavy shield firmly gripped in her left. "Get out of my way!" Zhou Qingqing roared, slamming her shield into the advancing undead. The force sent a cluster of them staggering backward, and with a sweeping motion of her spear, she launched several more into the air. Seizing the moment, Lin Han shouted, "Fat cat, amplify!" Shui Wushuang nodded without hesitation. A surge of radiant energy enveloped Lin Han, amplifying his power. Under the enhancement, the Qilint's blazing inferno and the Black Tortoise's rapid water arrows erupted with devastating force. Fire and water collided violently in the midst of the undead horde, creating an explosive spectacle that obliterated nearly half their numbers in a single wave. Meanwhile, Qin Luoxi darted across the battlefield like a shadow, her movements precise and fluid. She struck with deadly efficiency, her beasts seamlessly complementing her rhythm. Every second, another undead fell to her relentless assault. Shui Wushuang and Chen Huaner worked in perfect harmony, one focusing on offense, the other on control, systematically thinning the enemy ranks. Even in his weakened state, Lu Yuanxing refused to sit idly by. These young warriors were risking their lives to secure the divine servant's blood and save his son. How could he allow himself to merely watch? Summoning the last of his strength, he called forth his Frostclaw Tiger, which joined the fray to assist with finishing off enemies and providing additional crowd control. Though these undead were comparable in level to the Nether Ghost General, their strength was only about twice that of ordinary specters. Against the Dragonfang squad, they were formidable but far from insurmountable. The story continues with thrilling developments, introducing new undead threats, Lin Han's strategic insights, and a lighthearted remark from Shui Wushuang. Due to space constraints, the detailed continuation is omitted here, but rest assured, the action and camaraderie remain as vibrant as ever. The group quickly entered the corridor on the left side of the Grand Hall. Behind them, the corroded soldiers and spirit hounds surged forward like a flood, pouring down from the platform without any regard for their surroundings. The hall's decorations were flattened in their wake. The ground was riddled with deep pits left by the corroded soldiers, emitting a sharp, acrid stench. As they moved into the narrow corridor, the two types of undead creatures scrambled and jostled against each other. The collisions between the corroded soldiers only amplified their corrosive abilities, but when the spirit hounds came into contact with them, their bodies, composed of decayed flesh and bone, were rapidly corroded. The spirit hounds retaliated fiercely, baring their gaping jaws and tearing into their foes. Chaos erupted as the undead began to slaughter each other before they could even reach the group. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Han and his companions swiftly dispatched the already weakened creatures. "Boss Lin Han, you're a genius," Chen Huaner exclaimed excitedly. "Yeah, Hang, your instincts are incredible," Shui Wushuang chimed in. Qin Luoxi, however, rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You're calling that simple tactic genius? You all really need to figure out whether the problem is your intelligence or someone else's brilliance." Lin Han shared Qin Luoxi's sentiment. After analyzing the characteristics of the two types of undead with his heavenly eye, the strategy had naturally fallen into place. He had shared this information with the group in advance, yet only Qin Luoxi had grasped the idea. This left him slightly concerned about the team's potential. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanxing's eyes gleamed with growing admiration. What had started as a hopeful gamble in these ruins had not only uncovered a cure for his son, but also led to the discovery of the blood of the divine servant. This group of young individuals, barely reaching levels 30 to 40, had effortlessly navigated the long-abandoned land of the Forsakina challenge no one from the military academy had conquered in years and even triggered a hidden quest. Their talent was boundless. Overcome with excitement, he felt his physical condition improve and summoned his Frost Tiger to assist in the battle. Lin Han watched as his teammates displayed increasingly synchronized coordination, a sense of pride welling up inside him. The formation of the Dragonfang squad was no impulsive decision. These individuals might very well become his closest allies in the future. Stay alert, everyone. The spirit hounds are almost wiped out. Next up are the corroded soldiers at full strength, Qin Luoxi warned. Although the corroded soldiers had helped eliminate the spirit hounds, the absence of the latter's interference left the group facing these fearsome enemies hidden. After several rounds of combat, only Zhou Qingqing, with her Knight's Blessing ability and Shui Wushuang's Holy Light support, could withstand the corrosive force for an extended period. Dozens of corroded soldiers surged into the corridor, which was several meters high. Zhou Qingqing immediately raised her massive shield, nearly blocking the entire width of the passage. Shui Wushuang promptly cast Holy Light Protection, allowing the group to hold their ground. Lin Han directed Xuanhua's water arrows and Qilint's blazing fire attacks in alternating waves, while Qin Luoxi darted through the chaos with the agility of a shadow hunter, dealing precise strikes. These undead, far stronger than ordinary skeletons, required Lin Han to use 2 full skill rotations to take one down. Qin Luoshi had to strike 7 or 8 times to finish off a single soldier. In the midst of the relentless close-quarters combat, a drop of corrosive liquid splashed onto her leather armor. The material began melting instantly, threatening to reach her skin. Reacting quickly, Qin Luoshi retreated behind Zhou Qingqing and removed the corroded armor. The inner lining had been burned through, exposing a large patch of her fair shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Han immediately tossed her a piece of clothing, which she hurriedly put on. "Kindage, are you okay?" Zhou Qingqing and the others finally had a moment to check on her. "I'm fine, just lost some armor," Qin Luoshi replied, before adding, "Let's push through. There shouldn't be many corroded soldiers left." With their line of sight blocked, the group had to rely on the pace of the enemy's advance to gauge their numbers. Soon, the battle ended, and all the undead disintegrated into dust. "Let's head out and regroup," Lin Han suggested. "We don't know if there'll be another wave of enemies, and the corridor tactics might not work again." The group left the corridor and returned to the platform outside. Considering that the previous monsters had appeared upon stepping onto the stairs, they decided not to take any risks this time and instead chose to rest and recover on the spot. As expected, the rules governing the undead assault on the high platform aligned precisely with Lin Han and his team's prediction. So long as no one set foot on the stairs, the attack would not commence. This granted them a critical respite. "If there's going to be a third wave, it will definitely be more challenging than the last two," Chen Huaner said grimly. Zhou Qingqing nodded in agreement. The undead always rely on overwhelming numbers. If their individual strength increases as well, we might not be able to withstand them. She had already pushed herself to the limit, holding off the corrosive soldiers and spirit hounds earlier. If the enemy became any stronger, her defenses would undoubtedly collapse. The situation was dire. The highest level member, Lu Yuansheng, was gravely injured and only had one battle-ready beast remaining. The other 2 level 40 members, though strong attackers, lacked defensive capabilities. Lin Han Xuanwu, while equipped with defensive skills, could at best provide an additional line of defense, which had limited impact on the overall battle. At this moment, they desperately needed a breakthrough, someone who could unleash power beyond the surface. "Everyone, focus on recovering your strength and your beast's energy. Leave the breakthrough strategy to me," Lin Han said firmly, his voice steady. As the captain of the Dragonfang squad, he knew this was the moment to demonstrate true leadership. Through this relic expedition, Lin Han had not only reached level 30 but also acquired a significant number of fixed and free attribute points. His stat panel now read as follows. Host, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 30. Strength, 95,642. Agility, 97,546. Spirit, 96,542. Constitution, 99,562. Talents, Iron Body S rank. Heavenly Eye Mythical. With nearly 100,000 points in each attribute, Lin Han's power had effectively doubled, enabling them to survive the second wave of undead attacks. But now, to break through once more, he had to rely on the pay-to-win doubling system. The 10,000 gold points he had earned from completing the relic exploration task were enough to upgrade one of his beast's talents to the peerless level. Such a monumental leap would grant his beast a qualitative transformation, easily overpowering any same-tier king-level beast. After careful consideration, Lin Han decided to enhance Xuanwu. Compared to the purely offensive Qilin, Xuanwu possessed both formidable attack capabilities and strong defensive skills. Once upgraded to the peerless level, both aspects would undergo a dramatic transformation, boosting the team's survivability and allowing for greater error tolerance in battle. Having made his decision, Lin Han immediately activated the doubling feature in his beast space. The system's notification chimed. Payment successful. Target, Xuanwu. Doubling initiated. Doubling in progress. Congratulations, host. Beast doubling successful. To avoid exposing the existence of the system, Lin Han refrained from summoning Xuanwu immediately. Instead, he silently reviewed its updated attribute panel. Dark Xuanwu. Grade, Peerless. Species, Xuanwu. Level, 30. Strength, 529,220. Agility, 521,520. Spirit, 511,620. Constitution, 543,520. Skills, 100-fold water arrow barrage. Fires high-speed water arrows, with final damage increasing by 10 per hit. Furious rain of arrows. Summons a magical water element array, unleashing a torrent of thousands of water arrows on a targeted area. Diamond Bastion. Forms a circular barrier with a 10-meter radius, shielding allied units. Xuanwu's Guardian. Randomly intercepts a lethal attack aimed at an ally. Dark Domain. Enhances control over dark element creatures tenfold within the domain. Doubles attack damage. Staring at these staggering stats, Lin Han couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Each attribute now exceeded 500,000, 5 times his own. This wasn't just a numerical increase, it was a monumental transformation. If the current Dark Xuanwu were to face the Nether Ghost General again, a single water arrow might be enough to obliterate it. This kind of leap in power was exactly the breakthrough they needed at this critical juncture. The attributes and skills of the Dark Xuanwu have been comprehensively enhanced. Not only have its base stats increased significantly, but its original skills, Water Arrow and Diamond Wall, have also become much more powerful. Additionally, it has learned several brand new abilities. Lin Han, gazing at these remarkable upgrades, was overwhelmed with excitement and couldn't wait to test the power of these improved skills. What thrilled him even more was the prospect of completing the Mythical Emperor dungeon. Not only would it grant him the Mythical Emperor's legacy, but he would also earn 20,000 premium points. With these points, his Qilin could undergo its first talent doubling, ascending to the level of a peerless beast. Moreover, after his third-tier advancement, he would be able to contract a third beast, propelling his strength to unprecedented heights. The thought of the new companion joining him filled his heart with anticipation. Meanwhile, the rest of the team spent the past half hour in a state of anxiety. Chen Huaner, after a moment of hesitation, finally spoke up, "Brother Lin Han, maybe we should give up this time. Once everyone has successfully advanced in their professions, we can come back to help Uncle Lu retrieve the blood of the divine servant." This was actually a request from Lu Yuanxing, who had asked her to bring it up. During the last battle, they had only managed to get through by provoking two undead factions to fight each other, thereby depleting most of their strength. The upcoming third wave, however, would undoubtedly be even more dangerous. While Lu Yuanxing desperately wanted to heal his son, he would never do so at the cost of the lives of these young people who were helping him out of kindness. Just as Chen Huaner was about to continue persuading him, Lin Han raised a hand to stop her. "I already have a plan. In a moment, you all should step back a bit or even leave the main hall entirely. As for the third wave, I'll handle it alone." Lin Han's proposal left everyone in the room utterly stunned. Chen Huaner and Lu Yuanxing exchanged bewildered glances, while Qin Luoxi, Shui Wushuang, and Zhou Qingqing fell into a heavy silence. Despite having witnessed Lin Han's extraordinary power in the ruins, the notion of him single-handedly facing an army of level 45 undead seemed far-fetched, if not impossible. "Don't look at me like that, I'm serious," Lin Han insisted, his voice steady but firm. Yet, as the group continued staring at him as if he'd lost his mind, he realized it was time to prove his words. With a single command, a massive black beast materialized from his beast-taming space. The sheer presence of the creature made everyone instinctively summon their own beasts or draw their weapons in preparation. "Are the undead attacking already?" Shui Wushuang exclaimed in alarm. As the beast fully emerged, its form became clear, a creature resembling the legendary Xuanwu, but far more fearsome. It bore a ferocious dragon's head, limbs as thick as towering columns, and eyes so deep and dark they seemed capable of consuming the very soul. Its back was shielded by dense, black scales, while a massive serpent coiled menacingly around its tail. Though its silhouette resembled Xuanwu, its size was nearly double, and the aura it exuded was no longer one of calm stability but of overwhelming, destructive darkness. "This is Xuanwu," Lin Han explained, a hint of pride in his voice. "Except, well, he accidentally evolved into a supreme-tier Dark Xuanwu." Accidentally? Evolved? Supreme-tier? The group was left speechless, their minds struggling to process his words. A method capable of evolving beasts to such a level was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, the undeniable power radiating from the Dark Xuanwu made it clear that Lin Han wasn't exaggerating. Trusting in his abilities, the group ultimately accepted his proposal. After a brief rest, everyone, except for Lin Han, retreated to the palace gates. According to Lin Han, Xuanwu's newfound strength came with immense destructive power, making it difficult to protect others during battle. He needed to test the waters alone. Once more, Lin Han summoned the Dark Xuanwu. Despite its colossal size, it fit surprisingly well within the Grand Palace Hall, a testament to the majesty of the ancient structure. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Beast Emperor of old had once commanded similarly massive creatures here, with the hall's towering ceilings designed to accommodate such beings. Alongside Xuanwu, Lin Han also summoned his Qilin. The mighty beast glanced at Xuanwu, momentarily taken aback by its transformation. Sensing its curiosity, Lin Han reassured it with a grin. "Don't worry. Once this battle is over, I'll be your turn to evolve." The Qilin, as the sovereign of all beasts, naturally yearned for greater strength, and Lin Han had already decided to use the 20,000 premium points he was about to earn to enhance it fully. Steeling himself, Lin Han ascended the steps leading to the raised platform at the center of the hall. Suddenly, an icy chill emanated from the shadowy coffin resting there. Moments later, towering knights astride spectral warhorses began to materialize out of thin air. Through his heavenly eye, Lin Han quickly identified them. Nether Knights, level 48. Elite cavalry of the Underworld Lord's Nether Legion, high-ranking undead with extensive combat experience. Skills: Deathly Thrust, Fatal Charge, War Stomp, Soul Reap. These Nether Knights were formidable enough to serve as final bosses in most other dungeons. Yet here, there were 20 of them. The sheer power of such a cavalry unit charging in unison was staggering, and Lin Han couldn't help but feel the weight of the challenge ahead. Outside the palace, the group watched the unfolding scene with bated breath. Chun Huaner's voice trembled with worry. Do you think Lin Han can handle this? Of course he can. Surprisingly, it was Lu Yuanxing, who had only known Lin Han for a few days, who spoke up with conviction. I may be 20 years your senior, but I've seen my fair share of people. I believe in Lin Han. Shui Wushuang also smiled confidently. Brother Han never takes on a fight he's not prepared for. Just watch. Still, he summoned his holy light grass, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Back inside, the 20 colossal Nether Knights charged forward like an unstoppable tidal wave. Lin Han, however, remained calm. Instead of meeting them heat, he commanded the Dark Xuanwu to activate its adamantine barrier. A translucent, impenetrable shield expanded from Xuanwu's body, forming a protective dome with a 10-meter radius that enveloped both Lin Han and the Qilin. In the blink of an eye, the Nether Knights reached the barrier, their spectral steeds thundering forward with unrelenting momentum, slamming into the adamantine barrier with a force that shook the very air. With a deafening crash, the impact sent shockwaves rippling in all directions, so powerful that even Qin Luoxi and the others in the distance felt the tremors. Shui Wushuang anxiously turned her gaze toward the battlefield, her face etched with worry. As the dust settled, the group saw that the iron armor on the head of the Nether Knight's steed had been shattered, yet the invisible barrier remained unscathed. Lin Han's heart leaped with joy. Dark Xuanwu's defense truly lived up to its reputation. Still, despite his confidence in Xuanwu's abilities, the overwhelming disparity in both level and numbers between the two sides kept him on edge. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han immediately commanded Xuanwu and Qilin to launch a counterattack. Qilin's signature move, Inferno Blaze, engulfed the Grand Hall in flames, the roaring fire casting a crimson glow on everyone's faces. The familiar sight of this powerful skill filled the team members with renewed determination, and they cheered Lin Han on from afar, knowing the battle had surpassed their own capabilities and that their role was to lend moral support. Though Qilin's attack wasn't fatal, it successfully weakened the frontline knights. Following up, Dark Xuanwu unleashed Water Arrow Barrage, a torrent of water arrows raining down on one of the Nether Knights. The knight, sensing the imminent danger, attempted to evade but was hindered by the cramped battlefield. Just as Lin Han thought the attack would inflict serious damage, the knight suddenly activated Undead Charge, teleporting 10 meters away from the adamantine barrier, causing most of the water arrows to miss their mark. Enraged by the failed assault, Dark Xuanwu unleashed a new skill, Furious Arrow Storm. Tens of thousands of water arrows materialized within a deep blue magic circle, blanketing all the Nether Knights. While many knights managed to escape using Undead Charge, 5 were struck, their bodies and mounts sent sprawling. Yet, these injured knights did not disintegrate into ash as typical undead would, indicating they had not truly perished. Lin Han ordered Qilin to use Inferno Blaze to finish them off, but eerily, they remained intact. This anomaly furrowed Lin Han's brow in deep concern. The remaining 15 knights regrouped and shifted their strategy, focusing their attacks on a single spot of the adamantine barrier. Lin Han's alarm grew. These adversaries had suddenly become far more strategic. He was acutely aware that the barrier had both a time limit and a durability threshold. With no other option, he commanded relentless attacks, cycling through Inferno Blaze, Water Arrow Barrage, and Furious Arrow Storm. The clash of fire and water elements created continuous explosions across the battlefield, rapidly reducing the number of Nether Knights to just 5. At that moment, the adamantine barrier finally shattered. Lin Han tensed, bracing himself for the worst. Through the celestial eye, he had learned that the Nether Knights possessed 4 skills: Undead Pierce, Death Charge, War Stomp, and an enigmatic 4th skill, Soul Reap, which had yet to be used. Was it a passive ability? This uncertainty gnawed at Lin Han's mind like a thorn. With their defense compromised, the only hope lay in Dark Xuanwu's raw strength, bolstered by its impressive 500,000 four-dimensional attributes. The remaining 5 knights launched Death Charge simultaneously, closing the distance to Xuanwu in an instant and driving their spears forward with immense force. The combined power of their strike sent Xuanwu's massive form skidding back several dozen meters, though the resulting backlash caused one heavily injured knight to drop his weapon. Lin Han and Qilin seized the opening, swiftly closing in to strike the disarmed knight down. Yet, as before, the knight's body did not disintegrate. Just as Lin Han prepared to retreat, The other knights activated War Stomp. The ground quaked violently, and the surging earth element threatened to trap Lin Han in a perilous situation. Lin Han found himself within the attack range of the War Stomp, teetering on the edge of life and death. At the entrance of the Grand Hall, the team members witnessed this perilous moment. Xue Wushuang immediately prepared to use the Holy Light Grass to save him, but Qin Luoxi stopped her abruptly. Wait, observe a bit more. Lin Han must have a plan, Qin Luoxi said in a steady voice. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. Xue Wushuang retorted, his tone filled with urgency and anger. Lu Yuanxing analyzed calmly, the Dark Xuanwu is in such good condition. Lin Han wouldn't risk close combat without a reason. He must have a strategy. Before he could finish, a blue circular shield suddenly appeared around Lin Han, completely neutralizing the earth elemental eruption caused by the War Stomp. The sight left the team in awe. This must be a new skill from the Xuanwu. With this shield, it's like an enhanced version of a knight's talent, Zhou Qingqing said enviously. Chen Huaner agreed. If mages could have such a shield, close combat would be nothing to fear. Seeing Lin Han unharmed, Xue Wushuang finally felt relieved but refrained from joining the discussion. Qin Luoxi, however, fell into deep thought. Since entering the academy, she had assumed the gap between her SA rank and the doubles rank of others was minimal. She even believed her combat experience and beast taming skills might surpass theirs. Yet, since the formation of the longest squad, Lin Han's abilities had grown increasingly unfathomable. She couldn't tell whether he was progressing rapidly or had been holding back all along. On the battlefield, only 4 Nether Knights remained, and Lin Han had successfully fended off this wave of attacks on his own. Hope glimmered in Lu Yuanxing's eyes. After enduring the War Stomp, Lin Han immediately activated the Xuanwu Guardian skill of the Dark Xuanwu. The primary goal of this mission was to uncover the truth behind the Soul Harvest skill, and he had relied on the protection of the Xuanwu Guardian to act so boldly. However, contrary to his expectations, the Nether Knights did not use Soul Harvest and instead opted for conventional area effect skills, leaving him even more puzzled. If I can't figure out the truth, then I'll just annihilate all of you first. Lin Han commanded the Qilin and the Dark Xuanwu to launch a fierce assault. This time, he chose to direct the battle from a distance. Within 2 minutes, he had suppressed the Nether Knights until only one remained. Let's see if you'll use it now. Lin Han continued driving his 2 beasts to attack relentlessly. The last Nether Knight's condition deteriorated rapidly, its movements and attacks noticeably weakened. Just as the Dark Xuanwu was about to deliver a fatal blow, the Nether Knight's body suddenly emitted a dark red glow, and it began chanting an obscure incantation. Interrupt him now, Lin Han ordered decisively. The Qilin reacted first, unleashing blazing firestorm at the enemy. However, the Nether Knight remained motionless, continuing its chant. The Dark Xuanwu followed with 100 water arrows in rapid succession, but all attacks mysteriously vanished 5 centimeters before reaching the knight. This left Lin Han stunned. He tried various methods to disrupt the chant, but none succeeded. The team members also noticed the anomaly. There's only one monster left. The fight should have ended by now, Lu Yuanxing remarked, puzzled. Qin Luoxi analyzed. Although there are fewer monsters in this wave, their individual strength is formidable. Lin Han might have triggered some hidden mechanism. What can we do to help him? Xue Wushuang asked, his brows furrowed. The battle was so challenging that he had nearly stepped in to assist several times. Watching the tide turn at the brink of victory only deepened his frustration and his desire to grow stronger. Should we join the fight and increase the damage output? Maybe we can take it down directly, Chen Huaner suggested. Let's observe for now. Lin Han will let us know if he needs our help, Qin Luoxi replied, choosing to trust Lin Han's judgment. The Nether Knight's chant continued for 5 minutes. When it finally stopped, the dark red glow around its body surged, producing a powerful suction force aimed at the corpses of the other Nether Knights on the ground. Dark red gaseous orbs began to rise from the corpses, drifting toward the last knight. Throughout this process, Lin Han's attacks remained futile, unable to prevent what was happening. 19 spheres of dark red energy were devoured one by the Nether Knight, and his body began undergoing a shocking transformation. Lin Han could only watch cautiously, ordering his 2 spirit beasts to retreat to his side. The dark Black Tortoise's diamond barrier had fully recovered, providing sufficient defense against any sudden attacks and buying them crucial reaction time. When the transformation of the Nether Knight finally stopped, a completely reborn undead creature stood before Lin Han. Through the eye of heaven, the creature's detailed information immediately surfaced. Nether Knight Commander level 50. Title: Commander of the Netherworld Cavalry. Origin: once an ordinary Nether Knight, he unleashed the Metal Soul Harvest during a battle, fusing the souls of all his comrades. This dramatically boosted his strength, and after slaying his enemies, he ascended to the rank of Commander. Skills: Undead Thrust, Death Charge, War Stomp, Nether Judgment, Blood Battle Domain. The battle described here, Could it be this one? And the slain enemy? Is that supposed to be me? Lin Han muttered to himself sarcastically. Quite the ego boost, huh? Still, he had to admit that the soul harvesting had indeed led to a qualitative leap for this Nether Knight. His level had shot up to 50, and he had gained 2 new skills. The same abilities wielded by a higher-level undead creature were bound to be exponentially more powerful. Especially those 2 new skills. Nether Judgment seemed like a powerful ultimate attack, while Blood Battle Domain sounded like some kind of berserk ability triggered at low health. Having made these assessments, Lin Han felt unexpectedly calm. The Dark Black Tortoise was essentially a fortress in terms of defense-enhanced physical protection, group shielding abilities, and last resort survival skills all combined to greatly improve their margin for error in battle. The evolved Nether Knight commander now had an even more imposing physique. His battered armor remained, but the dark energy swirling around him had grown significantly denser. 2 curved horns had sprouted from his head, making his appearance resemble a demon more than an undead. Pathetic insects. How dare you attack the Nether Knight under the command of the Divine Throne? Prepare to face the judgment of the Lord of the Netherworld. The Nether Knight commander declared coldly, delivering a melodramatic line before charging with his spear. A flash of undead light streaked through the air as he launched a death charge, attempting to close the distance and kill Lin Han in an instant. Lin Han rolled his eyes and promptly activated the diamond barrier. The ensuing collision was even more violent than before, with shockwaves rippling outward. Cracks appeared on the barrier but were quickly repaired. From his previous encounter with 20 Nether Knights, Lin Han had learned that the diamond barrier could evenly distribute localized damage across its entire surface. Even if cracks formed, the barrier's total energy would swiftly mend them. Judging by the current intensity of attacks, the barrier could endure at least 7 or 8 more hits. This time, Lin Han decided to change his strategy from a prolonged battle of attrition. The Dark Black Tortoise still had an ace up its sleeve, the Dark Domain. With the Nether Knight commander's newfound strength in dark energy, the Dark Domain would likely have an even greater impact on him. As the enemy continued to assault the diamond barrier, the Dark Black Tortoise unleashed its Dark Domain. An inky blackness seeped from its body, expanding rapidly and enveloping the entire battlefield. Through his telepathic connection with the Dark Black Tortoise, Lin Han could see from its perspective. Within the domain, the Nether Knight commander appeared as a mass of darkness that could be manipulated. While full control over him wasn't possible, hindering his movements was effortless. In this shrouded realm, the Dark Black Tortoise was the absolute ruler. With this advantage, the Qilin Lin Han's other spirit beast not only remained unhindered, but also gained an attack boost. Its Blazing Inferno ability now inflicted nearly double the damage, and the same applied to the Dark Black Tortoise's Water Arrow and Frenzied Arrow Rain attacks. The disoriented Nether Knight commander became little more than a sitting duck, taking hit after hit. However, his evolved defense and health had increased several times over, and it took a relentless bombardment of 10 minutes to trigger the conditions for his blood battle domain. Crimson light erupted from his body, instantly dispelling the domain's interference. Lin Han cautiously recalled his 2 spirit beasts. In the dark domain, the Qilint's enhanced agility allowed it to fully utilize its evasive abilities, making it impossible for the enraged Nether Knight commander to land a hit. Through the Eye of Heaven, Lin Han noticed a critical detail. The crimson light radiating from the Nether Knight commander appeared to be consuming his energy continuously. If I can stall for enough time until he runs out of energy, could I win without even fighting? No sooner had he thought of it than he took action. With the Dark Black Tortoise providing solid defense, the Qilin began to toy with the Nether Knight commander, luring him to chase and swing wildly in the dark domain, never managing to connect. Another 10 minutes passed, and the crimson light surrounding the Nether Knight commander finally faded. The 19 souls he had absorbed were completely exhausted. It's time to send you on your way, Lin Han said with a cold smile, launching his final attack. The Dark Xuanwu's water arrows struck with pinpoint accuracy, delivering 100 consecutive hits. The 3rd arrow shattered the body of the Nether Cavalry commander, and the 4th arrow's explosive water elements obliterated the enemy entirely. A system notification promptly confirmed the kill, awarding 358,960 experience points. Despite the nearly 360,000 XP gained from defeating a target 20 levels higher, Lin Han, who had already reached the level cap of 30, experienced no tangible progress. Nonetheless, as he gazed at the mountain of loot before him, his spirits remained high. Battle's over, Lin Han called out to his team. The group quickly gathered around him. Hang, that fight was so intense. I almost couldn't stop myself from rushing in to help you, Shui Wushuang said with a grin. Fat cat, don't you know my strength by now? Relax, Lin Han replied, patting his brother on the shoulder. Seeing Lin Han safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their attention was soon drawn to the pile of loot on the ground. Zhou Qingqing was the first to pick up a shield and, upon examining its attributes, exclaimed in delight. Nether War Shield, a diamond-tier defensive item. The group was astonished after confirming its stats. Lin Han explained, that last monster was level 50, so a diamond tier drop isn't surprising. You all worked hard on this mission. Take whatever you can use. Anything else, well, sell and split the profit later. Thanks, Boss Lin. The group responded in unison. After completing numerous missions together, the Dragon Fong squad had built deep trust, making loot distribution simple and straightforward. Off to the side, Qin Luoshi couldn't help but smile as she watched the heartwarming scene. Uncle Lu, the undead invasion should be over now. All that's left is to ascend the high platform and retrieve the blood of the divine servant, Lin Han said to Lu Yuanchen. After enduring a series of grueling battles, the team was in high spirits, buoyed by their rewards. Lu Yuanqing didn't say much, but his eyes conveyed sincere gratitude. Under Lin Han's leadership, the team resolutely began ascending the platform. Just as Lin Han had predicted, there were no further undead attacks. After climbing several hundred steps, they arrived before two sarcophagi radiating light, the others shrouded in darkness belonging to the Martial Emperor and the Divine Servant, respectively. Within the Martial Emperor's palace, the power of light suppressed the darkness. Your Majesty, forgive my intrusion, Lin Han murmured, placing his hand on the Martial Emperor's sarcophagus. Instantly, a stream of information flooded his mind. To those who have made it here, you must possess extraordinary talent. The Martial Emperor's inheritance and relics lie within this sarcophagus. May you achieve greatness and thwart the Chaos Temple schemes. This message, left by the Martial Emperor, mentioned a plot by the Chaos Temple, which made Lin Han frown. An organization that could dispatch 6 deity-level divine servants 3 epochs ago was unimaginably powerful. 3 millennia later, they were likely even stronger, and their shadowy conspiracy still loomed over the world. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do everything in my power. Lin Han silently vowed before pushing open the sarcophagus. The group held their breath, anticipating the sight of the legendary Martial Emperor's remains, only to find a miniature sundial and a metal token inside. Lin Han examined and revealed the item's details. Sundial of the Martial Emperor. A divine tier special item capable of tracking the traces of a space-time worm. Martial Emperor's inheritance ticket. A divine tier item that grants access to an ultimate dungeon, usable only by a Supreme King-level individual. The team's eyes lit up with excitement. The space-time worm was a divine tier beast, and obtaining it let alone forming a contract with it would be an incredible stroke of fortune. The Martial Emperor's inheritance was even more precious. As a legendary figure who had single-handedly fought 6 deity-level divine servants and slain 2, his legacy promised unimaginable power. Lin Han stored the 2 treasures. He'll hold on to these for now. None of the team members objected. As the relics were removed, the sarcophagus light grew brighter, quickly erasing the nearby darkness. The dark energy surrounding the divine servant's sarcophagus dissipated entirely. Even in death, the Martial Emperor continues to aid us, the perceptive Qin Luoshi remarked. She understood that the retained darkness had been a test for future generations, and now that the trial was over, it was only natural to cleanse the area of its filth. Lu Yuanqing bowed deeply to the Martial Emperor's sarcophagus. After Lu Yuanqing finished paying his respects, Lin Han opened the divine servant's sarcophagus. Inside, a single drop of pitch-black liquid hovered in the air. This doesn't look like blood at all, Xue Wushuang remarked, puzzled. Lin Han immediately used the heavenly eye of Dao to inspect it. Blood of the divine servant, a divine tier special item capable of restoring a soul on the brink of losing its way. This is the blood of the divine servant, Lin Han declared firmly. The moment his words fell, all eyes turned to the solitary black droplet suspended within the divine servant's sarcophagus. As the leader who had guided the team with unwavering precision throughout their perilous journey, Lin Han's judgment was beyond reproach. No one doubted him. At the back of the group, Lu Yuanqing stood with hands trembling ever so slightly. The closer they came to their goal, the more cautious he became. He had endured too many crushing disappointments in the past. Only when Lin Han's decisive confirmation reached his ears did he allow himself a small exhale of relief. Yet, he reigned in his emotions. True joy would come only when his son was finally cured. Sensing Lu Yuanqing's restrained anticipation, Qin Luoshi spoke softly, "Uncle Lu, you should take it." The others caught on immediately, stepping aside to clear a path. With measured calm, Lu Yuanqing stepped forward and, with a simple wave of his hand, secured the blood of the divine servant within his beast space. At that very moment, a system notification echoed in Lin Han's mind. Ding. System task, Martial Emperor instance, completed. Reward, 20,000 premium points. The message sent a surge of exhilaration through him. 2 consecutive random tasks completed, netting him a total of 30,000 premium points more than he had ever earned before. The task is complete. It's time we head back, Lin Han suggested. The intensity of the mission had clearly taken its toll, as exhaustion was etched on every face. Snow Wushuang burst out in excitement. Finally, it's over. Zhou Qingqing, Chen Huaner, and Qin Luoxi shared relieved smiles. For Chen Huaner, this mission had been especially rewarding. Not only had she uncovered a wealth of historical records about the Great Xia Empire, but she had also received a rare Scorching Cloud Eagle Beast Egg from the Nether Ghost General. Once she completed her third awakening task, she would gain a legendary grade beast companion. Before leaving the instance, Lu Yuanqing invited everyone to witness him using the blood of the divine servant to heal his son the following day. The group readily agreed. Back at the academy, the weary team members retired to their dorms for much-needed rest, while Lin Han headed alone to the instance hall to submit the mission. When Lin Han mentioned the task name, City of Ruins, to the receptionist senior, her eyes widened in disbelief. "You mean that City of Ruins?" she stammered. For decades, no one had managed to complete it. The revelation caused an immediate uproar in the hall. After thorough verification, it was confirmed the task had been completed. Each member of the Dragon Fang squad received a stunning reward of 1 million Dragon Star coins and 300 Academy points. News of their achievement spread through the Academy like wildfire. Coupled with their prior success in the Extreme Frost Domain mission, the Dragon Fang squad quickly became the Academy's most celebrated team. Yet, oblivious to the buzz around them, the team members were already sound asleep in their dorms, too drained to notice the frenzy their accomplishments had stirred. That same evening, Han Fei led her squad to the mission hall, eager to flaunt their completion of a challenging 200-point task. However, upon hearing whispers of the legendary City of Ruins mission being conquered, curiosity got the better of her. She approached the receptionist senior and asked, "Senior, did someone else get lost in the City of Ruins again?" The senior's face lit up with excitement. This time, no one got lost, someone actually completed the City of Ruins mission. When Han Fei heard the news, she was initially stunned before urgently asking, "Which senior is this strong?" "It's not an upperclassman, it's Lin Han, the freshman in your year with doubles talent," answered a senior who knew Han Fei. "Lin Han? Impossible." Han Fei shook her head in disbelief. "I'm telling the truth. I personally handed out their mission rewards today, and I verified their mission credentials myself." The senior's tone carried a hint of pride. As a third-year student nearing graduation, she had never encountered such an exceptional genius. The thought of possibly witnessing the rise of a future legend in the military filled her with excitement and admiration. Han Fei was in a daze. Lin Han's Dragon Fang squad, completing the Extreme Frost Domain dungeon, had already left her astonished. Determined to prove she was no less capable, she had immediately formed a team to take on a task of equal difficulty. Yet, while she had struggled to complete her mission, Lin Han's team had already cleared the Ruined City challenge that had remained unconquered by anyone in the academy for decades. The stark contrast shook her confidence. Suddenly, skeptical voices echoed through the mission hall. "Who even knows how difficult the Ruined City really is?" Sure, the seniors who tried it before disappeared, but who can say for sure what really happened? Exactly. Even senior Lu Zhanyao, the only survivor, is in his current state now. Who's to say the Ruined City was the cause? These doubts seemed to give Han Fei something to hold on to. "That's right, I've never actually faced Lin Han directly in a match. How can I judge our strengths without a proper fight? True power can only be determined in battle," she thought to herself. "Lin Han, see you at the Unified Admissions Tournament." With that, she claimed her mission reward and left with her team. The next morning, Zhou Qingqing was woken up by her roommate, Chen Huaner, calling out excitedly, "Qingqing, look, our Dragon Fang squad is famous now." Zhou Qingqing took the phone Chen Huaner handed her and saw the Academy's official media site on the screen. The top headlines were all about the Ruined City and the Dragon Fang squad, detailing the history of the Ruined City, its difficulty level, and the squad's member profiles. The comment section was a mix of praise and criticism. Some marveled. Without the Dragon Fang squad, the Ruined City would remain an eternal enigma, while others doubted and belittled their achievement. "These people are so infuriating. They've never even stepped into the Ruined City, yet they talk as if they know everything." Zhou Qingqing fumed. If they saw the Nether Ghost General, they'd wet their pants, let alone face the Nether Knight Commander. Soon, the Dragon Fang squad gathered at the school gate. Addressing the online controversies, Lin Han said calmly, "Ignore it. Our strength will speak for itself at the Unified Admissions Tournament." The group headed to the luxurious Lu family villa, where Lu Yuanqing and his wife warmly welcomed them. Mrs. Lu was genuinely thankful, and as she spoke, her eyes reddened with emotion. "Auntie, Senior Lu Zhenyo's exploration gave us crucial clues. This is the result of the collective efforts of all who came before us," Chen Huaner said, comforting her. "Exactly, Auntie. Senior Lu will recover soon. So please stay positive," Shui Wushuang added with a reassuring smile. "Everyone, come in and sit down. His mom personally cooked for you all," Lu Yuanqing said, inviting them in. "Uncle Lu, I'd like to treat Senior Lu first," Lin Han said. Now that they were here, helping Lu Zhenyao recover was the top priority. The couple had suffered enough, and everyone hoped to resolve this as soon as possible. Of course. Let's get to it. The group entered Lu Zhenyao's room, and the first thing that caught their attention was his eyes more hollow and lifeless than ever. When his gaze swept over Lin Han and the others, there was no trace of recognition in his expression. It was as if they were strangers meeting for the first time. Uncle Lu, use the servant's blood, Lin Han urged, then turned to Xue Wushuang and instructed, Fat Cat, get your holy light grass ready. If any dark energy leaks out, purify it immediately. Xue Wushuang nodded in agreement and summoned the holy light grass. All eyes shifted to Lu Yuanqing. With a wave of his hand, a droplet of pitch-black blood hovered in front of everyone. Although the dark energy within it had been suppressed by the martial emperor, its chilling aura still made everyone shudder. The moment Lu Zhenyao saw the black droplet, his previously lifeless eyes were instantly consumed by darkness. His face contorted in pain, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the villa. In the living room, Lu's mother clenched her fists tightly as she heard her son's agonized cries. Seeing this, Xue Wushuang immediately amplified the energy of the holy light grass, enveloping the room in a warm, radiant glow. Lu Yuanqing brought the servant's blood closer to Lu Zhenyao and began casting a spell. The black droplet started spinning rapidly in his hand, generating a faint suction force that grew stronger with each passing moment. After about 10 minutes, the spinning and suction of the servant's blood reached their peak. At that moment, the darkness in Lu Zhenyao's eyes could no longer resist the immense pull and began to separate. The detached darkness formed tiny black droplets, which were gradually absorbed back into the servant's blood. Everyone in the room held their breath, watching intently. These dark energies being extracted were the very forces that had latched onto Lu Zhenyao's soul, relentlessly eroding his consciousness and causing him to lose himself. The purification process lasted for half an hour. Finally, the darkness in Lu Zhenyao's eyes vanished entirely, and the servant's blood ceased its spinning. Lu Yuanqing, still holding the droplet, remained motionless, fearing that any sudden movement might undo their efforts. Only when Lin Han gently reminded him, Uncle Lu, it's done, did he finally relax, confirming the process was complete. Afterward, Lu Zhenyao fell unconscious, lying motionless on the bed. Lu Yuanqing gazed at his son with worry, then turned to the members of the Dragonfang squad for guidance. As everyone pondered the situation, Qin Luoshi spoke up to reassure him, Uncle Lu, I possess the reincarnation talent and have some understanding of souls. The method we used, following the guidelines of the Nether Ghost General, is correct. However, cleansing a soul is extraordinarily painful for ordinary people. It's like how a stomach pump can leave someone feeling unwell for a long time. Senior Lu's current condition is normal, he just needs some time to rest and recover. These words brought a wave of relief to everyone. Lu Yuanqing let out a long sigh and handed the servant's blood to Lin Han. I've used up what I needed from the servant's blood. It has no further use to me, so we'll leave it in your care. Lin Han accepted the droplet, which had lost most of its potency, and stored it in his beast space for potential future use. Afterward, the Dragonfang squad joined the Lu family for dinner before returning to the academy. On the way back, Xue Wushuang suggested, Hang, since we've all reached the maximum level, why don't we start our awakening quests? Chen Huaner chimed in, yeah, once we level up, we can take on higher level missions, which will help us grow stronger. We don't want to always just watch you and Qing'e fighting on the front lines. Lin Han nodded in agreement. You're right. It's time for us to awaken. Let's head straight to the Awakening Temple and take on the quests. Let's aim to break through in the coming days. At that moment, Chen Huaner brought up the Academy's class assignment notice. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, she explained in detail, the Military Academy allows students to freely choose their classes, but you'll need to pass the class advisor's assessment. I recommend Class 13 for new students. It's both a genius class and a hell class, led by a star-ranked beast master as the advisor. Oh, and the advisor is also a stunning beauty. In the end, following Chen Huaner's suggestion, the group unanimously decided to choose this class. Upon arriving at the Awakening Temple, Lin Han turned to the group and said, All right, let's split up for the next few days. I hope the next time we meet, everyone will have completed their awakening. The Awakening Temple at the Military Academy was indeed far more magnificent than the one in Sioux City. Lin Han, along with the other members of the Dragonfang squad, entered the temple and was assigned to different attendants. A young lady dressed in professional attire, with an air of elegance, guided Lin Han to Awakening Room number 369. Mr. Lin Han, this is your Awakening Room. I believe you are already familiar with the rules. Her voice was melodious and pleasant. After completing the registration, she seemed to recognize him as the captain of the Dragonfang squad, the team that had cleared the ruins capital. A trace of amazement flickered in her eyes. However, as a staff member of the Awakening Temple, she maintained her professionalism and refrained from asking any questions about that mission. It was only after Lin Han stepped into the room that she couldn't resist glancing back a few times. Inside the Awakening Room, A familiar sensation filled the air. As Lin Han gazed at the awakening stone, he recalled the words of the Nether Ghost General. The stone had mysteriously vanished 3 eras ago, and what transpired during its absence remained a mystery. Whether that disappearance had affected the stone was also unknown. Lin Han immediately used his heavenly eye to examine it. Awakening stone. Aptitude. Unknown. Race. Unknown. Awakened fragment level. Unknown. Strength. Unknown. Agility. Unknown. Spirit. Unknown. Constitution. Unknown. Everything appeared identical to his previous observation. Trusting his heavenly eye implicitly, Lin Han decided to proceed with the standard awakening process. Placing both hands on the awakening stone, a familiar energy instantly coursed through every cell in his body. The system displayed. Name, Lin Han. Age, 16. Level, 30. Talents, Iron Body, Heavenly Eye. Beasts, Dark Xuanwu, Qilin. Awakening conditions met. Awakening task. Eliminate the Ancient Demon General 5-star mission. Location, Ancient Demon Abyss. Mission objective. Collect 6 items: Book of Hell, Broken Greatsword, Holy Grail, Blood of the Abyss, Diamond Strongman's Remains, Damaged Armor of Annihilation to summon and defeat the Ancient Demon General. This mission was significantly more complex than his previous ones. Though it was still rated as 5-star difficulty, it required gathering items first, summoning the boss, and then defeating it. After leaving the Awakening Temple, Lin Han didn't wait for the other team members and headed straight to the Hueda City Teleportation Center. The center was massive, with far more teleportation arrays than those in Nan City. Streams of people traveled to various destinations and even other nations daily. Standing amidst the bustling square, Lin Han couldn't help but be reminded of the feeling of catching a train in his previous life. Guided by the clear signs, he quickly located the teleportation array leading to the Ancient Demon Abyss. Since the Ancient Demon Abyss was a popular secret realm in Hueda City, frequented by teams for training or collecting materials, Lin Han had to wait in line for over half an hour. When the teleportation began, the runes on the array lit up and a radiant glow enveloped him. Within seconds, he found himself in a desolate land of ruins. The ground, overgrown with weeds, partially concealed ancient bones, with moss-covered skulls peeking through. Collapsed stone pillars hinted at the grandeur of what was once a magnificent palace. Having experienced the ruins' capital, Lin Han had gained a deeper appreciation for the vastness of human history. Even a powerful figure like the Mythical Emperor could not escape the erosion of time. As he stood lost in thought, a lazy female voice suddenly broke the silence. "This isn't exactly the place to be daydreaming, you know?" The voice grew closer, sending a chill down Lin Han's spine. He swiftly leapt back, putting some distance between himself and the source. Focusing his gaze, he saw a woman dressed in a tight leather combat suit standing before him. Her makeup was heavy and striking, making it hard for Lin Han to discern her true age. However, his intuition told him she couldn't be older than 30. He could faintly sense a Beastmaster's aura emanating from her, which instinctively heightened his vigilance. "Who are you?" Lin Han asked, staring directly into her eyes. This was the entrance to the ancient demon prison, a place that rarely posed any real danger. Most of those coming and going were either hunting teams or academy students. Even if someone had ill intentions, they'd usually choose to act in more secluded wildernesses. Besides, the area was guarded by military forces, making any reckless move more trouble than it was worth. For this reason, while Lin Han remained on guard, he saw no need to retreat. "I've heard of you, Lin Han. Not bad, quite the talent." The woman smiled, yet her tone carried a distinct air of laziness and disdain. Her words sent a jolt through Lin Han. He was certain he had never met this person before, yet she addressed him by name. After a brief moment of contemplation, he cautiously asked, "Are you from the military academy?" She ignored his question entirely, speaking as if to herself. "We'll meet again. But here's a word of advice: stay alert, no matter where you are. Danger always strikes when you least expect it." With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Han watched her figure fade into the distance, feeling both puzzled and intrigued. Yet deep down, he began piecing together her possible identity. Recently, if anyone had reason to know of him, it would likely be connected to his success in the Ruined City trial. The fact that she knew his name suggested some affiliation with the academy. Pushing the encounter out of his mind, Lin Han turned his attention to the entrance of the ancient demon prison. Before him stood a massive stone gate, its surface smooth like a tranquil lake, reflecting his image with uncanny clarity. He understood that once he stepped through, the surface would ripple as though he were diving into water. Without hesitation, Lin Han stepped forward and entered. After a whirlwind of spinning and disorientation, Lin Han seemed to have arrived in an entirely new world. The scene before him made him instantly realize that this place resembled the fabled underworld. Standing atop a towering peak, Lin Han surveyed his surroundings. This was no mere alternate dimensional realm. It was a tangible, existing world. The sky above was an eerie shade of dark yellow, as if perpetually shrouded in a sandstorm. Opening his character interface, a simple arrow appeared on the map, offering a rough direction despite its lack of precision. What offered him some comfort, however, was that all 6 special items seemed to be concentrated in the same direction. Gazing at the endless yellow horizon in the distance, Lin Han decisively summoned his Qilin, leaping onto the beast's back. Sorry to trouble you, carry me for a while. With a resonant cry, the Qilin transformed into a streak of light, charging swiftly in the direction the arrow indicated. Meanwhile, in a dense forest far away, 5 figures clad in black, training uniforms suddenly materialized. Have you confirmed it? The leader asked. One of them, holding a transparent crystal ball, focused intently. Yes, that aura has indeed entered the ancient devil's abyss. It should now be in the southeast. The leader's expression darkened. This is a direct order from the Dark Lord. Upon sighting the target, eliminate it with overwhelming force, and retrieve the item at all costs. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 figures soared into the air, heading southeast. In just 15 minutes, the Qilin brought Lin Han to the location of the first target. The environment here was starkly different from the entrance. The land was covered in cooled lava, with jets of heat and magma occasionally erupting from the ground. The barren terrain stretched for kilometers, devoid of vegetation, with only a few low-intelligence magical beasts adept in earth elements dwelling in this desolate area. The first special item, the Book of the Underworld, was hidden within the depths of a volcano. Lin Han began his climb toward the crater, the surrounding temperature rising rapidly. Even with the physique of a golden beastmaster and the fire element affinity granted by the Qilin, the intense heat made him uncomfortable, though it caused no real harm. Reaching the summit, Lin Han found the volcanic crater to be not an overflowing pool of magma as he had imagined, but a recently erupted site still in the process of cooling. The abyssal darkness within the crater sent chills down his spine. Soon, he spotted an entrance to a cave along the volcano's wall. Without hesitation, he summoned the Qilin and leapt into the cave on its back. 10 minutes later, 5 figures arrived at the volcano's edge. Leader, the item is nearby, but its exact location is unclear, one of them reported, pointing toward the cave entrance. Could it be in there? Without a word, the leader plunged into the cave, the others following closely. The crystal ball wielder's face lit up with excitement. This is it. After him, riding the Qilin, Lin Han descended deeper into the volcanic tunnels. Before long, he encountered the native inhabitants of this Placia team of creatures comprising fire wolves, fire bears, and their leader, the fire spirit. Using the Eye of Heaven, he quickly gleaned detailed information about them. The fire wolves and fire bears, both at level 45, were magical beasts born from molten lava, while the level 48 fire spirit, their leader, possessed higher intelligence. Each team consisted of 10 fire wolves or fire bears, coordinated with a single fire spirit, showcasing a level of combat synergy far beyond that of ordinary magical beasts. However, against Lin Han, who possessed a supreme water element beast, these teams were no match. A few water arrows from the Dark Xuanwu were enough to annihilate an entire group with ease. What thrilled Lin Han even more was the discovery that defeating the fire spirits yielded high-grade diamond materials of the same name. These materials could imbue equipment with random traits. I knew it. A legendary-grade secret realm couldn't possibly lack unique treasures. Lin Han gazed at the forging materials in his hand, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Looks like I'll need to find a blacksmith to craft some equipment, he murmured to himself, venturing deeper into the vast volcano. The interior of the volcano felt like an entirely separate world, with a labyrinth of intricate tunnels stretching in all directions. Lin Han speculated that there must be a ruler here, one far more intelligent than the fire spirits. It was likely this ruler who commanded the fire spirits to lead patrol squads of fire wolves and fire bears, scouring the maze-like passages for intruders. At first, Lin Han wandered aimlessly through the tunnels, but as time passed, he noticed that the concentration of fire elements varied across different passages. This sparked a new idea since fire elemental magical beasts thrived here, and a king-like figure had emerged among them. This ruler must have an exceptional mastery of fire elements, perhaps even emanating a constant aura of fire energy. By following the areas with the densest fire element, he might locate this ruler and uncover clues to the first special artifact, the Infernal Tome. As he pressed onward, the frequency of encounters with fire spirit patrol squads increased, a clear sign that he was approaching the core area. After finishing one such battle, Lin Han was about to take a brief rest when his Qilin suddenly grew agitated, letting out a furious roar toward the passage they had come from. Instantly alert, Lin Han recalled both of his contracted beasts into their space and concealed himself behind the rock wall, suppressing his beastmaster energy. Moments later, 2 figures arrived swiftly. They inspected the corpses of the magical beasts on the ground and exchanged words. That guy isn't far ahead. These beasts must have been killed by him. He's probably heading toward the fire origin beast. Be cautious when we encounter him. We have to secure those items in the safest way possible. Got it. If he's strong, we'll keep him occupied until the boss arrives. After marking the area, the two hurried off in the direction Lin Han had originally intended to go. Are they after me? Lin Han pondered. He had been in the volcano for over an hour, and during the first half hour, he had explored most of the passages without seeing another person. These two were clearly tracking someone, and it was highly likely that he was their target. What concerned him more was that they seemed to have other companions. Erasing their markers, Lin Han left a false trail pointing toward a different passage before quietly following them. Both individuals were platinum-level beastmasters, working seamlessly together to swiftly take down fire spirit patrols. Though Lin Han was only a level 30 gold-tier beastmaster, his king-tier Qilin and supreme-tier dark obsidian tortoise were more than capable of overpowering platinum-level opponents. As the fire element grew increasingly dense, they drew closer to the lair of the ruler known as the fire origin beast. The frequent battles had visibly drained the two, and Lin Han knew the time to strike was approaching. Sure enough, the pair soon found themselves ambushed by 5 full fire spirit patrol squads. Overwhelmed by the sheer numbers, they struggled to fend off the relentless barrage of fire element attacks, stumbling under the onslaught. We need to retreat and regroup with the boss, one of them shouted. We've been chasing so fast but haven't caught you. It's possible we went the wrong way earlier. Just as they prepared to retreat, Lin Han summoned his dark obsidian tortoise and Qilin, launching long-range attacks from a distance to cut off their escape route entirely. The sudden attack left the two men frozen in shock. Before them loomed a colossal Xuanwu, its mountainous form opening a gaping maw as torrents of water arrows began to coalesce. On the other side, a majestic Qilin, its body wreathed in fire, radiated an aura of blazing intensity. Hidden behind the towering beasts, Lin Han's figure remained obscured, never once stepping into plain view. Could it be him? One of the men muttered, his gaze fixed on the chaotic blend of water and fire tearing through the battlefield. The thought of their elusive target immediately came to mind. It's him, the other shouted, his eyes narrowing as realization dawned. With a roar, their auras surged, and the strength of their summoned beast's 6 ferocious lion, tiger, and leopard hybrids exploded in unison. The sheer force of their counterattack momentarily pushed back the fire spirit squad's offensive, creating an opening. Without hesitation, the 6 beasts charged toward Lin Han's position, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Lin Han had anticipated this. He knew he couldn't afford to waste too much energy here, especially with 5 more fire spirit squads lying in wait nearby. Xuanwu, diamond barrier, he commanded. In an instant, a colossal shield materialized, not only nullifying the incoming attacks but also cutting off the enemy's retreat. As their strikes collided with the barrier, the two men finally grasped the terrifying defensive power of the shield. How is this possible? His strength far exceeds our expectations, one of them exclaimed, their voices tinged with panic. They frantically directed their beasts to attack, while searching for a way out. But the reality was grim pursuers in front, a blockade behind. Every route was sealed by opponents they couldn't hope to overcome. Lin Han maintained his defense, waiting for the perfect moment to counterattack. Water arrows barrage and scorching firestorm alternated in a relentless assault, forcing the two men into an increasingly dire state, their movements growing sluggish as they faltered under the pressure. Damn it! Lin Han cursed under his breath. These two were cunning, refusing to engage the fire spirit squads and instead focusing solely on him, even as they teetered on the edge of death. Their strategy was clear. They sought to drain his strength, leaving him vulnerable to the squads. Originally, Lin Han had hoped to capture one of them alive for interrogation, but the fire spirit squad's relentless attacks made it clear that these two might not survive long enough for that. Xuanwu, activate dark domain, he ordered. Darkness seeped from the Xuanwu, spreading outward and rapidly engulfing the battlefield. The two men's expressions turned to horror as they attempted to retreat, only to find their beast powers sealed, their speed crippled. The fire spirit squads fared slightly better. The fiery nature of their magic offered some resistance to the encroaching darkness. Then it struck Lin Han when these two had unleashed their power earlier. It bore traces of the same dark energy he had encountered in the ruined city. The Xuanwu's dark domain, designed to suppress dark energy beings, was their perfect counter. Against the overwhelming might of the domain, their feeble dark power was effortlessly subdued. As expected, the amplified influence of the dark domain allowed the Xuanwu to dominate the two men with ease. The ensuing battle was one-sided. Though the fire elemental beasts resisted the darkness, their coordination crumbled, and they were swiftly dispatched one by one. Within 5 minutes, the chaos subsided. Lin Han collected the scattered fire spirit fragments and approached the unconscious bodies of the two mysterious men. The dark energy within them was now even more pronounced. Who are you? And why are you hunting me? Lin Han demanded, his voice cold and sharp. Under the influence of the Xuanwu's mental control, one of the men groggily responded, "We are from the abyss of Qingming, acting under the orders of the Dark Lord. Our mission is to seize the source of darkness from you." The abyss of Qingming? The Dark Lord? The source of darkness? These unfamiliar terms left Lin Han puzzled. Had he missed something during his time in the ruined city? What is this source of darkness? Lin Han pressed further. I don't know. Lin Han was genuinely shocked. Someone who didn't even know what they were trying to steal was risking their life so recklessly. What is the abyss of Qingming? And who is the Dark Lord? Lin Han switched to another question. The abyss of Qingming is the organization of all dark beings, and the Dark Lord is its leader. Only the chief has seen him, the person replied, which essentially revealed nothing. Even though Lin Han now knew this was a mysterious faction, his current strength made it impossible to dig deeper. However, the immediate danger was very real. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, 5 people were hunting him. Apart from their leader, who had reached the level of a diamond-tier beast tamer, the others were of comparable strength. Upon entering the volcano, they split into 3 groups. The leader went solo, while the other 4 divided into 2 pairs. This setup ensured each group had considerable combat power, making it extremely difficult for Lin Han to turn the tables and hunt them instead. After asking a few more fruitless questions, Lin Han decisively eliminated the group. His priority now was to locate the first special item, the Book of Helen Leave, immediately. The complex terrain of the area would serve well in keeping his pursuers occupied. Lin Han pressed forward, heading toward the area with the highest concentration of fire elements. Along the way, he encountered more and more fire spirits, at times facing as many as 5 squads simultaneously. However, thanks to the overwhelming power of his absolute-tier beast, the Dark Black Tortoise, all these battles were resolved efficiently. As a result, his collection of fire spirits steadily grew. The denser the fire elements became, the more it seemed his Qilin was adapting to the environment. Its combat skills were noticeably growing stronger. After passing through a narrow corridor, Lin Han suddenly found himself in a vast open space. It seemed as though the entire interior of the volcano had been hollowed out. The space was nearly 100 meters tall and just as wide. Standing at less than 2 meters tall, Lin Han looked minuscule in comparison. In the center of the chamber sat a massive fiery figure, engulfed in blazing flames that churned across its body. Even from a great distance, Lin Han could feel sweat pouring down his face. At that moment, his Qilin, which had been in a state of heightened excitement, conveyed a message: it wanted to challenge this fire elemental beast to a duel. Defeating and consuming its fire spirit would greatly benefit the Qilin. When Lin Han asked how to avoid being ganged up on, the Qilin responded calmly, "For a fire elemental king beast, strength determines respect. Unknown duels are the basic rule." Even so, Lin Han wasn't entirely reassured. He retreated into the corridor with the Qilin. The 20,000 points he had earned from clearing the Mythical Emperor dungeon had not yet been spent, and now was the perfect time to evolve the Qilin. Once the Qilin completed its evolution, its chances of defeating the fire elemental beast would increase dramatically. Lin Han recalled the Qilin into his beast space and summoned the Dark Black Tortoise to guard him. Then, he initiated the system's doubling feature. Awaken. Payment successful. Target. Qilin. Doubling initiated. Doubling in progress. Congratulations, host. Beast doubling successful. As the system notification ended, the Qilin's newly evolved stats were displayed. Blazing Qilin. Grade. Absolute tier. Species. Qilin. Level. 30. Strength. 569,220. Agility. 551,520. Spirit. 501,620. Constitution. 533,520. Skills. 1. Magma Burst. Harness raging fire elements beneath the enemy's feet, merging them with earth elements to create a magma explosion that deals extensive high-temperature damage. 2. Inferno Blaze. Summon searing flames to form a 10-meter radius sphere resembling a miniature sun, smashing it into enemies. 3. Fiery Meteor Strike. Call forth 100 fire meteors to bombard a designated area. 4. Blazing Dash. A mobility skill that allows 5 consecutive fiery dashes, dealing heavy damage to enemies along the path. While the Dark Black Tortoise's evolution had brought it to a well-rounded peak, the Qilin's evolution focused entirely on offense. Its original skills had been significantly enhanced. Magma Burst replaced the previous ground-based attack, while Inferno Blaze's power increased several-fold. The 2 newly acquired skills were even more astonishing. Fiery Meteor Strike summoned 100 meteors, capable of obliterating everything in its wake, while Blazing Dash combined mobility and devastation into one lethal move. Together, these skills granted the Blazing Qilin unparalleled agility and firepower on the battlefield. Statistically, the Qilin now showcased high attack and agility, forming a sharp contrast to the tank-like dark black tortoise. When Lin Han summoned the Qilin again, its size had grown several times larger than before. Although still smaller than the dark black tortoise, its presence was undeniably imposing. As the blazing Qilin appeared, the surrounding fire elements surged wildly. Sensing the disturbance, the fire elemental beast in the center of the cavern abruptly stood up, its dangerous gaze locking onto Lin Han's corridor. "Go, Qilin. I believe in you," Lin Han said. The Qilin charged toward the fire elemental beast without hesitation. Although it had assured Lin Han that the duel would be honored, the fire elemental beast was still a diamond-tier magical creature with intelligence rivaling that of humans. If it resorted to underhanded tactics, Lin Han might not even have the chance to escape. As the distance between the two beasts rapidly closed, Lin Han's heart raced. Within seconds, the two fiery creatures were face-to-face, their menacing growls revealing sharp teeth and deadly claws. A fierce battle was about to erupt. The cavern, with its hundreds of entrances, was teeming with countless fire-aligned magical creatures. But as soon as the aura of the two king beasts was unleashed, all the lesser creatures cowered in fear, lying prostrate on the ground as if awaiting the coronation of a new ruler. Seeing this, Lin Han felt slightly more at ease and began scanning the cavern. The first special item, the Book of Hell, had to be hidden somewhere within this chamber. The battle between the Qilin and the fire source beast was not as dazzling as Lin Han had imagined. Rather than unleashing a spectacular clash of skills, the two king-level fire beasts opted for primal close combat. They tore into each other with claws and fangs, as if trying to prove, in the most instinctive way possible, who the true dominant force was. Cautiously, Lin Han crept into the cave. Searching for a specific book within this massive cavern was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. To make matters worse, the cave was teeming with fire-type magical beasts. A single misstep could set off a chain reaction, alerting the entire fire spirit squad. Surprisingly, however, the beasts lying on the ground paid no attention to his presence. They remained motionless, not even lifting their heads as he walked past. Realizing this, Lin Han grew bolder and began sprinting to explore the area more quickly. Meanwhile, the battle between the Qilin and the fire source beast had reached a fever pitch. Both creatures were covered in gruesome wounds. The fire source beast roared furiously, releasing an even more ferocious surge of fire elemental energy. As the diamond-tier ruler of this region for years, it had finally encountered an opponent capable of matching its strength. The revelation filled it with both shock and exhilaration, stirring memories of a life-and-death duel with the previous ruler ages ago. The Qilin, too, was brimming with fighting spirit. Despite being only at the gold-tier level, its extraordinary physique and bloodline as a supreme-grade beast allowed it to gradually turn the tide from being suppressed to fighting on equal footing. What thrilled it even more was the sensation of a power within the fire source beast, something that could greatly enhance its own strength. The two beasts clashed again, their strikes fiercer than ever. In this intense and electrifying battle, not only were the two combatants utterly absorbed, but even the surrounding fire spirits watched, captivated. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han darted back and forth through the cave. At last, he found a book-like object in the spot where the fire source beast had previously been resting. To avoid disrupting the Qilin's fight, he retreated to the cave entrance to recover his beast-taming energy. The battle reached its conclusion swiftly. The Qilin completely overpowered its opponent, sinking its fangs into the fire source beast's neck. Amid the cheers of the surrounding fire-type magical beasts, the fire source beast dissolved into countless glowing crimson fragments that merged into the Qilin's body. Lin Han immediately checked the Qilin's attribute panel. Blazing Qilin. Aptitude, Supreme Grade. Species, Qilin. Level, 30. Strength, 569,220. Agility, 551,520. Spirit, 501,620. Constitution, 533,520. Essence, Fire Elemental Core Fragment. Skills, Magma Burst, Scorching Flames, Blazing Meteor Strike, Fiery Charge. The newly added Fire Elemental Core Fragment revealed an attribute boost, a 40 increase in overall combat power for fire-type beasts. What a treasure! Lin Han exclaimed in delight. The Fire Elemental Core Fragment could enhance the Qilin's combat power by 40, a transformational boost that left him ecstatic. The Qilin, too, understood the rarity of this opportunity and spun around excitedly in place, only calming down when Lin Han's command reached it. Qilin, fetch the Book of Hell over there. Lin Han instructed through their mental connection. The Qilin swiftly located the target and brought the Book of Hell to Lin Han. This was the first special item they had acquired, and despite being ambushed by mysterious assassins along the way, the outcome was more than satisfying. Not only had the Qilin ascended to the supreme level, but they had also obtained the Divine Fire Elemental Core Fragment. What thrilled Lin Han even more was that after defeating the fire source beast, the Qilin inherited command over all the fire spirit patrol squads. Through these patrols, Lin Han could monitor the movements within the volcano in real time. This reminded him of the three mysterious assassins still within the volcano, prompting him to immediately instruct the Qilin to locate their positions. The Qilin quickly connected with the consciousness of the fire spirits and relayed the information to Lin Han. It turned out the three mysterious individuals were lost in the volcanic tunnels. Following the markings left by their companions, they had wandered in circles but were unable to locate the fire source beast's lair. "Leader, do you think something happened to second and fifth?" One of the black-clad men asked anxiously. They had originally split into three groups but unexpectedly reunited upon finding second's markings. This unusual situation made them uneasy, as the pairing of second and fifth was among the strongest in their group. "Let's find their bodies first. They might have been overwhelmed by fire spirits," the leader analyzed calmly. He reasoned that based on the Dark Lord's mission briefing, their opponents shouldn't have posed a significant threat. Any mishap could only have been caused by the local fire elemental beasts. As they decided to change their strategy and head toward the area with the densest fire elemental energy, suffocating waves of fire energy suddenly surged from both ends of the tunnel, even suppressing the dark power within them. Moments later, an overwhelming number of fire spirits, leading packs of fire wolves and fire bears, emerged to form a beast tide-like encirclement. The trio was trapped with no way out and had no choice but to fight. Lin Han and the Qilin observed from the shadows, monitoring the battle closely through feedback from the fire spirits. The prolonged battle left only the leader alive, his body covered in wounds. As the leader stood in confusion, Lin Han summoned the Dark Xuanwu and activated the Dark Domain. Feeling the familiar dark energy, the leader was overwhelmed by shock and dread. After a brief hesitation, he took out a black crystal orb and decisively crushed it. The sound of the crystal ball shattering echoed throughout the shadowy domain. Beneath the hood of the leader, his eyes turned blood red in an instant, his breathing became heavy and labored, and a guttural growl, far from human, emanated from his throat. "My lord!" The two black-clad figures behind him, their initial panic fading, now looked upon their leader's increasingly monstrous transformation with a fervent, almost fanatical, gleam in their eyes. Lin Han stood at the edge of the solidified boundary of the dark domain, arms crossed, intently observing the figures caught in this predicament. When he noticed the leader's transformation, his creation eye suddenly activated on its own, and a stream of information flooded his mind. Fallen demon qualification, unknown species, retainer level, strength 40. Lin Han's pupils contracted sharply, his heart shaken. These aren't human? They're beasts? Impossible. He quickly shifted his gaze toward the other two figures. When the creation eye showed no response, he exhaled in relief. At least those two were still human. The issue clearly stemmed from the crystal ball. By this time, the leader's transformation had finished. His eyes bulged grotesquely, a single horn jutted out from his cheekbone, and fleshy wings, still slick with viscous fluid, unfurled from his back. He no longer resembled anything remotely human. "My lord, save us. What you seek is just outside." One of the black-clad figures pleaded, prostrating himself on the ground as though worshipping a deity, his voice brimming with desperation. The creature stood still for a moment, its blood-red eyes fixed on the devout follower. Suddenly, it spread its wings, and a spray of blood erupted in the air. The prostrate follower's head separated from his body, and his lifeless form slowly collapsed to the ground. "Ki!" The creature let out a chilling, sinister laugh. Lin Han's brows furrowed deeply as the creation eye activated once again. Fallen demon qualification, unknown species, retainer level, strength 45. Wait, level 45? It leveled up by 5 in just a few breaths? Lin Han's heart raced, alarm bells ringing in his mind. The remaining black-clad figure, instead of recoiling in fear at his companion's gruesome death, grew even more frenzied and began approaching the creature with unrestrained zeal. "This isn't good. Dark Xuanwu, stop that man and keep him away from the creature," Lin Han ordered decisively. The Dark Xuanwu let out a deep growl, and the black-clad man's eyes instantly glazed over. His body became shrouded in a dark mist, and under the creature's watchful gaze, he abruptly turned and bolted away. The creature seemed momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. It only reacted after the man had run several steps, its crimson eyes snapping toward the edge of the domain where Lin Han stood. Even through the barrier, the creature's gaze sent a chilling dread down Lin Han's spine. Roar! The fiery cry of the blazed Qilin jolted Lin Han back to his senses. He gently patted the Qilin's head, reassuring it, "I'm fine. No need to worry." Staring at the creature locked in a deadly gaze with him from within the domain, Lin Han's eyes glinted with killing intent. "Damn it, almost got spooked. I don't care if you're a demon or a man, I'll take you down first and ask questions later." Sensing their master's determination, The Xuanwu and the Qilin let out a resounding roar in unison. The Xuanwu's shell extended outward, forming a protective barrier around Lin Han and the blazed Qilin. The Qilin stepped forward, flames radiating outward from its body in waves, though they softened to a harmless flicker when brushing against Lin Han and the dark Xuanwu. Feeling the thin veil of flame enveloping his body, Lin Han's mind conjured up new information. Blazed Qilin innate ability, Flame's sovereign capability to enhance allied beasts, and the soul-bonded master. Enhancement scales with the progression of the bloodline. Could this be a bonus from devouring that fire elemental core fragment? Lin Han mused. Before he could delve deeper into thought, the humanoid creature vanished into thin air, only to reappear a mere 10 meters in front of him. The dark Xuanwu slowly raised its massive head, its somber beastly eyes locking onto the creature's sudden presence. It can escape the dark domain? Lin Han instinctively leapt backward, and just as his feet left the ground, the thin layer of flames surrounding Lin Han suddenly crackled with a sharp burning sound, and the pungent scent of charred flesh filled the air. He instinctively tried to retreat and create some distance, but his legs refused to obey. Instead, his entire body was flung backward like a feather, soaring several meters before narrowly avoiding plunging into the magma pool behind him. At that moment, Lin Han sensed a mysterious power stirring within him, gathering strength. The humanoid demon moved with astonishing speed, its leathery wings spreading silently, leaving only a blurred shadow in its wake. It extended its sharp claws, lunging toward Lin Han. In the split second before impact, the fire Qilin unleashed a blazing stream of fire, instantly forming a fiery barrier on the ground. The demon froze in its tracks, its crimson eyes locked onto the fire Qilin, while the tips of its outstretched claws were scorched into charred remnants by the searing flames. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han leaped into action. As his body touched the fiery barrier, the thin flame layer around him absorbed the fire completely. The energy within him grew increasingly restless, and his innate iron body ability activated. His bones resonated with a sound like clashing steel. Lin Han swung a powerful punch, aiming for the demon's head, but his strike missed its mark as the creature effortlessly evaded. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the air. Lin Han stared in shock as the fiery membrane on his fist erupted outward, spreading uncontrollably in all directions like a grenade detonating in his palm. The scorching blast wave engulfed half his body. In the nick of time, the fire Qilin transformed into a fiery shadow and caught Lin Han, who had been hurled backward by the shockwave. Dazed, he looked down at the noticeably dimmed flames still clinging weakly to his body. "Did you do this?" Lin Han asked, his voice trembling as he stared at the scene before him. He had braced himself for severe injuries, certain that taking the blast heedin would leave him gravely wounded. Yet, to his astonishment, he was completely unharmed. The searing heat wave and the overwhelming surge of energy from the explosion had seemed intent on mutual destruction. How had he emerged unscathed? The flame Qilin raised its head proudly, its fiery eyes gleaming like scattered starlight. In the distance, a low, guttural roar rumbled through the earth. The dark black tortoise approached, its colossal frame looming like a moving mountain. With each step, the ground beneath its feet split apart in jagged cracks, molten lava seeping slowly from the fractures. Lin Han barely had time to marvel at the flame Qilin's raw power before his eyes locked onto the figure at the explosion's epicenter, humanoid monstrosity. The creature was frozen mid-motion, as though caught while trying to evade the blast. Half of its body was obliterated, the remains a grotesque mess of charred flesh, with dark purple blood oozing steadily from the mangled stump. And yet, even in its shattered state, the creature's crimson eyes remained fixed on Lin Han, filled with a mix of defiance and disbelief. It must have realized he was unharmed, as a fleeting glint of shock flickered in its gaze. Despite its ruinous injuries, it clung to life with an unyielding tenacity. Still alive after that? Lin Han arched a brow, his tone laced with incredulity. He knew firsthand the devastating force of that explosion. Even with his nearly indestructible body, he wouldn't have survived without the protective barrier of flames. Uninterested in uncovering the creature's secrets, he decided to eliminate the threat before it could cause further trouble. "Flame Qilin, incinerated on the spot," he commanded sharply. As his words fell, Lin Han withdrew the dark black tortoise into his beast space, causing the oppressive dark domain conjured by the black-clad adversary to dissipate. The flame Qilin stepped forward, its fiery red mane shimmering with even greater brilliance under the flickering glow of its own flames. In an instant, the ground beneath the creature's broken remains gave way with a deafening crack. Geysers of molten lava erupted skyward, and a vortex of fire engulfed the area, consuming everything in its path. The air crackled with intensity as the flames roared, their heat devouring the creature's remnants. Within moments, the monstrosity was reduced to nothingness, not even ash remained. Lin Han approached cautiously, the overwhelming heat radiating from the scorched earth forcing him to shield his face. He couldn't help but marvel at the flame Qilint's unparalleled strength. Despite the creature's higher level and formidable aura, the Qilint's flames of oblivion had unleashed a truly apocalyptic power. Just as Lin Han readied himself to interrogate the last of the black-clad figures, something caught his eye. From the molten pit still steaming with residual heat, a faint, eerie blue light began to shimmer. Intrigued, Lin Han extended his hand. To his surprise, the glowing speck seemed almost sentient, drifting gently toward him before settling into his palm. Let me know if you'd like me to continue refining the rest of the story while preserving its vivid imagery and narrative flow. Lin Han raised an eyebrow as he examined the newly acquired silver cross in his hand. Yet another piece of diamond-tier equipment. The system notification promptly appeared. Name: Bloodstained Cross. Type: Badge. Level: Diamond Low Tier. Category: Protective. Description: a mysterious entity once descended upon a village and took a liking to its sole monastery, fusing it into its own existence. The last surviving nun was transformed into its servant. On that fateful day, blood stained the cross that hung upon the young girl's chest. Effect: grants the wearer immunity from external damage 3 times per day, with a maximum threshold of diamond-tier attack evaluations. This is a bit redundant compared to my iron body skill, but it could make a decent gift for Fat Cat. He's been lacking accessories like this, Lin Han muttered to himself. He stepped over the dissolving remains of the nun and moved toward the central platform of the cathedral. There stood a lifelike stone statue, so intricately carved that it appeared almost human. The delicate features of the statue were eerily realistic, down to the faintly visible veins beneath her skin. In her hands, she held a silver chalice, filled with a thick, dark red liquid. The Holy Grail is mine, Lin Han said as he reached for the silver chalice. As he gazed into the blood-like liquid, his own reflection twisted and decayed within it, causing a wave of discomfort to rise in his chest. Deciding he didn't need to read its description, he swiftly stored the chalice in his inventory. The Book of Inferno, the Broken Greatsword, the Holy Grail, 3 more items to go. I need to pick up the pace. I wonder how the rest of the Dragon Fong squad is doing. Stretching his limbs, Lin Han summoned the fiery Qilin. With practiced ease, he mounted the beast's blazing back and rode it out of the blood-soaked gates of the monastery. The Qilin's flames roared around its body but left its rider untouched. As the fiery Qilin sprinted away from the smoke-filled village, the surrounding scenery began to distort and shift. From underground caverns to skeletal tombs, and then to the blood-stained monastery, the disjointed environments seemed haphazardly pieced together. Judging by the nature of the equipment had acquired so far, Lin Han began to suspect that this place wasn't part of the original ancient abyss. When the landscape finally stabilized, the flames around the Qilin flared violently, and it let out a thunderous roar. The thick fog around them began to dissipate, revealing a grim and desolate graveyard. Crooked headstones jutted out of the barren ground, and an eternal night blanketed the area in eerie silence. The sound of rustling earth reached Lin Han's ears as countless skeletal hands clawed their way out of the ground. Amid the clattering of bones, rotting zombies stumbled forth, dragging their decayed forms from the dirt. First fire spirits, then skeletons, and now zombies, Lin Han muttered with a sigh. He regarded the grotesque creatures with disinterest, unwilling to sully his fists by coming into contact with them. Instead, he summoned the dark Xuanwu. With a deafening crash, the colossal Xuanwu slammed into the ground, sending tremors rippling through the cemetery. System notifications began to flood his interface. Kill confirmed. Spirit Corpse. EXP 12,000. Kill confirmed. Hopping Corpse. EXP 15,000. As the dark Xuanwu tore through the graveyard, a massive humanoid silhouette emerged from the chaos. Standing as tall as a small building, the corpse king Raisin glared at them with glowing crimson eyes. Its face was grotesquely decayed, maggots writhing in its empty eye sockets, and its exposed white bones reeked of putrid rot. Wrinkling his nose in disgust, Lin Han activated his Eye of Creation to confirm its details. Species: Corpse King Raisin. Category: Undead. Recognizing it as a mini-boss guarding the end of this area, Lin Han gestured for the dark Xuanwu to attack. Jets of water shot through the air, but the Corpse King dodged with surprising agility, charging toward them in a berserk frenzy, its rotting organs threatening to spill out. Dark Xuanwu, deploy your domain, Lin Han commanded. Darkness engulfed the Corpse King, disorienting the mindless creature within the domain's confines. Seal it in and burn it to ash, Lin Han ordered. The fiery Qilin unleashed a torrent of flames, which clung to the Corpse King like a relentless plague. As the stench of burning flesh filled the air and its agonized roars echoed, the system notification finally chimed. Kill confirmed. Corpse King Raisin. Diamond tier material obtained. Skeletal remains. Lin Han dismissed the dark Xuanwis domain and approached the smoldering remains. All that was left was a 3-meter-long skeletal frame, gleaming with a faint, eerie light. He quickly stored the diamond-tier material and left the foul-smelling graveyard without hesitation. Over the next few hours, with the aid of his 2 divine beasts, Lin Han effortlessly cleared the Blood Abyss Sea and Screaming Castle maps, collecting the remaining quest items. In the final battle, a humanoid figure composed entirely of blood was shattered into pieces. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Kill confirmed. Blood Soul Wraith. EXP 432,000. Reward obtained. Hell's Blood quest item. Lin Han exhaled deeply, sensing a subtle change within his body as if something new had awakened. Before he could process the sensation, the environment around him shifted once again. He now stood in an unfamiliar Placia circular structure with weathered, cracked staircases spiraling around a central platform. At the heart of the platform, a peculiar altar-like structure caught his eye. Lin Han stood in the ancient Colosseum, his gaze fixed on the mysterious altar before him. The altar was etched with primordial inscriptions, recounting how it was forged by the cunning hands of ancient beings. It was said that by gathering 7 entirely distinct items here, one could forcibly summon a fragment of some enigmatic entity. This should be the last one, Lin Han muttered to himself, raising an eyebrow. Let's wrap this up quickly. I've been apart from my teammates for too long. I kind of missed them. A system notification appeared. Do you wish to summon the primeval demon general? Upon confirming the summon, Lin Han waved his hand. 6 objects materialized on the altar. A colossal skeleton towering 3 meters high, a rusted suit of armor as tall as a man, a shattered greatsword, a silver chalice filled with crimson liquid, a floating crimson tome, and a blood-red gem radiating an eerie glow. The system immediately identified the items. Diamond Great Skeleton, damaged extinction armor, shattered greatsword, Holy Grail, Infernal Tome. Infernal Blood. The final item was labeled as Blasphemer's Soul. Lin Han's scalp tingled at the discovery. Wait a second, Blasphemer's Soul? I don't have anything like that. He hastily reread the altar's description, and the phrase 7 distinct items suddenly seemed glaringly ominous. Before the sinking feeling in his chest could subside, the altar erupted with dense purple mist. Within the haze, intangible tendrils writhed and coiled, swiftly snatching up the 6 items before lunging toward Lin Han. Dark Xuanwu, block those tendrils. With a resonant cry, the dark Xuanhua massive, turtle-like beast summoned a forest of stone pillars to intercept the encroaching mist. As Lin Han prepared to command the fiery Qilin to launch an attack, unsettling whispers seeped through the haze. A chilling gleam pierced the fog, followed by a thunderous crash. The stone pillars shattered in an instant, their edges smooth as glass. Lin Han reacted swiftly, activating his steel body technique. A thin layer of flames spread over his skin for protection, but as the blade's light exploded outward, his defenses were torn apart. His chest was exposed, and blood trickled down from a fresh wound that split his shirt. Gritting his teeth, Lin Han stared into the mist as a new system notification appeared. Primeval Demon, General Level 55. Awakened through the summoning of 6 disparate items, it is incomplete and mindless, driven by a ravenous desire to consume the summoner's soul to restore itself. The slumbering primeval king, enraged by the theft of its power, has cursed this act as blasphemy. Skills: Primal Domain, Blood Curse Reaping. Before Lin Han could process the information, a flurry of devastating attacks came his way. The searing pain in his chest kept him sharply focused. This level 55 primeval demon general might very well be pushing the limits of what he could handle. Dark Xuanwu, Guardian Shield. At his command, intricate patterns glowed across the dark Xuanwis shell. 3 protective turtle's hell shields materialized, encircling Lin Han and the fiery Qilin. Fiery Qilin, let's go. The Qilin's eyes ignited with fierce determination at the sight of its injured master. Lava surged beneath its hooves as it unleashed its signature skill, Inferno Blaze. Flames roared, filling the air with scorching heat as a massive wave of fire engulfed the fog-shrouded demon general. But the demon general emerged unscathed, charging through the inferno with chilling resolve. Its greatsword gleamed with icy menace. The hastily formed stone shields of the dark Xuanwu crumbled under a single blow. Though the fiery Qilin's flames scorched the creature's flesh, they failed to halt its advance. Beneath its charred armor, 2 crimson eyes locked onto Lin Han with relentless malice. Even with the Qilin's innate flame-sovereign ability bolstering his agility, Lin Han couldn't entirely evade the demon general's strikes. Another slash found its mark, leaving a fresh wound across his arm. The dark Xuanwu bellowed, releasing torrents of water in a desperate attempt to shield its master, but its sluggish pace couldn't keep up. The demon general hounded Lin Han like a rabid beast, its massive sword moving with unnatural ease. In the midst of the chaos, an idea sparked in Lin Han's mind. Fiery Qilin. The Qilin transformed into a streak of fire, charging directly at the demon general. Lin Han leapt onto its back, using its speed to weave through the arena. As they circled their foe, Lin Han noticed a subtle change in the demon general's movements. It was slowing down. Upon closer inspection, he saw fractures spidering across its blackened armor, the cracks producing a grating sound with each motion. Fiery Qilin. Focus your attacks on the joints of its armor. Dark Xuanwu. Fire water arrows where the Qilin strikes coordinate your attacks. With his orders clear, the battle raged on. The fiery Qilin's flames intensified, and the dark Xuanwu's water arrows struck with precision. Together, they targeted the weak points in the demon general's armor, determined to exploit its vulnerability before it could claim Lin Han's soul. Inside the ancient Colosseum, a sharp, cracking sound shattered the prolonged pursuit. The armor of the archaic demon general, resembling fractured porcelain, finally showed signs of breaking. Its sprinting figure abruptly halted, the massive sword it was wielding frozen midair. Got it. A confident smile tugged at Lin Han's lips. Blazing Qilin. Flame Inferno. At his command, the blazing Qilin raised its head and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. In an instant, a sea of fire enveloped the space above the archaic demon general, with fiery meteors cascading down like shooting stars. Dark Xuanwu. Hold it in place. Don't let it escape the flames. The dark Xuanwu let out a low growl, stomping its 4 massive feet into the ground. Cracks rapidly spread beneath the archaic demon general, and thick stone pillars, wide enough for 3 people to encircle, erupted from the earth, firmly trapping the demon. The archaic demon general roared furiously, thrashing against its fiery confines. But with every struggle, its armor shattered further, disintegrating into countless charred fragments. Now stripped of its impenetrable armor, its vulnerable body was fully exposed to the relentless blaze. Seizing the moment, Lin Han activated his steel body to its limit, his skin radiating heat that warped the air around him. Channeling immense power into his right fist, he launched forward with explosive force, delivering a fiery punch directly at the demon. The instant his fist connected, the flames erupted violently. The familiar shockwave and heat wave rippled outward. The blazing Qilin, understanding Lin Han's intent, transformed into a streak of light and reappeared behind him, catching his airborne figure as he rebounded from the impact. At the same time, a gaping, bloody hole appeared in the chest of the archaic demon general, its charred flesh surrounding the wound. Black smoke poured from its mouth as it toppled to the ground, its balance lost. The stone pillars restraining it shattered from within, sending shards flying like arrows, one of which lodged directly into its right eye. The massive sword slipped from its grasp, clattering to the ground as the demon writhed in agony. Lin Han steadied himself and was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he realized the expected notification of victory had not arrived. Still alive? Even after all that? He watched the fallen opponent warily. Suddenly, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The archaic demon general ceased its struggles, its single remaining eye wide open. Its body began to swell rapidly before exploding into a cloud of blood mist right before Lin Han's stunned gaze. Successfully defeated the archaic demon general. Experience points 136,000. The blood mist slowly coalesced into a vague, humanoid face, its deep, black eyes exuding an overwhelming malice that seemed ready to devour Lin Han. The Eye of Creation activated on its own, but only displayed a series of unknown descriptors. Unknown potential, unknown species, unknown level. This eerie scene sent chills down Lin Han's spine, reminding him of the awakening temple. Just as he prepared to act, the blood face began to dissipate. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and Lin Han instinctively stepped back. As his vision cleared, the familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Awakening quest. Eliminate the archaic demon general 5 stars completed. Reward, 30,000 gold points. System detection. Host level meets the minimum requirement. New items available in the system shop. Please check for updates. The joy of receiving 30,000 gold points quickly overshadowed the dread brought by the blood face. At that moment, the surrounding space began to destabilize. Warning. The archaic demon general has been defeated. A random map will now generate. The ancient Colosseum is collapsing. Please evacuate immediately. A starry, shimmering teleportation array appeared before Lin Han. He recalled the blazing Qilin and dark Xuanwu, stepping into the array to leave the archaic demon abyss. Emerging into the open, he was greeted by a clear blue sky and fresh, invigorating air. He exhaled deeply. That was grueling, but at least I gained some decent rewards besides advancing my awakening. He retrieved a delicately crafted mask, its center adorned with a green gemstone, and its sides marked by contrasting black and white patterns. Mask of duality. Position. Face. Grade, Diamond Initial Tier, Upgradable. Type, Amplification Protection. Description, legends speak of heretics in another realm who were punished to utter obliteration, while rebels were granted unimaginable riches. Both fates are inscribed within this artifact, two sides of a coin, with no definitive judgment. 3 modes. Virtue Guard, temporarily increases defense attributes by 30 duration, 10 minutes. Damage exceeding total health accumulates as a bonus. Neutral Balance, temporarily boosts all attributes by 10, with no accumulation of bonuses. Vice Strike, enhances all attack attributes, converting accumulated bonuses from Virtue Guard into a punishment bonus. Concludes with a final calculation after 10 minutes. Studying the intricate description, Lin Han rubbed his temples. In simpler terms, the mask offered 3 distinct abilities: Virtue Guard for boosting defense and stacking attack power for a later surge, Vice Strike for maximizing offense, and Neutral Balance for a balanced approach. We'll need to test this out later. Hopefully, it lives up to expectations. Lin Han stored the mask in his inventory and began walking toward the horizon. Lin Han strolled down the street. Everything around him as ordinary as ever. After emerging from the ancient demon prison dungeon, he still needed some time to adjust to the atmosphere of the real world. Fortunately, the flow of time inside the dungeon wasn't drastically different from the outside world, and there was still some time before classes resumed at the military academy. For now, his most pressing goal was to reach level 40 as soon as possible. However, at this moment, a hot shower and a good night's sleep were his top priorities. Days of battling skeletons, zombies, and all kinds of eerie creatures had left him physically and mentally exhausted. He silently hoped that the next quest assigned by the Temple of Awakening wouldn't be as hellish. As per his usual routine, Lin Han first sold off the pile of junk equipment he had obtained in the dungeon, unhesitatingly converting all the proceeds into the system's currency. From experience, he knew that in this world, the system's premium currency was the true key to success. Suddenly, he remembered the system notification about the updated shop after his recent level up. With a thought, the shop interface unfolded before him. His eyes were greeted by a dazzling array of items, along with exorbitantly priced goods marked with endless rows of zeros. Though slightly discouraged, he quickly shifted his focus to more accessible items further down the list. Cold Bone Pill, Unholy Holy Water, Crimson Flame Bone. Lin Han muttered the names of these unfamiliar materials under his breath. While the prices were within an acceptable range, they didn't seem immediately useful. His gaze continued downward until it landed on an item with an egg-shaped icon. Random Beast Egg. Price, 10,000 premium points. Description, produces 13 beast eggs with potential ranging from bronze to ancient. Guarantees at least a diamond-grade beast every 10 purchases. Note, gambling can strain your mind. Betting your life can harm your body. Please act within your means. The familiar gacha mechanic made Lin Han chuckle. Trusting his beginner's luck wouldn't fail him, he decisively spent 10,000 premium points. After all, anything produced by the system was bound to be high quality. Even if it wasn't exactly what he wanted, he could accept it. Once the payment was processed, a teleportation array suddenly appeared before him, emitting a brilliant violet light. Although passers-by seemed oblivious to the spectacle, it was clearly a special effect created by the system. Moments later, 2 beast eggs, each about the size of his palm, materialized in his hands. The first egg, smooth and silver in appearance, revealed the following details when scanned with the eye of creation. Species, Mercury Ring Snake Metal, Water. Grade, Gold. Skills, Constrict, Crush, Iron Tail. Description, a reclusive aquatic serpent from Silver Lake, adept at ambushing and drowning its prey. The second egg's information was even more astonishing. Species, Golden Cloud Leopard Metal. Grade, Epic. Skills, Lightning Dash, Skybreaker Slash, Star Shatter Strike. Description, the apex predator of the Layun grasslands, known for its violent temperament and wariness of outsiders. Evolution path, can evolve once into the legendary Golden Cloud Spirit Leopard and twice into the king-tier Golden Sky-Piercing Leopard. Although both beasts were impressive, they still fell short compared to the likes of the Dark Black Tortoise or the Fiery Qilin. Lin Han decided he'd gift the Golden Cloud Leopard to Shuewushuang, who was notoriously obsessed with feline creatures. As he reached the gates of the military academy, a hurried figure accidentally bumped into his shoulder, nearly causing the beast eggs to slip from his grasp. Thankfully, Lin Han reacted quickly and stored the eggs in his inventory just in time. Are you okay? I didn't mean to run into you, the person apologized. Lin Han waved it off, indicating it was no big deal. It was only then that he noticed the surging crowd around them. The student who had bumped into him introduced himself as Lin Zaheo and explained that Shuewushuang was about to face off against another rising star in the arena. Shuewushuang? Who's she fighting? Lin Han asked with a frown. Who else could it be, if not the so-called prodigies? Other than Lin Han with his double-scray talent, it's none other than the Dragon Princess, Han Fei. Lin Zihao exclaimed with excitement. Han Fei? Lin Han asked, barely getting the words out before Lin Zihao launched into an eager explanation. Let me tell you about her. Lin Zihao started, but Lin Han had already vanished into the crowd without a trace. Damn it, I almost forgot. I'm here to watch the fight. Lin Zihao slapped his forehead, quickly pushing his way toward the entrance of the military academy. Inside the academy's arena, the atmosphere was electric, the crowd roaring with anticipation. On the stage, Xue Wushuang stood battered and bloodied, yet unrelenting. His beast companion, the sacred light grass, emanated healing auras in a desperate attempt to mend the gashes across his arms. Opposite him, Han Fei stood with an icy, commanding presence, her fiery red gown flowing like molten lava. Her eyes burned with fury as her beast, the dragon sparrow, soared above her, conjuring blazing whips of dragon fire that lashed mercilessly at Xue Wushuang. Each time Xue Wushuang tried to close the distance, the fiery whips forced him back, leaving him no room to counter. You gluttonous fool. Today, you'll pay the price. Han Fei spat through gritted teeth, her voice sharp with anger. From the sidelines, Lin Han observed the battle with a furrowed brow. His gaze swept over the crowd until he spotted the other members of the Dragon Fang squad. Qin Luoshi stood with a composed yet tense expression, while Zhou Qingqing and Chen Huaner radiated barely contained energy, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. What's going on here? How did Fat Cat end up in a brawl with Han Fei? Lin Han's sudden appearance drew mixed reactions from the trio. Chen Huaner's face lit up with relief. Captain, you're finally here. Han Fei's gone too far this time. She's openly provoking our Dragon Fang squad. Zhou Qingqing growled, her anger evident. Lin Han shook his head. It's an official duel on the arena stage. The academy will handle it appropriately. Besides, we all know Fat Cat's personality. Let's wait until it's over before we make any judgments. Just as he finished speaking, Xue Wushuang erupted in a sudden surge of energy. Enough, he roared, his voice trembling with fury. The fiery energy around him turned wild and uncontrollable, his eyes glowing a menacing red. Han Fei hesitated for a split second, startled by his outburst, but her anger quickly reignited. Dragon Sparrow, Flame Whip Strike, she commanded. The Dragon Sparrow cried out sharply, its wings flaring with brilliance as it summoned an even greater barrage of flaming whips. Xue Wushuang, undeterred, charged straight into the onslaught. Lin Han's expression darkened. He realized immediately that Xue Wushuang had lost control, consumed by his rage. Charging headlong like this could cost him his life. Han Fei seemed to sense the danger as well, but it was already too late. In that critical moment, a deafening roar echoed through the arena. A vortex of fire erupted between Xue Wushuang and the incoming whips, shredding the flames to embers. The fiery turbulence dissipated, replaced by a massive barrier of life energy that enveloped the entire stage, neutralizing the remaining force. Lin Han acted swiftly, catching Xue Wushuang's unconscious body just as he collapsed. His sharp gaze turned to Han Fei, who maintained her composure but couldn't hide the flicker of fear in her eyes. However, that fear quickly gave way to glistening tears of defiance. Fine. If that's how it is, then you'll take his place and fight me, she declared, her voice trembling with emotion. Elder Pang, don't interfere. Today, I'll make him pay for what he's done. Lin Han caught the fleeting sorrow in her eyes, deepening his confusion. Before he could respond, a quiet cough broke the tension. The hunched figure who had intervened earlier, Elder Pang, descended slowly onto the stage, his gaze piercing as it shifted between Lin Han and Han Fei. The atmosphere in the arena was tense. Elder Pang, his face stern, looked at Lin Han and spoke gravely, "Young man, I understand your urgency to save someone, but as the team leader, breaking the arena rules comes with consequences. 500 points will be deducted from your personal score, and you must complete a 4-star exploration mission for the academy without compensation. Only then will this matter be considered resolved." The crowd fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Just as Elder Pang was about to turn his attention to Han Fei, Lin Han's calm voice cut through the tension. "What if I don't agree? Lin Han, how dare you?" Elder Pang is Han Fei began to rebuke him, but Elder Pang raised a hand to silence her. The old man studied Lin Han with a flicker of interest in his eyes. Lin Han remained composed and spoke firmly. "I don't know what Xue Wushuang did, but since this is an academy competition, you, as a senior, should make a fair judgment. If you hadn't intervened in time, Xue Wushuang would have been gravely injured. With the start of the semester approaching, how would the academy handle such a situation? Are you questioning my abilities?" Elder Pang narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Lin Han. "I wouldn't dare." "Ha ha ha." Elder Pang burst into laughter, stepping forward to pat Lin Han on the shoulder. "Not bad, young man. You've got some backbone. I like that." He then turned to Han Fei. "The points deduction stands. Rules are rules. Han Fei, I've watched you grow up, and I trust you didn't intend to harm anyone. However, You'll also have 500 points deducted. This matter is now settled. Gritting her teeth, Han Fei protested. Elder Pang. Elder Pang's tone grew sharp. Tears welled up in Han Fei's eyes as she reluctantly conceded. Nothing. It's just. No, just. That chubby kid's already unconscious. Were you planning to keep fighting? Elder Pang said impatiently. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he softened his tone. The semester is about to begin. During the freshman competition, your Dragon Empress team can face Lin Han's Dragon Fang team for a proper rematch. Han Fei nodded but shot Lin Han a frosty glare. Lin Han, during the freshman competition, I will crush you and your team beneath my feet. With that, she sheathed her weapon, the Dragon Sparrow, and stormed off. Elder Pang shook his head as he watched her leave, then turned back to Lin Han. Young man, don't forget to hand over your points. He pulled out a vibrant green fruit and handed it to Lin Han. This is a green cloud fruit from the bountiful Deer King. Give it to that chubby O'Knight'll heal him completely within 3 days. Lin Han accepted the fruit and bowed in gratitude. Elder Pang waved him off dismissively, signaling that it was nothing. Lin Han and his teammates carried the unconscious Xue Wushuang away, and the audience, realizing the show was over, began to disperse. Back in her dorm, Han Fei was seething with rage. A burst of dragon fire erupted from her, reducing the coffee table to ashes. Her eyes reddened as she fumed. Lin Han, Dragon Fang team, and that stupid fatso, I won't forget this. She grabbed her phone and dialed a number. Grandfather, I've made up my mind. I want to enter the Dragon Origin realm. A moment of silence passed before an elderly voice replied, very well. Go, but return before the freshman competition. Be careful. Meanwhile, in another dorm, Xue Wushuang lay in bed after consuming the green cloud fruit. His injuries had vanished, and his complexion had returned to a healthy glow. The Dragon Fang team gathered around him, their expressions filled with concern. Captain, how's Fat Cat doing? Chun Huaner asked anxiously. Before Lin Han could respond, Xue Wushuang suddenly screamed, Stay away! Lin Han, save me! Everyone jumped in surprise and exchanged puzzled glances. Realizing his outburst, Xue Wushuang quickly looked down in embarrassment. Is he traumatized? Zhou Qingqing teased with a smirk. Fat Cat, has your brain been fried? Chun Huaner asked suspiciously. Qin Luoshi observed silently, her expression unreadable. Knock it off. Xue Wushuang snapped, his face darkening. Lin Han, curious, asked, Fat Cat, what's the deal with you and Han Fei? Why did she suddenly challenge you to a duel? The rest of the team leaned in, their curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Han Fei's name, Xue Wushuang's face turned pale, his expression a mix of guilt and dread. He hesitated before quietly requesting a private conversation with Lin Han. Once the others had left, Xue Wushuang double-checked that they were alone. Taking a deep breath, he began to explain. It turned out that during a mission in the Medicine King Valley instance, he had accidentally stumbled upon Han Fei while she was soaking in an herbal bath. Due to her unique constitution, she required regular medicinal baths, and he had unwittingly witnessed the scene. Lin Han's eyes widened in realization. So that's why Han Fei was so infuriated and humiliated. It was all because this foolish fatso had seen her in such a vulnerable state. In the infirmary, Lin Han's gaze landed on Xue Wushuang with a hint of amusement. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Han Fei, known as the Dragon Princess, was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. Just her looks alone could put his ex-girlfriend Meng Zi out of shame, not to mention her ethereal, goddess-like aura. Such an extraordinary woman, and yet, her body had been seen by that chubby fat cat. After recounting the events, Xue Wushuang's round face was still flushed, and he appeared unusually dejected. Covering his face with both hands, he muttered in despair, It's over, it's over. My life's ruined at the hands of that fierce woman. My glorious future, gone. Seeing this, Lin Han tried to console him. Look on the bright city, at least you're still alive, right? Boss, if you really don't know how to comfort someone, maybe just don't say anything. Xue Wushuang gave Lin Han a resentful look. Lin Han chuckled, all right, I'll stop teasing you. It's not the end of the world. You saw her body, yes, but she already beat you up for it. She'll probably let you off the hook now. You don't get it. Han Fei is the darling of the military academy, Xue Wushuang said gravely. Her grandfather, Han Gu, is a big shot in the military, someone with real clout. The military academy is just a talent pipeline for the military. The more he spoke, the more despondent he became. Lin Han's tone turned serious. All right, pull yourself together. Han Fei and I have already made an agreement during the upcoming freshman competition. We'll settle everything between her team and our Longya squad. After that, it's a clean slate. Freshman competition? Xue Wushuang's eyes widened. Linzi, did that fierce woman really say that? You don't believe me now? Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Relax, there were plenty of witnesses at the time. She cares about her reputation. She wouldn't go back on her word. The priority now is to prepare for the competition and improve our strength. With that, Lin Han turned to leave. Linzi, where are you going? Shui Wushuang called after him. Back to the dorm to rest. Just finished a mission, I am exhausted. There's still plenty of time before the competition. Shui Wushuang's voice trembled. Linzi, the freshman competition is the day after tomorrow. You're heading off to sleep now? Aren't you going to practice team coordination? The day after tomorrow? That's soon. Shui Wushuang went on to explain the significance and rules of the freshman competition in detail. Lin Han immediately changed his mind. Since you're mostly recovered, go round up the rest of the team. Training starts this afternoon. When Lin Han opened the door, he found Qin Luoxi, Zhou Qingqing, and Chen Huaner eavesdropping outside. The three of them looked embarrassed, and Chen Huaner mumbled an explanation, saying they had come to call them for training. Half an hour later, the group gathered in the academy's designated training room for teams. It resembled an indoor arena, with spectator seating on both sides and a smooth marble floor in the center. Lin Han had everyone line up and began assessing each member's abilities. He started by introducing himself, level 31, with the talents of Iron Body and Eye of Creation. He possessed a level 40 Dark Black Tortoise and a level 42 Fiery Qilin, making him suitable for team support and damage output. Chen Huaner and Zhou Qingqing followed, introducing their own abilities. Just as Lin Han was about to ask Shui Wushuang, a cool voice from behind interrupted him. It was Qin Luoxi. Qin Luoxi stood before the group and introduced herself briefly. Level 35, Talent, Reincarnation. My beasts are a level 40 Netherworld Violet Fox and a level 52, Five-Headed Blood Sun Serpent. Her words caused a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Even Lin Han couldn't help but freeze in surprise. For a beast tamer to control beasts 2 tiers above their own level was an extraordinary feat in their world. Unfazed by the collective shock, Qin Luoxi continued, the Five-Headed Blood Sun Serpent typically won't participate in battles. If it does, casualties are inevitable, which makes it unsuitable for the freshman competition. Lin Han nodded in understanding. He chose not to delve into how Qin Luoxi managed to possess such high-level beasts. After all, everyone had their secrets. Then, his gaze shifted to Shui Wushuang, standing nearby. The chubby young man grinned proudly and puffed out his chest. Me, Shui Wushuang, level 30, Talent, Bloodrage Berserk. My beast is a level 45 Holy Light Grass. His declaration plunged the group into silence once again. Chen Huaner frowned and questioned, Fat Cat, are you serious? I can believe Luoxage, but how could your Holy Light Grass be stronger than the captain's level? And isn't your talent just plain berserk? Where did the blood rage part come from? Shui Wushuang stood even taller, waving his hand with confidence. In an instant, the training ground was illuminated by radiant light, and a half-human-tall yellow-green plant materialized. Lin Han immediately activated his creation eye, and detailed information appeared. Holy Light Grass, level 45, light attribute, plant type. When Lin Han's gaze shifted to Shui Wushuang, his pupils contracted slightly. Shui Wushuang was indeed level 30, and his talent was undeniably Bloodrage Berserk. It's real, Lin Han said, maintaining his composure. Hearing this, Zhou Qingqing and Chen Huaner could no longer sit still. One tugged at the leaves of the Holy Light Grass, while the other leaned close to its flower to examine it thoroughly. Could it be a second awakening? Qin Luoxi broke the silence, her delicate face full of astonishment. Shui Wushuang seemed slightly uneasy under Qin Luoxi's gaze. Scratching his head, he confirmed, that's exactly it. Second awakening? Lin Han asked, puzzled. Qin Luoxi explained, it's an extremely rare phenomenon where a talent undergoes a secondary awakening after meeting certain conditions. In the last century of the Star Dragon Empire, only one beast tamer has experienced this. In Shangjuan. Oh, I know him, Chen Huaner exclaimed. He's one of the Empire's 5 great saints now, right? Under the group's curious stares, Shui Wushuang quickly clarified, don't look at me like that. It was pure luck. During a rank-up mission, I stumbled upon a crimson herb. As soon as I plucked it, it melted into my palm like water, and both my talent and the Holy Light Grass changed after that. Talk about being blessed by fortune. Lin Han sighed, recalling the grueling effort it took to upgrade his own beasts, Qilin and Xuanwu. Comparing that to Fat Cat's sheer luck, he couldn't help but chuckle. Soon after, Lin Han clapped his hands to rally the team and began outlining their strategy. He assigned roles with precision. Chen Huaner would handle rear reconnaissance, Shui Wushuang was tasked with protecting her. Zhou Qingqing would serve as the team's shield, and Qin Luoxi would take charge of close combat. As the first training exercise began, Lin Han waved his hand, transforming the training ground into a dense jungle. The group promptly summoned their beasts. Qin Luoxi's Netherworld Violet Fox, Zhou Qingqing's Centaur Warrior, and Chen Huaner's Spirit Raven. Suddenly, Chen Huaner, through her Spirit Raven, detected movement on the left. Lin Han immediately commanded his Dark Xuanwu to launch an attack. A cloud of dust erupted as the strike landed. Guided by the spirit raven, Shui Wushuang charged into the bushes and delivered a powerful punch. Just then, the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air filled the scene. The speed of the incoming projectiles made Shen Huaner's face pale with alarm. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.